One day, I traversed into the courtyard of the 1950s. With both parents present, I activated the fishing system and found joy in fishing. Chapter 1. A graduate of vocational school. In June of 1958, the courtyard at number 95, Nanluoguxiang in the capital, is also known as the Beastly Courtyard. At noon, Li Ming returned to the courtyard, clutching a graduation certificate and a letter of introduction. Li Ming is a time traveler, aged 18, who previously was a content creator on a video platform, renowned for his vocal mimicry. He had garnered quite a following, but during a particularly spirited performance, he fainted and subsequently awakened in this vibrant era. It is noteworthy that he had been watching a television drama titled The Courtyard Full of Affection, which incensed him, prompting him to record a video to critique the show. However, he did not finish the video before his abrupt transition. Upon his arrival in this new existence, the original inhabitant was burning the midnight oil in preparation for the vocational school entrance exam, tragically passing away. Li Ming took his place, fully aware of the significance of education in this era. He diligently studied until he was admitted to vocational school and eventually graduated, and today he went to collect his diploma and job referral letter. Mingzi is back. Is that a graduation certificate and letter of introduction from your school? Exclaimed Uncle Yin Fugue from the front courtyard as he noticed the boy's return. Ah, Uncle San, I'm back. Li Ming cheerfully greeted Yin Fugue. However, he refrained from elaborating, as conversing too much with a scheming neighbor often led to trouble. Li Ming's family resided in the front courtyard, directly opposite Uncle San. Although Yin Fugue was quite the schemer, the overall neighborhood atmosphere was considerably better than that of the central and back courtyards. The central and back courtyards were pure dens of debauchery, filled with constant bickering over trivial matters. Li Ming has a younger sister, and both parents are present. This is crucial. His father, Li Weigua, is a level 5 welder at a steel factory, earning a monthly salary of 58 yuan and 50 cents. This income is substantial and greatly contributes to supporting the siblings. His mother, Wu Fong, is a level 6 clerk at the street office, earning 43 yuan a month, equally formidable in her own right. With these two factors alone, the Li family has become a dual-income household within the courtyard. Given their circumstances, if Li Ming were to seek a spouse, matchmakers would undoubtedly flock to him. As for his sister, she is quite intelligent. This year, while Li Ming graduated from vocational school, his younger sister, Li Rue, was admitted to vocational school as well. In less than 3 years, the Li family will undoubtedly be the most esteemed in the courtyard. Even now, they do not appear to be lacking. Although the plot of The Courtyard Full of Affection has yet to unfold, the influence of his parents has ensured that no one in the courtyard dares to cause trouble. With both children thriving, they are destined to become workers in state-run factories or clerks at the street office, effortlessly managing the unruly elements of the courtyard. This courtyard is teeming with formidable characters. 3 overseers have already been introduced, and even a mosquito passing by would find itself missing a leg under their scrutiny. In the central courtyard, there is Uncle Yi Zhonghai, who could be succinctly described as a multi-talented middle-aged man, often referred to as the old miser by the Jiazhong family across the way. He is the dominant figure in the courtyard, a moralist, and a retired fanatic. Due to their inability to bear children, Yi Zhonghai and his wife have long been calculating, wielding their moral authority like a hammer, relentlessly targeting Jia Dongshu and He Yuzhu with their admonitions. Opposite to Uncle Da's residence lies the Jia family. Indeed, the most renowned being the necromancer Jia Zhang, the green-hatted mama's boy Jia Dongshu, the vampire by Lianhua Qin Huairu who is currently on the path of evolution, and the burgeoning master thief Bang Gong. Furthermore, there is the He Yuzhu family, who reside in the most favorable conditions within the courtyard, known as the Foolish Zhu. It is difficult to articulate, yet a sycophant coupled with a simpleton encapsulates it perfectly. Foolish Zhu also has a sister M. Under the guidance of her brother, she is destined to transform into another version of Foolish Zhu. It is worth mentioning that in the second year after Li Ming was accepted into vocational school, his father had the audacity to contemplate an engagement between Li Ming and He Yuxue, implying that Li Ming should secure a fine young lady for himself. The scene at that time was so overwhelming that Li Ming repeatedly declined, and to thwart any further machinations from his scheming father, he promptly reported his father to his mother, who worked at the local street office. That very night, his father ended up sleeping on the floor in the living room. It is often said that only mothers are truly good in this world. A child with a mother is indeed a treasure. In the backyard, the second Uncle Lu Haizhong is also a remarkable individual His insatiable thirst for power is beyond verbal description. His hobbies include drinking, frying eggs, and disciplining children. Su Damao resides in the same courtyard as the second uncle Lu Haizhong and is still a single man. When Li Ming traversed into this world, it coincided with the matter of Lu Xiao seeking a partner, and Li Ming, having disdained Su Damao in his past life, promptly sent a letter of complaint against him. The content was quite straightforward. Those familiar with the drama would know of the debauched rogue, a libertine who left a trail of heartbreak, causing Lu Xiao considerable distress, ultimately leading to the elderly deaf woman in the backyard exploiting the situation, which inadvertently allowed foolish Zhu to benefit. Regarding this matter, Li Ming's perspective was rather simple. Although young, he could not marry, yet he would not permit you to marry either. At the time of the report, a single letter failed to make an impact primarily because Su Damao's father, Su Fugue, suppressed it. Subsequently, Li Ming penned 7 letters, each reaching the street office, the steel factory, and the Lu family in varying quantities, successfully sabotaging the matter. The final household in the backyard is indeed the aforementioned elderly deaf woman, who remarkably survived until the conclusion of the original plot, proving to be quite a formidable character. However, as long as she does not provoke him, all is well. Should she cross paths with Li Ming, he intends to devise a means to facilitate her next life journey promptly. Now, having returned home, Li Ming finds himself alone. His parents are at work, and his younger sister is at a classmate's home, leaving him to manage with 2 steamed buns made from a mixture of flour, hastily accompanied by the leftover dishes his mother had prepared in the morning. As the afternoon unfolded, he glanced at the clock, noting it was past 2 o'clock, time to set off. He casually picked up the fishing rod from the corner and prepared to fish at the Jinshui River beneath the city gate. Although he indeed possesses a golden finger since his arrival, it has been stuck at 99 progress. The system has informed him that it will only activate upon his formal employment. Consequently, Li Ming has gradually set aside thoughts of the golden finger in recent days. Instead, he has taken to fishing along the city moat with his third uncle Yan Fuge during his free time, occasionally catching fish to enhance the family's meals. However, his third uncle generally prefers to fish early in the morning, claiming that the fish are hungry at that hour and more likely to bite. Yet, in recent years, Li Ming has rarely witnessed his uncle catch anything substantial during those early hours. Conversely, as a player of chance, he occasionally manages to land a decent catch, with his most impressive haul being 2 fish weighing over 3 pounds each. Chapter 2. Joining the steel mill after merely 2 hours of fishing, Li Ming managed to catch a grass carp weighing over 2 pounds from the Jinshui River. Swiftly threading a piece of grass rope through the fish's gills, he tied a knot and hurried back home. By the time he returned to the courtyard, dusk had already descended. Upon entering the front yard, he noticed lights aglow in the house, with his younger sister, Li Rue, standing at the door, occasionally glancing outside to see if her brother had returned. "Brother, you're back. Wow, did you catch another fish today? Mom and Dad, come quickly and take a look." The exuberant voice of the little girl startled Yan Fugue, the family's neighbor, who was busy with his abacus. Just then, third uncle emerged from his house, casting an envious glance at the grass carp in Li Ming's grasp. "Goodness, Mingzi, you've caught quite a hefty one today." Seeing this, Li Ming smiled at Yan Fugue and replied, "I had some luck today, third uncle. I waited by the river for 2 hours before landing this fish." He then waved the fish in front of Yan Fugue's face. "Xiao Ming, come in quickly. Dinner's ready," called his mother as she stepped out of the kitchen. "All right, third uncle, I'll head in for dinner now," Li Ming said, bidding farewell. Upon entering the house, he was pleasantly surprised to see meat dishes on the dining table. With a cheerful grin, he addressed his mother. "Mom, did you make this special meal because I received my graduation certificate today?" His mother shot him a playful glare. "Stop the chatter and eat quickly. Your father will take the fish to the kitchen for now. It will be cooked tomorrow." Old Li eagerly accepted the large grass carp from Mrs. Wu and placed it in the kitchen. During dinner, Old Li inquired, "Mingzi, is the introduction letter they provided for the steel mill?" Li Ming nodded but remained silent as he stuffed his mouth with food. His father had grown accustomed to his son's demeanor, especially since the last time he broached the topic of arranging a match with He Yushui from the central courtyard. He had endured several days of scolding from his wife. "Where did your school recommend you to?" Li Ming glanced at the 3 pairs of curious eyes around him and replied, "Procurement." Although next year heralded the onset of a great disaster, he believed that working in procurement this year would allow him to stockpile some resources for the challenging years ahead. Moreover, with his formal employment at the steel mill activating the associated system, he harbored some optimism about its potential utility. His father nodded, "That's good. It will also ease the procurement of goods for the family from the countryside. All right, let us go to the steel mill together tomorrow." After dinner, Li Ming returned to his room. Their home was reasonably spacious, though it could not compare to Hiyuju's main house. However, in terms of area, it was ample for their family of 4. Additionally, it was likely that he would receive housing upon joining the steel mill, an unexpected bonus. The Lee family resided in the eastern wing of the front courtyard, directly opposite third uncle's home. Upon entering, one would find the main room, which served as both a living and dining area. To the right was a cooking station, while on the left stood a wash basin. The bedroom on the right belonged to Li Ming's parents, with a door on the eastern wall leading to their storage room. Li Ming shared a room with his sister, Li Rue, with 3 smaller rooms separating them. Each sibling occupied one room, while the vacant space currently served as a storage area. Thus, even if the steel mill did not provide housing, there was sufficient accommodation available. However, as a vocational school graduate, Li Ming was certain he would not only ascend to a cadre position but would also be entitled to housing. Therefore, he was filled with anticipation for his upcoming employment at the steel mill, a state-owned enterprise, indeed an iron rice bowl. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Ming was pulled from his slumber by his father. "Father, must we rise so early? I recall you didn't do this before." His father delivered a playful thump on his head. "Today is your first day. There's much to attend to. Do you think I relish waking up at this hour?" There was no denying the truth in his words, and Li Ming had no choice but to rise, dress, wash up, and eat in one swift motion. "Old Li, are you taking Xiao Ming to his first day?" Third uncle Yan Fugue had risen early, likely due to his age. His father nodded. "Yes. I'm taking this lad to the steel mill. There's a lot to take care of, so we must leave early." With that, he and Li Ming made their way to the steel mill. At the entrance of the steel mill, a lobby awaited them, with guards stationed, rifles in hand, gleaming bayonets glinting in the light. Nowadays, state-owned enterprises boasted security divisions, and some even equipped with automatic weapons and mortars. With the introduction letter in hand, Old Li led his son into the steel mill. At this hour, without an identity-proving document, one could not only be denied entry into the factory, but even be prohibited from lingering at the gate. "All right, you can head to the Human Resources Department to complete your onboarding. I'll be off to work," his father said before lighting a cigarette and sauntering toward the workshop. Li Ming was left pondering how he would relay this to his mother upon returning home. Outside the Human Resources Department, as a new generation of youth and a recent vocational school graduate, it was imperative to exhibit politeness. "Knock, knock. Please come in." "Hello, comrade. I am here to join our steel mill. I just graduated from vocational school this year, and the introduction letter requests that I report here." With that, Li Ming handed over the introduction letter. The woman in charge of human resources, upon learning he was a vocational school graduate, instantly brightened. "No problem with your introduction letter. Currently, we have vacancies in the procurement department, transportation department, and security department. We are especially in need of personnel in the procurement department, so you will need to report to Section 3 on the 2nd floor. Your salary level during the probation period will be at the 16th level as a clerk, with a wage of 37 yuan. After confirmation, you will be promoted to the 15th level as a clerk, with a salary of 42 yuan 50. "Thank you, comrade," Li Ming replied, accepting the documents and turning to leave, closing the door behind him. Arriving at the procurement department on the 2nd floor, he knocked before being invited inside. "Hello, I am Li Ming, the new employee reporting today. Here is my introduction letter." He continued to hand over the documents. "Hello, comrade Li. I am Xiaoweigua, the head of our procurement department." The middle-aged man accepted the materials, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized them. "Hello, Director Xia. You graduated from vocational school? That's quite impressive." Director Xia beamed, for indeed, a vocational school diploma was highly regarded. "Our procurement department currently has 3 sections. Sections 1 and 2 handle plan material procurement and are not in need of personnel at the moment. Section 3 is responsible for unplanned material procurement. So you should report to Section 3 and seek out Section Chief Su Chong. Their office is at the far right." Director Xia gestured. Li Ming nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Director." Without further ado, he made his way out. Chapter 3. Housing allocation. Li Ming now prioritized the stability offered by this state-owned enterprise. Though he had no intention of incessantly climbing the corporate ladder, he preferred to maintain a low profile before the arrival of better days, gathering resources and perhaps acquiring some real estate. When the winds of fortune finally blew his way, he would bid farewell to this life. Upon reaching the office of Section 3, he knocked and entered to find several middle-aged men gathered, smoking. I'm the new employee from Section 3 of the procurement department, here to report to Section Chief Su." One of the men, appearing to be in his 40s, stood up. "Hello, young comrade. I am Su Chong, the head of Section 3 in our steel mill's procurement department." After glancing at the materials Li Ming handed over, he tossed them onto the desk. "Welcome to our Section 3, new comrade. Everyone, let us give him a warm welcome." Applause erupted, and Li Ming felt a flicker of enthusiasm. Perhaps this section held promise after all. Hello everyone, I'm Li Ming, just call me Xiaoli, Comrade Xiaoli. A graduate of a vocational school, stands as the most educated among us in the 3rd Division. Team leader Su extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray with a decisive gesture. Allow me to introduce you. Our 3rd Division is rather small, with even our allotted positions not fully occupied. It is likely that this is the reason you have been transferred here. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement. In total, there are 6 of us in the 3rd Division, including yourself and me as the team leader, and today, fortuitously, everyone is present. After a brief moment of awkwardness, he continued with the introductions. From left to right, these comrades are Zhou Tian, Wu Gang, Zheng Ping, and Wang Jun. You should get acquainted with them, as it is rather simple to know all your colleagues given our small team. Li Ming shook hands with each of the gentlemen and was then gently pushed down onto the sofa by Zhou Tian. Now, let me explain the situation in our division to you. As you can see, we have a relatively leisurely workload. Although each purchaser has a fixed quota of procurement tasks each month, we are primarily responsible for unscheduled materials. However, recently, such materials have proven difficult to source. Consequently, the factory does not impose stringent requirements, as everyone is aware of the scarcity of supplies. If you need to procure anything, simply come to me for authorization and funds. That is all there is to it. Li Ming had anticipated a more complicated or rule-laden environment, but he was pleasantly surprised by the straightforwardness of the 3rd Division. The others observed Li Ming's momentary lack of expression, assuming he would not be particularly pleased. Considering a vocational school graduate being assigned here could be seen as somewhat of a demotion. However, they were unprepared for the unexpected rapport that this newcomer, Comrade Xiaoli, would establish with their 5 laid-back personalities. Li Ming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Team leader, are you serious?" Team leader Su nodded affirmatively. "That is simply wonderful. I too greatly appreciate a job with ample pay, minimal tasks, and proximity to home." He chuckled. The others, initially taken aback by the words of a vocational school graduate, were momentarily stunned. It was Su, quick on the uptake, who responded with laughter. "Even better. Xiaoli, do you smoke? Would you like a cigarette?" Soon, everyone caught on, recognizing that yet another comrade had joined their ranks of easygoing individuals, creating an ideal environment for a relaxed work life. "I must smoke," Li Ming exclaimed, expertly taking a cigarette from Su, lighting it, and exhaling a smoke ring. "From now on, you need not call me team leader Su. In our division, no one does so. Just call me Su Gu, as they do." The 4 seasoned colleagues nodded in tacit agreement before each lighting another cigarette. Witnessing their camaraderie, Li Ming couldn't help but feel that his future days would indeed be quite entertaining. "By the way, Su Gu, I would like to inquire if I might be allocated housing." Li Ming recalled this matter only after finishing a cigarette. "There certainly will be." Wu Gang interjected before team leader Su could respond. "Our team leader has acquaintances in the housing management department. All you need is for Su Gu to take you over there." We 4 brothers went through the same process. With a wink directed at Li Ming, Su Chong chuckled. "Come on, Comrade Xiaoli. Today Su Gu will take care of everything for you. You 4 can do as you please. Come to my home tomorrow evening so we can celebrate our new comrade," he added. Zhou Tian remarked, "Great. Your wife's cooking is truly exceptional." Wu Gang agreed. "Indeed, indeed. Your wife is simply wonderful." Zheng Ping added, "Absolutely. Your wife has no flaws. I believe Lao Su has struck gold in marrying her." Wang Jun chimed in. "Let me prepare some food in advance. I'll bring it tomorrow, so we're not always making Su Gu foot the bill." Su Chong nodded appreciatively. "You have good foresight, Lao Wang." Observing the other 4's praises of team leader Su's wife's culinary skills, Li Ming inferred that tomorrow's meal would indeed be delightful. He then followed Su Chong to the housing management department. "Old Li, I've got a newcomer here looking for a housing allocation," team leader Su announced, bypassing the need to knock as he pushed open the door. Behind the desk sat a bespectacled middle-aged man, who sighed in resignation. "Can you refrain from being so loud every time you come in? Do you not know I have a weak heart?" Su, undeterred, persisted quickly. "Let us get this young comrade sorted out, and I'll treat you to dinner next time." "All right, young comrade. Please provide a brief overview," the man replied. "Sure, leader. I currently reside at number 95, Naluo Guxiang Hutong in the steel rolling plant, but I live with family, which makes it a bit cramped. I was hoping to secure another unit to ease things a bit." Old Li flipped through the documents on his desk. "Yes, there is a unit available in your courtyard. Specifically a west-facing room and an adjoining space between the front and middle courtyards. If that works for you, I can allocate that to you." Upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded eagerly, realizing that this was one of the few vacant rooms in the courtyard, and given team leader Su's influence, it was indeed a fortunate turn of events. "Thank you, leader, and thank you, Su Gu," Li Ming said with a beaming smile, eliciting laughter from Su Chong. After completing the paperwork, Old Li declared, "All right, the stamp is done. Just swing by your local street office to collect the keys." With that, he promptly ushered Su Chong and Li Ming out of the office. Su Chong, unperturbed, remarked, "Don't mind him. Old Lee is just like that. You have 3 days off to get your place ready, and come back to work next Monday. Don't forget to come over for dinner tomorrow night. Just head to the Hatta Hutong, and you'll hear those 4 rascals making a racket." Li Ming nodded. "Understood, Su Go. I'll head home now and see you tomorrow night." Chapter 4. Activation of the Golden Finger. Upon arriving at the workshop, Li Ming informed his father before heading straight back to the courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard a voice in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the system. The system will now introduce its functions. May I inquire if the host is available to receive this information?" Li Ming felt a surge of excitement. After so many years, he had finally awaited this moment. "Not now. I'll address this when I return home," he replied. "Ding. The system acknowledges your decision and is ready to respond at any time." Li Ming rushed home, closing the door behind him before asking, "System? Ding. The system will now introduce its functions. Is the host available to receive this information?" "Yes, please proceed." "Ding. This system is known as the phishing system." "Phishing?" Li Ming was taken aback, curious about what kind of phishing it entailed. First, since the host has fully activated the system only after officially starting work, a life space has been awarded as a special reward. Within this space, you can engage in the breeding of flora and fauna, which will benefit the host for the next 3 years. The time flow within this space is 101 times that of the outside world. Oh, this system is quite impressive. It even keeps pace with reality, ensuring the host doesn't starve. Very nice. The following is the introduction to the system functions. Given the abundance of pests in the host's courtyard, which could significantly impact the quality of life, the phishing enforcement function has been introduced. The system hopes that the host can proactively eliminate pests before being harmed, thereby safeguarding their rights. 1. For each successful catch of a pest, the host will be rewarded with 1 random lottery opportunity. 2. The system will assess the damage inflicted on the pests based on the host's phishing results. The greater the damage, the more substantial the rewards. P.S. The newbie gift package has been issued. Would the host like to accept it? Just as Li Ming was marveling at the unique operations of the phishing system, he heard about the newbie gift package, prompting him to pause his thoughts on why he had received such a peculiar system. "I accept." Ding. Congratulations to the host for opening the newbie gift package, granting the host extreme human physical limits, and rewarding the host with a big black 1050. P.S. The extreme physique refers to the host's potential, which will gradually develop over time. It is comparable to the pinnacle of strength, like Li Yuanba. Upon realizing this, Li Ming instinctively stroked his chin, pondering that this physique must be a safeguard against his own fragility, not merely a fear of weakness, but a concern over not being sufficiently resilient. He mused whether he should keep a hammer close at hand. As for the small sum of money he possessed, it could be considered as initial capital. He felt that apart from its somewhat ostentatious nature, his system was quite commendable. However, the system's observation was indeed astute. If he were to find himself in a situation akin to many transmigrated soldiers, starting with the tragic fate of being orphaned, it was likely that those beasts would have devoured him like wolves scenting fresh meat. He was grateful that fate had not bestowed upon him a hellish difficulty. Yet, this phishing system was rather flamboyant, albeit with a clear logic. To put it simply, in order to prevent others from causing him harm, he must preemptively harm those who might threaten him. A sound principle, indeed. As time passed, Li Ming returned home early that day and began to tidy up the kitchen for dinner. "My son is back. How was your day?" Li Mother exclaimed as she opened the door, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her beloved son preparing the evening meal. After all, her son was renowned in the area of Nanluo Guxiang for his exemplary reputation, filial, intelligent, and even a cadre. Li Ming glanced at his cheerful mother, relieved that his colleagues were also quite agreeable. In the procurement department, he was a level 16 clerk with a starting salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents. And upon confirmation, he would be promoted to a level 15 clerk with a salary of 42 yuan and 50 cents. "By the way, our team leader is hosting a dinner at home tomorrow night, so I won't be eating here," he shared, spilling the news like a torrent. Li Mother and his sister Li Rui beamed with delight, increasingly pleased with him. "Oh, my eldest son has prepared dinner? Just in time. I was famished on my way back. Let us eat quickly." Li Father boisterously entered the room. Li Mother shot him a glance. And soon the family gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. After they had feasted and were well satisfied, Li Ming had another piece of news. "Mom and Dad, I have good news as well. Haha." Li Mother's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Have you been allocated a house?" It was no easy feat to secure a desirable residence these days, and it seemed their son was fortunate. Li Ming nodded. "It's a west-facing room between the front yard and the middle courtyard. Although the lighting isn't great, they provided 2 connected rooms, quite spacious." Li Father looked astonished. "Why didn't you tell me when you were at the steel factory? If I had told you, you would have made a fuss. There are no good people in our courtyard, and this way, I'm avoiding trouble." Li Mother cast a wary glance at Li Father. Seeing the old man shudder, Li Father conceded, "Indeed, your mother is right." Li Rui, the little girl, watched the exchange with amusement. "I'll go to the street office tomorrow to finalize the paperwork for the 2 rooms," Li Ming informed his mother. Li Mother waved her hand confidently. "No problem. I'll accompany you to work tomorrow. I went with your father today, so it's my turn." Laughter filled the Li household. Meanwhile, across the way, the Yin family felt a sense of discontent. Sigh. "I saw that boy from the Li family smiling ear to ear when he returned today. He must have landed a good job." Aunt Sen sighed. Yin Laoshi waved his hand dismissively. "That's just his child's ability. It's not our fault if our child isn't doing well." He shot a glance at his own lackluster son. "Old Yin, do you think Li Ming got a house?" Aunt San's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The Li family had many children, and with more sons to marry off in the future, housing would be scarce, especially since their own son was unambitious and not even a formal employee, making the prospect of securing a house seem remote. Yin Laoshi paused slightly. "I suspect they might have received one. There are still a few vacant rooms in our courtyard, but I'm not sure which one they'll get. However, I didn't see anyone from the street office distributing houses today, so it's possible they didn't get allocated anything. Why worry about it? It has nothing to do with us. We'll find out tomorrow. Besides, the Li family has 2 working adults, and Li Ming's wife is employed at the street office. We can't afford to offend them." With that, Yin Laoshi couldn't tell if he was full or just troubled, and he put down his chopsticks to take a stroll outside. Back at the Li residence, Li Ming interjected, "By the way, Mom and Dad, should we stockpile some food? I just started my job today, and everyone in our department is hoarding supplies." "You mean your procurement department colleagues are stockpiling food?" Li Mother asked, astonished. Li Ming nodded. "I have no choice but to blame those lazy colleagues. Our department is responsible for procuring unplanned resources, but they said they haven't found much this year, especially now that autumn has just begun, resulting in even fewer supplies. So, I was thinking we should also stock up a bit, just in case we need it later." Li Mother pondered. "I heard Director Wang on the phone a while ago, mentioning something about insufficient grain, but I didn't take it to heart." Li Father lit a cigarette, "Then let us stockpile some. We still have plenty of food coupons. Just like Ming said, it's better to have some extra. It won't spoil quickly, and if we ever need it, it could be crucial." "All right, dear husband, let us buy more in the coming days. But remember not to let it be known," Li Mother advised sagely. Li Father nodded in agreement. Chapter 5, Securing the House. Li Ming theatrically pulled 10 large black bills from his pocket and placed them on the table. "Mom and Dad, this is what I saved during my years in school, a significant portion of which came from my fishing endeavors. Here, let me contribute a bit to our family." Li Father's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew his son had saved money over the years, but he never imagined fishing could yield such earnings. If Yin Laoshi found out, he might be envious enough to cut off his own hand. Moreover, it was even more than his own secret stash. Li Mother was equally astonished, skeptical that fishing could be so lucrative, especially given Yin Fugue's record. "Wow, brother, how many fish did you have to sell to accumulate this?" Li Rui gazed at him with admiration. Li Ming shrugged. "How would I know? This is from several years of effort. Son, keep it for yourself. We have enough money for food storage, and you're about to start working. You should also have some cash on hand," Li Mother said gently, her affection palpable. Li Weiguo swore he hadn't seen his wife act so tenderly towards him since their marriage. Yet, Li Ming then pulled out another 50 yuan. "Actually, I still have." An awkward silence descended. "Ahem, son, you don't need to carry so much, just give it to me, and I'll help you save it," Li Weiguo said sheepishly, hoping to add to his little savings. But Li Mother swiftly slapped his hand away. "This is our son's hard-earned money. Why should he give it to you? Keep it, dear." Witnessing his mother's assertiveness, Li Ming chuckled. "All right, sister. Here's 5 yuan for you. You don't have much, so save it wisely." Li Rui rolled her eyes, but quickly took it and dashed into the kitchen to wash the dishes. "By the way, son, should I help you find a wife?" Li Mother observed her daughter rushing to assist with the dishes and began contemplating her son's marital prospects. Li Ming grimaced. "Mom, while you're much more reliable than Dad, let us focus on stockpiling food for now. If we truly run out of food, adding another mouth to feed would only complicate matters." After finishing his words, he hurriedly got up and slipped back to his room, leaving the couple below to exchange glances. The following day, Li Ming rose early once more, preparing to accompany his mother to the street office to finalize the arrangements for their new home. Riding his bicycle with his mother, they headed straight to a Sihiyuan courtyard house that housed the street office, reportedly once belonging to a prominent family before being requisitioned and now smaller than their own courtyard, classified as a secondary courtyard. "Wu Jia, it's Xiaoming who brought you today?" A street office matron greeted them. Wu Fang chatted briefly with her before continuing deeper into the office, where the street office staff warmly acknowledged her presence along the way. Upon entering the main hall of the secondary courtyard, they found someone already tidying up the office desks. Wang Jie, my son has been assigned a job, and the steel mill has allocated us 2 rooms in our courtyard. Today, I've brought Xiaoming to confirm this with the street office, Wu Fang announced. Director Wang, appearing to be in her 40s, exuded a competent and sophisticated aura. Xiaoming, you've grown so much, splendid. It's wonderful that you've secured a job, Director Wang remarked, smiling at Li Ming. And you seem much sturdier now, she added, giving Li Ming's shoulder a gentle squeeze. Hello, Aunt Wang, Li Ming replied respectfully. As a child, he often accompanied his mother to the street office, where she worked while caring for him, and thus he felt a warm familiarity towards Director Wang. Xiaoming, why didn't you get assigned to our street office? Are you perhaps dismissive of Aunt Wang? She teased playfully. Li Ming shook his head vigorously. Not at all. It's all about school matters, Aunt Wang. You should address it with them. Amidst their banter, they successfully confirmed the housing arrangements and received a set of keys. Come, coincidentally, I'm free today. I'll accompany you both to ensure there are no issues with your courtyard, Director Wang stated, clearly aware of the courtyard's reputation even before the events began. As the trio walked towards the Sihiyuan along Route 11, chatting and laughing, Director Wang inquired curiously, Young lady, have you considered matchmaking for Xiaoming now that he has grown? Hearing this, Li Ming pouted and quickened his pace to distance himself from the 2 women. Wu Fang chuckled, I just mentioned it to him last night. He is not in a hurry. Wang Jie, if you know someone suitable, do introduce them to Xiaoming. Seizing the opportunity, Director Wang replied, all right then, I'll keep an eye out for a good girl for our Xiaoming. At the steel mill's courtyard, Director Wang led them to the front courtyard in front of the west-facing hall. These 2 rooms, correct? Xiaoming. Yes, Aunt Wang. It's the west-facing hall and the west wing, he affirmed. All right, Xiaoming, go call out the people in the courtyard who aren't working right now to witness this. To avoid any future trouble, Director Wang commanded with authority. Li Ming felt warmth in his heart. Normally, just unlocking the door would suffice. Perhaps calling someone to bear witness at most. However, Director Wang, aware of the courtyard's complexities, intended to address all trivial matters thoroughly for Li Ming. Fortunately, at this moment, many residents were preparing for work, so he did not need to summon anyone. Director Wang, you're here. What is this? An elderly man in the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai, greeted her. Ah, you're the elder of this courtyard, right? Yes, indeed, I am, Yi Zhonghai nodded promptly. These 2 rooms have been allocated to Comrade Li Ming by the steel mill. He will reside here from now on, so please bear witness, Director Wang stated. Yi Zhonghai glanced at the rooms, his expression shifting as if he had something to say, but hesitated. Chapter 6, Passive Fishing. Noticing Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, Director Wang directly inquired. What is the matter? The state's properties are allocated to employees. Do you have an issue with that, Yi Zhonghai? Li Ming was taken aback. Thinking how forthright Director Wang was, Yi Zhonghai waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's just that the locks on these 2 rooms were changed by the Jia family. Director Wang was momentarily stunned by this revelation, incredulous. What audacity! The Jia family dares to covet state property? Truly a director. She swiftly placed the blame squarely. Yi Zhonghai, evidently caught off guard, stammered, I'll go fetch them. He hurried to summon Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu from the middle courtyard. Upon their arrival, Director Wang scrutinized the rotund figure before her. So, you are the one attempting to covet state property? Qin Huairu's face turned pale. That's impossible, Director. This is my mother-in-law. We wouldn't dare. Jia Zhang, trembling, could only nod in agreement. Having grown accustomed to Jia Zhang's arrogance within the courtyard, she now found herself utterly silent before true authority. So, it wasn't your family who changed the locks? Director Wang pressed, and the truth dawned on her. They intended to seize the rooms first and deal with the consequences later. This is your first and last warning. Should I discover that your family attempts such actions again, I will have you paraded in the streets. Now, unlock the door. These 2 rooms now belong to Comrade Li Ming, understood? Qin Huairu nodded vigorously, nudging Jia Zhang. Mother, where's the key? Hurry and get it. Jia Zhang, nearly in tears, confessed, I threw it away after locking it, fearing someone would find it. The onlookers erupted in laughter at her absurd logic, bemused by her folly. Director Wang, momentarily taken aback, had never encountered such a peculiar individual since her tenure at the street office. Amused and exasperated, she addressed Jia Zhang. Very well. You will accompany me to the street office for a reprimand. Turning to Li Ming, she instructed, go find something to break the lock. As her words faded, a loud crack echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Li Ming had grasped the lock and forcefully yanked it, door and all, clean off its hinges. The crowd gasped in shock, marveling at his unexpected strength. Li Ming's mother was equally astonished, unable to recall her son possessing such might. Heh, Aunt Wang, I just wanted to test it. It seems the door isn't sturdy. He sheepishly scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he intended to assert his strength, preparing for the challenging times ahead. It was prudent to display one's capabilities rather than remain docile. Director Wang, recovering from her astonishment, chuckled. You're quite impressive, young man. I may have to recruit you for some laborious tasks in the future. Rest assured, Aunt Wang, I will fulfill my duties, he replied confidently. All right then, let us disperse, she said, glancing at the bewildered neighbors before ushering them away. Miss, you can assist Xiaoming with tidying up here. These rooms indeed need some care. We have personnel responsible for maintenance at the street office. We'll arrange for someone to come and fix things up for Xiaoming. Director Wang instructed Li Ming's mother. All right, Wang Jia, you head back first. I'll tidy up and join you shortly. She nodded in agreement. Director Wang approached Jia Zhang. You will accompany me to the street office for a discussion. Without waiting for her consent, she proceeded towards the office. Jia Zhang could only follow Director Wang, stepping in unison as they walked away. She then turned to gaze at her precious son, questioning, when did you become so strong? Comrade Li Ming, with a simple and honest grin, expressed his own confusion. All right, you're just giving your mother more work. Let's tidy up, shall we? Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Fishing reward, 1 lottery draw. Given that Jia Zhangshi was taken away for self-reflection, a special reward of 15 large black fish and 2 piglets has been added to the breeding space. As Li Ming busied himself with tidying the house, he silently inquired within his mind, System, I didn't go fishing. Does this count as self-inflicted? Ding. Please refer to Jiang Taigong's fishing philosophy. The willing shall take the bait. Li Ming pouted, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Contentedly organizing his future abode, Li Ming remained blissful. Yet the onlookers who witnessed the morning's events in the courtyard were anything but tranquil. When evening arrived, it was likely that households would buzz with excitement, warning their respective menfolk to steer clear of the little rascal in the front yard. In these times, 2 wooden doors weighed no less than 80 pounds. Witnessing Li Ming effortlessly tear one from its hinges and raise it with ease would send a shiver down anyone's spine, should they provoke him unwittingly. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. If Li Ming were aware of their thoughts, he would fervently dispel any rumors. For heaven's sake, Li Yuanba. He wouldn't merely toss someone aside. Once his physical prowess reached its zenith, he could effortlessly hurl a person over the courtyard wall without breaking a sweat. Did they think the leader of the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties wielded an 800-pound iron hammer for naught? Even if it were mere boasting. With the system's enhancements, it was indeed formidable. By the time he finished tidying up around 3 in the afternoon, Li Ming turned to his mother, who was preparing to head to the street office, and announced, Mom, I'm going to our team leader's house for dinner tonight. They're celebrating me. So please don't prepare my meal. His mother nodded, advising him to take care on the road and to remember to bring something along. Since you have money, I want to provide for you. All right. Li Ming waved his hand and set off to the market. Although he lacked any particularly rare tickets, purchasing an old hen was certainly within his means. Leaning against the 11 bus, he strolled to the market and selected a hen weighing less than 2 pounds. Then ambled towards Mauer Hutong. Thankfully, his enhanced physical condition saved him from gasping for breath as he would have in his previous state. However, acquiring a bicycle still needed to be prioritized. Chapter 7, Colleague Gathering. Indeed, as Li Ming arrived at the entrance of Mauer Hutong, the sounds of laughter and playful banter emanated from a nearby home, confirming that his colleagues from the 3rd Division were drawn to the commotion. Following the sounds, he soon spotted a courtyard with its doors wide open, where he could hear Su Chang's voice raised in exclamation. Wu Gang, you little rascal, put my wine down. Aren't you afraid of breaking it? Don't worry, Su Gu, my hands are steady. Besides, sister-in-law doesn't want you drinking too much anyway. It's better if I take it off your hands. Wu Gang's shameless voice retorted from within. Recognizing this as the residence of his team leader, Li Ming called out, Su Gu, I'm here. The ruckus in the courtyard quieted as the others gathered at the entrance. You brat, you could have come without bringing anything. Su Chang chided, patting Li Ming on the shoulder with a hint of displeasure. I heard from Jungu yesterday that he would bring some food, and I didn't want to come empty-handed, Li Ming explained. Su Chang pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Jun, declaring, nonsense. This good-for-nothing brought nothing. A few dark lines appeared on Li Ming's forehead. It seemed he had overestimated the audacity of his colleagues from the 3rd Division. Haha, you're quite honest. Wang Jun teased from the sidelines. Come on, let Xiaoming in. You big guys are blocking the doorway. A woman with a graceful figure approached, addressing the men. Hello, sister-in-law, Li Ming greeted her, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, You're truly beautiful. He even patted his own head as a show of sincerity. Zheng Ping interjected. I told you, old Su hit the jackpot marrying such a wife. This elicited laughter from the other 3 as they all made their way into the courtyard. Hello, big brother. A lovely girl with rosy lips and white teeth emerged from the courtyard, waving at Li Ming. Li Ming's eyes sparkled. This little girl was stunningly beautiful and bore no resemblance to Su Chong, but rather looked strikingly like his wife. Hello, what is your name? I'm Su Xiaoyu. What about you, big brother? I'm Li Ming, Xiaoyu. The group watched as Li Ming and Su Xiaoyu played, while Su Chong's expression darkened slightly. All right. Time to eat. Enough playing. Su Chong interrupted, his annoyance palpable. TSK, old Su, you're being too petty. Xiaoyu is only 10, and Mingzi is already 18. He won't steal your daughter away, Zheng Ping pointed out bluntly. Get lost. Are you still eating or not? Su Chong retorted, never underestimating the vigilance of a guardian. As everyone settled down to enjoy the meal, Su Chong occasionally made comments that stirred the pot, creating a lively atmosphere. By the way, Mingzi, I forgot to tell you in detail about our division's matters last time. We were quite busy before, but now we've seen a significant reduction in unplanned supplies, which makes it harder to collect them. However, we still need to make some effort. For example, the four of them managed to gather about 100 to 80 eggs each month to satisfy the requirements. After all, we're still relying on scheduled supplies for the time being. Once you start your job in a couple of days, you'll be able to get the lay of the land. Furthermore, we do have some bicycles, though they're not in great condition. If you don't have one, you can use it for now. Feel free to take a stroll in the countryside and gather whatever you can. Everyone knows the situation in our division. Su Chong smoked a cigarette while explaining the intricacies to Li Ming. Li Ming nodded attentively. Having someone provide insights in advance would make his transition smoother, especially since the 3rd Division wasn't burdened with too many complications. I understand, Su Gu. My mother has some connections at the street office, so getting some supplies shouldn't be difficult. My father also has comrades stationed around our city's farms. I estimate we should be able to manage something each month. Wow, you've got quite the backing. Zhou Tian exclaimed in surprise. Dual-income family? That is impressive. Your father works at our steel plant, right? Wu Gang added enviously, noting that having both parents employed was quite a boon in these times. Li Ming nodded. Yes, my father is Li Weigua, a 5th-level welder at our steel plant. Su Chong's understanding of Li Ming deepened. Not only was he a vocational school graduate with an administrative role, but he also had a mother working as an official at the street office and a father holding a skilled position at the steel plant. His circumstances were indeed quite favorable. Well, if you ever let it slip that you're getting married, I bet matchmakers will be knocking down your door. Li Ming lit a cigarette from the table, appearing somewhat troubled. Don't even mention it. My mother asked me about it just yesterday. Aunt Wong from the street office is now clamoring to find me a girl, hoping I can start dating. At this revelation, the others fell silent for a moment. There was only one Wong in the street office, the director, and it seemed that their relationship was quite close. Li Ming intentionally revealed certain information, and although everyone appeared amicable and easygoing at present, it was essential to showcase one's foundational strength. After all, in the realm of reality, no rational individual would engage in the act of feigning weakness to deceive the strong. Such behavior would merely invite animosity. It would be far more prudent for everyone to lay their cards on the table, ensuring mutual awareness of each other's general circumstances, so that when real issues arise, the opposing party would think twice, saving oneself considerable effort. A gathering of individuals indulging in food and drink was a fitting way to express camaraderie. Li Ming, having consumed half a pound of liquor without any adverse effects, ambled back to the courtyard, treating it as a leisurely post-dinner stroll. Upon his return, he noticed that nearly every household had illuminated their lamps or candles, except for the home of Uncle San. Brother, I heard you dismantled the door to the West Hall in one go today? Li Rue inquired with a look of astonishment. What's the big deal? I'm still building my strength. It's perfectly normal. No need for such fuss. Li Ming casually deflected. Li Father wore a similarly incredulous expression, despite being a level 5 welder. He considered it beyond his capabilities to remove a door by hand. All right, stop bothering your brother, Li Mother interjected, pulling her daughter aside and seating her son on a bench. How was your gathering with your colleagues today? It was quite pleasant. My colleagues are all rather nice. And I wasn't bullied, so rest assured. Li Ming felt that no one could compare to a mother, especially one who knew to sit him down for a chat. Li Rue pouted. With my brother's strength, I doubt anyone would dare to bully him. When I returned to the courtyard today, I overheard many aunties discussing you. Li Ming chuckled. Well, that's splendid. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll just lift them and toss them onto the roof. Li Rue rolled her eyes at her brother's boasting and retreated into the house, her intentions unclear. The Li household radiated tranquility and warmth. In contrast, others in the courtyard, particularly those of more feral lineage, might not enjoy restful slumber that night. Chapter 8. Renovating the house the following day. Li Mother rose early and first visited the street office, seeking a craftsman specializing in home repairs. She returned with Master Lu, just as Li Ming was awakening from his slumber. Xiao Ming, this is Master Lu, who will be responsible for our renovations. You should discuss the repairs for the 2 rooms allocated to you by the steel mill with him. You're off work for a couple of days, so you can oversee it. Li Ming glanced at his mother after her instructions and, stifling a yawn, offered Master Lu a cigarette. Master Lu, please have one. I'll outline my requirements. Certainly, just let me know, Master Lu replied. Li Ming led Master Lu to the West Hall, saying, here it is. And the adjacent West Room is also mine. This space has been uninhabited for quite some time, so all the doors and windows need replacing. Additionally, the walls in both rooms require a fresh coat of paint, and the flooring should be retiled. The door to the hall also needs to be replaced. I accidentally damaged it yesterday. I'd like a corridor at the entrance of the hall, with a shoe cabinet against the left wall. In the middle of the hall, please install a door to separate the spaces. I want a bathroom in the northern section and a cooking area in the south, complete with a wash basin and an iron stove for warmth in winter. Also, please create a doorway in the wall between the west room and the hall, and design 3 moon-shaped doors within the west room. The innermost area should serve as a bedroom, occupying about half of the west room, while the middle section and the outer area can be evenly divided, with the outer part designated as a living room. You can arrange for the necessary furniture to be crafted anew. For water supply, just connect it from the front yard pipe. I have no other requests, Master Lu. Could you provide me with a quote that includes both labor and materials? Li Ming finished his instructions in one breath, feeling his throat dry. Turning to look at Master Lu, he was taken aback by the man's professionalism, already sketching a rough plan. Master, please take a look at this first. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he did not understand the drawing. But as long as Master Lu could fulfill his requests, that was sufficient. My mother works at the street office. I trust you wouldn't take advantage of someone just starting their career. Master Lu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I've calculated it. The total for labor and materials will be around 300 yuan. I guarantee to make it splendid. Li Ming mentally calculated, realizing that this was indeed a reasonable price. With over 400 yuan remaining from the 500 yuan reward he received from the system, he was well equipped. He promptly handed over 150 yuan as a deposit. This is half for you. We can commence work today. At the very least, we should sort everything out today, right? Master Lu was astonished. He had not anticipated such wealth from a young man, expecting to seek funds from the street office instead. Rest assured, I'll call my team today, and we'll get started. With that, Master Lu hurriedly exited. Wow, people nowadays really know how to work efficiently. Li Ming mused, smacking his lips, as he fetched a stool and settled outside to bask in the sun. Before long, Master Lu returned with 5 workers. By the way, Master Lu, I forgot to ask, how long do you estimate this will take? Master Lu calculated with his fingers, about 2 weeks, boss. We'll need to craft many items on site, which will take some time. That's fine. Also, I need a larger bathtub, preferably one that can accommodate 2 people, with a drainage outlet. We can settle the final payment later. Master Lu nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that it was no trouble. All right, I won't disturb you any further. Please, carry on with your work. Li Ming bid them farewell and stepped outside. He walked to the cooperative and bought 2 packs of cigarettes before returning. Pleased to see the industrious group of men. Master Lu, I've brought 2 packs of cigarettes for everyone. Please distribute them. Master Lu was delighted to receive the cigarettes, recognizing that they were a luxury reserved for officials, and expressed his gratitude with a nod. Brothers, the boss has treated us to 2 packs of cigarettes. Come see me for your share later. But for now, let us focus on our work and avoid any laziness. The 5 burly men understood the implication of the generous gesture, knowing that the boss was quite magnanimous, even if it meant skipping lunch. Surprisingly, the Li family hadn't planned on providing lunch. With father and mother at work and sister at school, Li Ming intended to make do with whatever he could find. He assisted the craftsmen throughout the day, and only after the steel mill workers returned did they gradually finish up. Ah, Mingzi, are you renovating the house? Yen Fugui remarked, noticing Li Ming tidying up some scattered items in the front yard after his own shift. Indeed, Uncle San, this house has been neglected for too long. It needs proper repairs to be habitable. That's right. If you need help, just ask Uncle San, Yen Fugui offered, appearing eager to assist. Li Ming could easily discern that Yen Fugui was merely calculating how to benefit from the situation. Sure, if I need assistance, I'll reach out to you. For now, I need to finish tidying up and prepare dinner. Without waiting for a response, he retreated home. If he engaged in further conversation, Yen Fugui might just impose on him for dinner. Disappointed that he hadn't gained any advantage, Yen Fugui returned home. That Li Ming is rather taciturn. He won't even engage in a bit of small talk. He grumbled to Aunt San upon arrival. Aunt San, recognizing that her husband was merely venting his frustration at not getting his way, paid him little mind as she busied herself with dinner preparations. Upon the return of Mr. and Mrs. Li to their abode, they discovered their eldest son had once again prepared a sumptuous meal, prompting playful banter. My dear, once our Xiao Ming marries, his wife will truly be in for a treat. Mr. Li chuckled with delight. Indeed, have you considered who his son is? Responded Mrs. Li with a smile. Son, no need to toil. Your sister has returned. Let her serve. Upon seeing her brother busy in the kitchen, Li Rui's expression soured. Ever since her brother commenced his employment, her status within the household had diminished day by day. Hearing their mother's command, she dutifully trudged into the kitchen to fetch plates and bowls. I've arranged everything with Master Lu. The adjoining room now boasts a bathroom, making it convenient for us to bathe and relieve ourselves. At least we won't be queuing in the frigid winter. Li Ming reported on the progress of the renovations to his parents. Ah, my eldest son is indeed thoughtful. Far superior to your father, who only thinks of food, Mrs. Li quipped, rolling her eyes at Mr. Li. Setting down his chopsticks, Mr. Li inquired, by the way, son, how much did the renovations cost? Tomorrow, I shall have your mother settle the payment. The total, including labor and materials, is 300. We've revamped everything, thus saving ourselves future trouble, Li Ming replied. Mr. Li's expression turned to one of astonishment. What sort of extravagant renovations are you envisioning for our home? Spending so much? Li Ming glanced at his father. I've already paid half as a deposit, and I thought it prudent to have everything in order for when I marry. He then outlined his renovation desires to the family. Mr. Li sipped his drink, conceding, well, it isn't excessive when one considers the ease it will bring during your wedding. Mrs. Li shot her husband a look. Who was it that claimed the child was extravagant? I reckon all of Mingzi's savings have been poured into this. While others would have their fathers foot the bill for home renovations, it just so happened that they had half remaining for their son. Mrs. Li's words effectively silenced Mr. Li, draining his little treasury. He coughed, nearly choking on his drink. But all my finances are submitted monthly. Where would I procure additional funds? Your little stash has money. I check it monthly, and after settling your son's expenses, there is just enough left, she retorted, revealing that his secret funds had long been exposed. Yet there was little recourse, for the head of the household had spoken, leaving no room for rebuttal. The siblings exchanged amused glances, sharing a hearty laugh. You keep an eye on the renovations for now. Once you start working, I'll drop by from the street office occasionally to check in. Mrs. Li continued addressing Li Ming. He nodded. By the way, Mom, remember to inspect the materials for our renovations when you have time. I spotted that scoundrel from the courtyard lurking around the front yard today. Mrs. Li nodded in agreement. Everyone in this courtyard knows each other's affairs. Qin Huai, married into the courtyard at the age of 18 in 1951, had given birth to a troublesome child the following year. Now, in 1958, that child was nearly 6 years old. The inherited talents for thievery were beginning to manifest. Having learned nothing beneficial from Jia Zhang and her pampered son, Jia Dongxiu, only the art of mischief. Fortunately, the Li family resided in the front yard, where they had a decent neighbor, Yin Fugui, unlike the dubious characters in the middle and back courtyards. Although the plot had yet to unfold, tensions were already brewing in the back and middle courtyards. Not to mention, the foolish Zhu had become a lackey for the morally righteous Yi Zhonghai, the doting grandson of the elderly man in the backyard. It was uncertain what this simpleton was thinking, so eager to play the role of a grandson, potentially leading to a future of even greater absurdities. Li Ming retreated to his room, contemplating the antics of this motley crew and envisioning a lively future. He realized he needed to visit the market to procure vegetable seeds and other supplies, as he would be the one to manage the purchases. He intended to explore the countryside for various poultry breeds. The space provided by his system was vast, though he had yet to measure it. He was confident it would suffice. With ample fertile land, he could cultivate wheat, rice, fruits, and vegetables, and there was even a designated pasture for raising cattle and sheep. As for the piglets he had caught during his last fishing trip, they were currently frolicking in a small valley. Additionally, there was a freshwater aquaculture lake and a marine farming area awaiting his future endeavors. The next day dawned bright and clear. Upon rising, Li Ming was pleased to see Master Lu and his crew energetically commencing work. Satisfied, he greeted the foreman and set out to the market to purchase seeds, with the intention of fishing as well. Technically, it wasn't he fishing in the traditional sense. He planned to find a secluded spot along the Jinshui River to dip his hand in, activating his space to achieve automatic fishing. He headed straight to the market, knowing some items could be planted directly into the soil and the system would manage them efficiently. Given the current situation, everything required receipts, and lacking one, he had to devise alternative methods. With no chicks or ducklings available, he opted to buy pairs and let the system handle their reproduction. After wandering the market for half a day and spending a few dozen yuan, he finally gathered all his supplies. Once deposited into the system, he wouldn't need to contemplate planting arrangements. The system would take care of it all. At noon, he stopped at a state-run restaurant for a quick meal before heading to the Jinshui River. He found a fishing spot devoid of others and dipped his hand into the water, activating his aquaculture space to allow the river's fish and shrimp to flow into it. There was no need for concern over logic. With a system at his disposal, rationality was a moot point. This year, most people were struggling with hunger, leading many men to come here during their breaks to fish and supplement their households. Some families even sent someone to catch fish to provide milk for newborns. Li Ming spent the day bustling about until he estimated that his parents would soon be finishing work, at which point he returned to the courtyard. However, today his mother had declared that no cooking was necessary. They would all dine at Donglai Shun upon their return. The Li family's living conditions in the courtyard could be considered quite comfortable, not inferior to those of Yi Zhonghai, who was still only a 6th-level worker, far from the 8th level depicted in the narrative. As for He Yuzhu, he was better off forgotten. That foolish character was beyond redemption, still waiting for his 37 yuan and 50 cents in wages, while trailing behind Qin Huai like a lovesick puppy, incessantly calling her Qin Jia. Jia Dongshu had yet to marry, yet this scoundrel was already coveting another man's wife, proving to be quite the character. If he desired a woman, he should pursue one himself, rather than getting lost in infatuation with Qin Huai. This was one of the reasons Li's father had proposed introducing He Yushui to him, which he had vehemently rejected. There was no way he would willingly support the Jia family. That was simply out of the question. Frankly, He Yushui wasn't even attractive. She was not to Li Ming's taste. Just as Li Ming arrived home, his father followed closely behind. After a short wait, his younger sister rushed in, clearly anxious to avoid missing the family outing. As the day swiftly passed, Comrade Li Ming rose early, prepared a meal, and was ready to accompany his father to work. "You're up quite early today," teased Li father. "Let us go. It's the first day. We mustn't arrive too late," Li Ming replied, casting a glance at his father. "By the way, Mom, remember to check on the progress of the masters when you have the time." "Got it, don't worry." Li mother waved her hand and rode off on her bicycle towards the street office. Upon arriving at the front gate, they encountered Yan Fuguei, who was also preparing to head to work. "Old Li, you two are off to work, are you?" Yan Fuguei greeted. Li father nodded yes. "Today marks the boys' first day. We're off early." "All right, I'm heading to school now," said Uncle San, mounting his bicycle and pedaling away. As father and son journeyed, they spotted numerous acquaintances of Li father from the steel rolling mill, who greeted them upon seeing the duo. This evoked a sense of envy in Yi Zhonghai, who was working alongside He Yuzhu. He felt a simple envy for comrade Li Weigua, who had a son to support him, especially since this son seemed quite promising. Glancing at his own choices for retirement companions, he and his partner were embroiled in a petty squabble, both wearing expressions of exasperation. Upon reaching the rolling mill, Li Ming parted ways with his father and entered the procurement section, specifically Branch 3. The room was empty, but he was mentally prepared. After all, Branch 3 had become notorious for its lackadaisical attitude towards work. He leisurely filled his water bottle and found a seat, preparing for a day of idleness. If only he had a smartphone, he could indulge in some delightful gaming. Instead, he immersed himself in his farming space, checking on the chickens, ducks, and pigs he had raised. Inside the space, ducks chased chickens in a chaotic dance, and the piglets had grown significantly, snorting excitedly amidst the commotion. Given the time dilation of 110, it wouldn't be long before he could harvest a new batch of offspring, at which point he could sell them to the rolling mill for some extra cash. This would not only yield a small profit, but also ensure his smooth sailing within the procurement section, a true win-win scenario. "Shaoli, you're here a tad too early." Su Chong, the section chief, tossed a cigarette his way in greeting. "What can I say? It's my first day, and my family was worried about me arriving late." Li Ming replied. "Ah, no worries. Just don't make a habit of it. Trust me, these 4 1T show up until noon. By the time they arrive, we'll just be enjoying lunch at the cafeteria before they start lighting up," Su Chong remarked, eliciting a chuckle from Li Ming. The working environment in Branch 3 was indeed pleasant. "By the way, Su Gu, have we met this month's targets?" Su Chong, seated at his desk sipping tea, replied. "We should be on track. Although there aren't too many requirements now, we've likely fulfilled the quota." Li Ming was filled with questions, marveling at how the section chief could so effortlessly slack off. "What is the going rate for unplanned materials? I need to know in advance," he inquired. Su Chong smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I forgot to tell you. Come here, let me impart some wisdom, since you can't rely on the other 4. When it comes to unplanned procurement, aside from meat and eggs, which can be purchased at a premium, everything else must be at standard prices. If there are exceptional circumstances, approval is required." Li Ming nodded attentively, taking out a pen and paper to jot down notes. "For instance, good quality rice is priced at around 0.23 yuan per jean. Our factory pays between 0.13 and 0.16 for southern coarse rice. If you manage to secure a better price, no one will mind. But it needs to be in substantial quantities, at least dozens of jean to be delivered to the factory. Vegetables range from 0.05 to 0.20 yuan. But we can discuss specifics later. Our focus in Branch 3 is primarily on pork and eggs, both of which are purchased at a premium due to current market scarcity. Eggs are at 0.48 yuan, and pork is 0.78 yuan. If you can procure these, it'll be straightforward. In our section, whoever secures it gets the profit. Eggs have been consistently fetching a premium of 0.50 yuan, and recently, no one has been able to source a big fat pig, particularly with pork. The factory pays based on the gross weight, including offal. Last time, I managed to get one and sold it at a premium price of 0.90 yuan. Su Chong added with a smirk, I snagged it just after the new year at 0.80 yuan and sold it for 0.90 yuan, made over 20 yuan off that deal. After finishing his sentence, he smacked his lips, seemingly realizing he had divulged too much, and quickly took a swig from his cup. If you can manage to get a large pig now, I might even be able to work something out for you. Meat is incredibly hard to come by these days. I recall our steel mill hasn't seen a decent cut of meat in nearly 2 months. Li Ming nodded vigorously, recognizing the potential for profit. His own piglets would need more time to grow, but with the rolling mill nearby, he was confident he could still earn some money. As noon approached, four individuals entered the room in a synchronized fashion, as if they had conspired together. Good morning, Chief. Zhou Tian yawned. Shaoli. You're quite early today, Wu Gang remarked as he walked in and noticed Su Chong and Li Ming sharing a smoke. Li Ming, seeing the four, casually handed each a cigarette. It's my first day, and my dad works here, so I had to get up early. Su Chong threw a box of matches at Zhou Tian, teasing, early? The sun is almost high in the sky, and you four are just crawling out of bed. I hope you weren't out last night looking for trouble. The four froze, their actions betraying them. Oh, so you really did go out together. Su Chong fumed. Li Ming thought it was a rare moment of directness from his section chief, only to be swiftly reminded of his usual demeanor. How many times have I told you? Go out all you want, just don't let me find out. The tone of Su Chong turned somber, as if reminiscing about his own lost youth. No way. You four owe me a pack of cigarettes. I'll keep your secret, or else you'll never find wives. Su Chong proclaimed, wearing a smile that suggested he was looking out for them. Li Ming was left dumbfounded. The four appeared like wilted plants, stammering their agreement, knowing full well that their unmarried status was now exposed. By the way, old Zhou, it's your turn to buy cigarettes this time. Wu Gang nudged the reluctant Zhou Tian, who reluctantly nodded in agreement. Damn, how many times have we been caught? Can't the hush money be someone else's turn? Chapter 11. The possibility of early confirmation. Is there anything planned for today, old Su? Wang Jun lit his cigarette. Nothing at all. As long as you all don't cause trouble outside the rolling mill, you're free to go wherever you please. Su Chong waved dismissively at the four, his expression one of disdain. Seeing this, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slouched back in his seat, ready to take it easy. After all, there was little to do, and there were no requirements for unplanned materials during his first month. A day of idleness was just fine, especially since everything in his farming space was thriving, ensuring he wouldn't be lacking for food next year. After a while, Su Chong seemed to recall something and looked up at Li Ming. By the way, Mingzi, are you eager to be confirmed? Upon hearing that it pertained to the modest earnings he garnered each month, Li Ming immediately perked up. Indeed, post-confirmation, his monthly salary would amount to 42 yuan and 5 jiao, significantly surpassing his current internship stipend. Might I inquire if my esteemed section chief possesses any insider knowledge? Su Chong, observing Li Ming's animated expression, suddenly felt that the days in their section might become considerably more vibrant. After lighting another cigarette, he began. It just occurred to me that our steel rolling mill's leadership recently issued a new directive regarding procurement. You see, if an intern manages to procure a certain quantity of unlisted materials, they can bypass 3 months of the internship period and transition directly to full employment. However, I must confess, I had forgotten about this matter until now. Li Ming, gazing at his section chief with incredulity, thought to himself, how could such an important detail slip your mind? One might as well be a sloth. Are there specific requirements for the procurement materials to achieve this transition? He inquired. They did not elaborate, but I recall that last month, an intern from the second section managed to bring back a pig from the countryside. And by the beginning of this month, he was promoted. Su Chong continued, if you have any leads, it would be prudent to seek out these unlisted materials. Securing them could allow you to expedite your transition by 3 months, effectively equating to an entire month's salary as a windfall. Li Ming nodded in agreement. All right. I have some free time lately, so I shall inquire. Yet, his thoughts wandered to the 2 piglets in his possession, perhaps by the time they matured. It would take about a month, but he would need to devise a plan to replenish his stock if he were to part with them. At noon, the bell of the steel rolling mill rang out. Su Chong, taking the lead, grabbed his lunchbox and prepared to dash toward the second canteen. Hurry along. We must reach the second canteen. If we arrive late, the queue will be long, and by the time it's our turn, there won't be much left. The 6 of them each picked up their dining utensils, and made their way toward the second canteen. This steel rolling mill, now housing over 10,000 employees, was a medium-sized factory responsible for the meals of such a vast workforce. Hence, it boasted several canteens of various sizes. The second canteen, as Su Chong mentioned, was where Xia Zhu cooked. Judging by Su Chong's words, Xia Zhu had become quite adept at his culinary craft, as evidenced by the throngs of people heading there, with only those farthest from it opting not to go. For Li Ming, this marked his first day at work, and he was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of sharing lunch with so many individuals. The people of this era were generally slender, unlike in the future when obesity was commonplace. Indeed, he observed many with sallow complexions, appearing gaunt and undernourished. However, the spirit of the people was undeniably robust, particularly the workers in state-owned enterprises who enjoyed good jobs and competitive salaries. In this era, workers held a high status, and thus, everyone appeared quite spirited. Moreover, this was a time when the people were truly the masters of their own destiny, and the streets were filled with industrious individuals. Li Ming, you may not be aware, but the chef at the second canteen, known as Xia Zhu, is quite skilled at cooking. If you arrive late, the dishes at his window might be completely sold out. Su Chong began to enlighten Li Ming about life at the steel rolling mill. However, that chef has a foul mouth and isn't the most pleasant to converse with. I've heard he has an eye for a married woman in our courtyard. Zheng Ping interjected. Li Ming chuckled. Oh, I am aware of this. I reside in the same courtyard as he Yuzhu, or as you call him, Xia Zhu. I live in the front yard while he occupies the middle one. His culinary skills are indeed impressive. His foul mouth is also true. There are few in our courtyard who enjoy conversing with him. Furthermore, the projectionist, Su Damao, is also from our courtyard and lives in the back. These two are inherently at odds and often quarrel upon encountering each other. Brother Ping mentioned that the married woman Xia Zhu fancies is named Qin Huairu, whose husband, Jia Dongxiu, is a fitter at our steel rolling mill, Zheng Ping recalled. The others perked up, intrigued by the gossip. Li Ming, does Xia Zhu truly have a crush on a married woman? Wu Gang asked, his curiosity piqued. Li Ming nodded. If Xia Zhu didn't fancy Qin Huairu, that would indeed be a rarity. Ever since she moved into our courtyard, he has shown disinterest in any matchmaking proposals from the matchmakers on the street. He wore a knowing expression, inviting speculation. Goodness. Xia Zhu is quite unattractive, yet harbors such lofty aspirations, fixated on another man's wife, Zhou Tian remarked, stroking his chin with a hint of amusement. Enough chatter. We must queue up. If we are overheard gossiping, it will not bode well. Su Chong quickly redirected the conversation. Old Su, you are primarily concerned about the chef hurling a ladle at you, aren't you? Wang Jun chimed in with a hearty laugh. Su Chong shot a glare at the unruly group. Just keep your comments to yourselves. After which, they began to line up. Since the third section typically had little to do, they arrived relatively early, with only a few individuals ahead of them in line. Before long, it was Li Ming's turn. Xia Zhu, may I have some rice, please? He requested of the square-faced He Yuzhu. He Yuzhu, upon recognizing a familiar face from his courtyard, greeted him with a grin. Li Ming, you started working at the steel rolling mill. That's splendid. You should come to this canteen often. I won't skimp on your portions, huh? He generously scooped a heaping ladle of food into Li Ming's bowl. Li Ming, seizing the opportunity, offered him a few compliments, knowing it would not cost him any favors. Thank you, Xia Zhu. I shall take my leave now. There are many others waiting. He made his way to the table where Wang Jun had saved a spot and plopped down. Wow, that's quite a lot. You've got more than I do. Zheng Ping remarked, astonished. Of course, we are neighbors in the same courtyard, and I have never wronged him. He may be called Xia Zhu, but he is indeed quite generous, Li Ming replied with a broad smile, surveying the ample food in his bowl. The six of them enjoyed a lively lunch. And it was indeed Li Ming's first experience with He Yuzhu's cooking, which proved to be quite delightful. Master, do you know the person who served you just now? Ma Hua inquired. He Yuzhu nodded. Indeed, he is from our courtyard, residing in the front. He must have just joined the steel rolling mill a couple of days ago. Chapter 12, A Spill of Jealousy. Moreover, this lad is considered quite educated in our courtyard, having graduated from a vocational school. Ma Hua remarked enviously. In this factory, a vocational school graduate is regarded as a cadre. He Yuzhu, observing Ma Hua's envy, lightly tapped him on the head. Get back to work. He too felt a tinge of envy. Had he held a cadre position back in the day, perhaps he could have won over Sister Qin. Xia Zhu, what are you grinning about? Hurry up and serve my meal. He Yuzhu was abruptly jolted from his reverie by Su Damao's voice. Who are you calling a fool? He shot back. Whoever is grinning foolishly, I'm calling you out. Now serve me quickly. I'm starving. Su Damao pouted, clearly displeased. He Yuzhu, refraining from retorting further, hastily served a meager portion, barely half of the usual amount. Finish up quickly. Get lost. Su Damao glared at his plate, finding the portion unsatisfactory, nearly causing him to lose his temper. Move it. There are others waiting. Su Damao, hearing the calls from behind, decided not to engage further with He Yuzhu, leaving with a parting shot. Shaju, just you wait. He Yuzhu chuckled at the exchange, perceiving Su Damao as merely a mouthy individual. At the office of the procurement section, the third group of the steel rolling mill. A set of keys clattered onto the desk before Li Ming. Li Ming, these are the keys to our section's bicycle. You can use it for now. It will be convenient if you plan to make trips to the countryside, Su Chong informed him. Thank you, Su Gu, Li Ming replied, grabbing the keys and placing them in his pocket. Tomorrow, I shall venture out for a stroll, at the very least to gather some information. Very well. Then there's no need to visit the steel mill. I can come back when there's nothing else to attend to. With that, Chief Su made his way towards the lounge situated behind the office. Each departmental office is equipped with a lounge, primarily designated for the chief's use. The remaining 5 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting curiosity. How do you usually spend your time? Li Ming inquired with intrigue. Zhou Tian shook his head and replied. When I'm tired, I take a short nap in the chair, or I leave work early. We have it quite easy. I knew it. There aren't any good ways to pass the time, Li Ming remarked, observing as the others began to seek comfortable spots to catch a brief nap. He decided to follow suit and rest as well. Ding ding ding. The sound of the steel mill's closing bell resonated, awakening the sluggish individuals in the room. Each stifling yawns. After exchanging greetings, Li Ming grasped the key to the bicycle allocated by the department and made his way outside. He retrieved the bicycle from the shed and headed towards the steel mill's entrance, intending to wait for his father to emerge so they could return home together. Mingzi, over here, Li father called out, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he waved at Li Ming. Oh, you've got yourself a bicycle? It was allocated by the department. Every member has one now, supposedly for the convenience of purchasing in the countryside. Hop on, I'll give you a ride home today. Li father chuckled as he greeted a colleague leaving work beside him and mounted the bicycle. As they entered the courtyard of the steel mill, Li Ming and his father crossed paths with Yen Fuguei, who had just clocked out. Wow, old Li, did you get a bicycle for little Ming? Li father waved dismissively. It wasn't me. It was the chief of the procurement department who allocated it to Mingzi today, claiming it would be more convenient for rural purchases. With a hint of pride, Li father responded with a slight air of superiority. After all, what could one do when one's child was flourishing? Especially in comparison to Yen's offspring? Yen Fuguei seemed to grasp this point, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Indeed, I have always believed little Ming to be an exceptional child, he said before turning to head home, clearly eager to avoid further discussion, his discomfort palpable. Watching this exchange, Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle as the father and son finally returned home. In the Yen household, Yen Fuguei muttered to himself as he paced back and forth. The Li boy is becoming quite accomplished. We should engage with their family more often. Aunt Sin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was indeed far superior to her own children. Old partner, ISNT the Li family renovating their new house. Why don't you keep an eye out for them? Who knows, we might benefit from it later. Understood, old Yen, I'll keep watch over there tomorrow, Aunt San replied, before returning to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the Yi Zhonghai household, Aunt De remarked. I heard that boy from the Li family brought a bicycle home today. Yi Zhonghai nodded, confirming the news. It appears that the chief of the procurement department allocated it to him. This boy has always been clever. It's surprising that he graduated from a technical school and has now become a cadre right after joining the factory. The Li family seems to have quite the fortune. He sighed, wishing his own children had such opportunities, lamenting the fact that Li Ming had both parents present and that he dared not offend them. Aunt concurred, noting her daughter also passed the entrance exam for the technical school, and soon their family would have another cadre. The Yi household was filled with envy. As if a pot of vinegar had been overturned, the bitterness palpable. Back in Lu Haizhong's courtyard, upon seeing Li Ming riding a bicycle, he felt compelled to inquire further. Upon returning home, he discovered it was allocated by the chief, which only intensified his envy towards Li Ming, who had just graduated from a technical school and swiftly secured a cadre position. Now learning that Li Ming seemed favored by the leadership, Lu Haizhong's frustration grew. However, he knew better than to provoke the Li family and instead resolved to vent his frustrations on his unfortunate child. Sure enough, moments later, cries of anguish echoed from the Lu household, audible even from Li Ming's front yard, indicating Lu Haizhong was indeed quite harsh. Ah, old Lu is at it again. The street committee has spoken to him several times, but he just won't listen, Li mother expressed her irritation. Li father shook his head. I suspect he is aware our son is doing well, and he is taking it out on his own. Huh. He must be venting his frustrations on his son at home. Li mother shot him a glance but conceded, you do have a point. Our eldest is undoubtedly the most accomplished in the neighborhood. Li Ming and his sister Li Rui quietly listened as their parents praised them, having grown accustomed to it. Chapter 13, Rural Ventures. By the way, Dad, I won't be going to work tomorrow, Li Ming declared to his parents. They looked at him, puzzled, about to inquire further. You see, our chief mentioned that the steel mill is currently in need of meat and vegetables. Our procurement department has a clause stating that if we can procure a sufficient amount of unplanned goods, we can be promoted directly without waiting the usual 3 months, which would result in a significant salary increase. Li Ming explained, sensing his father's eyes gleaming with interest. Oh, I see, then that is fine. After all, you and procurement don't have to adhere to the same schedule as the workshop workers. Li's father nodded eagerly, showing his support. However, it must be challenging to gather supplies at this time. Li's mother expressed her concern. No worries, Mom. I plan to head out to see what I can find. If I can't procure enough, we can stock up for our household too, Li Ming reassured them. Speaking of which, have you two been gathering food supplies lately? He inquired about the family's recent situation. Li's father grimaced. With our work schedules, there is hardly any time to gather supplies. I only managed to bring home 10 pounds of brown rice and cornmeal last week during my day off. He continued to complain about how Yan Fugue had noticed his bags, despite them being concealed. Li Rue giggled, Dad. All our classmates know we have a savvy shopper in our family. Indeed, Yan Fugue's reputation for being shrewd was well known in the neighborhood. Li's mother chuckled as the family gathered for dinner. I've managed to stock up a bit more than your father. She gestured with her fingers to illustrate her point. It's all stored in the kitchen for now. Once Mingzi's renovations are complete, we'll move it there. Li Ming nodded, agreeing that it would be safer at his place, assuring himself that if any thief dared to come, he would be ready to defend his home. After dinner, the family dispersed, each returning to their respective spaces. Li's father leisurely perused a mechanical engineering skills evaluation textbook, seemingly preparing to advance his welding qualifications. While Li's mother busied herself in the kitchen, washing the dinnerware. The siblings retreated to their rooms, preparing for sleep. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Ming rose early, readying himself for a trip to the 18-mile store in the DC district. He intended to scout for suitable livestock or piglets, particularly as food supplies in the city had become scarce, with a few astute individuals already stockpiling provisions. In the countryside, there is likely a deeper understanding of the situation. Many people are troubled by the challenge of raising piglets, and perhaps if I venture there, I might yield some rewards. Nevertheless, the journey is quite remote. Even with my bicycle, I estimate it will take a whole day to complete the round trip. After bidding farewell to my parents, Comrade Li Ming set off towards Shiba Lidian on his bicycle. After approximately an hour of cycling, Li Ming finally arrived at Shiba Lidian, the path being rather arduous, causing him to nearly jolt his back out of place. In the distance, he spotted an elderly man sitting beneath a large tree, enjoying the shade. Good sir, I am a procurement officer from the steel mill in Beijing. I have come to Shiba Lidian with the intention of purchasing some goods. Could you kindly direct me to our village commune? The old man, slow to respond, took a moment before hoarsely saying, just keep walking straight ahead. Then turn left at the end, and you'll see it. Thank you, Li Ming replied, pushing his bicycle further into the village. Upon reaching the farmer's commune, he had barely set down his bicycle when a robust man with a bushy beard approached him, wielding a sickle. You don't seem to be from our village. What brings you here? Li Ming nodded, explaining, I am not from this village. I am a procurement officer from the steel mill in Beijing, here to procure some goods. Would you be so kind as to deliver a message to our commune or brigade? Offering a cigarette to the burly man, he added, as the saying goes, cigarettes build bridges and alcohol paves paths. The man took the cigarette, examining it. Ah, a Dakiaman brand. This is a cigarette that officials smoke in Beijing. He lit it with a match and took a puff. I am the brigade leader and also hold a position in the commune. However, coming at this time may not yield much, as this year has seen severe drought, and the village's grain harvest is insufficient. Moreover, everyone is now eating in large communal dining halls, and very few families have any supplies left. Indeed, Li Ming sighed, lighting a cigarette for himself. Our factory workers haven't seen any meat for 2 months. I came here hoping to find some, but if not, there is little to be done. By the way, may I ask your name? Li Ming inquired. The man smiled, revealing his yellowed teeth. I am Li Chong. Ah, I too am surnamed Li Ming. What a coincidence. We are of the same clan. The two men exchanged smiles, realizing that in these times, a simple conversation and a shared cigarette could foster a bond. Brotherly, if you do not have any pigs, could you check for piglets? If you do, would you be so kind as to help me make contact? Li Chong did not pry into the purpose behind Li Ming's request for piglets, as many in the village were struggling to raise them due to the drought. His inquiry was indeed a great help. I do have 2 piglets at home, but will you be taking them for the commune or for yourself? Why would the commune want piglets? I intend to take them for myself. We have a small courtyard in the city, and my mother complains of having nothing to do all day, so I thought perhaps she could raise some piglets to pass the time. Li Ming spoke with confidence. Having been influenced by numerous novels, surely he had some skills in negotiation. That sounds good, but what about the price? Li Chong was not concerned about the channel of acquisition, but was mindful of the financial aspect. In these times of scarce grain and many mouths to feed, having a bit of money on hand was prudent in case of emergencies. How about I pay you according to the market price for fresh meat? I can offer you 0.78 yuan per jin. Upon hearing this, Li Chong's eyes lit up. It was well known that working in the fields throughout the year yielded little in terms of labor points, which were even less valuable when exchanged for cash. If he could trade these 2 piglets for money, it might cover the cost of a wedding for his child in the future. Our 2 piglets are about a month old, and each weighs at least 15 jin. Would you be agreeable to a total of 30 jin for both? Li Ming nodded without hesitation, signaling his agreement. Thus, it seemed that procuring 2 piglets from this brigade leader would not be a loss. Surely, if he returned next time, this man would reserve any good finds for him. All right then, let us head out. Brother, you might want to wait for me at the village entrance. You know the situation. I need to go back and fetch a sack. Li Chong took his last puff and said, Sure. I will wait for you at the village entrance, brotherly. Li Ming understood the circumstances. Some communes had too many matters to attend to. And even though Li Chong was the brigade leader, it wouldn't look good if he were seen with him. Li Ming pedaled straight to the village entrance. Knowing that as an outsider, he would not attract attention, he squatted in a cornfield, smoking for a while, before finally spotting Li Chong approaching, shouldering a large sack as he ambled toward the village exit. Brother, I brought the piglets for you to check, Li Chong said, handing over the sack. Li Ming opened it to find 2 lively piglets wriggling inside, making soft sounds. Perfect timing. Most people are out in the fields earning labor points right now, so no one has noticed me. Observing the spirited piglets, Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. All right, brotherly, everything looks good. Please count the money. After handing over a mix of cash to Li Chong, he watched the man's face brighten as he counted the bills. Brotherly, I'll take these 2 piglets with me. During this time, could you keep an eye out for anyone in Shiba Lydian selling grain? I plan to come back next month, and we can make another transaction then. Rest assured, Brother Ming. I'll keep an eye out for you, and look forward to your return. Li Chong, having profited from this deal more than he would in a year's worth of labor points, was naturally in high spirits. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ming mounted his bicycle, ready to return to Beijing. On the way, he found a secluded spot and transferred the 2 piglets into his breeding space, feeling quite pleased as he headed home. This trip had certainly not been in vain. By the end of the month, the first batch of pigs in his space would be ready for sale, allowing him to earn some small profits while also solidifying his position. Whistling a cheerful tune, Li Ming felt remarkably lighthearted on his journey home. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the steel mill, he dismounted and pushed his bicycle towards his home. Just then, he spotted his mother supervising the renovation of their house. Mother, I'm back. Seeing her eldest son return with his bicycle, Li's mother hurried over, momentarily abandoning her chat with the neighbors. Did you have a fruitful day? She asked, still worried about her son's first venture into the countryside for procurement. Li Ming parked his bicycle under the eaves before responding, It's seldom that the first attempt goes smoothly. He then leaned in closer to his mother and whispered, Now, the grain in the countryside is barely enough to eat. A few months ago, their commune's dining hall served lavish meals, better than what we had in Beijing, but now it's nothing but coarse grains. Even fine grains have become rare. Although I didn't procure much, I gathered plenty of information. We need to continue stockpiling grain. His mother nodded slowly, understanding. I see. You should go rest for a bit. It must be tiring, being your first time in the countryside. Come now, you know my stamina well enough. There's no need to worry, he assured her. I plan to go fishing at the Jinshui River soon. If I catch something, we can save on a meal. Li's mother listened to her son scheming with a chuckle, fully aware that he was considering the family's well-being, and thus did not intervene. Off you go. But do exercise caution, and remember to return by mealtime. Sure thing, replied Li Ming, who then retreated to his room to fetch his homemade fishing rod and a bucket, preparing to make his way to the Jinshui River. In later years, the Jinshui River became a scenic spot in the Dongqing district of Beijing, comprising both the inner and outer Jinshui rivers. The inner Jinshui River stretches approximately 100 meters, flowing through the area in front of the Taihe Gate of the Forbidden City, meandering from the northwest to the south until reaching the Wuying Gate, then veering eastward across the square of Taihe Gate, before continuing north, then turning east again, passing by the Wenyuan Pavilion, before finally exiting the southeastern corner of the Forbidden City through the Water Gate and merging into the Tongzi River outside the palace. The outer Jinshui River, measuring around 600 meters, lies east of Tiananmen, where it converges with the Yuhua River, flowing southward into the southern moat of the inner city, the moat of the Three Gates, and subsequently merging into the Tonghui River. However, there was no time for lengthy discussions now, as the common folk flocked to this very river for fishing, on any given holiday, or when retired elders were available. It became a customary retreat for many to cast their lines here. Today I find myself fishing and run into you, little Li. As Li Ming reached the banks of the Jingshui River, settling into his favorite spot, he heard an elderly voice calling out to him. Turning to his left, he spotted a man in his 70s, tall and clad in dark attire, yet exuding a vigorous spirit. This elder, known to Li Ming as Old Zhang, was a fishing companion he had come to know over the years. Although Li Ming was unaware of his full name, he often observed that Old Zhang was accompanied by security personnel and a secretary, with cars at his disposal for transportation. Judging by later experiences, it was clear that Old Zhang was at least a division or bureau-level official, and certainly held a position of higher rank before retirement. As they had spent considerable time fishing together, they had grown familiar, with Old Zhang calling him Little Li and Li Ming referring to him as Old Zhang. Old Zhang has arrived. And look at you, bringing along 2 bodyguards. I swear, no matter how many bodyguards you have, you still won't catch any fish. You Air Force ace. Li Ming teased without hesitation, a customary banter between the two. The guards and secretary nearby had grown accustomed to their exchanges. Old Zhang smirked. Can't you wish for an old man like me to have a bit of good fortune? I've already caught a few today. Li Ming leaned over to peek into his bucket, bursting into laughter. What sort of little fish have you caught? Even the cat at home would turn its nose up at those. Infuriated, Old Zhang's beard quivered with indignation. Today, I shall see what substantial catch you managed to reel in. Very well, just watch. With that, Li Ming skillfully baited his hook and cast his line, executing the motion seamlessly. Not 5 minutes had passed before Old Zhang's curiosity got the better of him. Little Li, I remember you graduated from vocational school, right? What job did you get assigned to? The elder inquired, leaning in with keen interest. Oh, I'm now a procurement officer at the Red Star Steel Plant. Once I'm confirmed, my salary will be 42 yuan and 50 cents, Li Ming replied with a hint of pride. The guards and secretary beside him struggled to contain their laughter, their lips curling into smiles. Li Ming cast a glance at them. You 2 wooden figures. If you want to laugh, just go ahead. No need to hold back, or you might just choke on it. Upon hearing this, Old Zhang burst into a hearty laugh. And even the 2 guards couldn't suppress their chuckles. Young man, keep up the hard work. One day you'll earn more than this old man. Old Zhang said with a grin directed at Li Ming. Li Ming chose not to respond, instead gently twitching the end of his fishing rod. Old Zhang, realizing this indicated a fish on the line, hurriedly set down his rod and squatted beside him. Hey, Little Li, don't shake it. Pull it in quickly. Old Zhang exclaimed with excitement, gesturing animatedly. Don't give me unsolicited advice. If the fish gets away, you'll owe me. Li Ming retorted, continuing his battle with the fish. Finally, feeling that he had exhausted the fish's strength, he gave a strong tug on the rod, successfully bringing the fish to the surface. Not bad. Over 2 kilograms of grass carp, far superior to your little fry. Li Ming shot a triumphant glance at Old Zhang. While I might not earn as much as you bureaucrats, I can certainly fish, he added, relishing the moment. Old Zhang's wrinkles seemed to tighten as he muttered. This shouldn't be. How can a young lad outfish an old hand like me? Li Ming chuckled. You see, it's called a novice protection period. Old Zhang immediately countered. Then your protection period has been rather lengthy. It's been years. That has nothing to do with you. Today I'm determined to catch a big one. Old Zhang retorted with a stubborn glint in his eye, picking up his discarded fishing rod to continue his pursuit for a worthy catch. Fine. I'll take my leave then. Today has been fruitful. I can treat myself to a nice meal tonight, Li Ming said, lifting his bucket to depart. Youngster, if you find anything bothersome, feel free to come to me. Even in retirement, I still have some influence, Old Zhang advised, looking at Li Ming earnestly. Having known each other for 2 years through their fishing exploits, Old Zhang genuinely appreciated this young man, while others sought to curry favor. Li Ming treated him as any young person would an elder, engaging in playful banter that brought comfort to Old Zhang, yet also left him pondering. He felt this boy belonged to a realm beyond his own, sometimes speaking with unexpected wisdom, other times exuding a calm demeanor, traits one would not typically expect from someone who had yet to reach 20. For now, it's unnecessary. You should save your influence for your grandchildren, Li Ming replied, fully aware that Old Zhang was not an ordinary person. However, he felt no need to rely on him. After all, they were merely fishing companions. If a serious issue arose, even the most powerful figure could only offer limited assistance. It was better for him to grow independently. Should a dire problem arise, he would not fear it. If necessary, he could resolve it discreetly and vanish it into the void, causing even the emperor himself to be unable to trace it. Li Ming's response did not surprise Old Zhang, who simply sat there chuckling to himself. The guards and secretary had become accustomed to their exchanges and enjoyed watching their playful repartee. With his fish bucket in hand, Li Ming strolled leisurely back to his courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices emanating from within, resembling a heated argument. Setting his fish bucket inside, He made his way to the courtyard, where he found his mother tidying up alongside the renovation workers, as it was nearing the end of their workday. Peering into the courtyard, he discovered that Su Damao and Hiyuju were embroiled in a verbal clash. Su Damao, though lacking in physical prowess, was quite adept with his words. "Shaju, what gives you the right to scold me?" Su Damao shouted indignantly at Hiyuju. "Because Grandpa likes it. What is it to you?" Hiyuju retorted defiantly, adopting an attitude as if he were the king of the world. Su Damao took 2 steps back, hiding behind the columns of the corridor while continuing to berate Hiyuju. "Bah, you deserve it, you fool. Still a bachelor at your age, you'll always be a bachelor." Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at Su Damao's sharp tongue, every insult aimed squarely at Hiyuju's vulnerabilities. Hiyuju was probably around 22 or 23 by now. At this age, if one remained unmarried, whispers would surely circulate behind their back. Today, Hiyuju was not eager to retaliate, thinking to himself, "You, Su Damao, aren't in a position to boast. You're unmarried too. At least I have my parents to help me find a partner," Su Damao exclaimed before running off, fully aware that Hiyuju would soon retaliate. As expected, upon hearing these words, Hiyuju swiftly removed his stinky shoe and hurled it at Su Damao with all his might. "Ouch! Bullseye!" Su Damao shouted, "You big fool. Throwing your stinky shoe at me. I'll throw it back." He then picked up the shoe from the ground and tossed it over the courtyard wall. Seizing the opportunity while Su Damao was distracted, Hiyuju charged at him. Su Damao trembled, pointing at Hiyuju and stammering, "SS silly Zhu, what do you want?" Hiyuju reached Su Damao's side and delivered a punch straight to his face. But that was not the end. Hiyuju followed up with 2 fierce kicks to Su Damao's groin, causing him to clutch his crotch and scream in agony. If things turned sour between himself and Hiyuju later, he could discreetly blame Su Damao's inability to have children on Hiyuju. That would certainly stir up some excitement. Li Ming, standing to the side, lit a cigarette and contemplated this spectacle. Just then, old man Yi Zhonghai ambled over, pointing towards Hiyuju. "What are you doing, Zhu?" Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai, Hiyuju finally relented and stepped back from Su Damao. Otherwise, he would have continued to pummel him. All right, it's nothing serious. Everyone hurry back to cook." Yi Zhonghai, no longer pretending to be impartial, completely ignored the curled-up Su Damao on the ground. Seeing that they were ushering people away, and not being a resident of the courtyard, Li Ming turned back towards home, reflecting that the atmosphere in the front courtyard was far more pleasant. Chapter 16, Daily Life. "Back from the excitement, son?" Li Ming's mother called out from the kitchen as he entered the house. Yes, it was quite lively at the courtyard, full of commotion. He replied, walking towards the kitchen to see if he could lend a hand. "No need to come in, you just get in the way," his mother remarked disdainfully as she glanced at him. Hearing this, Li Ming promptly turned to leave. "Oh, by the way, Mom, I caught a fish today. You can clean it up. Don't worry, I'm already preparing it. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. And go buy a bottle of liquor from the cooperative at the alley. Your father enjoys that," his mother instructed casually. "Sure thing. I'll head there now." Li Ming waved as he exited the house, intending to purchase the liquor. Li Ming, off to do what? Third Uncle Yen Fuguei asked, watering his plants at the gate. "Oh, third uncle, I caught a fish over 2 pounds today. Planning to have it for dinner. Dad likes fish with his liquor, so I have to get a bottle," Li Ming explained, hoping to stir a reaction from Yen Fuguei. "No need to buy anything. I'll bring some over," Yen Fuguei offered eagerly. Li Ming quickly shook his head. "That one tea do, third uncle. My dad can't drink your diluted erguo too. I'd better hurry and buy my own. You just keep watering your flowers." Without waiting for a response, he dashed out of the yard, thinking it wise to tease Yen Fuguei, but not to invite him over for dinner, lest they end up without even a drop of soup. Yen Fuguei felt quite disappointed that he missed out on a meal at the Li household today. Although the cooking skills in the Li family weren't as high as those of Hiyuju from the courtyard, they had a daily fare that was top-notch. Despite Yi Zhonghai's decent salary now, it still fell short of the level required when the plot thickens, with his monthly income barely reaching 99 yuan. Moreover, he was constantly preoccupied with his retirement plans, making it hard for him to indulge in lavish meals. During this time, the supply and marketing cooperatives in the city provided a wide array of goods, including staple foods, meat, eggs, fish, vegetables, and essentials like tobacco, alcohol, sugar, tea, and cloth. The common folk could procure most of their daily necessities from these cooperatives. Li Ming emerged from the cooperative carrying 2 bottles of erguo, just as he ran into his father, Li Weigua, who had just finished work alongside Lu Haizhong. "Li Ming, your mom sent you to buy something," Li Weigua exclaimed, spotting his son from a distance. When they were face to face, Li Ming pouted, "Yeah, I caught a fish. And Mom wants to cook it for you. Then she asked me to buy liquor, so it turns out tonight's dinner is all on me." This made both men chuckle, with Lu Haizhong envying the obedient and filial elder son of the Li family. Every household in the courtyard was envious of them. "That just proves my son is doing well," Li Weiguo said, clapping Li Ming on the shoulder without hesitation. Hurry up and hand over the liquor. Don't drop it. He snatched the bottles from Li Ming's hands. At the steel mill courtyard, in the Li household, Li Rui teased her father as he happily drank from his cup. Dad, you've taken advantage of my brother again today. Of course. Who wouldn't envy our family at the steel mill now? My son is a cadre. And once my precious daughter graduates, she'll also be a cadre, Li Weiguo said, chuckling as he sipped his drink. Li Ming chose not to engage with his intoxicated father, who was hopelessly tipsy after just a few drinks. Li Ming, did you bring back anything good from the countryside today? His mother inquired. Rui, go close the door, Li Ming instructed his sister before continuing. Nothing much. I went to the countryside today and didn't even see a chicken feather. However, I did meet a production team leader from Shibilidian. And he mentioned that the communal dining halls in the countryside have gone from serving lavish meat dishes to now offering coarse rice and rough meals. Sometimes even the rough rice is in short supply due to this year's severe drought. The harvest is expected to be poor. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo stopped laughing and listened intently to his son's account from the countryside. Nonetheless, I plan to visit every month. It would be good to gather some supplies. Even if we can't find much for the steel mill, it would be useful for our family to stock up on food, he added. Li Weiguo nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly it. Your mother and I need to be diligent about gathering food. After dinner, I'll find our food ration coupons. We should exchange them for grain while we can, he said. All right, I'll come home early from work in the future to help with that. Li Weiguo nodded gravely. Since Li Ming enrolled in vocational school, he had gained a voice in family matters, especially now that he was earning money and doing well in the procurement department at the steel mill. His parents regarded his suggestions with considerable importance. Most importantly, Li Weiguo and his wife were not oblivious. Recently, anyone paying attention to food supplies could feel that grains were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. By the way, brother, I heard that He Yushui's brother got into another argument with Su Demao today, Li Rui chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she sought the latest gossip from Li Ming. Ah, indeed. If there ever comes a day when those two do not engage in a quarrel, it would undoubtedly signify the absence of either Su Demao or He Yushu from our courtyard. Rest assured, as long as these two adversaries reside within our vicinity, our courtyard will remain abuzz with lively happenings. After finishing his last morsel of food, Li Ming reclined in his chair, contentedly patting his belly as he spoke. At this moment, one can truly indulge in a hearty meal. Come the new year, however, merely feeling 7/10 full from a single meal would be a considerable achievement. Yet, even then, he would not lack for sustenance. He could always discreetly procure some for personal use, albeit with caution to avoid attracting the attention of the beasts in the courtyard. Who knows how that White Lotus, Qin Huai, might adapt her tactics to drain resources during the years of calamity? After assisting his mother in clearing the dining table, Comrade Li Ming returned to his modest quarters, preparing to immerse himself in his breeding space to check on the harvest schedule for his first batch of meat and grain. Recently, he had discovered a fully constructed warehouse within his breeding space, capable of maintaining a time-stopped state when items were stored inside. This would undoubtedly serve as a treasure to help them weather the impending years of hardship. It is fortunate that this system came into his possession. Had it ended up with the lowly chicken farmer, it would have likely been squandered. Chapter 17, Daily Life 2. The following day, around 8 in the morning, Li Ming finally awoke from his slumber. Given the peculiar nature of his 3 positions, he had to adapt his work schedule accordingly. At this hour, he anticipated that the office would be nearly empty upon his arrival. Rising leisurely, he tidied himself before hastily cycling toward the steel mill. Inside the steel mill's office for his division, Li Ming pushed the door open to find, as expected, only Chief Su Chong alone, smoking in solitude. You're early again today, Su Chong teased upon seeing Li Ming enter. Well, I'm just not accustomed to this early routine, haha. But Su Go, you truly arrive at an ungodly hour every day. Su Chong sported a face akin to constipation. Do you think I relish showing up this early? If I don't come in early, the door to our office wouldn't be open until quitting time. Believe it or not, I believe it. Today I'm a firm believer, Li Ming replied, flinging himself into a chair and deftly catching the cigarette Su Chong tossed his way to light up. You didn't bring anything back from the countryside yesterday, did you? Su Chong inquired. Not really, just a simple trip, but the situation down there is dire. Li Ming replied, straightening up to look at Su Chong. Su Ge, you should stockpile some grain or something. Even the large dining halls in the countryside have started serving brown rice, and sometimes even that isn't enough. That news is alarming. Su Chong waved his hand dismissively. I and a few others have already started stockpiling. If you hadn't mentioned it upon returning, I would have still felt compelled to inform you. You should urge your family to gather as much food as possible. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a loss later. It's just us procurement folks and some with sense who are aware of this. Our conversation today will likely be met with disbelief. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed. They probably think we're fools, Su Chong added. As for your permanent position, if it's not feasible, just hang in there for a few months. It won't make much difference. Su Chong reassured him. Rest assured, Chief, while my family's situation isn't ideal, I certainly won't lack for a bit of money, Li Ming replied, reflecting on the forced competitiveness of his era. If an opportunity arises, we'll seize it. If not, we'll simply lie flat. Su Chong raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the term lying flat. Haha, it means to lie still and do nothing. Letting things unfold as they will, Li Ming elaborated. Su Chong nodded in understanding. By your definition, it seems our division is already lying flat, and quite well at that. They shared a laugh, continuing their banter until noon approached, when the remaining 4 colleagues slowly pushed the office door open. Old Su, here's your hush money. Zhou Tian tossed a large front door onto the desk. Great, this is for the 2 of us, Su Chong said, tearing open the packaging and tossing 2 boxes at Li Ming. The rest can fight it out among themselves. The 4 of them felt as though they had been drained of energy, each finding a spot to collapse. Excuse me, my dear older brothers. What on earth did you all get up to last night? You all look utterly exhausted, Li Ming remarked. Exactly. If you 4 went out to have some fun, I could understand, but how come you're all in such a state today? Su Chong inquired, settling beside Li Ming and interrogating the quartet. The 4 exchanged glances, lips twitching, but remained silent. Su Chong and Li Ming exchanged knowing looks, sensing there was a juicy story behind their demeanor and determined not to let it slip by. I say, if you 4 have truly encountered trouble, you should share it with us. Perhaps we can find a way to help, Su Chong urged. Isn't that right? Mingzi? Su Gu is correct. If you have an issue, you must speak up. The more minds, the more solutions, Li Ming added. Wang Jun suddenly stood up. All right, if it needs to be said, it shall be said. Ming is right. I'll go get us some food, but discussing matters shouldn't delay our meal. Though startled, Li Ming and Su Chong welcomed the offer, quickly handing over their lunchboxes to Wang Jun, who took them and left. At that moment, Zheng Ping also stood up. Wang Jun is right, but if you all are helping us, I feel bad. I'll go buy us a couple of bottles of liquor. The remaining 2 gazed at each other, puzzled. Su Chong, sensing the opportunity, shouted, I want Lianhua Bai. Zheng Ping nodded and promptly exited as well. Li Ming and Su Chong, now exceedingly curious, fixed their gazes on the 2 remaining slow-moving colleagues. Surely you 2 don't have anything you need to buy, do you? If not, hurry up and speak. Su Chong urged, pulling up a chair opposite Wu Gang. Well, if I don't say anything, Zhou Tian began. Realizing he could not evade the question, Wu Gang appeared somewhat bashful, hesitating to speak. Clearing his throat, Zhou Tian finally confessed, so here's the thing. The other day, we 4 went on a little adventure to find a half-open door. You know, Tian Gu, you might not be aware of this. Li Ming interjected, get to the point. Right. So there was this household with 2 sisters, and after we wrapped up, we were planning to head back late at night. Suddenly, 2 big men barged into the courtyard, chasing after us and wanting to fight. We were too exhausted to engage, so we just turned and ran. And then? Su Chong asked, eagerly anticipating the rest. Then, feeling disgruntled about it, we 4 decided to return the next day. Little did we know, those 2 men had been lurking in the courtyard, waiting for us. Unbeknownst to us, we got beaten up again, Zhou Tian recounted. Li Ming felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation, while Su Chong wore an expression of incredulity. What? You got chased away and then went back for revenge? Only to get beaten again? And you didn't even know what you were getting into? Li Ming and Su Chong exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Chapter 18. The Secret of the 4 Salty Fish. Wait a moment. Su Chong interjected hastily, interrupting Zhou Tian's attempt to continue speaking. Zhou Tian looked momentarily taken aback, raising his head in slight confusion. What do you 4 intend to do? Su Chong pressed on. Zhou Tian fell into contemplation, realizing there wasn't much to be done. At worst, the 4 of them could simply switch to a few different establishments. However, they were still troubled by the fact that they had never succeeded in a 4 against 2 scenario. Zhou Tian scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Well, it seems you 4 haven't changed at all. Still contemplating switching places? Su Chong replied with a sense of exasperation. This physiological issue must be addressed, mustn't it? Wu Gang added quietly. A hush fell over the group, and after a brief silence, Zheng Ping and Wang Jun returned with lunch and alcohol in hand. Squad leader, let us eat first, let us eat, Wang Jun remarked, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Su Chong waved his hand dismissively. So, you 4 are seeking a way to vent your frustrations? Upon hearing this, the 2 newcomers realized their secret had been exposed and ceased to dwell on it. At the very least, we need to know why we got beaten up, Zheng Ping quipped. Su Chong nodded. All right then, I can assist you 4 with this matter. As long as it's not illegal, we can certainly work something out. What about you, Mingzi? Li Ming, upon hearing Su Chong address him, did not hesitate. Although the 4 of them were up to no good, They could not simply allow themselves to be bullied. If this were handled correctly, he could firmly establish himself in the third group. Moreover, with the impending chaos of the coming years, it was prudent to secure a stable position. I have no objections. If it comes to strength, I should be the strongest among us, Li Ming replied, a smile spreading across his face. However, noticing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the five before him, he felt compelled to prove himself. He immediately bent down to search for something suitable to demonstrate his strength. It's not that I don't believe you, Mingzi, but Su Gu, look at you. You've lost quite a bit of weight. How much strength could you possibly have? Just let us know when you're ready to show off tonight, Su Chong said, displaying a rather magnanimous demeanor as he patted Li Ming on the shoulder. The other four were genuinely touched that the new colleague was willing to assist them. Regardless of the extent of his help, at least he had the heart to do so. No, the way you five are looking at me makes me feel quite displeased. I must find something to prove my strength, Li Ming declared, glancing at the five with determination. Suddenly, he spotted 3 enamel mugs on Su Chong's desk. Squad leader, you have a surplus of these enamel cups. Would you mind if I took one to demonstrate? Su Chong deduced that Li Ming intended to deform the mug to showcase his strength, so he nodded in acquiescence. Considering the mugs were merely given out every year and held little value, Li Ming promptly took one of the mugs in hand and, with both hands, applied pressure towards the center. The mug emitted a screeching sound that could make one cringe. And the eyes of the five widened in astonishment as they watched Li Ming manipulate the mug into an irregular spherical shape. With a decisive gesture, Li Ming placed the deformed object on the table. Well, what do you think? Is my strength adequate? Wow. What on earth did you eat to grow up like this? This is unreal. I can't believe I wasn't just seeing stars yesterday. Wang Jun exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Let me see your hand, Zheng Ping said, his expression filled with confusion. Li Ming extended his hand, and the 5 men gathered around to examine it closely. Good heavens, there isn't even a red mark. Su Chong murmured, as if his very belief system had been shattered. After all, he considered himself the strongest in the third group, only to be outmatched by a lad not even 20 years old. Hiss. Several of them inhaled sharply, contributing yet another breath to the phenomenon of global warming. Brother, you are now officially my brother. Wu Gang enthusiastically grasped Li Ming's hand and began to shake it. The others instinctively took a step back. Li Ming, now visibly perturbed, extricated his hand from Wu Gang's grip. Zhou Tian, attempting to lighten the mood, distributed cigarettes to everyone. Well then, let us see how Mingzi performs tonight. Just be cautious. Please don't crush those two into a ball like this. Li Ming nodded. Rest assured, I'll be mindful. I usually don't exert myself too much. The group nodded in agreement, the atmosphere appearing quite harmonious. Cough, cough. Since there are no further issues, let us eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold. Su Chong called out to everyone, prompting them to dine. The 6 gathered in the office, indulging in food and drink, creating quite a lively scene. Once they finished eating, Su Chong resumed speaking. So, you all realize that since Mingzi and I are helping you today, you ought to express some gratitude, right? Su Chong glanced at the 4 slackers. Ah, I knew you'd be thinking about us, Wu Gang replied, a knowing expression on his face. So, squad leader, what are you suggesting? Zheng Ping inquired directly. Su Chong took a puff of his cigarette before responding. If Mingzi doesn't showcase his abilities, I would have considered treating you all to a nice meal. However, given the circumstances, the terms must be adjusted. 2 meals at Donglai Shan, what do you say? Li Ming could only marvel at Su Chong's cunning as he seized this opportunity to improve their meals. All right, no problem. It's a deal. Li Ming and Su Chong burst into laughter, their agreement sealing the arrangement. Squad leader, I'm quite pleased with this deal, Li Ming added. Su Chong nodded vigorously. I truly hope we can have such arrangements once a week. He then glanced at the 4 slackers who were quietly eating. The 4 dared not interject, fully aware that they were being treated like fattened pigs for slaughter. After the meal, the 4's spirits lifted significantly, clearly eager to vent their frustrations. As the steel mill's closing bell rang, the members of the third group rose, preparing to leave for the day. Cough, cough. Let's south meet at my place in a bit. Afterward, we'll head to Dong Lai Shun for a meal, and then we'll get down to business. Su Chong commanded, leaving one to wonder if the third group was embarking on a collective procurement mission. All right, I'll head back first and then join you. Li Ming noted, not wishing to be like the 4 slackers. He needed to return home first to inform his family. Okay, Mingzi, you go ahead. I'll also return to let my wife know, Su Chong replied, revealing that he too had a family. The 4 slackers exchanged glances, suggesting they head directly to Dong Lai Shun instead. Let us go ahead. We'll meet you there. Fine, you go ahead, and Mingzi and I will catch up afterward. Su Chong agreed readily, not lingering on the matter. Chapter 19. Dong Lai Shun. The group parted ways, and Li Ming rode his bicycle to the steel mill entrance, waiting for his father to prepare to head home together. Old Li, look, isn't that Mingzi? He has come to pick you up again, Yi Zhonghai remarked enviously. Li's father looked up to see his eldest son waving at him from across the street. He quickly bid farewell to his colleagues and, with a joyful heart, mounted his son's bicycle amidst the envious glances of his co-workers. It was hard not to feel envious. His daughter-in-law worked at the neighborhood office. His son was a formal cadre at the steel mill, and they had a daughter who would also become a cadre upon graduation. People often remarked that the disparities between individuals could sometimes be greater than those between dogs and humans. By the way, Dad, I want to be eating at home today. I'm going out with colleagues, Li Ming informed his father as he pedaled. Go ahead, as long as you're not out causing trouble. It's just a meal with colleagues, Li's father replied. Moreover, I have no intention of dining upon my return today. Please have your mother save some for me. I must hastily venture out to procure provisions. Comrade Li Weigua expressed a profound sentiment. While there is presently an abundance of food, in times of calamity, these supplies would prove woefully insufficient. Most importantly, when that time arrives, it would be futile even if one had the wealth to spend. It is indeed a loss that one's own son must remind them. Regardless of the timing, it is prudent to gather as much as possible for the household. The father and son engaged in casual conversation as they made their way. It wasn't long before they arrived at the courtyard. Certainly much quicker than other routes relying on the 11 bus. Upon entering the courtyard, the first person they encountered was the doorkeeper, Yen Fuguei, who was busy tending to the flower pots. Seizing the opportunity while this old miser was oblivious to their presence, the father and son hurriedly made their way home. Mother, my father and I have returned, Li Ming exclaimed to his mother, who was supervising in the yard. Only then did Li Mu notice her eldest son's arrival and promptly relayed a few instructions to the surrounding workers before heading back inside. Mother, how is the tidying up of our courtyard coming along? Li Ming inquired, taking a sip from a teacup. We've hardly completed half of it. Don't be so impatient. Are you eager to move out already? Li Mu teased, casting a playful glance at her son. Li Ming hastily waved his hands. Not at all. I merely intended to check on the progress once it is finished. By the way, I want to be having dinner at home tonight. There's a gathering with my colleagues, and someone is treating us. He then proceeded to inform his mother. That's fine. It's good to socialize. In this regard, Li Mu shared her husband's open-mindedness. With his mother's permission, Li Ming mounted his bicycle and exited the courtyard, intent on enjoying a sumptuous meal of mutton at Donglishan. Ever since he had traversed to this world, his visits to Donglishan had been infrequent, and with the rare opportunity of a treat from someone else, he felt compelled to indulge, especially since he would need to exert himself later that evening. By the way, dear wife, I also want to be dining at home today. Just leave a pot for you two after your meal. I must take this chance to see if I can stock up on more provisions. All right then, you can ride my bike over, Li Fu said, retrieving the bike keys and stepping out of the courtyard. Mother, where's my brother? At that moment, Li Rue returned home and inquired upon noticing her elder brother's absence. Your brother has gone out to dine with colleagues. Your father has also left to buy some supplies. Okay, I will go do my homework. Call me when dinner is ready. Without waiting for a response from Li Mu, she dashed into her room to begin her studies. At the entrance of Donglishan, Li Ming pedaled swiftly, arriving at the restaurant in a flurry. Zhou Tian was already stationed outside, ready to greet those who arrived. Mingzi, you're quite prompt, he said, offering a cigarette. Li Ming took the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, and parked his bicycle. With someone treating us, we must seize the moment. Ah, you're always so eager, Zhou Tian remarked, rolling his eyes. All right, hurry inside. I still have to wait for Lao Su. They're at the table furthest to the left. Understood. Thank you, Brother Tian. Upon entering Donglishan, Li Ming walked to the leftmost table at the back, where he noticed 3 smoking chimneys. No wonder they were tucked away in a corner. This would surely attract trouble elsewhere. Mingzi has arrived. Come, sit down, Wu Gang exclaimed, standing up to pull him into a seat. The 3 chimneys now became 4. After a brief wait, Su Chong entered alongside Zhou Tian. Let us order. Su Chong called out to the waiter, who was visibly startled by the extravagant orders from the 4 guests treating. The lamb at Donglishan boasts 2 notable characteristics. First, the selection of ingredients is exquisite. The mutton is sourced from the Shilin Joel League in Inner Mongolia, consisting of sheep aged between 1 to 1.5 years. These sheep thrive on the region's sweet water and tender grass, rich in minerals, resulting in tender meat devoid of any gamey flavor. The cuts used include the upper neck, cucumber strips, and various other prime parts, yielding only 40 of the sheep's net meat. Hence, the guests were understandably taken aback by the cost of their orders. Second, the sweet garlic served is a delightful accompaniment. The sweet garlic is sourced from the superior de Luban garlic variety in Bazhou, Hebei, and is meticulously prepared over 3 months. This sweet garlic is devoid of any off-putting taste, offering a balance of sweet and sour that is both refreshing and appetizing. Oh, they charge for the sweet garlic as well. The 4 gentlemen, eager for a lavish meal, quickly set aside any concerns about the expense. As soon as the meat was served, they eagerly began cooking, each hoping to grab as much as possible to alleviate their financial regret. Once the meal concluded, the 6 chimneys lit up as they each lit a cigarette and began to converse. "Old Sue, you've really treated us well tonight. We must work hard to earn our keep." Wang Jun chimed in, preemptively warning them. "Rest assured, with the 6 of us, we can manage just fine." Su Chong replied confidently, a hiccup escaping him amidst the smoke. Li Ming, feeling content and rubbing his belly, acknowledged that this meal was indeed satisfying. And it was time for him to contribute. "Brothers, don't worry. Things should generally go smoothly, as long as we don't escalate the situation." With that, their worries eased, as the 4 had often dealt with physical challenges, and their stamina was lacking. Su Chong, however, was not one to indulge in such pastimes. Yet the group held some doubts about the capabilities of an older man in his 40s who often slacked off. Seeing their reliable comrade speak up brought them a sense of reassurance. Chapter 20, Measurement Unit, 5 Pillars? Su Chong glanced at his watch, noting that it was nearly time. "Shall we head over and wait for a bit?" The group nodded in agreement, eager to finish early and return home, while the 4 gentlemen were already revving up, looking forward to redeeming their pride from the previous encounter. In the 8 great alleys, guided by Zhou Tian, the group stealthily made their way under the cover of night. Just ahead, Zhou Tian hunched over, pointing toward the entrance adorned with 2 dim lanterns. "All right, let us each find a place to hide. Tian, stick with Mingzi. Wu Gang, you follow me. We don't know those 2, so you 2 can direct us." Su Chong organized the group into 3, each finding a spot to wait for the 2 unsuspecting men who had previously wronged them. "Tian, do you think they'll come today?" Li Ming asked, growing increasingly impatient as the mosquitoes began to swarm. "They should. Otherwise, how have we run into them consistently these past few days?" After waiting a while longer, Zhou Tian finally spotted 2 figures emerging at the alley's mouth and quickly whispered to Li Ming, "Mingzi, it's them." Following Zhou Tian's pointed finger, Li Ming caught sight of the 2 men. Indeed, they were quite burly. "All right, let us proceed as we discussed during dinner. One of us will take on each of them. No need to ask who they are. We'll just go in and do what needs to be done. I'll make the first move when they get closer. And Tian, keep an eye out for me." Zhou Tian, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, regardless of one's stature. Any man would easily become exhilarated at the prospect of a brawl. Li Ming, too, was suppressing his inner restlessness, for he had yet to truly employ the formidable skills inherited from Li Yuanba. Although he was not in peak condition, he could undeniably sense a thrill emanating from his core. As he observed the 2 opponents drawing nearer, the 2 groups, led by Su Chong, began to emerge from the shadows. The footsteps of the 2 burly men hesitated momentarily, yet they continued to advance. "Charge, Su!" The squad leader growled under his breath, leading 3 companions towards one of the assailants. Upon hearing the command, Li Ming sprang forth from his concealed position at the doorway. Although he emerged slightly later than Su Chong and his men, he swiftly maneuvered to the left. The 4 men beside him felt a gust of wind brush past their cheeks, only to witness Li Ming deliver a powerful kick that sent the man on the left flying. Harnessing the momentum, Li Ming landed a kick to the opponent's abdomen, lifting him off the ground, and immediately followed up with 2 iron fists that struck the man's eye sockets. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate soul collapsed, dazed and oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Li Ming, still somewhat concerned, placed his fingers beneath the man's nose to check for breath, relieved to confirm he had merely lost consciousness. Second, the targeted brute, witnessing his comrades swiftly subdued, felt a chill of dread creep into his heart and shouted in alarm. "Hurry!" Su Chong, seeing Li Ming efficiently dispatch one adversary while his own 5 men were still circling their opponent, grew anxious. If they delayed too long, the earlier shout could attract patrolling officers, leading to an awkward predicament. One might wonder why there were 5 individuals. Zhou Tian, having followed Li Ming halfway, noticed that the latter had already concluded his battle, prompting him to pivot and rush towards Su Chong's side. Li Ming turned around to observe the melee, spotting 5 men entangled with a single opponent, an utterly chaotic scene that left him momentarily perplexed. "Step aside." Upon hearing his voice, the 5 surrounding the fray instinctively retreated, allowing Li Ming to spot the towering figure in the center, standing over 6 feet tall. With renewed determination, he launched himself forward, executing a swift kick that sent the giant crashing against the wall, followed by 2 well-placed punches. After ensuring the man was unconscious, he turned back to the 5 men. "They're all out. Let us make haste." Li Ming beamed at his accomplishments, now certain that in their courtyard, his prowess was unrivaled. Should a conflict arise with Hiyuzhu, Li Ming mused, even in his not-so-prime condition, he could likely muster the combat effectiveness of 5 men. The five individuals gazed in stunned silence at Li Ming's fluid and decisive maneuvers, momentarily speechless. Thankfully, they were aware of his background. Otherwise, one might mistake him for a seasoned professional. Upon hearing Li Ming's remark, they quickly rose and made their way towards the alley's exit. As Wang Jun passed by, he delivered a kick to one of the fallen men, yet observing their still forms caused him to question whether he had perhaps overexerted himself. The 6 men reconvened at Donglishun via different routes, and upon seeing that the other 5 were unharmed, Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chong, gazing at the dashing young man before him, found it hard to reconcile this figure with the violent aggressor from moments prior. Let us return to our homes. We shall reconvene tomorrow, Su Chong announced, prompting the group to disperse. Li Ming, filled with satisfaction, rode his bicycle home, feeling that he had effectively tested the foundation of his abilities bestowed by the system. In the future, he would face any confrontation in the courtyard without trepidation. As for verbal altercations, he chuckled to himself, confident that his prowess as a future debater would render him untroubled. Humming a merry tune, he pedaled back to the courtyard. "Mom, I'm home," Li Ming called out as he pushed open the door. His mother, upon seeing him return, exhaled in relief. "It's good to have you back. Your father just returned as well. I'll go see what he bought," Li Ming remarked, curiosity piqued. "What else could it be?" "Just some cornmeal," his mother replied, amused by her son's inquisitiveness. "Well, never mind then. I'll head to my room and prepare for bed," Li Ming said, turning to retreat to his quarters. Chapter 21. Fishing. The following day, Li Ming awoke to the gentle rays of sunlight streaming in. Noticing it was already past 8, he leisurely began to prepare himself before enjoying the breakfast his mother had warmed for him. He then set off on his bicycle towards the steel mill. Along the way, he passed the Jinshui River and observed an increase in the number of individuals fishing by the banks, many appearing haggard as they wielded homemade rods and buckets. Li Ming surmised that a portion of these folks were struggling to secure sufficient food, prompting the unemployed to seek sustenance from the river. It seemed that many in the city had begun to realize the scarcity of food. After all, most residents of Shijiazhuang had relatives in the countryside, making such information easily attainable. At the procurement office of the Red Star Steel Mill, upon entering, Li Ming was surprised to find his colleagues had arrived unusually early, as he was greeted by a collective cloud of smoke from 5 chimneys. "What brings you all here so early?" Li Ming inquired, eyeing the 4 men seated and smoking. "Haha, Mingzi, you finally arrived late for once." Zhou Tian laughed as he stood and approached Li Ming, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. The others, including the squad leader, wore smiles, clearly pleased by the previous evening's display of camaraderie, which had transformed their sentiments towards him. "All right, now that Mingzi is here, let us tidy up and head to the Jinshui River," Su Chong announced as he emerged from behind his desk. Li Ming, slightly puzzled, questioned, "The Jinshui River? What is the purpose? Are we all going fishing?" Wu Gang, busy packing his fishing rod and bucket in the corner, responded, "Not quite. We arrived early today, but the squad leader was called away by the section chief. Apparently, due to recent shortages, we're encouraged to venture out and see if we can gather more supplies. Even the first and second squads have been dispatched. Mingzi, this fishing rod and bucket are for you. Take them." Su Chong handed over the fishing gear. Li Ming accepted the rod and bucket, then inquired, "What about bait?" The 5 men hesitated momentarily, realizing they had merely intended to find an excuse to leave the factory. The actual prospect of catching fish had not crossed their minds, as their primary goal was to fulfill the factory's requirement to be out and about. "Not to worry. We can dig for earthworms along the way," Zheng Ping casually suggested. "That might be a challenge. I passed by the Jinshui River earlier, and it seemed like everyone was already fishing there. Even the ground looked like it had been turned over several times." Su Chong chuckled, his grin wide. "But it's fine. We're just fulfilling our duty here. If we don't catch anything, it's no big deal." "All right then, let us get going," Li Ming replied, unfazed, content to spend his time, and if fishing proved futile, he could always check if old Zhang had any spare bait to share. "The fishing system I possess is hardly a legitimate one. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful to receive rewards for fishing?" While internally critiquing his own system, Comrade Li Ming pedaled alongside Su Chong and the others towards the banks of the Jinshui River. A frequent visitor to this location, Li Ming led his companions to his favorite fishing spot. "Mizi, this place where you often fish is quite splendid," exclaimed Wang Jun, admiring the surrounding scenery. "Absolutely. There are trees nearby, providing a lovely shade during the sweltering summer," Li Ming replied. "However, have you ever caught anything substantial here? I hope it's not merely a tiny fish." Su Chong chimed in, grinning broadly, his cigarette in tow. Clearly enjoying the outing, his first time fishing with such a large group after spending too much time idling at the steel mill. Li Ming scoffed. "Did you see that old man over there? He is only pulling in tiny catches. The fish I reel in are at least half a kilogram." The others exchanged skeptical glances. After all, with so many people fishing along the riverbank, They had rarely seen anyone hauling in large catches. Fine, let us split up. Whoever catches the least today treats the rest, Li Ming declared, unwilling to let anyone question his fishing prowess, and promptly threw down the gauntlet. All right, just wait and see who'll be treating us to dinner. I'm well known as a fishing master back in our courtyard, Zhou Tian boasted without a hint of hesitation. Excited, the group began to position themselves for fishing, eagerly awaiting Li Ming to provide bait and commence their angling endeavors. Approaching Old Zhang, Li Ming asked Old Zhang, "Could you spare some bait for me?" Old Zhang looked up and replied, "What's this? You didn't prepare any bait for fishing today? Planning to mooch off me?" Having spent considerable time with Li Ming, Old Zhang had picked up quite a few new phrases. "No, not at all. Today, my colleagues from the steel mill are here to fish, as part of a spontaneous task from our procurement department to explore and see if we can gather anything. Honestly, it's more fruitful to fish than to procure anything nowadays." Old Zhang chuckled. "What's this? Is the steel mill in dire need of provisions?" Li Ming nodded, while Xiao Xiong shrugged. "Indeed. Nowadays, it's not just the steel mill. Many people are venturing out to buy supplies to stock up. Last time I visited Sherbali, the production team leader there mentioned that there's hardly anything to eat in the countryside. Where on earth can one procure anything? All right, I'll reluctantly share some bait with you, but you must trade me a fish in return," Old Zhang said, glancing at his empty bucket, which had previously contained fish. "Absolutely, on account of the bait," Li Ming readily agreed. Old Zhang then signaled to a guard nearby to retrieve the bait from the car, and the two continued their idle chatter while waiting. "Old Su, look how familiar Mi Zi is with that old man," Wu Gang remarked to Su Chong. Su Chong assessed the two individuals standing beside Old Zhang. "I suspect that old man holds a respectable position. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guards accompanying him. It seems that Comrade Li Ming has quite an extensive network," Zheng Ping observed enviously. "Well, that doesn't concern us. What matters is that Mi Zi is genuinely good to us," Wang Jun noted cheerfully. "True, but let us focus on fishing. Haha, you bunch of novices better prepare to treat us. I'm determined to regain my losses from the last outing," Zhou Tian continued to boast, causing the others to roll their eyes. Everyone knew this was Zhou Tian's first fishing trip, yet he had the audacity to brag. After a while, Li Ming returned with a small packet of bait, distributing it among the group before finally preparing his own fishing gear. By the river on a summer day, a gentle breeze stirred the water's surface, creating delicate ripples. The willow trees swayed gently, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, casting a soft ambience. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering on the river, while the breeze caressed the surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Occasionally, fish would leap out of the water, stirring the fishermen's excitement. Wildflowers and grasses on both banks displayed their resilience under the scorching sun, regardless of whether others caught fish or not. Li Ming remained blissfully unaware and unconcerned, for his bucket already contained a hefty grass carp weighing over 2 kilograms. Old Zhang, on his left, stared incredulously at Li Ming's catch, glancing back and forth between their buckets, wishing he could covertly swap them. On his right, Su Chong, the section chief, had yet to catch a single fish, not even a fry, although he did manage to reel in a turtle, which brought him great joy. After all, a turtle was a prized catch. He couldn't help but notice the envy in the eyes of the few small fish nearby. "Mi Zi, your fishing skills are impressive," Su Chong remarked, eyeing his turtle and then Li Ming's grass carp. "Not too shabby, haha. But Chief Su, your skills aren't to be underestimated either. That turtle must weigh over a kilogram," Li Ming replied, engaging in a friendly exchange, simultaneously amusing their colleagues and Old Zhang. The group, overhearing their banter, rolled their eyes but continued casting their lines without pause. They couldn't afford to stop. If they failed to catch any fish, not only would they face ridicule, but they would also owe a dinner. The thought was painful. The four of them, now too engrossed to converse, focused solely on casting lines and baiting hooks with fluid motions, captivating to behold. "Ahem, well, young Ming, how is that fish of yours?" Old Zhang, distracted by Li Ming's impressive catch, forgot about the antics of the others. Although Su Chong had a sizable turtle, at his age, who cared about turtles? That 2-kilogram grass carp was far more enticing. Li Ming couldn't contain his laughter at Old Zhang's evident envy. "Hold on, Old Zhang. What if I catch another one shortly? You can choose then, but I can't swap now. I've wagered with my colleagues that whoever catches the least has to treat the group, and I doubt you want me to buy dinner for all 6 of us." All right. 6 people would indeed add up to quite a sum. "I'll wait for you, young man. I have all the time in the world since I'm not working today," Old Zhang said, casting his line with a flourish, continuing to fish. The outcome was secondary. What mattered was the grace of the cast. The group continued fishing until around 4 in the afternoon, having skipped lunch entirely, except for Old Zhang, who managed to snack on a quick meal. The procurement section was thoroughly exhausted from their efforts. While Zhou Tian continued to be unsuccessful, the others managed to catch at least a small fish or two. Wu Gang was particularly delighted, as that one little fish meant he would be sharing a meal with Zhou Tian that night. Just when time was running short, old Zhang approached Li Ming, having noticed the time and ready to trade fish. Young Li, look at you. You've caught 3 fish already. Let us make a trade. Sure, you can pick whichever one you like. Li Ming replied as he packed up his fishing rod. Excellent. Old Zhang reached out directly and pinched the grass carp that Li Ming had caught at the beginning, casually tossing it into his own bucket. Little Li, your grandpa Zhang is quite pleased with you today. What do you wish to exchange for it? Upon acquiring the fish, the old man began to boast, elevating his status. Li Ming rolled his eyes. I knew you'd start adding to your lineage. Hurry up and leave. If you linger, don't expect to swap fish next time. Whatever you give me, I'll take. I'm not picky. Li Ming huffed, lifting his bucket and confronting old Zhang. Hey, don't be angry. It's not good for someone so young to be upset. Sensing the threat in Li Ming's tone, old Zhang could only chuckle and continue his banter, for he had grown old and was beyond caring. However, after a day of fishing without a catch, he would certainly be teased by his granddaughter upon returning home. He had already concocted a story to embellish his return. All right then, since you're working now, how about I give you a bicycle ticket as a gift? But we must agree, once I give you the ticket, you must let me swap fish in the future. Hearing the old man's extravagant offer, Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Old Zhang, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? A single fish isn't worth a bicycle ticket. Besides, what does my job have to do with you? Are you still hoping to introduce your granddaughter to me? Li Ming looked at old Zhang suspiciously, startled that the old man would want to introduce his granddaughter on their first meeting. He initially doubted the old man's sanity, but later concluded that he couldn't be foolish. Perhaps his granddaughter was simply unattractive, or worse, overweight, especially since such affluent families had no worries about food. After all, next year would be a year of hardship. Nonsense. If I wanted to introduce my granddaughter to you, you should be thrilled. Ask around. My granddaughter is exceptionally beautiful. Many suitors have tried and failed to win her over. With that, he pulled out a stack of tickets from his pocket, extracting a bicycle ticket and tossing it to Li Ming. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, this old man is quite wealthy. That's quite a hefty stack of tickets. Old Zhang, observing Li Ming's astonished expression, waved the tickets in front of him with a grin. Heh, I truly have quite a few tickets. I'm not impressed. Li Ming, clutching the bicycle ticket, prepared to make a swift exit, knowing when to cut his losses. Since the old man was so affluent, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to benefit from his generosity. Coincidentally, he had been considering buying a bicycle lately, as the one he had was indeed difficult to ride. Chapter 23, the topic of matchmaking again. 6 salted fish gathered together, beginning to discuss where to dine. You propose giving the caught fish to the steel mill? For what? There is no meat or fish in these times. If we manage to catch some, shouldn't we indulge ourselves? After all, how much could you exchange at the steel mill? These individuals were not exactly in need of money. Fish were not easy to come by nowadays. Let us go to old Su's house. Someone there can cook, Wang Jun suggested, puffing on his cigarette. The main reason was that the others were all bachelors, and Li Ming had a large family to consider. Moreover, there was little worth sharing with the residents of the courtyard. Bringing fish back to the courtyard would only create trouble for himself. All right, let us head to old Su's. Wu Gang decisively declared, disregarding Su Chong, the section chief, who had children at home that could benefit from the fish. Su Chong understood their good intentions, especially since his wife and children hadn't had meat for nearly a month. Then I'll bring some wine, Su Chong said, grabbing a bucket and leading the group home. I'll bring my mouth, Li Ming happily chimed in, relishing the thought of another free meal. I'll bring mine too. But that turtle needs to be stewed today. Chief, you can't hide it. Zhou Tian chimed in. That's right. We all need to replenish our bodies. You can replenish as you wish. I'm fine. I'll just taste it without competing with you all, Li Ming replied disdainfully. After finishing dinner at the Su household, Li Ming sauntered back to the courtyard. Brother, you're back. Li Rui eagerly greeted her brother upon his return. Why are you back so late? Their mother, Li Mu, was concerned about her eldest son. Did you eat? I did, Mom. Today the steel mill had a task, so all procurement members had to go out. We went fishing as a group, Li Ming explained. Li Father burst into laughter. The steel mill sent you to procure, and you 3 sections went fishing. Yes, indeed. We fished all day. Where are the fish? Li Father inquired. Burp. We ate them. Li Ming smacked his lips. I must say, that turtle meat was quite delicious. I can see why the steel mill says your section has no direction, huh? Li Father chuckled. We didn't catch many, so it's not like we could bring them back to the steel mill. Most of them were caught by yours truly, Li Ming said. Plopping down heavily into a chair, Li Mu glanced at Li Father, who then looked at Li Ming, who was left puzzled. What are you two staring at? Oh, it's nothing. We just wanted to discuss something with you, Li Father said, lighting a cigarette. Seeing the situation, Li Ming thought there might be something serious going on. What is it? Did we not stock enough grain or something? No, it's just that lately, people have been asking about you. What do they want to know? I haven't done anything wrong. They'd be better off worrying about their own food supplies. Li Ming replied. Taking a sip of water from the cup, Li Rui handed him. Enough of the circling, just say it directly, Li father insisted. Mingzi, the thing is, people around us are inquiring about your situation. They want to introduce you to potential partners, Li Mu said, gazing at her son with increasing satisfaction. Look at He Yuzhu and Su Damao. Nobody wants to set them up. It's clear our son is the one to be proud of. Cough, cough. Li Ming nearly choked. I'm not even 20 yet. I'm far from marriageable age, so don't worry about me. Li father frowned. That is not acceptable. Even if you can't marry now, you can at least get engaged. Besides, more and more people have been approaching your mother and me. You're becoming quite the catch in this area. I'm not interested. If you want to pursue them, you can do so yourself. Besides, the girls they introduce might not even be of age. It's ridiculous. If you two are so idle, why not go out and buy some grain instead? Hearing this, Li Mu was displeased. Mingzi, we shouldn't discuss engagement without even meeting first. If you happen to meet someone suitable, wouldn't that be perfect when you come of age? Li Ming shook his head vigorously. No way. I'm only 18. I'm in no rush. Realizing his parents were determined to press the issue, Li Ming hastily set down his cup and dashed to his room. See, I told you. Our son hasn't even considered this matter, Li Mu said, turning to scold Li Weigua, as it was he who had brought it up first. All right, I'll tell them tomorrow to put it off, Li father sighed, feeling reluctant. After all, having a good son brought many people eager to offer their daughters. Yet his son was uninterested. You must do this, don't turn them down. You need to ask for photos, understand? Photos. Li Mu looked at Li father in disbelief, feeling he might be a bit out of touch. Photos? Mrs. Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed, think about it. Let us first procure the photographs, and then allow our son to peruse and select, shall we? If there happens to be a particularly enchanting one, do you believe our son would still resist the prospect of matchmaking? At the very least, he ought to meet her, right? Mr. Li, his face clouded with skepticism, inquired. How do you know so much? Well, it's simple. The matchmakers are listed at the street office. Don't you agree? Nowadays, they even bring photographs along. Mr. Li's expression shifted to one of realization. Without a photograph, one cannot ascertain beauty. However, with a photograph, the scenario changes entirely. Our son will find it much easier to choose, and it saves the trouble and expense of repeated meetings. Precisely, it is indeed the wisdom of a mother, Mr. Li exclaimed, striking his left palm with his right fist in excitement. Chapter 24. Purchasing a bicycle upon returning to his room. Li Ming suddenly remembered he possessed a bicycle ticket, prompting him to retrace his steps. By the way, Dad, I acquired a bicycle ticket today. How about you take a day off tomorrow afternoon, and we go by the bicycle together? Li Ming placed the ticket on the table. Mr. and Mrs. Li stared at the bicycle ticket on the table, momentarily still processing their earlier conversation about introducing a potential match for their son. Brother, where did you get this bicycle ticket? His sister, Li Rui, exclaimed, snatching the ticket from the table for closer examination. The Li family currently owned only 2 bicycles. The first was purchased with a ticket awarded to Mrs. Li for her commendable service at the street office years ago, and the second was allocated to Li Ming by his department, though it was rather difficult to ride. Son, where did you procure this? Mrs. Li queried, her curiosity piqued. Sensing her son was becoming increasingly impressive, Li Ming, recognizing the need for clarification, recounted the fishing trip that led to his acquisition of the ticket. Thus, this bicycle ticket was gifted to me by a retired cadre I met while fishing, as a congratulatory gesture for my formal employment. Many, including colleagues from our department, witnessed this, so there's no need for concern. Mr. Li lit another cigarette, exclaiming, my son is becoming quite remarkable. He is almost catching up to me. Mrs. Li rolled her eyes. Well, it seems we may soon acquire another significant item for our household. If he marries, this would complete the trifecta. Her incessant references to marriage made Li Ming grimace in annoyance. All right. I shall take a day off tomorrow afternoon to accompany you to the department store to buy this bicycle. It appears to be a permanent one, Mr. Li remarked as he took a glance at the bicycle ticket in Li Rui's hand. Great. I'll wait for you at the entrance tomorrow afternoon. Li Ming left the ticket behind and returned to his room to prepare for rest. In these times devoid of mobile phones and wireless communication, aside from creating dolls, the only recourse was to retire early and rise at dawn. Seeing little excitement left, Li Rui promptly returned to her room. Remember to ask for photographs at the steel mill tomorrow. I shall also request photographs for the young ladies from the street office for matchmaking purposes. We will sift through them first and select the finest for our son, Mrs. Li reminded Li Weigua before preparing for sleep, still feeling a sense of anticipation. All right, he replied. At the Yin household. Dear, today I had to queue to purchase rice and flour, and by the time it was my turn, I still hadn't secured all the grains, Aunt Sin recounted to Yen Fugue as she sat on the calm. Yen Fugue furrowed his brow. You may have a point. Recently at school, I've overheard our principal frequently discussing grain purchases with the higher-ups. The amount of lunch served in our school cafeteria has also significantly decreased lately. Do you think we might be running low on grain? Aunt Sin asked, recalling the famine from her childhood with evident concern. That shouldn't be the case. This year has merely seen some drought. It shouldn't lead to a grain shortage, he reassured her. I'll inquire tomorrow. I only caught snippets of the discussions among the school officials. Let us rest for now, or we'll end up sleeping late and going hungry, Yin Laoshi conceded. Though his primary concern remained the prospect of going to bed hungry. A peaceful night passed. The following day, at the procurement department of the steel mill, Su Gu. If there's nothing pressing, I plan to buy a bicycle this afternoon, Li Ming announced to Su Chong, who was idly picking his teeth. Sure, go ahead. We have nothing on our agenda, Su, the section chief, replied as he prepared to take his afternoon nap. Yes, hurry along, with one more person. It will be more spacious for us four to find a place to sleep, Zhou Tian remarked as he merged Li Ming's chair with his own. Ready to doze off. Fine, you all sleep. I'll head home after purchasing the bicycle. Li Ming shook his head at the sight of his colleagues settling down for a nap and stepped out of the office. In the welding workshop of the steel mill. Director, I would like to request a leave of absence this afternoon, Li Weiguo said as he approached the workshop director, who was about to step outside for a smoke. Promptly offering him a cigarette. Old Li, what's the matter? Is there something urgent? Director Liu asked, taking a puff and looking at Li Weiguo. Well, I'm planning to buy a bicycle for Xiaoming. A friend gifted him a bicycle ticket yesterday, and I thought it best to take him to purchase it today to avoid future delays. Ah, splendid. Go ahead. You can return to work tomorrow, Director Liu responded enthusiastically. Well aware of Li Weiguo's family circumstances, they were fairly well off, with his wife employed at the street office, their eldest son already working at the steel mill, and their daughter a vocational student. It was likely that this family of four would soon all be formal employees, and such trivial matters rarely caused friction within the mill. Thank you, Director Liu, Li Weiguo expressed his gratitude, then left the workshop without further ado. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, he found his son waiting for him. Mingzi, you're quite prompt. Did your section chief grant you leave? Well, in our section, we don't really have a formal leave policy. We just step out when needed while the others are still napping in the office. Li Weiguo sighed enviously at the relaxed atmosphere in the procurement department. All right then, let us walk to the department store, Mr. Li said, smacking his lips, filled with admiration for his son's work environment. The father and son strolled for over half an hour before finally arriving at the department store. A first for Li Ming. Under the guidance of Li Weiguo, they navigated through the throngs of shoppers to arrive at the permanent bicycle counter. Mr. Li confidently placed the ticket and money on the counter, calling out to the slumbering clerk, Comrade, we wish to purchase a bicycle. The startled clerk, roused from slumber, rubbed his eyes but bore no ill will. After all, in the 1950s, those able to afford bicycles were not from ordinary families. And the clerk had no reason to offend potential customers, especially within the department store where service was paramount. All right, the permanent model, right? That'll be 120. Please hold on a moment. The clerk glanced at the ticket, swiftly jotted down the receipt, stuffed the money and ticket into a basket overhead, and with a vigorous motion, sent it sliding toward the cashier. Once the cashier completed the receipt, it returned along the wire to the clerk. Li Ming, witnessing this operation for the first time, found it quite intriguing. Chapter 25. The pig's departure. After receiving the receipt, the clerk finally rose to fetch the bicycle from the warehouse, and shortly thereafter, emerged pushing a brand new 28-inch permanent model. At this moment, the quality of the 28 large handlebars is undeniably excellent. They appear quite hefty, yet they are remarkably lightweight. Even women possessing a modicum of strength can easily lift them. Such bicycles have become essential for those engaged in procurement or projection work in rural areas. The father and son mounted their bicycles and headed straight to the vehicle management office. Upon arrival, they submitted the purchase certificates for registration and paid a nominal fee of 1 yuan for the license plate. Only when the heavy steel stamp was imprinted onto the bicycle frame could they finally ride it away. In the courtyard of the steel mill, Yen Fugue had just finished his shift and had not yet stepped through the door when he spotted the Li father and son approaching, pushing a brand new bicycle. Wow, Old Li, you've bought a new bicycle. Yen Fugue, slender as a monkey and quite nimble, darted over to the bicycle, eager to touch it. Seeing Yen Fugue, who had just finished work, was a stroke of bad luck for Li's father, who sighed, lamenting the encounter with this miserly old man. This makes it the second bicycle in our courtyard, doesn't it? By the way, wasn't the first one from your family as well? Yen Fugue's small eyes gleamed behind his glasses as he remarked, Old Li, it seems you're gearing up to find a wife for Mingzi, huh? Even the bell has started ringing. Li's father chuckled lightly, but chose not to elaborate further as he and his son returned home, leaving Yen Fugui standing aside, smacking his lips in disappointment. Brother, let me ride your bicycle. After dinner, Li Rui sat beside Li Ming, begging to take a turn on the bicycle. Li Ming scoffed. Can you even ride? It wouldn't be a problem if the bike fell, but if you got hurt, it would be a whole different matter. Then teach me. Li Rui's eyes sparkled, feeling that her brother truly cared for her. No way. Go ask Dad to teach you. You've always been clumsy. Remember how you shattered all the dishes the first time you washed them? Li Ming teased, causing Li Rui to blush deeply. The first time she washed dishes, she had dropped the first bowl, causing a cascade of breakage. Fortunately, the Li family was well off. Otherwise, that miser, Yen Fugui, would have been lamenting for a year. Li's mother watched her two children playfully tussling, a smile gracing her lips. By the way, Xiaoming, your house is almost ready. I estimate you can move in within a few days. Upon hearing this, Li Rui ceased her antics with Li Ming and turned to her mother, declaring, Then I want to move over there. You should consult your brother and see if he agrees. Li's mother responded, playfully teasing her lively daughter. Brother, I want to live with you, Li Rui exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Ming's neck. Get off me. You're choking me. Li Ming gasped, exasperated. Hearing this, Li Rui obediently settled down beside him, beginning to massage his legs in a bid for favor. If you let Dad teach you to ride, I won't bother you anymore, and you can go live there. Yes, yes. Keep going. Li's father, engrossed in his reading at the desk, merely glanced at his son, who was creating his own troubles, without engaging in the conversation. As night fell, the family retired to their respective rooms for sleep. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away. Ungraspable and unretainable. Before long, it was the end of the month. Well, the first batch of piglets I raised has two ready for market. I must pay a visit to the steel mill today, Li Ming mused, eyeing the two pigs in his space that were now ready for sale. Exchanging one pig for my early confirmation would be quite lucrative. With tears in his eyes, Li Ming dispatched the hefty 200-pound beast from his space, tying it with a rope to his bicycle before leisurely riding towards the steel mill, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. In these times, acquiring a pig was undoubtedly a boon for the household, especially since the young man was not only of commendable appearance, but also robust, an evident capable lad. Brother, open the door. Li Ming dismounted and knocked on the guard's window. Transporting the pig had slowed him down considerably, largely due to the time spent with a gaggle of curious onlookers. The two duty personnel in the security office recognized him as a worker from the steel mill and stepped out to open the door. Why are you so late? A bearded man with squinty eyes grumbled. A middle-aged man nearby slapped him on the head, exclaiming, Are you blind? This is from our procurement department. Can't you see he has brought back a pig? If you don't feel like having meat for lunch, just say so. Hastily, they opened the large gate and approached Li Ming. Mingzi, you're here. Wow, you've really brought back a pig. Seeing a familiar face opening the door, Li Ming brushed off the earlier grumbling. Lao Lu, hurry and help me push this bike. Over 200 pounds is incredibly heavy. Right. That guy's new and doesn't he have a clue? Don't hold it against him. Just a small matter. Let us push it to the cafeteria. Lao Lu nodded, then turned to the squinty-eyed man. What are you standing there for? Hurry to the procurement section and inform them that Comrade Li Ming has brought back a pig. They need to settle the accounts. After delivering a kick to the squinty-eyed man, he finally reacted and rushed off to relay the message. I tell you, the new guy in your security department is a bit slow, Li Ming commented, pulling out some cigarettes to share with Lao Lu. After lighting up, Lao Lu took a puff and said, Don't even mention it. He acts like a complete fool. The other day, he even tried to stop the cafeteria director. The two leisurely pushed the bicycle laden with the hefty pig towards the cafeteria, encountering several workers who had stepped out for a break, creating quite the lively atmosphere. Chapter 26, Confirmation of Position. In the procurement section's office at the steel mill, the squinty-eyed man barged in without knocking, immediately choking on the thick smoke from the room. Cough. One of your procurement staff bought a pig and needs you to settle the accounts in the cafeteria. As soon as Su Chong heard this, he stood straight. Is it that kid Li Ming? Yep, you all should hurry. I'm off. The squinty-eyed man hastily departed, preferring to avoid the smoke. Haha, great. Let us go? Don't just sit around. Mingzi brought us a pig. Su Chong shouted, leading his colleagues out. He actually managed to bring one back. This solidifies his confirmation. Of course, this will even cover our workload for next month. Wu Gang added, contentedly smoking. Su Chong paid little mind to the commotion, heading straight to the cafeteria. This pig that Li Ming had brought back was a tremendous help. Just a few days prior, the factory had discussed the procurement department, and he, as the head of the section, had faced some embarrassment. Now, everything was resolved, and he might even gain some favor from the higher-ups. In these times, acquiring food was no easy feat, let alone bringing back a pig. The last time meat had been seen in the steel mill was ages ago. The five gentlemen moved with remarkable speed, their long strides quickly bringing them to the entrance of the cafeteria. where they observed Li Ming engrossed in watching Chef He Yuzhu butcher a pig. Mingzi, Su Chong called out from a distance. Li Ming, who was intently watching He Yuzhu sharpen his knife, looked up to see his companions, the salty fish, approaching, with Zhou Tian even holding a pen and paper. The steel mill may be large, but only He Yuzhu possessed the skill to butcher pigs, and a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Section Chief. Li Ming hastily approached Su Chong. Su Chong playfully punched Li Ming's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. You've certainly brought us some pride this time." "Hee. I was just lucky to be in the right place at the right time," Li Ming replied. "All right, Lao Wu, go weigh the pig and settle the accounts for Mingzi." Su Chong directed the 4 salty fish who had followed behind to weigh it. Then, he pulled Li Ming aside and handed him a cigarette. "I saw Director Li from logistics when I came in. I reckon your confirmation of employment is finalized. Last time at the meeting, Director Li also had quite the reprimand." Su Chong whispered to Li Ming about the happenings at the factory. Currently, Li Huaid was still the head of logistics, not yet the deputy factory director. But it was assumed that a promotion was imminent. Li Ming recalled that in the original story, Li Huaid's father-in-law was quite formidable, and it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the position of factory director. That's splendid. I was just planning to bide my time, but fortunately, my luck held when I went to the countryside and secured the pig. I was somewhat anxious it wouldn't work out, so I kept quiet, thinking I would wait until the pig was in hand before saying anything. The 2 of them stood aside, smoking as they watched Wu Gang and the others weigh the pig. After a while, Wu Gang approached, speaking in hushed tones. "Section Chief. It's weighed in at approximately 250 pounds. What price should we set for Mingzi?" Su Chong glanced around to ensure no one was listening and continued. "Let's go with 2 yuan per pound. Meat is scarce right now, so a higher price is quite reasonable." He winked at Li Ming, who instantly understood. "Haha. Thank you, Wu Go. Once the money arrives, I'll treat the brothers to a meal at Donglai Shan. Come now, you won't make much profit. We'll just grab a couple of fish and have a feast at Lao Su's place." Wu Gang replied before heading back with the other 3 to prepare the payment for Li Ming. "Let's wait here a moment. It seems Director Li has arrived," Su Chong said, gesturing discreetly. Li Ming had no objections. Perhaps he could leverage this meeting for some additional benefits. Li Huaid, accompanied by his team, first inspected the plump pig by He Yuzhu before making his way toward Li Ming. "Director." Li Ming and Su Chong greeted him promptly. "No need to be so formal. You must be Comrade Li Ming," Li Huaid said, approaching with a friendly demeanor and patting Li Ming on the shoulder. "Indeed, Director. Li Ming is a new procurement officer in our steel mill, and he was responsible for securing this pig." "Very good. I recall our steel mill had established a system to encourage early confirmations for procurement. Perfect timing. We shall confirm Comrade Li Ming's employment today. Keep up the good work." Li Huaid regarded Li Ming with satisfaction. In these times, capable subordinates were certainly commendable. "Comrade Li Ming, please come to my office this afternoon. I have some rewards for you." Upon hearing this, Li Ming's spirits lifted, as additional benefits were always welcome. Li Huaid was known for his generosity, and as long as he was generous, it mattered little whether it was public funds. "Of course, Director, I will visit you this afternoon." "Good. Then you may continue with your work. I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Huaid leisurely made his way back. "Well, Mingzi, it appears you might secure some additional benefits this afternoon," Su Chong remarked, genuinely pleased for Li Ming. "Haha, what good fortune. Let us head back. If we want to enjoy that pork, I suspect it will have to wait until tomorrow." "Indeed, let us return, and we can settle the payment." With that, the 2 made their way to the procurement section's office, as 300 yuan was no small sum, especially for Li Ming, who had only caught 1 fish so far. Having an extra 300 would certainly come in handy. In the procurement section's office, Su Chong returned with a stack of money and handed it to Li Ming. "Mingzi, count it." "All right," Li Ming replied as he took the bundle of cash, recognizing that it would be foolish not to tally the public funds. "All good, Su Go." "Oh, and Mingzi mentioned treating us to dinner. Let us plan for tomorrow night," Su Chong suddenly recalled. "Sounds good, but make sure to get a couple of big fish." Zhou Tian chimed in. "Yes, indeed. The fish your sister-in-law prepared last time was truly delightful. It's a good thing Mingzi knows how to fish. Relying on you all would mean a lifetime without a meal." At once, the atmosphere in the section grew even more lively. Improving their meals was certainly a positive development. Chapter 27, Benefits. In the afternoon, Li Ming had just emerged from the bustling 3rd section and had tucked the 300 yuan into his pocket. He was now preparing to visit the esteemed Director Li Huaid to claim his rewards. "Knock, knock." Li Ming politely rapped on the door to announce his arrival. "Come in." Li Huaid's voice called from within, prompting Li Ming to enter. "Good day, Director." Upon seeing Li Ming, Li Huaid stepped out from behind his desk. Well, the pig you procured has indeed been a great help to me, huh?" Li Huaid laughed heartily, clearly pleased, as someone had brought up this matter at the last meeting. And now Li Ming had come to his aid. "Just fortunate. Pure luck," Li Ming humbly replied, scratching his head to appear more innocent. Keep up the good work. Young man, you can come to me any time with matters in the future. Li Huide had always been fond of capable subordinates. Although he had established himself at the steel mill, he understood the importance of having talented individuals around him as he aspired to climb higher. Li Ming, not one to be naive, understood the implications of this gesture, having been influenced by various real-life dramas online. Director, rest assured, I will certainly visit often. Li Ming promised earnestly. Knowing that Li Huide was a significant figure in the hierarchy, it was wise to align himself with him, especially given his impressive family background, which alleviated any fear of scrutiny. Li Huide was even more pleased with Li Ming's assurance. It was rare to find a diligent and perceptive young person like him. Your confirmation of employment has been finalized. Just listen for the announcement over the factory loudspeaker in a bit. You will be a level 7 clerk, with a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents. Li Ming felt a surge of joy, as this aligned perfectly with He Yuzhu's initial salary in the original story, and he knew he would earn even more by 1965. Thank you, Director. Li Huide, noticing Li Ming's gratitude, brushed it aside. Now, as for the additional benefits I have prepared for you. With that, he retrieved 2 tickets from his desk, one for a bicycle and one for a radio. Here you go. And also these meat coupons. You can exchange them for some meat dishes at the cafeteria tomorrow. Comrade Li Ming was quite taken aback. In this day and age, these 2 tickets are not easily acquired. The last bicycle ticket was indeed a gift from a retired veteran. And he never imagined that Li Huide would be so generous this time, akin to spending a fortune to procure a bone. Thank you, Director Li. Hee. Now my father's bicycle is sorted out. Li Huide merely smiled faintly. A sensible, capable, and filial young man is always endearing wherever he goes. You needn't call me Director Li anymore. Just refer to me as Uncle Li. I could genuinely use a good nephew. Li Ming's eyes brightened. What was this? It was as if the thigh was eagerly inviting him to embrace it. If not now, then when? Uncle Li. Upon witnessing Li Ming's rapid change of address, Li Huide was also surprised, having anticipated the lad would mull it over longer. However, he was quick to adapt. Haha, splendid. You're rather astute. Li Huide chuckled heartily at Li Ming. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Uncle Li, Li Ming said, grinning. Li Huide's smile remained unwavering. Very well, but keep a keen eye while procuring supplies lately. The steel mill is in dire need of provisions. If you can manage to procure some, that would be splendid. I don't care about the source, as long as it's lawful, understand? No problem, Li Ming replied, relieved, as he had been fretting over the market for his goods. As for you, Uncle Li, I've been quite restless with these matters lately. Thankfully, you managed to bring back a pig. In the future, do let me know first before taking good things to the steel mill. You won't miss out on benefits with me. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Li Huide waved his hand. Go on. With that, Li Ming grasped the 2 tickets and exited the office. This trip had not been in vain. His promotion was secured, and he had procured 2 tickets. Not to mention gaining an uncle without any loss. Did you hear? We brought back a pig at the steel mill. This afternoon, everyone can collect a meat ticket from the canteen. Tomorrow, we can go with the tickets. Wow, that is fantastic. I heard it was collected by old Li's son from the welding workshop. Indeed, because of this, their eldest son got promoted early. I heard his monthly salary is 37 yuan and 50 cents. Li Ming's father, listening to the praises from his co-workers in the workshop, couldn't he help but beam with joy. Even the workshop director came over to pay a compliment. Ding ding. The closing bell of the steel mill rang once more, and the hard-working craftsmen, having completed their day, collected their meat tickets and formed groups to head home, eager to share this rare joy with their families. Chapter 28. Submission. In the Li family's courtyard, the 4 members were gathered around the dinner table. Mingzi, did you bring back the pig from the steel mill today? Li father inquired after a few bites. Yes, indeed, I was the one who collected it. I had planned to tell you after dinner, Li Ming replied, setting down his chopsticks and taking a sip of water. Initially, I thought of bringing it home, but then I realized it would be inappropriate. If someone saw it and reported it to the factory, it could lead to trouble. It's even more unsuitable to have it at our house, especially with old Yin across the street. Exactly, son, you made the right choice. By giving it to the steel mill, we also gain some benefits. As for that pig weighing over 200 pounds, our family of 4 certainly cannot finish it. It would be troublesome if it spoiled. Li mother expressed her satisfaction with her son's judgment, and Li father nodded in agreement. Li Ming then revealed the rewards he had received that day, placing them on the table. The eyes of Li mother and Li father lit up, and little sister Li Rue, quick as lightning, reached out to grab them, only to be lightly tapped on the hand by Li mother's chopsticks. These are the rewards from the steel mill today: a bicycle ticket, a radio ticket, and several tickets for vegetables to claim tomorrow. Li father gasped, holding the tickets in disbelief. Good heavens! You've managed to acquire quite a bounty right after starting work. The steel mill issued 6 vegetable tickets, which would certainly suffice for a hearty family meal. And he added, I also received 2 meat tickets today. Li mother shot him a glance, unrelenting in her retort. You're not even as good as the child. Our child managed to get 6 tickets, combined with your 2. We can indeed enjoy a meal of meat and vegetables. Upon hearing that they would be having pork tomorrow, Li Rui's eyes sparkled. Although the Li family occasionally enjoyed a meal of meat, it had been a while since they had indulged. Usually, they made do with fish to vary their diet. But the wild fish had a strong odor and required heavy seasoning to be palatable, which most families wouldn't splurge on. We're having meat tomorrow, yay? Li Rui exclaimed, leaping up and eliciting a burst of laughter from the family. However, let us hold off on purchasing the bicycle and radio for now. We just got Mingzi a bicycle this year. If we buy another, I fear it might attract unwanted attention, Li mother cautioned, fully aware of the neighbors in the courtyard. To put it bluntly, there were hardly any good people in the entire courtyard, while the front yard was significantly better than the middle and backyards. It was not entirely isolated from the other 2, so it was wise to minimize trouble whenever possible. Li father wholeheartedly agreed, offering no rebuttal, while Li Ming was indifferent. I have no objections. I was originally planning to use this bicycle ticket to buy a bicycle for Dad. He wouldn't mind waiting a bit longer to ride it. If not, we can use these tickets during the new year. That sounds reasonable, haha. Upon hearing that the bicycle ticket was meant for himself, Li father's spirits lifted even higher, and he poured himself another glass of wine. Mingzi, remember to use the tickets tomorrow, when you return in the evening. We'll have a feast to treat your mother and sister. All right, but I just got promoted, and I have to dine with my colleagues tomorrow night. So I might come back a bit late. You all can eat without me. Li Ming informed his family of his arrangements. And both parents had no objections as the family enjoyed a lively dinner together. At the Yin family, the Yin Fugue family resided directly opposite the Li family, and the courtyard at this time was nothing like the later apartments or houses. The soundproofing was poor, and with the lively noises emanating from the Li household, the Yin family heard everything quite distinctly. Old Yin, ever since Li Ming joined the steel mill, I've noticed that the Li family's fortunes are on the rise day by day, Aunt Sen remarked, enviously, as she heard the merriment from the Li household. Yin Fugue munched on peanuts from his plate, washing them down with a swig of dubious second distillation liquor. There's nothing to be done. Both of Li's children are thriving. By the time their daughter Li Rui graduates, they'll likely be even better off. He glanced over at his own underachieving children. As for the Yin children, they feigned ignorance, continuing to eat the meager portions in their bowls, completely oblivious to their father's words. At the Yi family, Yi Zhonghai returned home today, feeling rather disheartened, primarily due to the extraordinary achievements of the Li family's children. They had acquired a fat pig and received a promotion at the steel mill. Originally, Yi Zhonghai was a level 6 mechanic, while Li father was merely a level 5 welder. He could often find a sense of superiority in this regard. However, it was now apparent that, despite his slight lag, Li's son was far more accomplished. Contemplating his own lackluster apprentice, he sighed deeply. Although Jia Dongshu's skills were subpar, it was a deliberate choice on Yi Zhonghai's part, intended for easier management in the future, yet it did not prevent him from feeling envious. An elderly woman glanced at Yi Zhonghai, who had chosen not to bring up the matter at hand. Today, she had learned from a neighbor who had just returned about the exploits of the eldest son of the Li family. To mention it now would be akin to pouring salt into Yi Zhonghai's wounds. Old Yi, Qin Huairu has come again today to borrow grain from us. What do you think? Yi Zhonghai frowned. Although he intended to support the Jia family, he had realized that securing grain in the current times was no easy feat. Otherwise, the steel factory wouldn't have gone over 2 months without any meat to improve their meals. He sighed, all right. Send 2 pounds of coarse flour to the Jia family tomorrow. However, we don't have much grain left ourselves. You should go out more often and see if you can procure some. If all else fails, I'll make time to visit the pigeon market and gather a little. Even if it's not cost-effective, it's better than having nothing to eat. The elderly woman nodded in response, refraining from further comment. For their own stock of grain was indeed sparse. At Lu Haizhong's home, in stark contrast to the tranquility of the front courtyard, the back courtyard was steeped in chaos. This was the traditional scene of the courtyard drama, with Lu Haizhong battling the Japanese, or rather, reprimanding his son. The backyard was in disarray, with chickens scattering and dogs barking, as the occupants, still awake, stood at their doorways to observe the tumult. The reason for the altercation was straightforward. Lu Haizhong had been envious of Li Ming, who had received recognition from a superior today. During dinner, the unfortunate child accidentally knocked over Lu Haizhong's small drinking cup, which resulted in a beating. Notably, it was the second son who bore the brunt of the punishment, despite the eldest son's mischief. Chapter 29, Takeout, Enjoying Pork. At the Jia household, Jia Zhangshi, resembling a plump pig, squatted at the edge of the calm, muttering to herself. Qin Huairu approached and immediately recognized that Jia Zhangshi was once again cursing. At this time, there were still a few years before Jia Dongxu would scale the walls. But after becoming a disciple of Yi Zhonghai, he had lost his ambition, idling away his days at the factory, and when money ran low, he would ask Yi Zhonghai for some. The Jia family situation was tolerable, at least a bit better than that of the third uncle's family in the front courtyard. Mother, could you please stop cursing? It's quite bothersome, Jia Dongxu said, having just finished dinner and crawled into bed. Hearing Jia Zhangshi's incessant complaints irritated him, prompting him to speak up. It was a sight indeed, as Jia Dongxu, the quintessential mama's boy, dared to retort against Jia Zhangshi, catching Qin Huairu's curiosity. Jia Zhangshi turned away, continuing to mutter to the corner of the wall, ignoring Jia Dongxu. Observing the household's dynamic, Qin Huairu took her basin of laundry and headed outside to the central courtyard, where she would wash clothes for the entire family. The next day, Li Ming stretched lazily as he got out of bed. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 9, perfectly timed for work. The rest of the family had already left for their respective jobs and schools. Master, how many more days until this house is finished? He inquired of Master Lu, who was supervising the work. Just a couple more days, don't worry, it won't delay anything, Master Lu assured him. Thank you. I appreciate it, Li Ming replied, handing Master Lu a pack of cigarettes he had purchased the previous day before heading off to work. Master Lu was quite satisfied with the job he had taken on for the street office, even if they didn't provide lunch. The owner was easygoing, occasionally giving him cigarettes, making the job run smoothly. This was certainly preferable to the previous job with the bespectacled old man, who had approached with a demeanor that was overly familiar and had not even offered a cigarette afterward. At the procurement office of the steel factory, Li Ming entered to find the room bustling with people, astonished. Why did you all arrive so early today? Haha, little Li. They came early because they're all eager for the meat dishes from our cafeteria today. Each of them has 2 meat tickets, and thanks to you, I managed to get 3 tickets, Su Chong remarked, puffing out smoke as he spoke. This group of eager individuals was already anticipating the meal, ready to rush to the cafeteria. Hey, old Su, you can't say that. You came early too, right? Everyone is benefiting, retorted another. Tonight, Mingzi is treating us to dinner. Another chimed in. Li Ming listened to the banter, chuckling to himself, while hoping to snag some meat dishes that day. I managed to get 6 tickets from Director Li. It's one of my rewards. Tonight, I can treat my family as well. Wow. Director Li from our logistics department is quite generous, Zhou Tian remarked with surprise. Of course, he's in charge of logistics. How could he not be generous? Zheng Ping added, his expression sour as he teased. The group continued their light-hearted exchanges until lunchtime arrived. Let us hurry. We must use all the tickets today. Don't even think about saving them for next time. There won't be in next time, Su Chong exclaimed, shoving the tickets into his pocket and grabbing 3 lunch boxes as he rushed out. Right, if we're late, there won't be anything left. Clearly, the morning's chatter had not satisfied them, as they hurried towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, they found to their surprise that they were exceedingly early, with no one else around yet. The lunch bell had not yet rung, but the 6 of them were already in line. When the bell finally rang, and the window was opened, Ma Hua, a fellow member of the procurement office, greeted them. Wow, you all certainly came early. Quickly, I can't wait. It's been nearly 2 months since I've had pork, and it smells divine, Wang Jun urged from the front of the line. Once they had gathered their meals, the lunch bell rang in earnest. Li Ming, those 6 lunch boxes stacked together are incredibly conspicuous, Zhou Tian remarked, his expression souring. Enough chatter, let us eat. And make sure to take the leftovers with us, the self-appointed leader of their group urged. As they feasted, it became apparent that their presence was not just conspicuous. Collectively, their 6 lunch boxes nearly equaled a small fraction of the entire workshop's meals. Once they had filled their bellies, the cafeteria began to fill with people. Though even a 200-pound pig would not suffice for the entire steel factory, it was merely enough for everyone to get a taste. Nonetheless, at that moment, being able to partake was a blessing. The 6 of them made their way against the tide of people towards their office. Well, today was a feast. It's been far too long since I tasted pork, Wu Gang remarked, patting his stomach. Did you think your previous meal at Donglishan was for free? Don't even mention Donglishan. I heard their lamb prices have skyrocketed recently, and now you even have to make a reservation, Su Chong complained. Just the other day, Su had considered treating his wife and child to a nice meal, particularly since his daughter was growing, but they had not even been able to get through the door. Alas, the pursuit of sustenance has become increasingly arduous. Life is indeed challenging, Wang Jun sighed. All right, let us not quibble over trifles. This afternoon, Mingzi will take us fishing, and afterward, the 4 of you can indulge your cravings. Indeed, with Mingzi's fishing prowess, we shall never go hungry. After returning to the office and resting for a spell, they prepared to set off for the Jinshui River. Wait for me at the steel factory entrance while I deliver this lunchbox to my father, Li Ming announced, lifting the lunchbox to indicate his errand. No rush. We'll wait at the steel factory entrance. Without you. It seems our chances of a fish dinner tonight are quite slim, Zhou Tian chuckled from the side. Chapter 30. The overlooked lottery. Li Ming then made his way to the welding workshop, carrying the lunchbox. In the workshop, Director Liu approached Li Ming's father. Old Li, pause your work. Your son is here to see you. Upon hearing this, Li's father set aside his tasks and followed Liu out of the workshop. Father, here is your lunch. Remember to take it home. I have a gathering with my colleagues today. Haha, got it. You all stay safe and return early, he replied, eyeing the neatly stacked lunchboxes that he recognized as meals purchased with meat tickets by his eldest son that very afternoon. Rest assured, at the steel factory entrance, Li Ming exclaimed, let us go? I'm all set. Great, let us move. I'm hoping to catch a turtle today. That last one was truly delectable. Su, the section chief, reminisced fondly about the previous turtle that had pleasantly surprised him, significantly enhancing his evening's culinary experience. The six friends chatted merrily as they made their way to the banks of the Jinshui River, settling down at the same spot as their last fishing trip. Where's your fishing companion today? Wang Jun noticed the absence of others. Oh, that old man doesn't come every day. We'll just enjoy our own company. Li Ming waved dismissively. True enough, but it seems the number of anglers at Jinshui River has increased, Zheng Ping remarked, observing the throngs across the riverbank. I wonder if we'll be fortunate enough to catch anything today. It feels like there are more people than fish. Su shared his apprehensions. Li Ming, relaxed, baited his hook and cast it into the river, patiently awaiting a bite. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to the system. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to utilize the lottery chance awarded after his last passive fishing session. System, initiate the lottery. No sooner had he spoken than a soft green light manifested before him, revealing 36 cards, causing Li Ming's lips to twitch in disbelief. System, are you not a patchwork creation? This lottery interface looks oddly familiar. Please make your selection promptly, host. Well then, the system holds the ultimate authority. I shall simply flip a card. Li Ming casually revealed one card, which vanished in a flash of green light, followed by a message. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a Colt M1860 revolver, complete with a box of ammunition. P.S. Please use it judiciously. This system aims to provide you with a safer living environment. Li Ming was astounded by the lottery prize. Goodness, what man does not covet such an item? Which official can withstand the allure of this? As for the system's caution, no matter. If he ever faced a threat to his safety, he was no fool. Using a firearm recklessly was out of the question, as he was, at heart, a lover of peace, despite being a model citizen of the future. However, the gun was indeed a splendid gift. With the most challenging 3 years approaching, one could never be too prepared, especially when many households possess such items. Had he not been fishing with colleagues, Li Ming would have eagerly experimented with the revolver. Though he was no firearms enthusiast, he was quite familiar with the renowned revolver. This particular model was classified into 2 types based on caliber. The Army, 0, 44 inches, and the Navy, 0, 36 inches. The revolver in Li Ming's possession appeared to be the Army variant, a standard weapon for Union troops during the Civil War, with around 140,000 units produced. It performed remarkably on the battlefield, and possessing an M1860 revolver was a dream for many soldiers. Its loading mechanism consisted of a rotating cylinder that held 6 rounds, with a muzzle velocity of 213 meters per second. Ding. As this is your first lottery, a personal panel has been provided for your familiarity. Ding. Since you have no prior experience with firearms, you have been awarded basic handgun skills. Li Ming felt increasingly pleased with his system. Opening the panel, he saw, host, Li Ming. Skills acquired, handgun mastery, basic, fishing, intermediate. Lottery chances, 0. Physical template, Li Yuanba development progress, 10. System items, Colt M1860 revolver, 10. 44-inch black powder ammunition, 1 box. My compulsions have been quelled. This view is far more pleasing, Li Ming muttered to himself. Grateful for the essentials that accompanied his journey through time and space. It was comforting to be acknowledged for his fishing skills by the system, too. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his fishing line. Instinctively, Li Ming tightened his grip before loosening it, engaging in the delicate dance of reeling in the fish. I've got one. Moments later, he sensed the fish growing weary, and with a swift motion, he reeled in a 2-kilogram grass carp. Dinner is secured. Just as he announced this, the other 5 approached curiously. Have you all caught anything? 5 heads shook in unison. It appeared that dinner was still a distant prospect. Thus, they pressed on. Li Ming tossed the grass carp into the bucket, settling back down to fish patiently. By around 5 or 6 in the evening, the group of 6 finally rose from the riverbank, exhausted. Fishing is quite tiresome. I would rather be sleeping, Li Ming remarked, smirking at the surrounding banter. How many did you catch? None, unless you count this crab, Wu Gang replied, gesturing to the small, clawing crab in his bucket. One fish, weighing about a kilogram. Su added, disappointment evident as he hadn't managed to catch a turtle today. I caught 3 fish, weighing around 6 or 7 kilograms. That should suffice, Li Ming grinned, confident in his fishing prowess. The Jinshui River still had crabs, typical for the summer and autumn seasons. The river, approximately 48 kilometers long, is the only perennial tributary of the Yongding River in Tongzhou District, originating from the Dongsha River Reservoir in Chongping District. Its basin is elongated, with upstream mountain streams and downstream open channels. Finding a crab was hardly surprising. Let us head home and have your sister-in-law prepare dinner, Su declared, waving his hand. And the group made their way to Su's residence. Even the 3 members of the Air Force had managed to snag a few grass stalks to nibble on, embodying the spirit of never returning empty-handed. Chapter 31. The Diversity of Life. The 6 individuals from the Sangu group had already gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, eagerly awaiting their meal. A lively conversation ensued, swiftly steering towards the topic of grain. Old Joe, how have you and your family fared in stockpiling grain? The food supplies seem to dwindle by the day. Just the other day, your sister-in-law went to the supply cooperative and returned with only a meager amount. She didn't even manage to fulfill half of the grain quota. Su Chong lamented with a sigh. Old Su, don't even get me started. Although I'm the sort who can eat enough for one to keep the whole family from starving, I've hardly managed to buy any grain. Half of the jars at home are still empty, and I can't even complete my grain quota. Zhou Tian grumbled from the side. We're in the same boat. I'm actually contemplating a trip to the countryside soon. Even if it means not procuring for the factory, I need to gather some for myself, Wu Gang chimed in. That's true. I've been thinking of a jaunt to the countryside too, he continued. What about you, Mingzi? Li Ming, caught off guard by the question, replied. We're doing a bit better, but with so many mouths to feed, our supplies aren't what they used to be. If you're all planning to venture out to gather some provisions, we should go together. Splitting up might yield better results. I have a feeling we could gather quite a bit more, and we can distribute the spoils among ourselves later. Exactly, Mingzi speaks wisely, someone agreed. All right then, we'll head to the countryside tomorrow. Each of you has your own areas to check. We'll split up and gather what we can. Then we can distribute our findings internally. If we're as fortunate as Mingzi and manage to procure a hefty pig, that would be another matter entirely. Sounds good. No problem. I'll rise early tomorrow. Let us meet at the steel factory. All right, I'll report this to my department. It's a good excuse since I haven't been out much lately. Su, the group leader, lit another cigarette. While these gentlemen pondered the grim matter of grain, the courtyard of the steel factory was quite lively. In the courtyard, Li's father was carrying a lunchbox delivered by his son earlier that afternoon, along with an additional box he had saved from his own lunch. He drew attention as he made his way home. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Yin Fugui tending to the flowers and hurried his pace, nearly home when Yin finally noticed him. Hey, Old Li. Feigning ignorance, Old Li continued on his way, clutching the lunchbox. What a joke. How could he let Yin Fugui take advantage of the meal his son had procured to improve their family's diet? He wasn't like that foolish Juzi from the middle courtyard. Once home, he remained inside until Li's mother and sister, Li Rue, returned. At which point he brought the warm lunchboxes to the table. Rue, go close the door, he instructed, chuckling as he noticed his daughter's eager eyes fixed on the lunchboxes. Li Rue, unable to contain her excitement, dashed to the door and promptly shut it. These are the lunchboxes your brother brought back. They smell delightful. Is it that Juzi from the middle courtyard who cooked this? Li's father nodded, indeed. Although the lad may be simple-minded, his culinary skills are quite impressive, haha. He then opened each of the 6 lunchboxes, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Come, let us eat quickly. We don't want others to be envious, he hinted knowingly. Has Yin Laoshi been calling for you again? Haha. It's my wife who's clever. That Yin Laoshi must have heard that there's meat at the steel factory today, as every household returning home has brought lunchboxes. Our family seems to have the most, so he is certainly coveting it. When he called, I pretended not to hear and didn't even step outside. All right, let us eat up. I bet we're the only ones in the courtyard who have this much. Li's mother hurriedly encouraged the father and daughter to eat, while Li's father made another trip to the kitchen to fetch the already warmed steamed buns, and the family enjoyed their meal happily. At the Yin household, the atmosphere was less cheerful. Most people in the courtyard brought back pork from the steel factory today, especially those across the way. Goodness. I saw Old Li carrying 6 lunchboxes. Upon hearing this, the third aunt's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 6? How did the Li family manage that many? Well, it's because their child is doing well. I heard the factory gave him several extra tickets, Yin Fugui grumbled, stuffing coarse buns into his mouth as if he'd bitten into several sour lemons. The other children at the table fell silent as the conversation shifted to the successes of others. In the Jia household, Jia Zhangshi was well aware that the steel factory was serving meat today and was eagerly waiting for Jia Dongshu to return with the lunchbox. However, while he did bring back a box, it was disappointingly devoid of any vegetables. This left the entire family in an awkward silence. As Jia Dongshu had savored his meal at noon, having not tasted meat in months, by the time he realized the box was empty, he had cleaned it out completely. Thinking he would bring something back, Qin Huairu had not prepared any dishes, only some pickled vegetables and porridge. Jia Dongshu, oblivious to the disappointment of others, plopped himself down at the table and began to eat. Had it been at the start of the original story, the household would have erupted in chaos by now. Eat. Aren't you all hungry? Jia Dongshu encouraged, noticing the others hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. Only then did Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu respond, each taking a bun and pairing it with the pickled vegetables. Meanwhile, in the Yi household, Yi Zhonghai and Aunt Yi were relishing a delicious pork dish, one that Yi Zhonghai had brought back from the factory. Given his high technical skills in the workshop, the factory had generously provided him with 2 tickets. At noon, Yi Zhonghai had deliberately avoided his good apprentice, Jia Dongshu, taking 1 box for himself and bringing another back for Aunt Yi. Why not save a box for Jia Dongshu? Since he is the top candidate for retirement? One might wonder. But Yi Zhonghai was well aware of what Jia Dongshu was like, and with Jia Zhangshi at home, who was prone to complaints, it was better to bring the food home for Aunt Yi instead. Old Yi, this Yuzi's cooking is quite remarkable, Aunt Yi remarked cheerfully as she savored the meal Yi Zhonghai had brought home. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was already satisfied, sitting to the side sipping tea and enjoying a smoke. Indeed, Zhuzi's culinary skills are renowned at the steel factory. Although today's dish isn't particularly meaty, the flavor is truly delightful. I even had an extra bun at noon. Chapter 32, Another Trip to the Countryside. In the He household, brother, is there meat today? He Yushui called out as she returned from school, not yet stepping inside the door. He Yushu peeked out from the kitchen. Your nose is quite discerning. You could smell it before even entering? Of course. Yesterday, Li Ming from the front yard brought back a pig for the factory workers, and I managed to secure 3 tickets. I've saved 2 boxes for you. I'll whip up a cold dish, and we can have that for dinner. With a smile, He Yushu emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of prepared cucumbers. Brother, you're becoming quite impressive. He Yushui casually complimented, prompting a thoughtful response from He Yushu. Do you fancy that young man from the Li family in the front yard? Would you like me to have a word with him for you? He Yushui, busy with her meal, replied, please don't joke around. I haven't even graduated yet, and I'm not in the mood to think about that. All right. However, if you genuinely harbor such thoughts, I shall have a word with you. At this moment, He Yushu has indeed taken on a hint of Wei Wu's legacy, yet the portrait of Jia Dongshu still hangs unadorned on the wall, and the desire in his heart remains rather subdued. The Lu family, on the other hand, enjoys a somewhat more lavish dinner today, featuring a portion of the ever-essential scrambled eggs, a small cup of wine, and a meal box procured from the canteen. However, Lu Haizhong has not savored such eggs in quite some time, primarily due to the scarcity of not only grains, but also eggs. Finally, seizing the opportunity to indulge in some meat, he gritted his teeth and had Aunt Air prepare another serving of scrambled eggs. As the moon ascends above the willow treetops, the Li family has already finished their boxed meals and are now engaged in light-hearted conversation at the table. Mom, Dad, our department plans to head to the countryside tomorrow to see if we can gather some supplies. Their stockpiled grains are running low. Li Ming, who has just returned home, slumped into a chair, grumbling. That sounds fine, but you must prioritize safety. Are you all going together? His mother inquired. Not exactly. We'll be heading to our respective villages. It's quite challenging to gather anything alone, and if so many of us flock to one village, what can we possibly collect? Li's mother placed a cup of water into her son's hands. Well, go ahead, but do be careful. We still have plenty of food at home, so there's no need to worry excessively. No matter what, we won't starve as a family of 4. Indeed, your mother is right. Our safety must come first. Regardless, our provisions are certainly better than those of our neighbors, Li's father remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the neighbors, evidently still mindful of Yan Fugue's lingering interest in their belongings. Rest assured, I'm not foolish. If only we could find an old hen or something, then we could at least have some eggs, Li Ming chimed in, as he genuinely intended to bring out a couple of hens from his space tomorrow. The hens had long since hatched several clutches of chicks. That would be splendid. It would also provide some nourishment for your sister's mind, Li's father jested, chuckling at his daughter. Well, I'm off to bed. I won't chat with you any longer, said Li Rue, fully aware of her family's affection towards her. With that, she retreated to her room to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, the school-going children had far fewer assignments, often completing their homework in just half an hour upon returning home. Li's father glanced outside at the dimming light. All right, off to bed then. We all have work tomorrow. Night fell at the entrance of the steel mill. After roll call, the trio gathered on their bicycles at the steel mill's entrance. Shaoli, are you heading to that 18-mile shop again today? Su Chong inquired upon seeing Li Ming ride up. Yes, are any of you going along? It would be nice to have some company. Li Ming invited, glancing at his languorous colleagues. No way, that place is too far, one replied. I'm not going either, I'll head to Li Jiazhuang again. I estimate it'll take about half an hour to get there. Haha, Shaoli, don't pressure them. They're all too lazy to bother. And I don't plan on venturing to such a distant place either. Not everyone in our department possesses your strength. Su Chong laughed heartily. Li Ming shook his head. It was merely a casual suggestion, and he preferred solitude on his journey. All right then, I shall take my leave, he said as the others waved goodbye. See you at the steel mill tomorrow. Ride carefully. As the remaining few saw Li Ming set off on his bicycle, they too leisurely mounted their bikes, departing in various directions. In less than an hour, Comrade Li Ming arrived at the 18-mile shop, glancing skyward as he muttered to himself. I actually arrived a bit quicker than last time. Splendid. If only I could procure a watch. Relying on the sun for time is rather tedious. Hey, Shaoli, my brother. Just as Li Ming was about to light a cigarette, he heard someone call out to him, the voice resembling that of the local production team leader. Li Chong. He looked up to see Li Chong waving. Li Gu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Chong tossed his hoe to a bystander and hurried over. Didn't you say you'd come next month? Why are you here at the end of the month? Seeing a familiar face brought joy to Li Ming, who had been contemplating searching for someone inside. After sharing a cigarette, he began conversing. Supplies in the city are dwindling, and those of us in procurement have been driven out. Li Chong lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag. Not just in the city, even here, supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. You won't believe it. Just the other day, our meals consisted solely of 2-portion steamed buns with pickled vegetables. Many families are unhappy, especially those who have recently had children. Come, let us go to my home and sit for a spell. I've managed to gather a few items, Li Chong said, leading Li Ming towards his home. Li Ming's eyes lit up at the prospect of obtaining supplies, for though his space contained everything he desired, it was a hassle to retrieve anything without washing it first, unless he cooked it within the space beforehand. They meandered their way to the far right of the village and entered a courtyard. Pour 2 cups of water, Suahua, Li Chong called out upon entering, turning back to smile at Li Ming. My family just welcomed a newborn, haha. After settling at a stone table in the courtyard, Li Chong said, Brother, I've gathered quite a few items. I'll let you see them shortly. Wonderful, Li Gu. As long as you have something, we can make a deal. Upon hearing this, Li Chong's eyes sparkled. With a newborn in the family, purchasing nutritional supplies in the village was nearly impossible, and with food being so scarce, he had long contemplated using the money Li Ming had exchanged for him last time to procure some items in the city. Chapter 33. Harvesting in the countryside. Now it's even better. The god of wealth has sent us money, huh? With this thought, Li Chong could hardly contain his excitement and rushed inside to take the water from his wife. Just stay inside. No need to come out and catch a chill. After advising his wife, he stepped back outside. Li Ming, we don't have much tea, so please have some water. Li Ming promptly got up to accept it and sat back down, saying, Thank you, Li Gu. No need for formality. Recently, I've managed to collect some eggs and a few pieces of cured meat. Times have been tough lately, so I only managed to gather these items, Li Chong said, his expression tinged with concern. Li Ming, however, did not mind. A little would suffice, and he was not particularly concerned about acquiring more, as he merely needed something to wash clean. He had plenty of grain stored within his space. No worries. Having anything to eat these days is already a blessing. If it's convenient, please show me what you have, he encouraged. Upon hearing that Li Ming did not disdain the quantity, Li Chong felt reassured. After all, in these times, procurement was highly sought after in the village. Although food was scarce, it wouldn't be that way forever. And establishing connections with a major factory as procurement was crucial. He promptly rose and rummaged through his west wing room before returning with a large basket. Brother, take a look. There are 5 pieces of cured meat and about 120 eggs. However, you must leave me 2 pieces of meat. And I'll need to keep half of the eggs. Li Chong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. After all, his wife had just given birth and needed to replenish her strength. Without a doubt, brotherly, let us proceed as you suggested. After some deliberation, Li Ming settled the account with Li Chong at the rate of 5 jiao per jin of eggs and 8 jiao for the preserved meat. Given the scarcity of food these days, a slight price increase is acceptable. He has a dedicated warehouse within his breeding space for food storage, where time stands still. It is no exaggeration to say that the provisions Li Ming has amassed could comfortably sustain his family for a year and a half. At the entrance of Sherbali village. Brotherly, I shall take my leave now. I will return at the end of next month. Li Ming bid farewell to Li Chong while pushing his cart. All right, brother. Take care on your journey, and be cautious not to break the eggs. Rest assured, brotherly. By the time Li Ming rode his bicycle back to the steel mill's courtyard, it was already afternoon. He had resolved his lunch during a brief stop along the way. taking care of both himself and his bicycle within the space. Since it was still working hours upon his return, he did not encounter the gatekeeper, Yin Fugawei. And once home, he retrieved the eggs and preserved meat, along with 2 hens from the space, completing his errands. After all, with the 2 hens now, there would be a reliable source of eggs next year. Once everything was tidied up, Li Ming finally felt at ease. Leaving the construction of the chicken coop to old Li, while he, young Li, claimed he would not partake in such labor. After organizing his belongings, Li Ming succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep in a chair. He was only roused by the commotion outside, stretching lazily as he awoke. Stepping out, he saw his mother returning with his younger sister. Minzi is back, his mother exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her son safely home. Brother, his sister rushed over. Peering into the house, Li Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. Was she truly happy to see him? Or was her primary interest in whether he had brought something back? With a scowl, he pinched Li Rue's ear, pulling her closer. No. I would never overlook my elder brother. Li Ming chose not to engage further with this lively spirit. He allowed them to enter first before he lowered the curtain. Upon seeing the eggs, preserved meat, and the 2 hens tied to the table leg, both Li Rue and their mother were momentarily taken aback. Mother. Today was rather fruitful. I managed to procure 60 eggs and 3 pieces of preserved meat, but the true prize is these 2 hens. As Li mother gazed at her son, her admiration grew. He was not only clever and considerate, but also quite handsome. What mother wouldn't smile in her sleep, knowing her son was thriving? My dear son is becoming increasingly impressive, far superior to your father, who, when sent to buy food, took more than half a month and still couldn't fill a rice jar. It had become a habit for Li mother to praise her son while jesting at her husband. As she murmured, she began to gather the eggs and preserved meat. Just then, Li father entered through the curtain. Dear, why do I hear you grumbling about me again? He asked innocently. Li mother glanced up. Look at the bounty your son has brought home today. Do you think my words are unjust? Li father surveyed the scene. Good heavens. Eggs, preserved meat, and hens. Our dear son has struck gold. Indeed, you are correct, he grinned broadly. Now we can nourish these 2 children properly. Eggs are a wonderful resource. Especially with the 2 hens Minzi brought back. From now on, they shall be treasures for our Li family. Li mother shot a disapproving glance at her husband. Stop dawdling. Go fetch some bricks from Xiao Ming's newly renovated house. We need to build the chicken coop before dark. Li father instinctively moved to leave, but was halted by Li Ming. Father, take more bricks and build it higher. As he spoke, he pointed toward the courtyard, indicating the presence of potential thieves. Surely not. I recall our courtyard being free of. Li father's words were cut short by Li mother's retort. Is it only children in the courtyard? Have you forgotten about that old sow? Quickly go. Listen to your son. We need to build the coop higher. After receiving a gentle kick, Li father finally comprehended, rubbing his head but chuckling as he exited to construct the coop. My son is indeed reliable. Mom, praise me too. Stop praising my brother. I'm tired of hearing it every day, Li Rue grumbled while assisting Li mother with the eggs. Li mother feigned ignorance. Although she believed her daughter was quite remarkable, she paled in comparison to her son. A couple of days later, Li Ming's house was finally in order. Today, he had taken time off to tidy up his new abode in the morning and planned to shop for a few items in the afternoon, as he spent much of the money earned from the pork sales. Chapter 34, House Inspection. Little Dongjia, your 2 rooms are completely ready today. Please inspect them. Master Lu had arrived early, waiting for Li Ming. Li Ming did not hesitate. After all, he was financing the repairs and needed to be thorough. Although his mother worked at the neighborhood office and Master Lu generally wouldn't offend him, it was still best to ensure everything was satisfactory. Under Master Lu's guidance, Li Ming carefully examined the rooms he would soon inhabit. During the renovation, Li Ming had offered several suggestions, making the 2 western side rooms and the ear room considerably more comfortable. Entering through the corridor, the west hall was not as spacious as the rear ear room, but it was still quite adequate, comparable to the quarters of the Jia family. Upon entry, there was a hallway with a wooden floor leading directly to the ear room. To the left, there was a bathroom and a toilet, alongside ample space for future furniture. On the right, he had arranged a cooking station, a wash basin, and a large iron stove to ensure warmth while cooking in the winter. A row of storage cabinets was built against the wall, initially intended as a shoe cabinet. The Li family opted for storage due to their considerations for grain storage. To the west, adjacent to the ear room, there was a small bedroom, with a designated space for a modest living room. At the end of the corridor, Li Ming had instructed Master Lu to create a door in the wall. Upon entering, he found a bright and spacious living room. Further ahead, through a partition, he found a door leading to a modest secondary bedroom, which even had a small toilet. At the back was a large, well-lit master bedroom, with a small bathroom and toilet to the south. The highlight was the abundance of toilets, ensuring that his mother would no longer worry about morning queues. As for the drainage system, it was a joke. His mother worked at the neighborhood office, and they could easily approve their own plans. Everyone benefits. Excellent work, Master Lu. I am thoroughly pleased with my new home. Li Ming promptly handed over the remaining payment to Master Lu and even offered him a cigarette. Thank you, Dongjia. Master Lu beamed at the completion of the work and the additional gift. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. You can trust my craftsmanship. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ming bid farewell to Master Lu. Once back in the courtyard, Li Ming rolled up his sleeves and began the moving process. To secure his new living arrangement, his sister, Li Rui, had promised to massage him for a month, and today, as he moved, he needed to help her transition as well. Thus, his dear sister had effectively bartered half a month of her time. After tidying up until noon, Li Ming finally managed to relocate all of his and his sister Li Rui's belongings to their new home. His sister Li Rui settled into the secondary bedroom adjacent to the master suite, while comrade Li Ming, of course, claimed the master bedroom for himself, as it was his own space. After casually preparing a meal to satisfy his hunger, he hopped on his bicycle, ready to head to the trust shop to purchase furniture. This was something he had promised his parents the night before. Now that the new house was set up, it was time to procure the necessary furnishings. Thankfully, he had taken a day off to get everything done, ensuring a joyful outcome. With tomorrow being a day of rest, he could enjoy a well-deserved break. The goal was to manage personal affairs during work hours and also during leisure time. However, Li Ming's leave was somewhat different from others. His pay would remain unaffected, as Su, the section chief, had approved his procurement outing, ensuring that none of his colleagues would suffer a loss. Oh, Mingzi isn't at work today? Li Ming encountered He Yuzhu, who was returning home as he pushed his bike out the door. Yup, took a day off. Brother Zhu, did you take a leave as well? He Yuzhu waved his hand dismissively. What do I need to take leave for? There's no afternoon shift, so I have nothing to do. Just taking the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. Sounds a bit sour, doesn't it? Having a good skill set is quite advantageous. But it seems you're doing well too, so no worries. I'm off to buy some things. See you later. Brother Zhu. Li Ming had little to discuss with He Yuzhu. Their conversations rarely aligned, and Li Ming preferred to avoid interactions with sycophants, fearing he might catch their affliction. Although He Yuzhu was not yet sycophantic, and Jia Dongshu was still around, it was better to keep a distance. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, he did not intend to alter the narrative of a love-filled courtyard. As long as he was not provoked, everything would be fine. If provoked, well, he had ample space to dispose of any troublesome individuals. Humming a cheerful tune, Li Ming made his way straight to the trust shop. At that time, in the 1950s, the trust shops in Beijing were a unique feature, primarily located in bustling commercial areas such as Xidan, Kaishiku, Tianxiao, Shixi, Dongxi, Baixinkyo, and Xinjiku. Li Ming intended to visit the Baixinkyo trust shop, simply because it was close to home. The operational model of the trust shop involved accepting clients' items for sale. Clients could bring their belongings to the trust shop, where they would be sold on their behalf. The selling price would be mutually agreed upon, and the shop had no authority to alter it. If an item sold, the shop would collect a small commission. If it did not sell, the shop would return the item to the client without any fees, depending on their business scope. The original trust shops could be broadly categorized into three types. One type dealt in miscellaneous items, from cameras and crafts to clothing, shoes, hats, and more. Another specialized in furniture, including beds, tables, chairs, chests, wardrobes, etc., and the last type focused on bicycles, encompassing complete bikes and bicycle parts. Today, Li Ming intended not only to purchase suitable furniture, but also to procure a watch for himself. After all, people from the future either check the time on their phones or rely on watches. It was quite inconvenient to constantly gaze at the sun for the time. By next year, there would be numerous good items available in the market, and he could trade some grain for a couple of watch tickets, which would be delightful. The fair trading and integrity of these trust shops earned the trust and affection of the locals in Beijing. Some shops even offered clients a partial refund service to prevent unscrupulous individuals from using the trust shops for fencing stolen goods, ensuring that if any issues arose, the original owner could be traced. In high spirits, Li Ming parked his bicycle at the entrance of the Baixinkyo trust shop and eagerly stepped inside. After inquiring about directions, he learned that second-hand furniture was located on the second floor and in the back courtyard's warehouse, so he headed straight up. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed several salespeople attending to their clients, but Li Ming was in no rush. He leisurely strolled in a chosen direction. After a considerable time, a salesperson finished with their client and approached him. Looking to choose some furniture, sir? Li Ming turned to glance at the salesperson, who had an unremarkable but somewhat elongated face, reminiscent of Su Damao from the back courtyard. Yes. I just finished decorating my new home, and am looking to pick out a few pieces of furniture that catch my eye. Are there any good items you could recommend? Wang Tiniu, the salesperson who had worked at the trust shop for several years, had developed a keen eye. Generally, Those who visited the trust shop were either seeking bargains or genuinely knowledgeable about furniture. Rest assured, follow me, and I'll show you around. Wang Tiniu said enthusiastically as he began to guide Li Ming around the second floor. I'm not sure what type of furniture I need, but let us take a look. Li Ming pondered for a moment before continuing. I suppose I should first ensure that I have a complete set of 36 legs. The rest can wait. Otherwise, it would be a hassle. Mainly, he was concerned about having a complete set of 36 legs, fearing that some envious individuals might take notice. If he acquired too much, it would be difficult to manage in the courtyard. The 36 legs referred to a complete set of furniture, including one square table, for chairs, one double bed, one wardrobe, one writing desk, and one dining cabinet, totaling 36 legs. This was a popular furniture combination at the time, reflecting people's pursuit of aesthetic and practical home decor. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiniu exhaled with excitement. All right then. Let us first look at the chairs and the square table, as those are closer to this area. Do you prefer antiques? Wang Tiniu inquired, noticing Li Ming's keen interest. Of course, I appreciate good antiques, but you'll need to show me what you have. At this moment, he was not concerned about the age of the items, as the distant future was still far off. When that time came, he could simply toss the items into his space if needed. Easy as pie. Take a look at this. Wang Tiniu pointed to a cloud-patterned 8 immortals table. This is a table from the Qing dynasty. Since we received it, it has remained in perfect condition, and there is absolutely nothing to criticize. Li Ming circled the square table twice, scrutinizing it. A cloud-patterned 8 immortals table? Is it truly that? Wang Tiniu gave a thumbs up. You've got it. Before his transmigration, Li Ming often browsed online for antique furniture. Although he wasn't an expert, he could certainly recognize styles. The cloud-patterned 8 immortals table was a square table with equal sides. There were large and small versions. The large one could seat 8 people, while the smaller one, referred to by Beijing craftsmen as the 6 immortal table, was slightly smaller by about 10 centimeters. Common types included the one-leg, three-tooth square table, the Bawangkang square table, and the Luowa square table. This particular one was large enough to fit perfectly in the living room, making it convenient for dining, especially since they were currently 4 people. But who knows how many would be there when Li Ming eventually married. What is the price? Wang Tiniu could tell that Li Ming was interested and gestured a 5 with his hand, making Li Ming's eyes widen in surprise. Wow, that is incredibly cheap. Let us take it. Onward. Consequently, Li Ming followed the excited Wang Tiniu around the entire second floor for more than 2 hours, ultimately securing a Zeton table inlaid with ice plum patterns, a pair of redwood armchairs, a Zeton Wangwali coffee table, and various other pieces to complete his 36 legs. When they reached the ground floor, he paid a total of 48 small coins to take all of these items home, and the trust shop even arranged for a delivery man to transport them back. Li Ming had just acquired a Felco 13048 watch on the first floor, a model that can be considered a flagship product of the brand during this era. Delighted, he paid and wore it proudly. At the entrance of the pawn shop, Wang Tiniu, standing respectfully before Li Ming, remarked, "Please take your time. Should you need anything else in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." He had witnessed Li Ming purchase the watch without a blink, and although it was second-hand, its value far surpassed that of the furniture he had taken away. Rest assured, Li Ming replied as he leisurely rode his bicycle alongside Banner Yi towards the courtyard. Although this outing had depleted half of the money he earned from selling pigs, the joy of his acquisition was undeniable. At the very least, he would no longer have to crane his neck to track the sun's position. Upon reaching his new home at the steel plant courtyard, Li Ming began the laborious task of moving in, transporting each piece of furniture like an industrious ant until the last item was in place. He stood outside, exhaling slowly. "Wow, Mingzi, you're quite efficient. You managed to move everything by yourself," came the robust voice of Hiyuju, who had just entered the front yard, carrying a fish. "Haha, I took a day off today, and with everyone else at work, I'm the only one with time on my hands." Hiyuju was evidently planning to stew the fish, much to the delight of Yuju, who would surely enjoy a savory meal that evening. Although Li Ming did not intend to forge a deep friendship with Hiyuju, he felt compelled to engage in small talk to maintain neighborly goodwill. As the men of the old Beijing were quite particular about appearances, and showing courtesy could save one a great deal of trouble. "Would you care to join us for dinner tonight?" Hiyuju invited. Having noticed Li Ming's flourishing life and perhaps harboring intentions to facilitate a connection between Li Ming and his sister, Hiyushui, Li Ming shook his head. "Not today. I just moved in, and my family of 4 must cook here tonight." He was well aware of Hiyuju's ulterior motives and refused to be easily swayed, especially considering that several individuals in the courtyard harbored designs on him. "Very well, perhaps next time," Hiyuju conceded without pressing further. Engaging in light banter before returning to the central courtyard, Li Ming turned back, contemplating a place to rest after a day of exertion that had left him quite fatigued. Despite his robust constitution, Seated on a chair, Li Ming unintentionally dozed off, lulled by the afternoon sun's warmth. Brother, wake up. His sister, Li Rue, shook him, prompting him to awaken gradually. Oh, it's almost dark. Where are our parents? Li Ming rubbed his eyes and inquired. They're busy cooking over at our new home. It should be ready soon, so I came to get you, Li Rue replied, glancing towards the kitchen where enticing aromas wafted, signaling that a meat dish was a must for their inaugural meal in the new house. Let us go eat then. Chapter 36. The new home's first meal as they entered their new abode. Li Ming's parents had already set the dining table in the small living room to the left of the west corridor, even utilizing the recently purchased octagonal table. Mingzi, hurry and sit down to savor your mother's braised meat. It has been ages since I've had a taste of it. This time, it's all thanks to you. Li Ming's father leaned in, inhaling the delectable aroma with rapture. Look at you drooling. Li Ming's mother playfully chastised as she placed a platter of cold dishes on the table, delivering a light slap to her husband, eliciting laughter from the siblings. Have some decorum in front of the children. Li Ming's father grumbled, feeling somewhat slighted. Li Ming's mother paid him no mind, instead directing her attention to her children. Hurry and eat, or it will all end up in your father's stomach. At their mother's command, the family began to eat, the dining table soon resembling a whirlwind of activity, with even Li Ming's father, who usually enjoyed a drink with dinner, opting to focus solely on the meal. Once they had finished, the four of them lounged in Li Ming's newly purchased chairs, belching and rubbing their bellies, before engaging in conversation. Wife, your culinary skills have improved remarkably, Li Ming's father began, eager to shower his wife with praise, especially since his standing in the household had recently diminished following the discovery of his secret stash. Li Ming's mother beamed at the compliment, as no cook wishes for their dishes to be deemed unpalatable. Son, you've arranged your room rather nicely, Li Ming's mother remarked as she stood and wandered around, keen to digest the meal. Of course, I even built 3 bathrooms. This winter, we won't have to endure the cold waiting outside. Li Ming expressed his satisfaction with his newly designed home. Once our Mingzi gets married and has children, there will be ample space for everyone, his mother hinted, continually nudging him towards marriage. Is this one a small bedroom as well? Li Ming's father asked as he opened the door to the small bedroom. Indeed. I thought it prudent to create several bedrooms for your convenience. My son is quite considerate. If your mother chases me out, I'll just come stay here, Li Ming's father joked, stepping into the small bedroom as though familiarizing himself with his potential new retreat. Li Ming's mother, in a rare good mood, ignored him and inquired, Son, is your bathroom equipped with a wooden tub? Li Ming nodded. Yes, soaking in it will relieve fatigue. And we won't have to go to the public bath anymore, where it's crowded and noisy. Exactly. My son is so thoughtful. Your mother has longed for a bathing area at home, but your father is no help. I'll never have one as long as I'm depending on him, Li Ming's mother murmured, casting a disdainful glance at her husband, who was exploring the small bedroom. Where's my room? Li Rue exclaimed, eager to assert her presence and afraid someone might claim her space. Let us go check the east room. Your bedroom is over there, Li Ming assured her as they conducted a thorough tour of their new home, eliciting countless sentiments of awe. I say, Old Li, should we tidy up our own room? Li Ming's mother suggested, her eyes sparkling with envy at her son's well-organized space, prompting her to reconsider their current living conditions. Li Ming's father's excitement was abruptly quelled. We've recently spent quite a bit on renovations and supplies. Perhaps next year? Since Mingzi is now working, we can plan for renovations next year, Li Ming's mother mused, but then noticed the watch on Li Ming's wrist and the furniture he had purchased, realizing that a substantial portion of the expenses had come from her son. Wait a minute. I recall that our son covered most of these costs. Li Ming's father's expression dimmed as he grasped the implications. I was merely thinking of saving more for our son's future wedding, he lamented, resorting to the topic of marriage in hopes of alleviating the situation, allowing his wife to relent. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle as he observed the elderly couple engaged in conversation. Mom, you can move to the master bedroom with Dad. Our room is quite convenient. I can take the secondary bedroom or this little one. After all, we have ample space at home. Besides, I'm still unmarried. When winter comes, it would save us quite a bit on coal if we all shared a room, wouldn't it? Li mother nodded in agreement, saying, All right then, your father and I will move over tomorrow. There's no denying it. This room that you've tidied up is far too neat. Wait a moment. Brother, if you take the secondary bedroom, where will I stay? Li father interjected. You can occupy the little bedroom I just saw. It's even larger than the one you were in before. Plus, it has a storage cabinet against the wall, allowing you to stow away many of your belongings. Initially reluctant, Li Rue's disposition brightened at once. Dad, does the little bedroom really have a storage cabinet? Previously, her old room lacked any space for her belongings, which had to be stored in the adjacent utility room, making retrieval a cumbersome task. Though she addressed her father, Li Rui instinctively glanced at her brother, who had never deceived her, while their father often tricked her out of her red envelope money when she was younger. Absolutely. You can go take a look for yourself, Li Ming said with a smile, prompting the young girl to dash into the small bedroom. Well, we can tidy up the old house next year. For now, we'll reside here. With that resolute declaration from Li Mother, the task of moving became significantly more burdensome. All right, we'll gradually shift our belongings here tomorrow. The empty old house can serve as storage for the surplus items. If we manage to procure more food, we will have a place to store it. Li Father articulated with sagacity, clearly relishing the prospect of having a bedroom with its own bathroom, eliminating the need to share facilities with others. I suppose I can venture out to the countryside a few more times to see if I can gather additional grains, Li Ming chimed in. That sounds good. But you must prioritize your safety, son. We have enough provisions for now, and if all goes well next year, we will have even more, Li Mother emphasized, with her son's safety being her foremost concern. Rest assured, Mom. Besides, this strength of mine wasn't gained without reason, Li Ming replied cheerfully, exchanging light-hearted banter with his mother. As the days passed, 3 months had elapsed since the completion of the renovations in Li Ming's new home, and the trees planted in the yard had begun to shed their leaves. What a delightful day. Another day off, he exclaimed. This is the life I have yearned for. No overtime, no grueling 996 work schedule. Rising from bed, Li Ming prepared himself, having been quite industrious over the past few months, frequently visiting the pigeon market to sell off excess meat, flour, and rice, turning small profits into substantial sums. His reputation as the lime war god had spread across various pigeon markets in the city, but with autumn approaching, the scarcity of food had led to the closure of many markets, presenting him with an opportunity to take a break. Today, I shall go fishing and return with some food. A perfect plan. After tidying up, Li Ming finished his breakfast, grabbed his fishing rod and water bucket, and set off for Jinshui River. Take care on the way, Mingzi, Li Mother called after her energetic son, offering her usual caution. Yes, don't worry, Mom. He waved back as he exited the courtyard. Li Mother smiled and shook her head, reflecting on how considerate her son was. Is it not a good thing that our son is so responsible? He brings home food every month. If nothing else, I believe our household has the most ample provisions in the neighborhood. Now residing in their new home, Li Father and Li Mother could wash up comfortably without having to queue for water in the courtyard, which was indeed quite convenient. True, but while others are manageable. I've recently grown envious of Yen Fugue across the street. I ought to find an opportunity to give that old fellow a talking to, Li Father remarked, lighting a cigarette as he relaxed in a chair, chatting with Li Mother. Indeed, just the other day, I brought back a small bag of flour, and Yen Fugue was incredibly sour about it, even taking jabs at me. What? That scoundrel did that? Li Father exclaimed, springing up from his chair. How dare he bully my wife? Although food is scarce for everyone right now, if he can't find any for himself, he shouldn't mock others. Calm down. Mingzi just happened to return at that moment and gave Yen Fugue a piece of his mind. Don't worry, we didn't come out on the losing end. Li Mother reassured him. Li Father chuckled, scratching his head. Oh, then it's nothing to fret over, haha. But Yen Fugue is truly something else. Many people advised him to stock up on food, yet he lacked the means and still dared to cause trouble. I suspect the old man has lost his senses. Most of our food has come from Mingzi lately. Today I'll remind him to be cautious and to bring it back discreetly. Especially since we are living in the front yard, making it easier to keep an eye on Yen Fugue, while those in the backyard face more problems. Just the other day, Su Fugue tossed 2 pounds of rice over the wall at night. Li Father laughed heartily at the memory. Li Mother shook her head, observing her husband's childlike demeanor. Stop laughing and go gather some eggs to avoid attracting unwanted attention. All right. At Jinshui River, a familiar voice greeted Li Ming. Oh, little Li, you're here today? Old Zhang, who had evidently arrived for fishing, called out as he spotted Li Ming. Li Ming chuckled, glancing at old Zhang's bucket. You're not doing so well, old Zhang. Arriving so early and catching nothing, huh? After teasing old Zhang about his fishing skills, Li Ming settled down on a small stool beside him, preparing to fish. You rascal. You always steal my stool. Can't you bring your own? Old Zhang grumbled playfully. Li Ming remained unfazed, responding, do you know what it means to have more stationery than a failing student? Failing student? And you have more stationery? Old Zhang questioned, glancing skeptically at the array of fishing bait, lines, and buckets surrounding him. Are you talking about me? He asked incredulously, feeling a bit insulted. Seeing old Zhang's expression, Li Ming quickly waved his hands in denial. No, not me. Don't say that. Old Zhang huffed, turning back to his fishing. But if you do take it to heart, that's not my problem, Li Ming added with a smirk. Old Zhang's hand trembled slightly on the fishing rod, prompting Li Ming to burst into laughter. Haha, don't take it to heart, old Zhang. Fishing is mostly about luck. Just keep coming out, and you'll catch something eventually. Hearing Li Ming's encouragement, old Zhang nodded, albeit with a hint of pride. After a while, Li Ming pulled a crab from the water, tossing it into his bucket without a glance. Why am I only catching crabs today? He complained. While they're tasty, they can't compare to fish. Well, it's quite normal to catch crabs at this time in Jinshui River. They're quite delicious, old Zhang explained. Still focused on his fishing. I know they're delicious, but there are just so many. How about I trade you? I'll introduce my granddaughter to you. Old Zhang suggested, once again playing the matchmaker. The guard standing nearby was rendered speechless. One could only wonder how deeply missed her. Zhang must doubt his granddaughter's prospects for marriage to persistently promote her to Li Ming for 3 consecutive years. I remarked, old Zhang. Speak honestly. Is your granddaughter unattractive, or perhaps rather plump? After 3 years of being introduced to Mr. Zhang's granddaughter, Li Ming could no longer suppress his retort. Upon hearing this, old Zhang immediately grew indignant, tossing his fishing rod to the ground. Bah! You rascal, biting the hand that feeds you. I'm merely concerned that you might struggle to find a spouse. Out of our friendship across generations, I introduced you to my precious granddaughter. She is neither unattractive nor overweight. You, a mere commoner, are not in a position to judge. Li Ming rubbed his nose and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly distributing one to old Zhang, the guard, and the secretary, who initially had no interest. It was only after old Zhang spoke up that the 4 of them shared a smoke together. You, a retired old man, are always accompanied by a bodyguard. You must belong to a prominent family. I'm just a lowly commoner. If your granddaughter were genuinely attractive, would I stand a chance? Li Ming took a puff, exhaling the smoke slowly. Humph, little Li, go to the car and bring back a photo of my precious granddaughter to enlighten this foolish boy. The secretary, amused while smoking and observing the commotion, chuckled and darted off. Chapter 38. We time travelers hold grudges. Li Ming watched the secretary rush out with a bemused expression. His speed was hardly slower than a rabbit's. You better not underestimate the situation. Many of our peers in the neighborhood are quite fond of my granddaughter. Old Zhang puffed out a cloud of smoke at Li Ming. With an expression of disdain, Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. Well, that's even better. You should just pick one, as if shopping at a market. You can choose wisely. Old Zhang, undeterred, retorted, if I could choose well, would I be introducing you? Oh, so I've become the backup option, haha? You're quite clever for an old man. Li Ming teased as he engaged in banter with old Zhang, occasionally reeling in a fish, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, the secretary returned with a photo, and old Zhang swiftly snatched it from him, handing it to Li Ming. Take a good look. My granddaughter is truly remarkable. Fine, given your persistent promotion of her, I suppose I'll begrudgingly take a glance. Alas, my kind heart. Li Ming held the photo without looking, initially directing a smirk at old Zhang. Only after seeing old Zhang's beard quiver in indignation did he lower his gaze. Wow. Those brows are like delicate smoke curling upwards, and those eyes, are they joyful or sorrowful, filled with emotion? He exclaimed. Oh, and it's a full-body shot. Quite the affluent family you have, old Zhang. Li Ming casually praised, and upon hearing this, old Zhang's eyebrows nearly leaped with delight. He turned to the secretary, boasting, see? I told you this lad would be captivated by the photo. Indeed, she possesses a figure as graceful as a willow swaying gently by the water, Li Ming added, showering compliments without restraint. Who would have thought you had such finesse? Old Zhang, basking in the flattery, set aside his fishing rod and squatted beside Li Ming, eager to chat. So how do you feel about her? If it seems suitable, perhaps you two could meet? The old man seemed to channel the spirit of the matchmaker, cornering Li Ming with his inquiries. She is indeed beautiful, but I can't aspire to such heights, haha. Old Zhang, I'm just a common man. What qualifications do I have to associate with your esteemed family? Though Li Ming carried the pride of a time traveler, he contemplated the inevitable moment when circumstances might turn dire. He certainly did not wish to be embroiled in any misfortune. It was wise to navigate life carefully. One might easily find themselves in dire straits if they were not cautious. Furthermore, the temperaments of those from affluent families were notoriously difficult. He had no desire to cater to such whims. Old Zhang's smile faltered. He had never anticipated being rejected due to excessive wealth. It was a shock that nearly left him breathless. The secretary and the guard were equally astonished. How could this young man resist such a stunning girl from a high-status family? Old Zhang, you overestimate me. I simply wish to live a peaceful life. Your granddaughter is undoubtedly beyond the reach of an ordinary citizen like me, haha. It's best for us to remain fishing companions. Old Zhang appeared momentarily dazed, muttering to himself, this shouldn't be. I've seen you practically drooling over beautiful women before. Li Ming chuckled, you old man. You think I'm incapable of appreciating beauty? I merely admire it. Besides, with my modest means, how could I dare to delay a lovely lady? Old Zhang, it would be better for you to find someone of equal standing. Having regained his composure, Old Zhang laughed. You've got some wit. Haha. I wouldn't press the issue. However, I must return to tell my granddaughter about you. It would be nice for her to meet someone like you as a friend. Seeing that old Zhang still had the energy to chat, Li Ming chose to ignore him, opting instead to light a cigarette and continue fishing by the riverbank. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Li Ming glanced at his watch. Old man, I'm off. Without waiting for old Zhang to respond, he picked up his bucket and made a hasty exit. Old Zhang opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, Li Ming was already a distance away. He shook his head and chuckled. Secretary Li, what do you think of this young man? The secretary pondered for a moment. He quite the character. At least this boy has clarity of thought. Most children his age would be clamoring for the opportunity you presented, but he seems to avoid it like the plague. That's quite self-deprecating, old Zhang grumbled as he began to pack up his fishing gear, planning to return home and share his encounter with his granddaughter. If she found him appealing, perhaps they could arrange a meeting. At this stage, his family held considerable prestige, and most importantly, his only granddaughter was precious. Cherished as if she might break. He simply wished for her to find a good match and lead a fulfilling life. On his way home, Li Ming found an empty alleyway and slipped into his space, retrieving 2 kilograms of flour before making his way home. One hand carrying the water bucket and the other the flour bag. As for old Zhang's granddaughter, he truly had no desire to become involved. At the steel factory's courtyard, Li Ming unexpectedly encountered Yin Fugui. Previously, he had confronted this old man for mocking his mother, which had led to a cooling of relations between the Li and Yin families. Now facing this old nuisance again, Li Ming had no intention of being cordial. Yin Fugui, seemingly oblivious to Li Ming's sour demeanor, approached him with feigned cheer. Mingzi, have you caught any fish today? Noting the old man's approach, Li Ming was prepared with sharp retorts. If you fancy fishing, by all means, give it a try. If you can't catch anything, you can pay me for my catch, and we can make a trade. Yin Fugui's expression faltered, awkwardly laughing. I lack your skills, but if you're selling, what's the price? Li Ming shook his head decisively. I wouldn't sell to a scoundrel like you even if I threw it away. Not for sale. If you wish to eat, you can procure it yourself. Can we, cultured individuals of the courtyard, be stymied by such trivial matters? With that, Li Ming turned on his heel and strode homeward without a backward glance. Yin Fugui, well aware that Li Ming was harboring a grudge, reflected on how he had foolishly insulted Li Ming's mother previously, a slight that had evidently been remembered. As for the thought of Yin Fugui, relying on his seniority to slap Li Ming, he quickly dismissed it. After all, he prided himself on being a man of culture and would not resort to such actions. Moreover, he had witnessed Li Ming's vigorous temperament during the incident of the door demolition. If there were to be a confrontation, he might very well find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 39, Shijia Hutong. It seemed this young man had some connections. If all else failed, he would have to offer a sum of money to enlist his assistance in procuring provisions. Alas, how I wish I had been more prudent with my words. Yin Fugui sighed, giving himself a light slap across the face in remorse. He found such individuals, both astute and formidable, particularly irksome. How much more agreeable it would be if they were as simple-minded as Zhong Yuan's foolish Shuzi. Suppressing his inner musings, Yin Fugui turned and re-entered his abode. Li family, did you just have a conversation with Yin Fugui? Li father inquired upon seeing Li Ming enter the house. Li Ming placed the bucket and provisions down with a huff, thinking, that old fellow still dreams of trading my fish for money? Where was he when he offended my mother? Now he seeks to curry favor. Li father and Li mother chuckled at their son's complaints, finding his tendency to hold grudges rather amusing. I suspect that old man has run out of options for obtaining provisions. He insulted me for a while, and before long, he might come knocking on our door for help or even ask me to procure some food for him. If I don't manage to take advantage of him then, my years of effort will have been in vain. With a determined grunt, Li Ming made his way to wash his hands. Li mother shook her head. Well, I see there are crabs today, just in time for a meal for you too. Old Li, go buy some wine. It's only fitting to share in your son's good fortune. Li father, unfazed by the remarks, happily set off. At a certain courtyard in Shijia Hutong. The residents of Shijia Hutong included several notable figures from history, such as Zhang Shizhao and Xiao Guanhua. This area once served as a dormitory for the Ministry of Water Resources, where even the minister had resided. Additionally, Shijia Hutong boasted many beautiful three-courtyard houses, previously homes to retired high-ranking officials. For instance, at number 51 Shijia Hutong, a charming three-courtyard residence, Zhang Shizhao's family moved in during the 1950s, followed by Qiao Guanhua and Zhang Hanji. Number 32 Shijia Hutong was another dormitory for the Ministry of Water Resources, where the minister had also lived. No. 56 Shijia Hutong housed the People's Art Theater's dormitory, featuring a three-courtyard layout adorned with crabapple trees, affectionately referred to as Crabapple Courtyard, where numerous esteemed artists, such as Yu Shizhi and Zhao Juyin, had resided. Number 53 Shijia Hutong is now a guest house, previously occupied by another notable individual. No. 24 Shijia Hutong has been transformed into the Shijia Hutong Museum, once renowned for its distinguished Miss Bookroom, owned by the talented Ling Shuhua. Later, Miss Ling relocated to Europe with her husband and returned in her twilight years. Other notable residents included Chao Kuan and Sai Jinhua. Old Zhang, as a retired high-ranking official, naturally occupied one of the 3 courtyard houses. He cheerfully entered the courtyard with a bucket in hand, although the fish inside amounted to just over a pound. It did little to dampen his spirits. While this courtyard was spacious, it primarily housed old Zhang, his son, daughter-in-law, and cherished granddaughter, with only a few guards and housekeepers in attendance. "Father, how was your catch today?" Zhang's daughter-in-law, a dedicated homemaker, ensured the household ran smoothly. Old Zhang chuckled. I caught 2 today. We shall stew them tonight." Zhang's daughter-in-law peered into the bucket and laughed. "Father, these 2 fish are hardly enough for old Zhang alone." "I don't care. I'll drink the soup." Old Zhang grumbled, shoving the bucket into his daughter-in-law's hands as he set off to find his beloved granddaughter. "All right, I shall prepare it." "Waner is in the study in the back," Zhang's daughter-in-law noted, recognizing her father-in-law's intent to seek out his treasured granddaughter. "Very well." Old Zhang waved enthusiastically and made his way to the back courtyard. "Secretary, did my father go fishing with his little friend again today?" Zhang's mother asked as she saw her father-in-law walk into the courtyard. Secretary Li nodded. "Yes, indeed." Zhang's mother chuckled. "And has he introduced our granddaughter yet?" "And with no success?" "You guessed it right," Secretary Li responded, recalling the amusing scene from earlier that afternoon. "That young man seems intriguing. I wish I could meet him. I never expected my father to take Waner's photo with him and still not succeed. I shan't worry about it. Let him fret as a grandfather should. I'm off to prepare dinner." With that, Zhang's mother headed directly to the kitchen in the front courtyard to assist the housekeeper in preparing the evening meal. In the back courtyard study, Wan, Grandpa is here to see you. Old Zhang exclaimed cheerfully as he pushed the door open. Zhang Waner sat by the window, sunlight streaming through the curtains and illuminating her as she focused intently on her book. Upon hearing her grandfather's call, she offered a playful smile, closed her book, and lifted her head. "Grandpa, are you here to find me a suitor again?" Her voice, as sweet as a lark's first song, rang clear with a hint of playfulness. Old Zhang chuckled, scratching his head. "Yes, but this time it was a rather disheartening experience." Zhang Waner's eyes sparkled as she approached the tea table to pour her grandfather a cup of hot tea, eagerly awaiting his next words. Since turning 18, suitors had been flooding in for her, akin to fish crossing a river, a constant stream of matchmakers arriving. This was no exaggeration. On the busiest days, as many as 5 matchmakers would come in a single day. However, Zhang Waner had yet to find a single one to her liking. No matter how impressive their family background, they were, at best, mere reflections of her own family. Wealthy as they might be, without an official connection, their allure quickly faded. At the age of 19, Zhang Waner was approaching the average marriage age of the 1950s. Although her family was not particularly anxious, her grandfather was. Not only was Zhang Waner unimpressed by the suitors, but old Zhang shared her sentiments. Thus, the two of them found themselves quite eager to discuss the matter. Ever since Zhang Waner learned that her grandfather frequently recommended her to a much older fishing companion, each time he returned from a failed introduction, he would come to her with tales of woe, only to regroup and try again. This back and forth had piqued Zhang Waner's curiosity regarding Comrade Li Ming. Chapter 40. Traditional retained projects of the courtyard. "Do tell me. We have plenty of time before dinner," Zhang Waner chimed in once more. Old Zhang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and began to recount the day's events to his granddaughter. "Today, I brought all your photographs with me, full-body shots, mind you. As for your grandfather, I have only a handful. So, can you guess what this young rascal said to me?" "What? How did he phrase it?" "In any case, he summarized it all by declaring that you are wonderful and beautiful. I thought this might lead somewhere, but in the end, the scoundrel added, he is not worthy." I nearly lost my temper. Upon hearing this, Zhang Waner discreetly covered her mouth, yet her smile radiated like the warm sunshine of spring. "Grandpa, what exactly did you discuss? How did he praise you?" After finishing his tea, old Zhang slammed the cup down on the table and exclaimed, "At my age, such details slip my mind. Isn't that quite normal? Wait a moment, I'll call Shaoli, he must remember." Noticing his granddaughter's curiosity, old Zhang didn't hesitate to turn around and seek out Secretary Li. Before long, old Zhang returned with Secretary Li in tow. "Shaoli, recount those flowery words that Li Ming used to praise Waner." This old man couldn't retain them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at forgetting a few lines, old Zhang was in a less than cheerful mood. 2 elegant brows that seemed to knit, and a pair of eyes that harbor unspoken affection. Also, a lithe waist like a willow, serene as a delicate flower reflected in water. Yes, those are the lines. This lad possesses a modicum of literary talent. Old Zhang eagerly resumed the conversation. His granddaughter, Zhang Wanner, smiled brightly. Grandpa, if you have the chance to meet him again, do call me. I'd love to see what this fishing friend of yours is like. Haha, splendid. I refuse to believe that if I bring my granddaughter to him, he won't be moved. Old Zhang, resembling a victorious general, relished his granddaughter's affirmative response and cheerfully exited the study. Meanwhile, Comrade Li Ming, who was blissfully enjoying his meal in the courtyard, remained oblivious to the schemes being concocted against him. Delicious, he remarked, settling into a chair, finding a more comfortable position to begin his post-meal relaxation. Li Father, too, put down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "It's truly your mother-esque culinary skills." The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, kindred spirits in their appreciation. Bro, there's going to be a meeting in the courtyard. Third uncle wants everyone to gather after dinner, chirped his sister, Li Rui, as she bounced in from the yard. Oh, this is indeed a long-standing tradition of this unfortunate courtyard. Whether there's something to discuss or not, they convene meetings all the same. The father and son exchanged glances, and with resignation, decided to attend. Fine, let us consider it a means of digestion. Li Ming reluctantly rose to prepare for the gathering. I'll go too, to prevent anyone from bullying my good son. Li Father hastily stood after receiving a fierce glare from Li Mother. Wait for me, I want to go too. Li Rui called out. All right, let us go. It'll be like watching a grand performance, Li Ming replied with a nonchalant expression. Li Mother smiled indulgently at her lively family and then proceeded to clean the dishes at the sink. Ever since their obedient son had installed the large sink, life had become much more convenient. No longer did they have to brave the cold winter wind outside. The courtyard meeting was a traditional event, and from Li Ming's observations, one recurring spectacle was the explosive conflicts involving He Yuzhu, Su Dumao, and Lu Haizhong, a classic must-see in this courtyard. Li Ming ambled along with his father towards the central courtyard, not even bothering to grab a stool, content to stand for a while, especially since he was not expecting the two men to provide support. Before them sat an octagonal table occupied by three rather imposing figures. In the center, the sprightly and benevolent Yi Zhonghai, the revered elder of the courtyard, was known for his moral teachings and ability to guide others towards virtue. This courtyard cherished the values of respecting elders and nurturing the young, which often manifested in Yi Zhonghai's penchant for moralizing, particularly at the expense of He Yuzhu. To his left sat Lu Haizhong, one of the two rotund uncles of the courtyard, infamous for his domestic violence and double standards, punishing his younger son for the older son's misdeeds. His daily routine consisted of devouring scrambled eggs, indulging in spirits, and chastising his children. To the right was Yin Fugui, whose appearance resembled that of a monkey, famously declaring that one cannot become impoverished through eating or dressing poorly, but rather through unwise calculations. He was a man of unwavering principles, who would seize any opportunity to indulge his curiosity, even if it meant tasting the essence of mosquitoes or following the scent of a passing manure truck, convinced that not picking up money while out and about would spell a loss for the day. As Li Ming surveyed the other notorious representatives of the courtyard, a sigh escaped his lips. Son, what troubles you? Li Father inquired, noticing his son's sudden despondence. Li Ming murmured softly, what a stroke of misfortune it is for our family to reside in such a courtyard. Li Father chuckled, oh, it's nothing. This group wouldn't dare to offend us too easily. Yet, despite the lightheartedness, the unpleasantness of their neighbors was undeniable. Li Ming lamented as he lit a cigarette, offering one to his father as they both awaited the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, his sister Li Rui, disturbed by the crowd, turned back home upon spotting the detestable Yin Fugui. Everyone please pause. I'll begin by outlining the main agenda of today's meeting, Lu Haizhong announced, prompting the crowd to focus their attention on him. Recently, sourcing food has become increasingly challenging. Thus, the three elders have decided to gather everyone to discuss this pressing matter. Following this, he invited one elder to elaborate further. Lu Haizhong settled back down, taking a sip from his teacup, attempting to appear as though he was in command of the situation. Everyone was accustomed to Lu Haizhong being the first to speak at these meetings, and they hardly took his words to heart, primarily waiting for Yi Zhonghai to contribute. If anyone in the courtyard has their sights set on us, I'll take the role of the villain while you play the hero, Li Ming whispered to his father. Li Father chuckled, realizing this was the first time his son wanted to coordinate with him at a courtyard meeting. Previously, he had always faced adversaries alone, sometimes alongside Li Mother, yet generally, no one dared to challenge them. However, given the current food shortages, it was likely that many in the courtyard were eyeing their family with envy. This thought flickered a hint of determination in Li Father's eyes. Chapter 41, The Courtyard Meeting. Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat before speaking. I wonder where everyone learned their manners. If you have phlegm in your throat, kindly swallow it down. Li Ming inwardly scoffed, finding the residents of the courtyard increasingly irksome. In truth, Lu Haizhong had already articulated the main issue. There was simply not enough food to go around, and the pressure was mounting. However, our courtyard has long been a recipient of excellence, and I, alongside the other two elders, have conferred privately and plan to center our efforts around the three managing elders of the middle and back courtyards to provide better support for our residents. This is the purpose of today's meeting, and I invite everyone to share their thoughts. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's verbose declaration, Li Ming understood that this old man was merely seeking to enhance his own reputation, thereby gaining greater control over the residents of the courtyard. The more esteemed he became, the greater the likelihood that he could secure a comfortable future for himself and his family. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai's thoughts mirrored those of Li Ming. Initially, Yi Zhonghai envisioned fostering an atmosphere of mutual assistance within the courtyard centered around himself. However, given that his own choices for elderly care resided in the central courtyard, he recognized that assuming responsibility for the front and back courtyards would only exacerbate his own burdens. Moreover, he could not afford to provoke the Li family in the front courtyard at this time, so he reluctantly decided against it. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Our household has recently depleted its grain reserves, and the suggestion put forth by the elder was quite astute. Yes, let us help one another. And the esteemed gentlemen in our courtyard are all capable individuals who can offer us further assistance. A neighbor from the front courtyard side, however, dealing with the head of our front courtyard is a different story. The father and son from the Li family exchanged glances without uttering a word. Yet both understood that their family would likely become the target of scrutiny from the residents of the front courtyard. Nevertheless, Li Ming was not one to shy away from confrontation. He believed that Yi Zhonghai, this old fool, needed to devise a plan to manage the situation. If provoked too far, he would not hesitate to cast him aside, throwing him into the feeding trough of the pigs in the breeding space. How absurd. The three elder gentlemen seated around the eight immortals table were quite pleased with the proceedings. Yi Zhonghai's satisfaction was palpable. After all, he had achieved a win-win situation, incurring merely a slight loss of resources. However, if his own household were to run out of supplies, he would not extend help to others. Lu Haizhong from the back courtyard was even more straightforward, as he was a 7th-level blacksmith with a relatively affluent background. His agreement with Yi Zhonghai's proposal was primarily motivated by a desire to exert his influence. As for Yan Fugui, his intentions were even simpler. He aimed to exploit the situation to extract some benefits from the Li family to supplement his household expenses. As for the other families in the front courtyard, they were of no concern to him. We agree. Yes, we all concur, the first elder proclaimed. Indeed, the second elder is correct. Third elder, let it be. Yi Zhonghai was quite satisfied with the outcome of the meeting. Hearing the praise from his neighbors brought him immense joy. Well then, let us adjourn the meeting. The details can be coordinated by the elder responsible for the courtyard with each household. Yi Zhonghai set the tone, bringing the courtyard assembly to a close. Having achieved his objective, it was far better to conclude the meeting early and return home. The Li father and son followed the flow of people back home. Upon their arrival, they informed Li Mu about the situation, prompting a discussion within the family. It must be said that the Li family was not one to shy away from trouble, given their confidence. However, opposing the entire front courtyard would yield little benefit. At the very least, Li Ming contemplated ways to turn this situation into an advantage for the Li family, desiring both profit and reputation. Yan Fugui, that old scoundrel, needed to be dealt with, and Yi Zhonghai, that old fool, also required a reckoning. Li Ming needed a win-win situation. Do not dare tell me about neighborly assistance during a calamity, during a famine. Who truly knows anyone? Moreover, excessive helping often leads to deep-seated grudges. The Li family could not engage in such matters. Sister, close the door and keep watch at the entrance, Li Ming instructed his younger sister, ensuring no one could eavesdrop on their discussions. Old Li, at the very least, this situation does not bode well for our family, Li Mu remarked. Among the more affluent households in the courtyard, we are one of the few, alongside Yi Zhonghai from the central courtyard, Lu Haizhong, and Su Fugui from the back courtyard. Now, with Yi Zhonghai's proposal, it certainly does not favor us. Furthermore, their son had recently brought back a considerable amount of grain, albeit infrequently seen. Yet caution was still warranted. Li Mu was no fool. Upon hearing Li Fu's concerns, she recognized the potential dangers, particularly that someone might seize the opportunity to provoke them. Li Fu lit a cigarette and chuckled. We need not fear. One elder manages one courtyard. At least in our front courtyard, there is only Yan Fugui. As long as we can find a way to keep him in check, we will have succeeded significantly. At this moment, Li Ming chimed in. Next time I bring back grain, it must be done under the cover of night. From today onward, our family must avoid any daytime grain acquisition to prevent being seen. Moreover, Mom, Dad, and Sister, you must refrain from praising me openly. and in due time, we will need to feign hardship. It would be best to do so in front of our neighbors, planting the seed that our family is struggling to procure grain. Upon hearing their son's well-structured plan, Li Fu and Li Mu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of reassurance. This was indeed their capable son. No problem, I will heed your advice, Ma. So will I? Me too. Li Rue quietly raised her hand from behind the door. As long as our family remains united, these trivial matters should not trouble us. Furthermore, if Yin Fugue intends to use this situation to target our family and extract benefits, Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of coldness in his gaze. He would need to be cautious, for he held grudges. Li Fu and Li Mu chuckled at their son's demeanor. It was indeed true that he bore grudges. Even a dog barking unexpectedly could send him chasing it down the street with a brick. The family devised an initial response plan, with future actions to be determined as circumstances arose. This was also Li Ming's way of navigating domestic life. Should those troublesome individuals seek trouble during the day, he would resolve their names under the cover of night, armed with his strength and resources. Chapter 42. Yin Fugue pays a visit. After coming up with a plan, Li Ming was no longer concerned. After all, they were merely remnants of their former selves. Why dwell on it? They truly ought to be grateful for the current state of affairs. The next day, at the steel mill's third section office, 6 slackers lounged about collectively, opting not to procure supplies or fish, mainly because they couldn't find anything to buy, and fishing wasn't always fruitful. It was more prudent to conserve their energy while idling in the office. With nothing pressing to do, Li Ming recounted the prior night's meeting held by Yi Zhonghai to the group. The attendees were not fools like he usually. They quickly deduced what Yi Zhonghai was scheming. Li Ming, how does your courtyard view this? There are indeed quite a few rascals there, Su Chong remarked, chewing his words. Wang Jun took a puff from his cigarette. If I were living in your courtyard, I would be on edge all the time. Huh, old Wang. Just be careful not to get sold and end up paying the buyer, Zhou Tian quipped. As the conversation meandered, these 4 old lechers strayed further from the topic. Damn it, the last time I visited the 8 great alleys, she told me next time she wouldn't charge money, but instead would accept grain. Wu Gang grumbled. Full of indignation, Li Ming and Su Chong exchanged astonished looks, as they had no involvement in such matters. Has everyone adapted so quickly? Indeed. Grain is becoming increasingly difficult to collect. When I went down to gather supplies a few days ago, the villagers mentioned that this year's autumn harvest was all on credit. I reckon there's quite a commotion going on in the village right now. Zheng Ping brought a kettle and poured some hot water for everyone. True enough, in the past, the village's communal dining hall served meals that were far superior to what we had in Beijing. The third section spent the day idling until the closing bell rang. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, then another day well spent. Are we meeting tonight? No, need to gather grain. All right. As the distinctive greetings concluded, Li Ming joined his father, Li Fu, to head home. You reek of smoke. Have you been hiding away in the office all day with your colleagues? Li Fu remarked with a look of disdain. Li Ming chuckled, well aware that the situation with his colleagues was common knowledge. His father was simply envious. Indeed, with nothing to do, we couldn't even gather anything. It's not just our department. The others are idle as well. Li Fu's expression shifted to one of longing. By the way, Dad, when does your level assessment begin? The look on Li Fu's face transformed from yearning to contemplation. It wasn't that he had recently abandoned his craft, but rather that advancing from level 5 to 6 was quite troublesome. It should be next week, he mused, stroking his chin. The father and son continued their conversation as they rode their bicycles, and before long, they arrived at the courtyard. Even from a distance, they spotted Yin Fugue pacing back and forth like a monkey at the entrance. Hey, Dad, looks like the old fellow is waiting for us, Li Ming remarked. Li Fu laughed. I can see that. Who would have thought Yin Fugue would be so impatient? Tonight, we'll put on quite a show for him. Your mother returned today and hid the grain from our old house in the basement. As for your new house, we've stored our daily rations in your sister's cupboard. All right then, let us go. As Yin Fugue noticed the Li family returning on their bicycles, envy and jealousy sparkled in his eyes. Old Li is back. Li Fu jumped off from the rear seat, replying, yes, we're back. I wonder what brings you here, third uncle? Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Yin Fugue chuckled. You know about yesterday's meeting. I visited several neighbors last night. Yours is the only house left. So I thought I'd see if we could finalize things today. All right, follow me home, Li Fu said, leading the way. Yin Fugue, feeling optimistic about today's matter, followed cheerfully. Upon entering the Li family's new home, Yin Fugue began to shower compliments as if they were free, extolling the virtues of the new house as if it were a celestial abode. Li Ming and Li Fu listened with smiles, showing no inclination to engage further. Li Mu, amused by the spectacle, followed Li Rue to the small bedroom, where they could still hear the conversations emanating from the living room. As Yin Fugue's words trailed on and his lips grew parched, he finally took a sip of tea and shifted to the main topic. Oldly, you know how things are right now. Grain is hard to come by. He sighed. Yes, I understand, Li Fu replied. That's why the meeting was convened yesterday. The aim was simple, encouraging mutual assistance among neighbors. Indeed, I know. Your family seems to be managing better than the others. So I came to ask if you could help us with the grain situation. I can't manage that, Li Fu stated. Yin Fugue, mistaking this for an agreement, felt satisfied. Great. Then I'll count on you for the grain from the front courtyard. When did I agree to that? Li Fu looked innocently at his son. Li Ming chuckled. Dad, you just said we can't help. Third uncle has poor hearing and misunderstood. Oh, no matter. Let me reiterate. I cannot help. Yin Fugue was taken aback, nearly choking on his tea. You. Dad, you're making this too easy for him. Let me handle it, Li Ming said with a grin. Yin Fugue, I'll be addressing you directly today. If you have any objections, voice them now. If not, just listen. Li Ming sat confidently before Yin Fugue, exuding the vigor akin to Li Yuanba, applying considerable pressure on the lean man. How do you speak to me like that? Yin Fugue stammered. Li Ming smiled. Don't think you can use age to intimidate me. You mocked my mother. I had no reason to treat you kindly. Besides, do you think you can handle what I might offer you? Let us not indulge in useless talk. If a neighbor is in trouble, we, the Li family, will do our utmost to help. But if you're thinking of playing moral games with me, you should consider how your stature compares to the door I once dismantled. In that moment, Yin Fugue's bravado crumbled, his countenance darkening. As the saying goes, one must balance the stick with a sweet date. Li Ming knew that he would need to dangle a carrot before Yin Fugue to keep him in line, as the latter was indeed reliant on him. Third uncle, don't take offense at my words. You cannot deny you've had such thoughts, right? Seeing Yin Fugue's face flush slightly, Li Ming continued, I'm not unreasonable. If you refrain from scheming against the Li family, I can help you gather some grain. But let me be clear, while I can procure some, it won't be much, so I trust you grasp my meaning. Having never been bested by a younger generation, Yin Fugue had no choice but to concede. Recognizing that the Li family had the broadest connections in the courtyard. Understood, I'll buy grain from you at a 10% markup over market price. However, Li Ming shook his head. No need for that. I can sell it to you at market price, provided you inform me in advance. After all, we're neighbors in the same courtyard, and if grain truly becomes scarce, it wouldn't be right for me to profit from your misfortune. Yin Fugue felt relieved by this response and stood to thank Li Ming. Good lad, I appreciate your help. As for the grain situation in the front courtyard, if anyone truly has difficulties, I'll lead the charge to assist. No one will be watching your family. All right, third uncle, just let me know if you need anything. Li Ming raised his cup for a sip of tea, signaling the end of the conversation. Yin Fugue, considering himself a cultured man of the courtyard, understood the hint and left with a smile. Li Fu then looked at his son, pride evident in his gaze, a hint of smugness in his demeanor. Before he could speak, Li Mu emerged from the small bedroom with Li Rue. Truly, my son, you handled that splendidly. You flatter me, Li Ming replied. They exchanged pleasantries, creating a warm and lively atmosphere, while Li Rue gazed at her brother with admiration. Brother, you're amazing, she exclaimed, giving Li Ming a thumbs up. Li Fu took another sip of tea, pondering whether Yin Fugue would remain truthful. Li Mu, catching his thought, smirked slightly. If he dares to pull any tricks, our family is not made of clay. With that, she shot a fierce glance at Li Fu. Indeed, my dear wife is absolutely correct. Li's father immediately knelt down in reverence. Rest assured, I possess a modicum of confidence in handling this matter. Should he dare to extend his claws, I shall not hesitate to sever them. Just take a look at our son, and then at you. Who is truly the patriarch here? Li's mother bluntly remarked, her words laced with a hint of mockery. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing. Successful fishing rewards the host with one lottery chance. Giving Yin Fugue's recent humiliation, an additional reward of one big black tin and a pair of chicks has been placed into the breeding space. Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Li Ming understood that he had indeed succeeded in his fishing endeavor, though he had not dealt a particularly harsh blow to Yin Fugue, resulting in a modest reward. Nevertheless, the important aspect was the lottery chances. With that thought, Li Ming rose to return to his room, eager to partake in the lottery. Mom and Dad, I'm heading back to my room to sleep now. You both should rest early, he said as he made his way to the wash basin to thoroughly cleanse his hands and wash his face before returning to the guest room. System, initiate the lottery. A light green screen illuminated before him, revealing 36 cards. Though this was not the first time Li Ming had encountered this, it did not diminish the bubbling excitement within him. All right, let us casually flip one over. The card transformed into green light and vanished, replaced by a line of text. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a small yellow croaker, 5. It seems that this time, Dealing with Yin Fugui has merely yielded a lottery worth a tad. However, it's not too shabby. I'll keep it. After speaking, Li Ming returned the small yellow croaker he had been toying with back into the space. Host, Li Ming. Skills possessed, handgun mastery, basic, fishing, minor proficiency. Lottery chances, 0. Physical template, Li Yuanba, development progress 11. System items, Colt M1860 revolver 1, 0.44-inch black powder bullets, 1 box, small yellow croaker, 5. My physical condition has indeed improved somewhat. Splendid. In the coming 3 years, nothing will surpass the value of good health. After reviewing the system, Li Ming waved his hand to dismiss the light green screen. Settling into a comfortable position to prepare for sleep. The Yin household. Today, Yin Fugui failed to reap the benefits he had anticipated and instead received a reminder from Li Ming. Fortunately, he did manage to gain something, and more importantly, the relationship with the Li family did not worsen, which was a relief. Reflecting on this, Yin Fugui couldn't help but smack his forehead, muttering to himself. Thank goodness I didn't follow through on my previous thoughts of confronting the Li family. Otherwise, given their capabilities, I would surely have faced dire consequences. Upon seeing Yin Fugui return, Third Ant observed him sitting dazed on the Kong, lost in thought, and refrained from interrupting. It wasn't until Yin Fugui spoke that she approached him. Old Yin, how did your dealings with the Li family go today? Third Ant, well aware of Yin Fugui's intentions prior to his visit, felt a pang of anxiety. Yin Fugui chuckled self-deprecatingly. It didn't work out. And perhaps that's for the best. Otherwise, our family would have irreparably soured relations with the Li family. In the future, it could spell trouble for us. Third Ant sighed. But what if our family runs short on grain? No need to worry. Although it didn't pan out, I managed to negotiate with the Li family. We can request their assistance in gathering some grain at market price. Market price? Third Ant's voice rose several octaves, astonished at Yin Fugui's unexpected outcome. Yin Fugui lit a cigarette and relayed Li Ming's words to Third Ant, who stood there muttering. Is the eldest son of the Li family truly so lacking now? Well, if we truly find ourselves in need, having this option is still a blessing. Moreover, what Li Ming said holds truth. We cannot afford to offend the Li family. We must take a broader view. If our children can rise to their level, then all is well. Alas, it's hard to bear with every child in the family being so ambitious. Let us not dwell on this too much. It's time to sleep. We have work tomorrow. After saying this, Yin Fugui quickly extinguished his cigarette and turned off the light, aiming to save on expenses. Chapter 44. An urgent request from Old Zhang. The following day, as the members of the Li family set out for work, they encountered Yin Fugui at the gate. The once imposing demeanor he displayed the previous night had dissipated, and he greeted the Li family members with friendly gestures. Not bad. It seems Yin Fugui has learned to be prudent, Li's father commented from his son's bicycle. Li Ming chuckled upon hearing this. After all, Yin Fugui was a teacher and not a fool, merely having lost his composure recently. If it were someone like Zhongyuan Shizhu, he might have dared to confront others without hesitation, but Yin Fugui was not that bold. The father and son shared light banter until they arrived at the steel mill, where they parted ways. In the office of the steel mill, Li Ming pushed the door open, and as expected, the room was thick with smoke. Reminiscent of a fantastical realm. He walked over to the solitary window and opened it. What on earth is going on here? You lot usually don't seem this dispirited while smoking. The individuals engrossed in their smoking barely acknowledged Li Ming's presence. It was Su Chong, seated behind the desk, who broke the silence. They should have been out collecting grain, yet instead, they've all gone off to frolic with widows, having had their fun without securing any grain for the household. Su Chong glared at the slothful group. If that's the case, let us head to the pigeon market. While the quantity may be small, frequent visits could accumulate some stock. It's merely a matter of quantity, Li Ming casually suggested. To his surprise, Zhou Tian replied, well, we can only go to the pigeon market now. It's not that we didn't try to collect grain from the countryside, but there's barely anything to eat there. For a moment, the usually lively office fell silent. As for Li Ming selling the grain from his space, that would be a fool's errand. Even if he were to perish, he would never dare sell it openly. They could only continue hoarding it, waiting to sell it gradually at the pigeon market next year. After all, it wouldn't spoil in storage. In the afternoon, back at the office, Li Ming could no longer endure the lamentations of his despondent colleagues. I went fishing. Are any of you interested? At least it could yield something to eat. Not going. You go ahead. We need to think of a solution, they replied. Fine, I'll go alone then. Seeing no one joining him, he felt a sense of peace as he grabbed his bucket and fishing rod, hopped on his bicycle, and headed straight for the Jingshui River. On the way, Li Ming noticed many people wearing expressions of worry. Although this had been the case for most before, their spirits had noticeably diminished, and the situation had yet to reach the peak of disaster. Shaking his head, Li Ming parked his bicycle in its usual spot, secured it, and leisurely made his way to his favorite fishing spot by the river. "Ah, old Zhang, you come here every day?" Li Ming called out as he spotted old Zhang, who was serenely fishing with his rod, accompanied by two imposing figures nearby. Hearing Li Ming's voice, old Zhang sprang up from his stool, eagerly beckoning his secretary. "Hurry back. Tell Xiao Lu to drive over and bring my granddaughter here. She wants to meet this young man." His secretary dashed off in response. Moments later, Li Ming approached with a puzzled expression. "Wait, why is your secretary running around? Does he owe me money or something?" Old Zhang, upon hearing Li Ming's nonsensical chatter, paid it no heed. "Ah, I just remembered I have something to attend to. Let him return home for a bit. TSK, even in retirement. You seem to have so many affairs. Can't a person get some peace?" As Li Ming launched a verbal assault against old Zhang while packing his fishing gear, the old man remained blissfully unconcerned, chuckling to himself. This piqued Li Ming's curiosity, prompting him to glance at the guard named Wang beside old Zhang. "Hey, is your old man losing his marbles? Should we take him to get his head examined?" Li Ming pointed at old Zhang's head, nearly causing Wang to burst into laughter. Feeling ignored by the two, Li Ming relished the quiet, casting his line into the water. "Hey, got one. Another one. Wow, today I've finally caught a big one." In a matter of moments, Li Ming had reeled in the very fish that old Zhang had failed to catch all week. Counting the splendid catches in his bucket, he thought, "All right, that's enough for today." Little did he expect the day would turn out so fruitful. He chuckled. "Old Zhang, I'm heading back. You take your time fishing." Upon hearing this, old Zhang grew anxious. His granddaughter had yet to arrive. If Li Ming left before she got there, his day would be in vain. Wait. Stay a bit longer. Chat with this old man." Old Zhang, grinning widely, blocked Li Ming's path. "No way. When I first came, I tried to chat with you, but you ignored me. Now that I'm leaving, you want to stop me. What do you want?" Li Ming regarded old Zhang with suspicion, sensing that the old man was up to something devious today. "Are you hiding some ill intent?" "Bah. What could an old fool like me want with you?" Old Zhang retorted sharply. "You want my fish and my well-being." Li Ming shot back, leaving old Zhang momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had thought of it. "Fine, I'll tell you, but you must cooperate with me later, otherwise, I'll lose face." Li Ming finally relented. "If you had said so earlier, I would have gladly helped you. After all, we are fishing buddies, aren't we? Rest assured, I'll hold you to that. You can't leave me hanging." Old Zhang chuckled. The old man's somewhat withered brain took a moment to comprehend, and he replied, exasperated, "Can't you just speak plainly? Last time I went back, I mentioned you to my granddaughter. She became quite curious about you and said that if I ever saw you while fishing, I should let her know. She wants to meet you." Li Ming was taken aback. "For such a trivial matter, you kept it under wraps? You could have just told me, and I would have cooperated right away." He waved his hand dismissively, thinking it was a trivial affair. After all, he had encountered many influential figures online and had no desire to climb the social ladder. Just a meeting was all it was. Chapter 45, An Unpleasant Encounter. The two continued chatting for a while until Zhang's granddaughter finally arrived, dressed elegantly in a white dress with her hair neatly tied in a ponytail. Li Ming merely cast a glance, knowing that lingering too long could lead to misunderstandings, especially with old Zhang around. Besides, in this era, such connections could be precarious. "Grandpa." Zhang Wan'er greeted her grandfather with a cheerful voice before turning to Li Ming. By this time, Li Ming had already appraised her looks and figure. While she was indeed beautiful, her familial background overshadowed that beauty. Li Ming, intent on keeping his distance from her, paid little mind to her presence, lighting a cigarette and taking a seat on a stool. When Zhang Wan'er looked his way, he finally stood to greet her. "Hello, I'm Li Ming. I'm Zhang Wan'er. I often hear my grandfather speak of you. I thought I'd come see you today, to please him." Li Ming internally scoffed, recognizing her condescending tone typical of the offspring of the elite. Even if she were stunning, he dared not engage. Especially in the 1960s when such individuals were often the first to fall from grace. Choosing not to engage further, Li Ming decided, "Old Zhang, I've given you face today, but having seen your granddaughter, I must take my leave. You enjoy your fishing." He then turned to Zhang Wan'er. "Miss Zhang, I have matters at home, so I must depart." Without waiting for a response, he walked away, leaving the grandfather and granddaughter in a state of stunned silence. Well. Old Zhang seemed at a loss for words. "It's fine, Grandpa. I don't seem to be very popular," Zhang Wan'er remarked, taking it all in stride as she sought to comfort old Zhang. Sighing, old Zhang conceded, "Today, it seems I've miscalculated, haha." After tidying his fishing gear, he led the way back home. In the study on Shijia Hutong, old Zhang expressed, "Ah, I was too hasty today. Those two didn't even get a chance to meet. I thought my granddaughter's looks would astonish Li Ming, but he just gave a fleeting glance, haha." Old Zhang chatted with Secretary Li in the study. "What is wrong with that lad? If I had such an opportunity in my youth, I would have certainly seized it." Secretary Li chuckled, noting their camaraderie in the absence of others. That lad has some spirit. It's evident in his demeanor. Though his family isn't affluent, he carries an undeniable confidence. I can't pinpoint its origin, but I wouldn't dare challenge it. Oh, he is that self-assured, is he? Old Zhang, though aging, had noted that Li Ming harbored no ambition to cling to power and could converse freely, which sparked his desire to matchmake him with his granddaughter. During their first meeting, while fishing, Li Ming had shown no interest in conversing despite the impressive setup. You're right. I remember I was the one who initiated our conversation, Old Zhang reminisced, taking a puff from his pipe. Regardless, I find this fellow increasingly enigmatic. Though he appears frail, I sense a hidden strength within him. Old Zhang's interest was piqued, though he suppressed his deeper thoughts. Everything else aside, I wonder why Li Ming showed no interest in Wanner today. Your granddaughter is indeed beautiful and possesses grace. Yet I could sense a disconnect when she spoke with him. With a hint of arrogance, there seems to be an air of superiority. I surmise that young man is rather displeased by this quality. You cannot deny it, for I am certain you have sensed it yourself. You must also be concerned about whether you will still encounter this fishing companion in the future. Upon hearing Secretary Li's words, the old man's expression soured. If his granddaughter's fiancé were to slip away and he lost his fishing friend in the process, it would indeed be a case of losing both the woman and the troops. Meanwhile, Li Ming pedaled his bicycle home, humming a little tune. He once thought that old Zhang was a decent fellow, and that his family might be of similar ilk. Alas, it seems I, a mere commoner, have overthought it. Throughout history, the offspring of nobility and high officials have always possessed a touch of pride. Yet, one cannot fault them. Their ancestors have secured their positions, and thus, they are entitled to a measure of arrogance. However, this matter does not concern us. It would be prudent to avoid frequenting that fishing spot in the future. Although old Zhang may be harmless, what if his daughter perceives us, a humble commoner, as disrespectful? That could lead to unnecessary trouble. As Li Ming approached home, a wave of relief washed over him. After all, there is nothing quite like the comfort of one's own abode. If that woman were to become unreasonable, I wouldn't mind stepping on a few noble bones. So long as she doesn't disrupt my peaceful life, everything will be fine, he reassured himself. It is indeed not easy to traverse this era. Having lived a second life, one ought to enjoy it a bit more. Ah, you're back quite early today? A group of chatting aunties greeted Li Ming at the courtyard gate. Oh, there wasn't much to do, so I wrapped things up and came back. He replied cheerfully to the gathering of matrons. Ah, the vibrancy of the marketplace is indeed delightful. Even if this courtyard has its share of beasts, it is far more pleasant than dealing with those people. Li Ming, holding a bucket and fishing rod, entered his home to tidy up. Ding. The system acknowledges the host's choice, granting 1 lottery draw and a 10 increase in Li Yuanba's physical development progress. Li Ming paused momentarily as he was tidying up. System brother, I haven't even gone fishing, so why this reward? Ding. The host's thoughts are clear, and the system recognizes the hostess' choice, thus granting a reward. Chapter 46. Lu Haizhong faces setbacks. Li Ming smacked his lips, muttering, Ah, my system brother is indeed on my side. By the time his parents and sister returned home in the evening, Li Ming had already prepared dinner. Today, let us see what our son can cook. Upon entering, his mother was delighted to find that her eldest son had prepared the meal in boiled water. Li's father headed straight for the sink, and after washing hands with Li Rue, they settled at the dining table, ready to feast. Hee, I came back early today, so I thought I'd make dinner. He said, let us eat quickly. Wow, fish again. Li's father exclaimed upon seeing fish on the dinner table, and he hurried over to a storage cabinet on the southern wall to retrieve an open bottle of Erguo. Oh, fish needs to be paired with wine for the full flavor. Li's mother shot him a glance, drink less. If you get drunk, don't think about going to bed. In the courtyard of the He family, after work, Yi Zhonghai brought half a roasted duck and a bottle of wine to He Yuzhu's room, where the two had just finished dinner. Zhuzi, lately every household is struggling with grain. It's you who want to go hungry. Yi Zhonghai praised as he took a sip. Hey, that saying is true. In times of disaster, the chef won't starve. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. What is the matter? Are you running low on food? Yi Zhonghai shook his head. Not quite. Andy and I have enough to eat. But I sometimes have to look after the deaf old lady in the backyard. Normally, it's not a big issue, but now it has become a concern. Oh, I thought it was something serious. I can help the old lady in the backyard when I have the time. We can't leave you to handle it all alone. She is one of our elders in this courtyard. He Yuzhu, feeling comfortable after a drink, spoke without thinking. Yi Zhonghai was merely waiting for He Yuzhu to take the initiative. He was content that He Yuzhu was willing to take on part of the responsibility. Such matters should be approached gradually, like boiling a frog in warm water. Here, Zhuzi, have a smoke. Yi Zhonghai tossed a cigarette to He Yuzhu and lit one for himself. What can I say? Our courtyard really needs you, He Yuzhu. Haha, uncle, you flatter me. I only have this little talent, he usually replied as they engaged in lively conversation, one casting the bait and the other willingly taking the hook, embodying the essence of Jiang Taigong fishing. In the backyard of the Su family, Lu Haizhong and Su Damao were drinking, while Su Damao quietly ate and drank beside them. Old Su, you know about the meeting we had in our courtyard yesterday? I went around to visit our neighbors, and today I finally arrived at your home. Su Fuguei squinted his eyes, knowing that this old fellow was up to no good, flaunting his authority as the second elder. Despite narrowly losing the position in the past, Old Lu, we're all neighbors in the same courtyard. Just speak up if there's something you need. I'll certainly help in any way I can, he replied. Haha, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Look at our backyard. We are the only two families with food to eat this year. I thought we should support our neighbors together. We can't just watch our neighbors suffer, can we? That scoundrel Lu Haizhong, trying to assert his dominance while dragging my Su family into it. Humph, he must be out of his mind today. Oh, Old Lu, you can't say that. Our Su family is still behind your Lu family. Look at us, all waiting for my meal. Besides, Damao is not a child anymore. I've been thinking about arranging a marriage for him lately. If it goes well, there might be a few more mouths to feed at home. What you're suggesting? I simply cannot manage. Su Fuguei cut Lu Haizhong off completely. Lu Haizhong had hoped to gain some reputation by associating with Su Fuguei, but that plan evaporated. Oh, Old Su, you can't say that. Lu Haizhong began to speak, but was interrupted as Su Fuguei fell forward, pretending to be drunk. Su Damao, who was eating nearby, nearly burst into laughter. He knew just how much his father could drink, and it was clear he had no intention of conversing with Lu Haizhong. Second uncle, my dad is drunk. Would you like to leave first? We can talk again next time. Lu Haizhong's face darkened, while he admitted he had no talent for governance. Su Fuguei's drunken act clearly treated him like a fool. Humph. Lu Haizhong snorted and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped out, Su Fuguei immediately got up from the table. Father, you're a bit too quick to feign drunkenness. Su Damao laughed at his father. Su Fuguei chuckled. I had no intention of engaging with Lu Haizhong in earnest today. Besides, that old bastard came to our home with no good intentions. Thus, I need not show him any courtesy. The array of dishes laid out before us already reflects our consideration for neighborly ties. Su Fuguei remarked with a leisurely tone. Once I retire, you will be the only one left residing in this courtyard. And it is evident that Lu Haizhong is not a person worthy of our Su family's acquaintance. If you truly intend to socialize with our neighbors, I suggest you cultivate a relationship with the Li family in the front courtyard. Engage with them earnestly, and I assure you, it will bear no detriment. Do you understand? Su Damao nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Father, why don't you interact more with the Li family? Su Fuguei cast a knowing glance at Su Damao and replied. I have plans to retire in a few years, and I shall no longer reside in this courtyard. What need do I have to mingle with the Li family? Besides, my interactions would only be with Li Weigua, which would be of little use. However, you should certainly spend more time with their eldest son, Li Ming. That lad possesses considerable talent. Su Damao nodded in agreement and refilled Su Fuguei's cup. Rest assured, I am aware, starting tomorrow, I will gradually establish a rapport with Li Ming. Remember, nurture friendships sincerely. Do not approach them with ulterior motives. If your intentions are driven by calculations, it might be manageable if the Li family remains unaware, but should they discern your motives, your investments would be in vain. Su Fuguei, fully aware of his son's character, could not help but impart some wisdom. All right, I will keep that in mind. Su Damao, recognizing his father's earnestness, internalized the advice and shared a few more cups of wine with Su Fuguei before they retired to their quarters for the night. Chapter 47. The Good Days of Comrade Li Weigua. The following day, Li Ming awoke and instinctively opened his system panel, only to discover that he had yet to utilize the lottery chances awarded by the system previously. Host, Li Ming. Skills acquired. Handgun mastery, basic. Fishing, intermediate. Lottery chances, 1. Physical template, Li Yuanba development progress, 21. System items, Colt M1860 revolver, a box of 1.044-inch black powder bullets, small yellow fish. After executing a smooth series of operations, he awaited the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a poultry gift package. Upon opening, the poultry will be automatically placed in the breeding space. Would you like to open it? Yes, hurry up. Let me see if there's a beloved goose among them. Upon seeing the poultry gift package, Li Ming's mind immediately conjured the classic preparation method for a goose, braised in an iron pot. Ding. The package has been opened. 2 pairs each of chicken, duck, and goose have been placed in the breeding space. Li Ming immersed himself in the details, only to find that they were all in their chick stage. It seems I will have to wait a few days before I can feast. I shall be patient, Li Ming muttered to himself, glancing at the time on his watch as he prepared for a leisurely day ahead. Days swiftly passed, feeling as though they were being chased by a rabid dog. Today marked a significant occasion for the Li family. Dad, today is exam day for your promotion. Our future indulgences hinge entirely upon your performance, Li Ming declared, presenting his father with a solemn offering of soy milk, eggs, and fried dough sticks purchased from outside. Be sure to eat 2 eggs and a stick of fried dough. Li father cast a glance at his son's antics. Get lost. This isn't school. Li mother, overhearing, promptly smacked Li father. Your son worked hard to bring you breakfast. Eat it quickly. All right. Li Ming observed the exchange with satisfaction. Indeed, today was the day for Comrade Li Weigua's promotion examination. Having passed the 6th level as a mechanic would yield a monthly salary of 72 yuan, significantly more than the 5th level, ensuring the Li family retained their status as the primary breadwinners. Thus, today, Li Ming, Li mother, and Li Rui were equally significant. Father, hop on, Li Ming exclaimed, lifting his long legs over the bicycle, inviting his father to join him. Li father had worn a smile since early morning, enjoying the privileges befitting the head of the household. The condition was that he must pass today's assessment, ensuring his pleasant treatment would continue for 2 more days. However, Li father was confident. If it were an 8th level examination, that would be quite challenging, but being an 8th level worker was akin to being a treasure of the factory. So long as he did not make any fundamental errors, he would be treated with utmost respect. The combined expertise of all 8th level workers in the mechanical field was nothing short of legendary. The father and son merrily made their way to the steel rolling mill. Li Ming personally escorted his father to the examination site, offering encouragement. Today, neighbors from the courtyard also participated in the exams. For instance, the moral exemplar from the central courtyard was taking the 7th level test, while Lu Pangpang from the back courtyard was set for the 6th level. Everyone was in high spirits, for passing this assessment meant a significant step closer to financial freedom. After bidding farewell to his father, Li Ming turned toward the procurement office. In front of the office, a group of idlers congregated at the railing. Hey, today is the day for our factory S-level assessments. Isn't it? Zhou Tian leaned over the railing to gaze down. Indeed, this is the most bustling time in our factory. Su Chong puffed out a cloud of smoke. I hear Ming Zi's father is also being assessed today, right? Correct. He is testing for the 6th level. I just sent him in. Li Ming chimed in as he ascended the stairs. Wu Gang offered Li Ming a cigarette. No worries. Old Li's welding skills are quite commendable in our steel rolling mill. Absolutely, he will pass without a doubt. Li Ming felt a surge of joy as he listened to his colleagues express their confidence in his father. Although these colleagues were somewhat lackadaisical, they undeniably supported their own. I believe the results will be announced around noon and in the afternoon. I remember seeing that there would be 2 sessions. Zheng Ping recalled from the large poster he had seen in the notification board a few days back. Indeed, my father is in the morning session. If all goes well, we should hear news by noon. Then let us wait with Mingzi for a while. Haha, right. Mainly because we have nothing else to do. By the way, have you all been doing well lately? Comrade Wang Jun diverted the conversation to a more frivolous topic. The 3 familiar faces perked up at the question. We all need food. Who has time to relax? That is the situation. What is up? Have you been taking it easy? Zhou Tian inquired of Wang Jun. Wang Jun grinned. Recently, the prices have dropped significantly. Grain is now only half of what it used to be. I found a new supplier. It's much better than what we had before. Half. Wow. I need to try that. When did the market shift? Wu Gang exclaimed. Li Ming and Su Chong exchanged glances and subtly distanced themselves from the quartet. Fully aware of their lack of food reserves, yet being well-versed in the market trends of the 8 great alleys. Su Chong commented, this is clearly their forte. They are quite sensitive to such matters. Li Ming added, Mingzi, you mustn't learn from these 4 rascals. After all, we are high achievers. We must strive for progress. Su Chong urged, knowing that once he retired, he would rely on Li Ming to look after his daughter, rather than on these 4 idlers. Li Ming chuckled, rest assured. Branch Chief, haha. I'm just waiting for you to get promoted so I can take over your position. Hee, it seems you are indeed a prodigy. I relish such compliments. Su, the squad leader, was all smiles upon hearing this. Within the 3rd squad, there were 6 individuals, each engaged in their own conversations, making the passage of time seem significantly swifter, certainly more enjoyable than languishing alone in anticipation. Next, an announcement was made regarding the comrades who had successfully passed the morning assessments. Comrade Yi Zhonghai from the machining workshop, diligent and enterprising, has successfully passed the examination to become a level 7 machinist. Comrade Lu Haizhong from the machining workshop, through perseverance and hard work, has also succeeded in becoming a level 6 machinist. Comrade Wang Tiniu from the welding workshop, showing great dedication, has passed to become a level 5 machinist. Comrade Li Weigua from the welding workshop, through relentless effort, has successfully achieved the rank of level 6 machinist. Chapter 48. The Good Days of Comrade Old Li. Wow. Mingzi, did you hear? Your father has passed. Haha. Su Chong exclaimed as he joyfully wrapped an arm around Li Ming's shoulders. Congratulations, congratulations. Haha, Mingzi, well done. Li Ming felt a surge of happiness in his heart. Indeed, his father had made him proud. Thanks to all my older brothers for waiting with me. Haha. Tomorrow I'll treat you all. Let us gather at Brother Su's place. Li Ming declared grandly. For what could be better than a chance to feast without worrying about the cost? The most crucial aspect was that there was no shortage of food. Merely a lack of justification. I'll go check on Comrade Oldley, he said with a grin as he cheerfully made his way downstairs, leaving behind a trail of envious colleagues. It was no small feat that both father and son were official employees at the steel mill. And both were quite impressive in their own rights, truly admirable. Outside the steel mill examination workshop, Comrade Oldley was basking in the congratulations of his fellow workers. Oldley, you're quite remarkable. A nameless colleague gave a thumbs up. Indeed, congratulations. Comrade Li Weigua, having just finished greeting others, spotted his eldest son approaching. Father, splendid work. Oldley puffed up his chest and raised his head. Of course, you should consider who my son is. Li Ming felt an involuntary twitch at his cheek. Though it was praise, it somehow struck him as off-key. Well, now that you've passed, I'm no longer worried. I'll head back to the office, he said, having exchanged idle chatter with his somewhat eccentric father for a while before turning to leave. It was essential to escape, for his father was beginning to introduce himself to the surrounding workers, and if he stayed any longer, it would turn into matchmaking. The lively atmosphere at the steel mill persisted well into the afternoon. By that time, Li Ming had found an excuse to leave early. He was currently carrying a pig's hind leg home. His bicycle was left for his father, allowing him to save some energy for the day. As he passed the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Ming took a few steps back and turned to enter the store. Comrade, 2 packs of de Qianmin and 2 sticks of Lianhua Bai. He called out to the tobacco and liquor counter. A man in a white short-sleeved shirt was chattering incessantly with a woman and, upon hearing Li Ming's call, glanced over without acknowledging him, continuing his conversation. This behavior made Li Ming's eyelids twitch. Good grief, the sales staff could be so insufferable these days. What was it about this man that made him appear so miserable? Hey, get the cigarettes. Stop chatting. Li Ming shouted again. Only then did the salesperson reluctantly saunter over. Asking for the tickets. Li Ming pointed to the tobacco and liquor tickets on the table without engaging further. Humph, lacking in awareness. The man took the tickets and money, turning to slam the cigarettes and liquor onto the counter. Li Ming chuckled. This rascal must have been itching for trouble. After collecting his items, he exited the cooperative, planning to indulge in a hearty meal later, right after enjoying the pork. The supply and marketing cooperative typically closed around 8 in the evening, with the sales staff leaving for home at that time. In this era, it was not uncommon for someone to receive a beating on their way home. Li Ming had no intention of using such crude methods. He remembered that there were plenty of burlap sacks stored at home, which could come in handy for later. After dinner, he planned to head out and catch that scoundrel off guard with the sacks. In the courtyard of the steel mill, "Ah, Mingzi, you're back early today?" exclaimed Auntie Sen upon seeing him. "Wow, you even brought a pig's leg. Must have been expensive." As Li Ming entered, he was immediately bombarded with questions from Auntie San. "Ah, my father passed the exam today, and I happened to be at the market this afternoon when I came across a good deal," he replied, trying to lift his spirits as he walked towards home, wishing to avoid further conversation with the penny-pinching family. Once inside, he busily prepared the dishes for the evening, throwing together a large pot of food, simple and efficient, and since there was plenty of pork, they could enjoy a rather indulgent meal, a well-deserved treat for his father. Settling onto a stool by the door, he awaited his family's return for dinner, not questioning why he sat at the entrance, merely to guard against thieves. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, people began trickling into the courtyard, with workers from the steel mill returning home in groups of 3 or 5. Li Ming overheard several individuals discussing how they had failed the assessments, including the notorious pampered son of the Jia family, Jia Dongxiu, with a long face. He walked beside Yi Zhonghai, as if everyone around him owed him money. When he passed Li Ming, he shot him a menacing glare, akin to a small dog returning home after being scolded, ready to lash out at its owner. Li Ming paid no attention to this foolishness, thinking that it wouldn't be long before he faded into obscurity. Why bother engaging with him? Yi Zhonghai noticed Jia Dongxiu glaring at Li Ming and pulled on his sleeve. "Mingzi, sit tight." Yi Zhonghai cheerfully greeted him. "Ah, uncle is back. I heard at the steel mill today about your success." Haha. Li Ming gave Yi Zhonghai a thumbs up, while Jia Dongxiu seethed with anger, his eyes reddening. "Ah, just a minor matter. I'm heading home now," Yi Zhonghai chuckled, taking Jia Dongxiu along as they walked toward the center courtyard. Li Ming couldn't help but laugh, delighting in the salt being rubbed into Jia Dongxiu's wounds. Before long, Li Ming's parents returned, both sporting cheerful expressions. Upon seeing Li Ming sitting on the stool, Grinning as he gazed into the courtyard, his mother inquired, Mingzi, what has got you so amused? Li Ming recounted the incident involving Jia Dongxiu, prompting his parents to burst into laughter. Our son really knows how to get under his skin. This will surely keep Jia Dongxiu up at night. His mother chuckled. Indeed. He has no skills of his own, yet dares to glare at our fine son. If I were there, I would have certainly reprimanded him, she added, giving Li Ming a pat on the shoulder, signaling her approval. His father sniffed the air, catching the scent of pork. Pork? He exclaimed, eyes wide as he looked at Li Ming. Li Ming waved his hand. Today, you've been the hero of our household. I went to the market this afternoon and saw some meat for sale, so I brought home a pig-esh trotter. I'm currently stewing a large pot of food. Oh, and I also bought you 2 packs of Deqianmin and 2 sticks of lianhuabai. Consider it a token of my appreciation, Li's father uttered not a single word, striding directly into the house, only to emerge shortly thereafter, cheerfully carrying cigarettes and liquor. Haha, it must be my son. Li's mother shook her head, unwilling to engage with old Li, and pulled him back inside. She was fully aware of Li Weigua's intentions. He undoubtedly planned to meander around the courtyard with his smokes and drinks. Chapter 49. Revenge does not wait for nightfall. The dinner, which had left every member of the Li family content, save for the disgruntled neighbors, concluded with the 4 members of the Li household slumped in their chairs, digesting their meal. Burp. My son's culinary skills are quite commendable, Li's father remarked, taking a sip of tea to cleanse his palate. It's all right, but it pales in comparison to what my mother can whip up, Li Ming chimed in, eager to please, given the matriarch's presence. Li's mother shot Li Ming an approving glance, then turned to old Li. Today, you shall attend to the dishes. Old Li was left bewildered. But I worked a 6-level job today. Regardless, you must do it. I'll be the one earning significantly for our family from now on. Li Rui, observing her father's usual predicament, smirked and retreated to her room with her homework. Though she had completed her assignments, it was still prudent to return to her quarters early to avoid being conscripted later. Li Ming made his way to the alley opposite the cooperative, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the figure of the man selling cigarettes and liquor across the counter. As the lights of the cooperative dimmed, the group of salespeople emerged in clusters, leaving the solitary figure of the man, known for his rat-like features, looking rather forlorn, an indication that he was not particularly well-liked there. Once the rat-faced man had distanced himself, Li Ming followed suit. However, as he trailed behind, the route began to feel increasingly familiar. He watched as the man entered an alley and subsequently found his way into a courtyard adorned with red lanterns. What the hell, if I'm not mistaken? This should be the infamous 8 Great Alleys. The last time there was a brawl here too. How did this rat-faced fellow end up in the 8 Great Alleys? Li Ming recalled being told that the lanterns illuminated the area vibrantly at night, suggesting it was not a venue for legitimate activities. Li Ming retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, preparing to surprise the man upon his exit. However, just as he finished his smoke, the rat-faced man emerged rather swiftly. What the hell, that was too quick. Li Ming was taken aback by the man's speed, but promptly followed him nonetheless. Just as the man was about to step out of the alley, a woven bag, reeking of foul odors, descended from above, ensnaring him. Notably, this bag was the very one Li Ming had previously used for poultry, the scent decidedly potent. The rat-faced man, having just emerged in a state of relaxation, was suddenly caught off guard. Who's there? Damn it. Believe it or not, I want to sell you anything in the future. The muffled voice from within the bag was accompanied by retching sounds. Well, this kid has some guts, Li Ming muttered, raising his fist to rain blows upon the bag until the occupants ceased their cursing. That's enough. Digestion complete. Time to head home. Glancing at the bag, Li Ming couldn't shake the feeling that the occupant might have vomited inside, yet he gritted his teeth and dragged the bag out. The rat-faced man, shielding his face, pleaded, please, no more. I saw nothing. Just let me go. Li Ming chuckled. The fellow was surprisingly sensible, not bad. He hoisted the bag and departed, leaving the rat-faced man wailing in the alley. Steel factory courtyard. Mom, I'm back, Li Ming announced to his mother before retreating to his room, eager for rest after a fulfilling day. In the central courtyard, the Jia family. Ever since Jia Dongxiu's return, he had worn a long face, as if someone owed him a considerable sum, remaining unusually silent even during dinner. Dongxiu, it's all right. We can try harder next time, urged Jia Zhangshi, unable to bear the heavy atmosphere, as she sat on the Kong to console him. Qin Huairu, while massaging Jia Dongxiu's shoulders, chimed in, it's fine, Dongxiu. After a lengthy silence, Jia Dongxiu finally spoke. It's not that I have much to say, but on my way back tonight, I passed by the Li family, and that kid had the audacity to mock me. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi's temper flared. How dare he? We can't let such slights go unchallenged. She immediately rose to confront the Li family. Mom, where are you going? Qin Huairu quickly interjected upon witnessing her mother-in-law's hasty exit. Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to have a word with that little brat from the Li family. How dare he laugh at our Dongxiu? Jia Dongxiu, recalling Li Ming's earlier act of vandalism, rushed to restrain his mother. Mom, it's not worth it. It's late. Just stay in. I truly am fine. Humph. I'll be sure to have a word with them tomorrow. Jia Zhangshi huffed, begrudgingly sitting back down, likely fearful of being assaulted if she ventured out at night. Qin Huairu watched this scene, feeling somewhat exasperated. How had she been so foolish as to marry into the Jia family? Initially, she had believed that with a sewing machine in the house and Jia Dongxiu as a formal worker at the factory, she would lead a life of comfort. Now, after several years, Jia Dongxiu remained a mere second-level worker, having to rely on Yi Zhonghai as a mentor. Without that, he might have still been stuck at a first-level position. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the courtyard of other families who had successfully passed their assessments was jubilant, akin to a festival. The Yi family. Old Yi, eat more meat. You need to replenish your strength. Your work requires physical labor and insufficient nutrition. One tea do. I happened to come across some pork at the market today, an elderly lady said, while serving Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai returned the favor by placing 2 pieces of meat on her plate. All right, I'll eat, and you should too. Today's assessment went rather smoothly, haha. He concluded with a sip from his wine cup. The elderly lady seemed to remember something. By the way, how did Dongxiu fare today? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's previously cheerful demeanor faltered. What do you expect? He didn't pass. Each time seems to be worse than the last. This time, not a single item was passed. I wonder what he has been thinking all day. No worries. After all, Dongxiu is still young. He'll get there eventually. The elderly lady consoled, though her face betrayed her concern, especially since Jia Dongxiu had been chosen as their family's future caretaker, and his repeated failures were indeed disheartening. Chapter 50, Jia Dongxiu's new nickname. In the backyard of Lu Haizhong's home, dinner was unusually lavish. Instead of the usual solitary scrambled egg, there were 3 on the table. The limit on drinks, usually 3 cups, was lifted for the evening. Even the unfortunate children of the household were spared from punishment today. Lu Haizhong relished a sip of his drink. This wine is delightful. The elderly lady shook her head with a smile. You're in a good mood today. That's why it tastes so good. Of course, I'm in a good mood. Only a few people were promoted in the workshop, and besides, I'm now at level 6, earning over $70. Unspent, utterly unspent. By the way, how has our household fared in terms of grain purchases lately? Lu Haizhong suddenly recalled the necessity of stockpiling more grain, as the shortage in the countryside has now spread to the heart of the city. An'er shook her head, stating that while she has been able to gather some supplies, it is hardly sufficient. Nonetheless, it should suffice for our entire family. If we also consider the backyard, it would undoubtedly fall short. Lu Haizhong chuckled, remarking that the old Su family in the backyard is quite affluent. They do not extend assistance. Nor do we need to offer any. Anyone who dares to confront us over this matter would be a fool. The old fellow Yi Zhonghai wishes to establish authority in their courtyard. That is his affair and has little to do with us. Although Lu Haizhong may not possess the acumen for governance, he is certainly no fool in everyday matters. A fool could never pass the 6th level examination. Even a fool would struggle to clear the 3rd level. Jia Dongxiu. The steel mill's grand occasion is also a significant event for the courtyard. That evening, every household celebrated with great fervor. The following day, Comrade Li Ming rose from his slumber, stretching lazily, reveling in the pleasure of yet another day of rest. Delightful. As he stretched, his bones emitted a satisfying crack, rejuvenating his spirit. Son, it's time for breakfast, called Li's mother from the front, prompting Li Ming to amble into the small living room, awaiting his meal. Mother, are you on duty at the street office today? Li Ming inquired after satisfying his appetite and observing his mother tidying up. Li's mother turned to retrieve a small bag from the coat rack by the door. Yes. Someone must be present at the street office every day, and today it falls to us. I'll accompany you to see your mother off to work. And then I shall wander through the city, perhaps to a more distant locale to see if I can gather more grain. Fine, you two go ahead. I shall spend the day lounging at home. Li Ming waved them off as they departed. Sis, you should return and complete your homework. I'll sit outside and bask in the sun. All right, a classmate is coming over this afternoon to play. Can you spare me a little? His sister, Li Rue, fluttered her large eyes at him. Li Ming, exasperated, pulled 2 coins from his pocket and handed them over. When I was your age, I had far less pocket money. Spend wisely, and keep it from mom and dad, or you'll surely face their wrath. Li Rue took the money and dashed into the living room. Got it. Don't worry. After sweeping the ground outside once more, Li Ming finally took a stool outside, finding a sunny spot to sit and soak in the sun's essence. The weather was splendid, and many in the courtyard were hanging out blankets and clothes to dry. Mingzi, enjoying the sunshine? Yin Fugue ambled over with a watering can in hand. Not one to shy away, Li Ming offered him a cigarette. Nothing much going on today. Soaking up the sun is just right. Are you not going fishing today, third uncle? Yin Fugue waved his hand dismissively. Ah, I go every day, but hardly catch anything. Today, I'll take a break. Just as they were engaging in pleasant conversation, Li Ming noticed Jia Zhangshi, the hefty matron, storming towards him, her mouth spewing indignation. Li Ming, you little brat, what did you say to my son last night? The surrounding neighbors, sensing the spectacle, abandoned their chores and rushed to the front yard. Li Ming was taken aback, then exhilarated, thinking, ah, the fish have come. What had transpired last night? Jia Dongxiu, the pampered son, had merely glared at him. After which he had complimented Yi Zhonghai on his successful promotion. Then Jia Dongxiu scurried home to his mother. You little rascal. Li Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jia Zhangshi, noticing his mirth, became even more furious. What are you laughing at? You better clarify what happened, or I'll make you regret it today. She brandished a broom, yelling, if there's to be a commotion, let it be a grand one. Only then will the catch be plentiful. Suppressing his thoughts, Li Ming decided that today he would thoroughly confront Jia Zhangshi regarding her son Jia Dongxiu's antics from last night. With third uncle present, he would meticulously recount what Jia Dongxiu had done as he passed by. He was eager to see how she would retaliate. Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Jia Dongxiu, who typically obeyed his mother's every command, now bore the moniker of the pampered son, much to the amusement of the courtyard. Yin Fugue nearly lost his composure, astonished at Li Ming's quick wit. They hadn't even begun the back and forth, and Li Ming had already secured half the victory. Third uncle Yin Fugue, seeking favor from the Li family, particularly after a previous disagreement, naturally sided with Li Ming to mend the rift between their families. Ahem, Jia Zhangshi, cease this ruckus. Let Mingzi explain. You claim to seek justice for your son, so why not summon Jia Dongxiu? Let us all deliberate together. Fuming, Jia Zhangshi retreated to summon her precious son, causing Li Ming to chuckle. It seemed Jia Zhangshi was rather obedient indeed. Haha, Mingzi, you've spoken quite well. Do you need me to call out to the street office for you? Inquired a well-meaning comrade. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. This trivial matter hardly warrants calling my parents. I am no mama's boy. Besides, soon enough, everyone will know, and with reason on our side, we need not fear. Indeed, Mingzi is right. At this age, still relying on one's mother, when will it end? The crowd jeered, and Jia Dongxiu's reputation as a mama's boy only grew. His sister, Li Rue, emerged from the house. Bro, is everything all right? Li Ming patted her head reassuringly. Fear not. Today you shall witness me take on the Jia family's little nuisances. Rest assured, if they dare to lay a hand on me, I could easily subdue all 5 of them. Hearing this, Li Rue felt a surge of confidence, if it came to blows. She knew her brother could easily handle the situation. She settled back inside, grabbing a stool to sit at the door, awaiting her brother's display of prowess. Chapter 51, Confronting Jia Zhangshi. As Jia Zhangshi and her entourage arrived in the front yard, nearly everyone from the 3 courtyards had gathered. Li Ming's keen eyes spotted Yi Zhonghai approaching, and he glanced at Jia Dongxiu, who appeared like a timid chicken hiding behind Qin Huai. What an embarrassment. Lighting a cigarette, Li Ming addressed Yi Zhonghai. Ah, uncle, just the person I need. Please help me clarify this matter. Yesterday, as you and Jia Dongxiu passed by my door, I merely said, you're this, and gave you a thumbs up, without uttering a word of disparagement against your household. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. He had expected something serious, only to discover it was this inept Jia Dongxiu causing trouble. He nodded in acknowledgement. Look, even uncle is a witness. I did not speak ill of your precious Jia Dongxiu. Yet here you are, Jia Zhangshi, brandishing a broom and demanding an explanation? Pray tell, what is it you seek? Jia Zhangshi, ever obstinate, retorted, I don't care. My Dongxiu said you mocked him last night. You owe him an apology. Li Ming cast a glance at the old sow and the timid Jia Dongxiu cowering at the back of the crowd, and spoke nonchalantly, old fool. Your son failed to pass the 3rd level assessment. That is his own misfortune. Yet, my esteemed elder has successfully achieved the 7th level certification. If I were to praise him, how could that possibly offend Jia Dongxiu? Does he believe himself to be someone of great significance, deserving of deference from others? If he cannot withstand criticism due to his own incompetence, then he should indeed crash headlong into a wall. Spare me your whimpering and stop sulking like a child. The onlookers erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Indeed, does he think he can mock his master, Yi Zhonghai, and get away with it? They chimed in. When has anyone laughed at him? Ugly people often stir trouble. The whole Jia family is nothing but a disgrace, bah. What a bunch of nonsense. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened as he directed a displeased gaze at Jia Dongxiu. Li Ming paused briefly, then continued. And you, Jia Zhangshi, what are you even trying to accomplish? Coming to me with baseless accusations? Take a good look at your family and assess your own standing before daring to confront me. If you doubt my words, let the mama's boy, Jia Dongxiu, step out from behind his wife and confront me. Whoever lies is a grandson. Jia Zhangshi was no match for Li Ming's verbal onslaught. She could scold others, but provoking the Li family would only bring misfortune upon the Jia family. Did they truly believe that they could demand respect from everyone in the courtyard? Did they think they could leverage Yi Zhonghai's stature? Now that Yi Zhonghai was dragged into this, and considering the many witnesses from last night, if he were to openly favor the Jia family, his reputation would be tarnished for days. Dongxiu, tell me, has Li Ming ever mocked you? Jia Zhangshi glared at Jia Dongxiu. The crowd looked on with amusement, anticipating his response, yet to their surprise, he shrank even further behind Qin Huairu. Look at Jia Dongxiu, hiding behind his wife. Why doesn't he just crawl into her pants? The laughter continued, mocking his cowardice. Jia Dongxiu's face turned a deep shade of red, utterly humiliated. Qin Huairu, overhearing the jests, felt her cheeks flush, as if they might burst from embarrassment. He Yuzhu, watching from the sidelines, was utterly enchanted by Qin Huairu's flustered demeanor. Nearly drooling at the sight, Li Ming flicked away the cigarette butt and addressed Jia Zhangshi. Look at your son's disgraceful state. Do you really think you have the gall to confront the Li family? You should be the one seeking an explanation from your side. With that, he forcefully stomped his foot against the bluestone slab beneath him, shattering it into pieces. The nearby onlookers fell silent, as though their throats had been constricted. Li Ming stepped closer to Jia Zhangshi. Let me make it clear, old hag, our Li family does not instigate trouble, nor do we shy away from it. If you truly wish to confront us, feel free to do so. He then turned to the gathered neighbors, bowing slightly. Today, you all witnessed how the Jia family initiated this conflict. I, Li Ming, am a reasonable man. I have laid out the facts. And should the Jia family dare to provoke us again, I shall not hold back. Indeed, well said. Mingzi has always been a person of reason. It is the Jia family that stirs trouble and bullies him alone. Truly disgraceful. As the neighbors voiced their support against the Jias, Jia Zhangshi's face darkened with fury. She tossed aside her broom and sat down on the ground. Old Jia, come and see. Someone is bullying us, a widow and her orphan child. Jia Zhangshi resorted to unreasonable tactics, attempting to stir chaos. Jia Zhangshi, your ruckus now is nothing but feudal superstition. Do you believe I wouldn't send someone to the street office to have you apprehended? I assure you, they would take you away without a word. Li Ming said with a cheerful smile, causing Jia Zhangshi to immediately shut her mouth. She was emboldened only because Wu Fang from the Li family was absent from the courtyard today. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. Enough, Jia Zhangshi. Stop your wailing. Today, I will let this slide for the neighbor's sake, but you'd best leave at once. Don't let your nonsense disturb everyone's peace. Li Ming waved dismissively, as though shooing away flies. It's truly commendable how the Li family's children are so sensible. Listen to his words, and compare them to the foolishness of the Jia family. Bah? Yes, disperse, disperse. Mingzi speaks the truth. The crowd gradually broke up, having received a concession, and naturally, they would reciprocate the courtesy. No one paid any heed to Jia Dongxiu's red, almost purple face. He was merely a clown, unworthy of attention. Yi Zhonghai sighed, nodding respectfully at Li Ming before leading the Jia family away. Brother, you were truly amazing. You managed to put Jia Zhangshi in her place. Li Rue looked at her brother with admiration, as if he were radiating light. Li Ming chuckled, ruffling his sister's hair. All right, let us head back. He then turned to the third uncle, Yan Fugue. Uncle Yan, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Yan Fugue smiled, his face creasing with joy. Ah, we are all family here. It's a small matter, haha. After exchanging pleasantries, Yan Fugue ambled back to his home. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. Chapter 52, The Worthy Jia Dongxiu. Fishing reward, 1 lottery draw. Due to the host's vigorous rubbing of Jia Dongxiu's face into the ground, an additional reward of 8 extremes fist skill 1, Big Black 10-5, and Bunny Baby 2 has been granted. Upon hearing the system's rewards, Li Ming hurried back to his room, eager to examine the compensation bestowed upon him today by the system. I'll save the lottery for later. Let me first check out this 8 extremes fist. Is it the kind that can really pack a punch? Li Ming eagerly opened the description of the 8 extremes fist. Reading through it carefully, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The 8 extremes fist is a traditional martial art style originating from China, with its name derived from an ancient geographical concept found in Han-S Huainanzi, geography, referring to the vastness of the world. In martial arts, the term 8 extremes signifies the ability to exert force in all directions, reaching far and wide. This style is characterized by its short strikes, emphasizing raw power, simplicity, and rapid force application. It employs techniques such as pressing, squeezing, leaning, and striking, with a focus on close-quarter combat. The power emanates from the heel, travels through the waist, and culminates in the fingertips, resulting in tremendous explosive force and notable martial characteristics. Excellent. This is precisely the version I was hoping for. Now I am a man equipped with both long-range skills and the 8 extremes fist, no longer needing to flail my fists like a fool during confrontations. With the grace of Tai Chi bringing peace to the world, and the might of 8 extremes restoring order, it is evident that this martial art is formidable. At the very least, in this courtyard, with the 8 extremes fist, I could easily overpower 10 Hyuzus. These 2 bunny babies are a male and a female. Why do I feel like the system is mocking Jia Dongxiu, the mama's boy? No matter, I'll wash my hands and face first, then return for a draw. Li Ming rushed to the second bedroom to wash up. Grateful that the current opposition to feudal superstition meant he didn't have to burn incense and bow for anything he said. System lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a gun license. P.S. A reasonable arrangement has been made for the host. Please use it with confidence. Thoughtful, indeed exceedingly thoughtful. More considerate than any brand of sanitary napkins. Li Ming retrieved a small notebook from his space, glancing back and forth with delight. How splendid this is. Had I possessed this little notebook earlier, I would not have had to engage in so much trivial chatter with Yin Fuguei. I could have simply produced it. Li Ming mused contentedly, yet it is not too late. It will surely prove useful in the future. While possessing a sword and not wielding it are 2 entirely different matters, having a legitimate firearm permit instills a greater sense of security. He opened his personal panel. Addressing the system. Host, Li Ming. Skills acquired. Pistol mastery, basic. Baji Quan, basic. Fishing, intermediate. Lottery chances. Physical template. Li Yuanba development progress, 21. System items. Colt M1860 revolver. A box of 44 caliber black powder bullets. Gun license. 5 small yellow croakers. I am thoroughly satisfied. I truly did not anticipate that Jia Dongxiu would be so valuable. TSK. As time meandered on, it was only in the evening that Li father returned home, pedaling alongside Li mother. Just as they parked their bicycle beneath the eaves of their home, Li Rui dashed out from inside. Mom and Dad, you're back. Yes, your mother and I have returned. Where's your brother? He.s. cooking, Li Rui replied cheerfully, accepting a bag of candies from her father while ignoring the bag of flour in his other hand. Come inside quickly. Someone came looking for us today, but thankfully, my brother sent them packing. Li mother's expression darkened. Since the Li family moved into this courtyard, aside from the initial altercation with the deaf old lady, no one dared to provoke them. The quarrel with the deaf old lady had stemmed from her shamelessly claiming that her son was her grandson, which the couple could never agree to. Seeing her parents' faces clouded like a pot bottom, Li Rui ushered them into the house and sat them down in the living room, recounting the events in detail. Meanwhile, Li Ming brought over the prepared meals, allowing them to listen to their sister boast about herself without interruption. This was necessary information for the parents to know, considering he hadn't been wronged. However, it didn't mean the matter was over. Tomorrow, when Li Ming went to the steel mill, he would ensure that Jia Dongxiu comprehended the true meaning of the saying that a rumor can spread like wildfire while the truth may take to its heels. Moreover, this was not merely a rumor. It was Li Ming's earnest attempt to promote Jia Dongxiu. Once Li father and Li mother finished listening, their expressions brightened, as their dear son had not suffered any loss. As for how to repay the Jia family, that could wait until after dinner. They certainly couldn't let the meal their son had worked hard to prepare grow cold. After dinner, Li mother initiated the family meeting with a statement. Old Li, we cannot turn a blind eye to how that scoundrel bullies our son. Li father took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Indeed, while we may be honest, we cannot allow ourselves to be trampled upon. If we do not retaliate this time, others will think we are lenient parents. The earlier incident with the deaf old lady serves as an excellent example. Only by striking back can these ruffians be kept in check. Exactly, I support this, Li Rui exclaimed, raising both hands with a piece of candy from comrade Li Weiguo in her mouth. Dad, leave the steel mill matter to me. I have no intention of letting the Jia family off the hook today. Otherwise, they will genuinely believe I am easy to bully. Li Ming picked a toothpick, casually cleaning his teeth as he spoke. All right, it's up to you. Let your father see how you handle it and show me what you've got. Li father chuckled, pleased that his son was maturing. This was indeed a good thing. Li mother nodded in agreement. I may not have much influence at the street office, but promoting the Jia family's misdeeds is certainly within my capabilities. With a contemplative expression, Li mother seemed to be strategizing how to disseminate the reputation of the Jia family the following day. This aligned perfectly with Li Ming's own thoughts. In this day and age, reputation holds more weight than life itself. If a family's name is tarnished, it could haunt them for a lifetime. The Li family of 4 was thoroughly satisfied with the tone of their family meeting, especially Li Ming. Most importantly, once this matter was settled, in the challenging years to come, Others would think twice before attempting to take advantage of the Li family. Li Mother and Li Rui tidied the table, while Li Ming retreated to his room, ready to rest well for the night, preparing for his promotional campaign for Jia Dongshu at the steel mill the next day. Chapter 53, Jia Dongshu's promotional campaign. The next day, in the procurement department of the steel mill. Mingzi, the Jia Dongshu you mentioned is that individual from our factory's machinist workshop, right? Zhou Tian inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he sought confirmation from Li Ming. Li Ming nodded affirmatively. Who could I possibly confuse from our courtyard? TSK, it seems your courtyard is brimming with talent. With such limited skills, he dares to provoke our department. This would surely amuse my great-grandmother. Wu Gang scoffed. If he were in our courtyard, he would be beaten to a pulp. Su Chong approached, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. Mingzi, don't worry. Give us a morning, and I promise by afternoon. Jia Dongshu's misdeeds will be the talk of the steel mill. Exactly. Just stay put in the office. I will ensure Jia Dongshu's name becomes notorious today. Zheng Ping declared, pocketing 2 packs of shared cigarettes before striding out. Wang Jun took the remaining tobacco and distributed it among his companions, declaring, brothers, I've taken care of your supplies. Now it's time to help Mingzi vent his frustrations. Wang Jun grinned mischievously as he ushered the others out. Su Chong rummaged through his desk for 2 packs of cigarettes, stating, wait, I'll handle the higher-ups. I've been bored all day, finally. I have some work to do. Li Ming stood bewildered, watching his colleagues and superior cheerfully march out, realizing they intended to completely elevate Jia Dongshu's notoriety. Initially, Li Ming merely intended to share the incident with his colleagues, hoping they would casually spread the word. He never anticipated that this bunch of jokers would treat it as a mission. Well, in such a harmonious and amicable department, I cannot lag behind. Since I informed my family last night that I would treat my colleagues to a celebratory meal today, this is an ideal opportunity to combine both celebrations. Li Ming donned his clothes, grabbing his bicycle keys, intending to step out for a while. He planned to buy 2 packs of cigarettes to replenish the office supply that had been depleted while assisting himself. He would also stroll around, retrieving 2 pounds of meat and 2 fish from his space for dinner that night. Meanwhile, the 4 colleagues had already divided their tasks. Some went to the transportation department, others to procurement, some to logistics, and one to the Women's Federation of the steel mill. Zhou Tian had ventured to the Women's Federation, where the aunties were not only pleasant to converse with, but also fond of gossip and remarkably swift at spreading it. As for Su Chong, he had gathered the other 2 heads of the procurement department to discuss family matters, while Li Ming, who was currently wandering outside the steel mill, remained blissfully unaware of the plans his colleagues were hatching. He was cheerfully purchasing cigarettes and alcohol from Ma Lian, the vendor who had been exceedingly cordial and efficient today. Li Ming completed his transactions in under 5 minutes, noting how Ma Lian was like a donkey, only willing to cross the river when whipped. Li Ming, while cycling, gazed at the items hanging from his bicycle, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the local street office, Li's mother was engaging in lively conversation with her close friends, primarily revolving around the events of the previous night. Wow, Sister Wu, your Mingzi certainly has a silver tongue, remarked one of the onlookers, who enjoyed the gossip. Li's mother chuckled. Ah, this child has always been resourceful. He's quite sensible even in our courtyard. Yesterday, regarding the matter with the Jia family, Mingzi remained remarkably composed. Indeed, I've always believed in his capabilities. However, the Jia family has been rather unscrupulous in this matter. People like them ought to be driven out of our courtyard. They bring nothing but trouble. Director Wang chimed in. How dare they bully our Mingzi? I've watched him grow up. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of him. Absolutely. Director Wang is right, another chimed in. I recall we'll soon be stocking up on winter vegetables, right? Director Wang nodded in agreement. Although the women at the street office couldn't directly defend Li Ming, they were more than capable of making life difficult for the Jia family. The collective wisdom of the neighborhood aunties was greater than the population of the entire city, and upon hearing Wang's words, they understood perfectly well the underlying message. This was a clear act of support for their own nephew. Exactly, Director Wang has a remarkable memory, they affirmed. With this year's poor grain harvest, many are counting on hoarding winter vegetables. The group began animatedly discussing their plans for winter vegetable storage, with no one stating it outright, yet every face bore the unmistakable expression of shared understanding. Li's mother glanced around, satisfied. It seemed the Jia family's winter vegetables would soon be reduced to mere scraps, and those scraps would be priced just like regular vegetables. Around 1 p.m., Li Ming returned to the steel mill after a leisurely lunch. Earlier at the security checkpoint, he overheard 2 guards chatting. Did you hear? Our mill has produced a real mama's boy, haha. Who doesn't know that? I heard he even hides under his wife's skirt when trouble arises. What a disgrace. Such a person deserves to be sent away. They continued. Now, that's not how it works anymore. Haha. But Jia Dongshu has certainly made a name for himself here at the steel mill. Li Ming was quite pleased with the gossip circulating about his peers. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the entire steel mill was singing Jia Dongshu's praises. As for any repercussions from the Jia family, Li Ming was unfazed. Do you think the gun license Jia Dongshu obtained was for nothing? Those cowards in our courtyard may act tough around each other, but they scatter like mice when faced with a cat. Contentedly, Li Ming entered the office carrying a haul of cigarettes, liquor, and fish. The workers, returning from their shifts, were instantly drawn to the sight of his bounty, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Mingzi, you've worked hard," they exclaimed. "With our connection, you didn't need to bring anything." Su Chong rushed over, nearly swooning over the pork and fish. Chapter 54. Jia Dongshu's fame spreads through the steel mill. Li Ming rolled his eyes. "If you hadn't rushed over so eagerly, I might have believed you." They were like wolves catching a whiff of prey, and the credibility of their words was quite low in his eyes. "Hey, Mingzi, don't sweat the details. Wow, this meat looks quite fatty." Wu Gang grinned foolishly, offering Li Ming a cigarette. Zhou Tian quickly struck a match to light it, ensuring their elder didn't have to lift a finger. Su Chong seemed to have an epiphany and placed the goods in a corner, turning to the others. "How did this rumor start? It wasn't intentional, was it? We can't let our own people take the fall." Zheng Ping waved his hand dismissively. "Su, do you think we're fools? We must ensure Mingzi's name and ours don't get dragged into this. I heard it from Su Damao. I'm Lu Haizhong. I'm Yizhong Hai." The group turned their attention to Wang Jun, exclaiming, "Are you seriously that naive? Yizhong Hai is Jia Dongshu's master. Who would believe you if you spread it like that?" Su Chong looked at him incredulously. Wang Jun nodded. They would believe it. They even seriously discussed whether Yizhong Hai intended to expel Jia Dongshu from his apprenticeship. Li Ming, exasperated, covered his face, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. No matter how ludicrous the rumor, the audience would always find the most fitting rationale to facilitate the swift spread of gossip. "Well, I suppose I overestimated some of our colleagues here," Zhou Tian mused. "All right then, that settles it. What is the term we use?" Su Chong searched for a phrase, but found himself at a loss. Wang Jun jumped in. "Success brings withdrawal." The group in the office erupted into lively discussions about the amusing characters they encountered while spreading gossip, insisting that tonight they should have braised pork. At the steel mill, Jia Dongshu was idly passing time when he suddenly noticed several co-workers pointing and whispering about him, mentioning terms like mama's boy and big baby. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Look at Jia Dongshu, that mama's boy. His hands look like they lack any strength." One lady jested. "If a dog spent 3 years at our mill, it would surely pass the 3rd level exam. Now that's insulting to dogs. He is clearly hiding behind women. The more he does this, the more feminine he becomes." The crowd continued to murmur loudly, ensuring their words reached him. Not only was Jia Dongshu's face darkened with anger, but Yizhong Hai's was also tinged with displeasure. Inside, he resolved to hold a meeting to identify the source of these rumors. As the chatter grew louder, Yizhong Hai approached Jia Dongshu, suggesting they step outside for a moment, if only to escape the scrutiny. Once outside the workshop, Jia Dongshu could no longer contain himself. "Whoever started this is going to pay." Yizhong Hai smirked inwardly. "Who do you think you can take on? You're as thin as a reed." "It's all right. I'll hold a meeting when we get back, and I'll definitely find out who it is. This is clearly a matter from last night. And it must be someone from our courtyard." Jia Dongshu paused. "Master, do you think it could be Li Ming?" Yizhong Hai contemplated. "Not likely. He didn't suffer any losses yesterday, so I doubt he'd be that petty. We'll find out soon enough." As the master and apprentice made their way to the restroom, they were still the subject of pointed stares, wishing they could cover their heads and disappear. The closing bell of the steel mill rang, and the workers began to gather and make their way toward the exit. Li Ming and his group of idle chatterers also headed out, looking forward to a dinner of braised pork and fish prepared by their sister-in-law, promising a sumptuous meal ahead. Su Chong walked along, muttering to himself, clearly unable to contain his anticipation, hoping for a sumptuous feast at the Wuzong Temple. In these times of food scarcity, it was evident to anyone with eyes that many households fared worse than the occasional meals at Li Ming's home. Thus, the prospect of indulging in a lavish spread was a source of great satisfaction for all. In the courtyard of the steel mill, the Li family, fatherly, motherly, and younger sister Li Rui, sat around the dining table. "Today, I heard about the incident involving Jia Dongshu from last night at the mill, and even the nicknames that Mingzi had given him had become common knowledge." Fatherly took a sip of wine, savoring the moment. "Well, our Mingzi certainly holds grudges. He is indeed my beloved son," he remarked with a grin. Motherly shared his delight, adding, "When I returned today, I noticed the dark expressions on Yizhong Hai and Jia Dongshu's faces. I suspect our courtyard will be lively tonight." They both anticipated that the two would soon summon others for a meeting, likely to uncover who had spread the rumors. Fatherly shrugged nonchalantly. "Let them hold their meeting. They won't find anyone." Motherly, Intrigued, pressed for details. Why won't they find anyone? I'm not sure, but I inquired. And they said it was Su Damao from the back courtyard, also Lu Haizhong, and Yi Zhonghai himself. Huh. It almost made me laugh to death, he replied, contentedly lighting another cigarette. What our son has stirred up is not something just anyone can pin down. I also asked our workshop director, who claimed it was Li Ming, while the director from the neighboring workshop insisted it was old Wang from the back courtyard. In the end, it's clear that someone from our courtyard at the steel mill is responsible, but who? That remains a mystery. Well, if they do hold a meeting tonight, let us go and watch the spectacle, Fatherly suggested. I want to join too. I finished my homework, interjected younger sister Li Rue. All right, let us all go together. If it weren't for Mingzi treating them to dinner tonight, our family would be the center of attention, Fatherly remarked, relishing the unfolding drama. At the Su household, dishes began to arrive steadily, their enticing aromas causing Su, the team leader, to salivate. Hey, today you all must try the braised pork my sister-in-law made. It's truly rich, yet not greasy, Su Chong proclaimed as he began to serve himself. Hey, don't be greedy, came the chorus of protest from his friends. You eat your sister-in-law's cooking every day, and now you're hogging it from us. How shameless. Unperturbed by the light-hearted rebuke, Su continued to pile his plate high, while his wife and daughter had already served themselves and were dining in another room. Chapter 55. The disorganized meeting of all members. The gathering led by Comrade Li Ming was an enjoyable affair, and the atmosphere in the courtyard of the steel mill was gradually becoming festive. In the front yard, Yin Fugui went door to door, inviting each household to the central courtyard for a meeting. The Li family, upon hearing the news, grabbed small stools and made their way to the central courtyard, overhearing a few neighbors quietly discussing the matter on the way. Do you think this has to do with the nicknames for Jia Dongshu being spread at the mill today? One neighbor speculated. Of course. At home, he is a mama's boy, but outside, he is a teacher's pet. It's clear that Yi Zhonghai is seeking revenge on him. The other replied, grinning in anticipation of the gossip. The Li family couldn't help but smile at the thought. Jia Dongshu's reputation had taken a hit, and it seemed nothing could save him, not even Yi Zhonghai's father. The three members of the Li family found a suitable spot in front of the flower-laden gate, eagerly awaiting the evening's meeting. After a short while, the three elder gentlemen arrived, taking their seats according to their status. Second Uncle Lu Haizhong initiated the customary remarks. Today, we convene this meeting at the suggestion of First Uncle. Let us allow him to elaborate. The crowd showed little reaction. Lu Haizhong's routine was akin to washing hands before a meal or tapping a cigarette before smoking, though not particularly useful. Skipping these rituals would rob the gathering of its essence. Once Lu Haizhong concluded his tedious preamble, Yi Zhonghai cleared his throat and rose to speak. Earlier today at work, I heard many at the steel mill discussing yesterday's events in our courtyard, with everyone calling out Dongshu's nickname. This is quite inappropriate. It disrupts the normal working environment and severely impacts productivity. Indeed, Yi Zhonghai, the self-proclaimed moral authority, began his speech by placing himself atop a moral pedestal, leaving no room for genuine dialogue. The audience appeared indifferent, thinking, if you wish to support your apprentice, do so directly without this grandstanding. The only person likely to believe Yi Zhonghai's rhetoric in the courtyard was the simpleton He Yuzhu. Undeterred by the silence, Yi Zhonghai continued. This matter largely pertains to our courtyard. The purpose of this meeting is to identify the person responsible, as failure to do so will compromise our courtyard stability and even affect our evaluation as an exemplary community. It was only when Yi Zhonghai appealed to their interests that someone chimed in. Right, it's definitely Yin Laoko. Indeed, First Uncle is correct. We must clarify this issue to avoid affecting our courtyard's evaluation. However, since I do not work at the steel mill, I will defer to the two elders for specifics on how the situation has unfolded there, Lu Haizhong stated, feigning ignorance. I don't really know, he continued. I heard Su Damao mentioning it. Someone said that today Yin Fugui brought his son Su Damao to the steel mill to spread the word. Your uncle. Su Fugui interrupted with a curse. Don't you dare pin this on us. I heard today at the mill that you were the one spreading the rumors. And with that, a verbal skirmish erupted between Lu Haizhong and Su Fugui, both of whom had never had a cordial relationship and now, ignited by the spark of conflict. Tensions flared. Yi Zhonghai, feeling somewhat helpless, interjected, I heard it from Zhuzi. Upon hearing that, He Yuzhu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Nonsense. He retorted, I didn't say that. He quickly backtracked, I'm not one to gossip. I also heard from the cafeteria that it was the Li family who spread it. He Yuzhu glanced toward the Li family trio, who were seated on their stools, enjoying the spectacle. Fatherly rose leisurely, stating, don't just say you heard it. I've also heard in the workshop that some are saying I was the one who spread it. Do you think that is possible? He regarded He Yuzhu and Yi Zhonghai with a bemused expression, clearly conveying his thoughts. You're wasting your time holding a meeting without any evidence. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. I heard it was Yi Zhonghai. No, it's not true. It was Jia Dongshu himself. Are you foolish? That Mama-s boy wouldn't he dare speak up for himself. I heard it was Yin Fugawei. As the discussion spiraled into chaos, Yi Zhonghai, frustrated by the growing disorder, retreated with his chair back into his house, realizing that his hasty decision to convene a meeting without any substantial evidence had only served to exacerbate his own irritation, leaving him to stew in his anger while ignoring the eager gazes from the Jia family. As others witnessed the instigator depart, none remained in the courtyard to indulge in idle chatter. They all retreated to their respective homes in clusters. That evening, Jia Dongshu left the grand gathering empty-handed. His reputation only further inflated, and he could only return home with a scowl, accompanied by his family. He could already envision the uproar that would ensue at the steel mill the following day. At the Li residence, Father Li erupted in laughter, exclaiming, I was under the impression that Yi Zhonghai had unearthed some incriminating evidence against our son, but it turns out it was merely a tempest in a teapot. Mother Li chuckled and shook her head, remarking, if everyone in our courtyard possessed such intellect, I dare say our Mingzi would never suffer any misfortunes. Just as Mother Li finished her sentence, the door swung open, revealing Li Ming, who entered with a cheerful demeanor. Back already, Mother Li exclaimed, rising to fetch a glass of water for her eldest son before recounting the events from the courtyard. Li Ming listened, amusement evident in his expression, finding humor in the foolishness of those individuals who thrived on chaos. In the central courtyard, the Yi family was in disarray. Darling, does this mishap mean things will only become more complicated? Aunt Yi inquired with evident concern. Yi Zhonghai, his countenance darkened, nodded. He had failed to gather evidence, and the skill with which the rumors were spread left him unable to pinpoint the original source. Although he had harbored suspicions about the Li family, he knew better than to accuse them without proof, for doing so would surely invite misfortune upon himself. I suppose I should pay a visit to the Li household and see if I can persuade Li Ming to intervene, he suggested. Aunt Yi, incredulous, responded, while Li Ming is indeed sensible, expecting him to assist the Jia family is sheer folly. Yi Zhonghai is fooling himself if he thinks everyone shares his lack of elder care. Chapter 56, A Day to Remember for Yi Zhonghai. In the front courtyard of the Li home, the family of four was engaged in lively conversation when they heard Yi Zhonghai's voice calling at the door. Old Li, are you at home? The four exchanged glances, and Sister Li Rui eagerly rushed to open the door. Yi Zhonghai entered with a facade of insincerity, greeting them with a smile. Just stopping by for a chat. Father Li acknowledged him with a nod. Is there something you need, Uncle Li? Yi Zhonghai took a seat at the table, occupying the spot meant for young Li Rui, who made faces behind him. I have a matter to discuss with you all. He began, offering cigarettes to Father Li and Li Ming before continuing. You are aware of the rumors circulating in the steel mill regarding my apprentice, Jia Dongshu, and his nickname. I was hoping Li Ming could publicly address this tomorrow to mitigate the situation and prevent any harm to our community's unity. After all, Dongshu is quite an honest lad, and we wouldn't want this to tarnish our reputation. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's request, the smiles faded from the faces of the Li family. Was Yi Zhonghai really attempting to impose his will upon them? If they acquiesced today, it would only invite further trouble from other discontented souls in the neighborhood tomorrow. Father Li's expression darkened, but before he could speak, Li Ming interjected, narrowing his eyes at Yi Zhonghai. Are you suggesting that I clarify this matter? Yi Zhonghai nodded, his smile unwavering. Precisely. You are indeed our most astute scholar. Suddenly, Li Ming erupted in laughter. Discarding the cigarette Yi Zhonghai had offered onto the floor, producing his own brand from his pocket. With a sardonic smile, he addressed Yi Zhonghai. Pardon my rudeness, but I cannot smoke anything else, certainly not this one. Let me ask you, on what grounds do you believe I should clarify matters for Jia Dongshu? Is it because you are our elder? Or perhaps because you are his mentor? Or do you simply think I, Li Ming, am an easy target? Li Ming surveyed Yi Zhonghai's ashen face with a calm demeanor, eagerly awaiting a response. Father Li attempted to speak, but Mother Li restrained him, wanting to see how her son would handle this situation. If it didn't satisfy her, she would personally stand by her son's side. You, Yi Zhonghai, may sit comfortably upon your own missteps, but to come to the Li household and run amok is simply unacceptable. With a strained composure, Yi Zhonghai contained his rising anger. Look at how you speak. I am merely acting in the best interest of our community. If this affects our courtyard's chances of being recognized as an exemplary unit by year-end, it would be detrimental, wouldn't you agree? No one dared to disregard Yi Zhonghai's words, yet he found himself at a disadvantage today, as he needed their cooperation. Li Ming chuckled. Let me ask you this. When Jia Dongshu's mother approached me yesterday, why didn't you step forward? Had you done your duty as an elder, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. By asking me to clarify, you are merely placing the blame for Jia Dongshu's nickname squarely upon my shoulders. I'm not even married yet, and you dare to tarnish my name without considering the consequences? Yi Zhonghai faltered, taken aback by Li Ming's articulate rebuttal. The other members of the Li family glared at him, their anger palpable. Yi Zhonghai had overstepped, threatening their son's future lineage, a matter of utmost seriousness. This is not as exaggerated as you make it seem. If it truly impacts our courtyard standing, others will undoubtedly speak ill of your family. I am not like my father, a man of simple honesty, nor am I a fool like he usual. Your words are nothing short of a threat, are they not? You are indeed threatening me. Li Ming's countenance transformed into a fierce expression, still adorned with a smile that sent chills down Yi Zhonghai's spine. The Li family had never witnessed such a transformation in him, and a wave of anxiety washed over them. Brother, Sister Li Rue rushed forward, attempting to grasp Li Ming's arm. Calm down, Rue, let me first clarify matters with Yi Zhonghai today, Li Ming assured her, his expression softening as he affectionately ruffled her hair. But then, he resumed his fierce demeanor, fixing his gaze on Yi Zhonghai, who trembled slightly. May I inquire if you were just threatening me? Who granted you the audacity to challenge me, Li Ming? Who led you to believe that the Li family is easy prey? Could you kindly elucidate? Yi Zhonghai's throat dried up. He had never encountered such ferocity from Li Ming before. Even in his lifetime, he had never witnessed such intensity. Mingzi, I am simply speaking the truth. Oh, is that so? Then do enlighten me. Do you still wish for me to clarify and take the blame? If not, then you should continue being the elder you claim to be, and let us live our lives peacefully. However, should you persist, I suggest you reconsider your search for a caretaker, as these are indeed perilous times, and one never knows when a night stroll could lead to calamity. Would you agree? Li Ming, with a smile, raised a teacup to sip, maintaining his unwavering gaze upon Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, swearing that no one had ever dared to confront him so boldly, felt a twinge of fear. He was uncertain of Li Ming's newfound confidence, but it was evident that he was intimidated. With a forced smile, Yi Zhonghai conceded, Mingzi, let us pretend this visit never occurred, and we'll disregard this incident. I apologize on behalf of the elder. With that, he bowed slightly, and Li Ming accepted with an air of nonchalance. Today, Yi Zhonghai bowed and apologized, at the very least ensuring the preservation of his own life. This bow was something that Li Ming could endure. Should Yi Zhonghai dare to scheme against the Li family again, Li Ming would be willing to forego a few fishing trips just to cast Yi Zhonghai into his own breeding space as pig feed. Although Li father and Li mother were quite pleased with their eldest son's performance today, they still harbored concerns for him. Nevertheless, all their fury was redirected towards Yi Zhonghai. Even if he had apologized upon leaving, the relationship between the two families would be irrevocably severed. All right, allow me to show you out, Li Ming said with a grin as he sauntered past Yi Zhonghai and opened the door, his intentions unmistakable, a clear order to leave. Yi Zhonghai once again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Li father and Li mother before turning to exit. As Li Ming shut the door behind him, the atmosphere in the Li household began to ease slightly. Chapter 57. The grand gift Li Ming bestowed upon Yi Zhonghai. Son, are you all right? Li mother asked with evident concern as she gazed at her beloved child. Li Ming shook his head. What could possibly be wrong? I was merely intimidating him. Is he allowed to threaten us, but we cannot frighten him in return? Li father lit a cigarette and remarked, if it comes to it, leave it to me next time. Why would you take it on? To smooth things over? Li mother retorted. That old scoundrel came to our home with the intention of making our child bear the blame. Our son did nothing wrong. Not at all. Not at all. Had it not been for Mingzi stopping me today, I would have undoubtedly given that scoundrel a thrashing, Li father declared with a tone of pride. On the contrary, Li Ming's younger sister, Li Rue, though she had appeared somewhat frightened at the time, was now brimming with excitement. Having such a formidable older brother would surely make life splendid. I believe my brother is right. He's far superior to that foolish Zhu. He doesn't care about his own sister, while he Yushui was bullied in our courtyard, always siding with the Jia family. At least I know my brother will stand by me, she exclaimed as she ran to Li Ming's back and began to massage his shoulders. Brother, if anyone bullies me in the future, you must stand up for me. Exactly. Put some strength into it. Li Ming chuckled as he patted his own shoulders. Just then, he heard the system notification echoing in his mind, but with someone giving him a massage. He felt he could endure a little longer before checking the system alerts. At the Yi Zhonghai residence, upon entering, he was immediately bombarded with questions from an elderly woman. Back. How did it go? Yi Zhonghai shook his head, sighing, I'm just as bewildered. Now, not only have I failed to accomplish what I intended, but I've also severely offended the Li family. The elderly woman displayed an indifferent expression, as if she had anticipated the outcome, and after her inquiry, she returned to her tasks. Yi Zhonghai instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette to soothe his nerves, only to unexpectedly pull out a yellow, adorable item. Yi Zhonghai gasped, his hand trembling. causing the small yellow item to fall to the floor, surprisingly producing a rather pleasant sound. The elderly woman quickly looked up. "What's wrong, oldie?" Zhonghai pointed shakily at the ground. You look at that. What is it?" She glanced down, dropping the shoe she held, and cautiously picked it up, uttering uncertainly, "A bullet? What are you doing with this? Did someone put this in your pocket?" Zhonghai, trembling, lit a cigarette. Forcing a bitter smile, "I suspect it was placed there by someone from the Li family. Someone would just casually put this in your pocket? Oh, I really should have kept my mouth shut." Zhonghai slapped his own face in frustration. "I threatened their family, saying if this matter caused our courtyard not to be recognized as an excellent courtyard this year, it would be their fault. I reckon it was that Li Ming who tossed it into my pocket. Old Li wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing." His face began to twitch intermittently. For the first time in his life, he had been threatened, and in such a peculiar manner. The prospect of sleeping well in the following days was now uncertain. What to do now? "Oldie." The elderly woman's face turned pale. She had never encountered such a situation either. "It should be fine. It's likely just a warning from Li Ming. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have taken him as an apprentice. Should we report him?" The elderly woman seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhonghai shook his head. "If he dares to toss this into my pocket, it proves he is not afraid of being reported. Who knows? He might have some trump card. If I report him over this, and he denies it, what then? When this blows over, it will surely be our family that suffers. Fine, let us pretend this incident never happened. From now on, we'll be more cautious around the Li family." Sighing deeply, Zhonghai inhaled from his half-finished cigarette, taking a long drag before releasing the smoke slowly. Finally, he stood up, his voice hoarse. "Let us get some sleep. From now on, if it involves the Li family, it's best to avoid it." The elderly woman, who had never been one to make decisions, could only steady herself upon hearing Zhonghai's words and then retired to bed. In the Li household's front courtyard, Li Ming lay contentedly on his bed in the secondary bedroom, opening the system's notification interface. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Successful fishing. Fishing reward. 1 lottery draw. Successfully threatened Zhonghai once. Reward. Proficiency in Dahe 15 and Bajiquan. Minor achievement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successful fishing. Fishing reward. 1 lottery draw. Successfully threatened Zhonghai once. Reward. Proficiency in Dahe 15 and mastery of pistol. Minor achievement. Wow, I can actually reap 2 rewards from Zhonghai." Li Ming's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the system notifications, utterly captivated. This truly is a bountiful source. It's settled. As long as Zhonghai doesn't court disaster, we'll gradually deal with him. Heh. System, I'll use both lottery draws. After a flurry of operations, 2 cards appeared on the pale green screen, and Li Ming opened them one by one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a food seed gift pack. It has been automatically planted for you. Please harvest in a timely manner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the weakness strike skill, verbal. System. Does this weakness strike mean targeting faces when fighting and exposing flaws when arguing? Correct. Once equipped, this skill allows the host to more easily break down opponents during verbal exchanges, thereby achieving a more successful fishing outcome. Huh. Now I understand why you've equipped me with the physical prowess of Li Yuanba. You're worried I'll get beaten up in debates, aren't you? Li Ming stroked his chin, addressing the system with keen insight. All right, let me check the panel first. This skill is quite impressive. I like it, haha. Li Ming was already envisioning the delightful moments of sparring with Zhonghai in future exchanges. Host, Li Ming. Skills owned. Mastery of pistol, minor. Bajiquan, minor. Fishing, minor. Weakness strike, verbal. Lottery draws, 0. Physique template. Li Yuanba development progress, 25. System items. Colt M1860 revolver, a box of 0. 44-inch black powder bullets, 1 gun license. 5 small yellow croakers. Time for bed. Chapter 58. Capitalizing on opportunities. Time flowed slowly, and the locust trees in the courtyard began to shed their leaves gradually. Li Ming stretched his limbs lazily as he stepped outside, picking up a broom to tidy up the yard. What splendid weather for a day of rest. It has been ages since I last went fishing. Today, I shall indulge in the pastime. The past few months had been remarkably tranquil, with the Jia family refraining from causing trouble, and Zhonghai also keeping a low profile. Even the third master in the front courtyard had been behaving himself. The overall atmosphere of the courtyard was exceedingly serene and stable, quite conducive to a leisurely retirement. However, Li Ming's fishing system had yet to yield significant results, merely advancing his physical development progress to 30. Presently, he was in a state of fitting clothing well, yet revealing a robust physique when undressed. One evening, he even attempted to lift the large stone mill in the courtyard, weighing over 400 pounds, and found it surprisingly manageable. "Brother, I'm off to do my homework with my classmates," came the voice of his sister, Li Rue, from behind, greeting Li Ming. He nodded in acknowledgement, discreetly slipping her 5 yuan. Off you go, and be careful on the way. Once Li Ming finished sweeping the fallen leaves at his doorstep, his parents, Li Fu and Li Mu, emerged from the house. Son, I'm taking your mother to her shift. She won't be back for lunch. I plan to continue my stroll. All right, go ahead. I won't be home for lunch either. I'm heading out to fish soon. I've given Rue money for her lunch, so you don't need to worry about that. Li Ming placed the broom under the eaves, lit a cigarette, and began to relish the warm morning sunshine and fresh air. Li Fu chuckled. Look at our son. He behaves like a man in his 30s or 40s. Li Mu playfully slapped her husband on the arm. What nonsense. You are fortunate to have such a sensible son. That must be the merit you accumulated in your past life. Indeed, you are right. Li Fu responded. I'm off to work now. Li Ming waved farewell to his parents as they departed. After a while, he picked up his fishing rod and bucket and made his way to the Jinshui River. Today, he was determined to have an exhilarating fishing experience. Ever since the incident with Old Zhang, Li Ming had refrained from visiting the river. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he arrived at the Jinshui River, where he noticed an increasing number of people along the way. However, this had little bearing on him, as he had saved enough provisions for his family of 4 for more than a year. Had it not been for his own good fortune in traversing to this realm and the system's benevolence, even with decent living conditions, he would have had to begin rationing food. Finding his usual spot, Li Ming cleared off a stone and settled down to enjoy his fishing time. To his relief, Old Zhang was absent, allowing him to relish the vast space all to himself. Not long after, his bucket contained 2 plump fish when he heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Little Li? It was Old Zhang, sounding quite surprised. Li Ming did not deliberately ignore the old man. His granddaughter's shortcomings were not Zhang's fault. The old fellow had undoubtedly contributed countless years of youth to the nation and was unlikely to take out his frustrations on Li Ming. Glancing sideways, he remarked, Oh, what have you brought today? A barbecue grill? Old Zhang chuckled, pleased that Li Ming was willing to engage in conversation. Of course. I thought I might grill something while fishing today. Usually, I only enjoy grilled meat at restaurants, but today, I plan to prepare it myself. Well then, let's see if you can catch any fish first. I fear you brought that grill just to take it back home clean. Li Ming jested. The guards and secretary accompanying Old Zhang also wore smiles, having found the fishing experience quite tedious since Li Ming stopped joining them. Don't worry. I see you've got some fish already. I brought some bait today. I'll treat you to lunch. Months without seeing you, and you've become bolder, old man. Li Ming teased, tossing a cigarette to Old Zhang, who eagerly accepted it and lit it up, savoring the first puff. Li Ming had missed fishing during his absence and often wondered if he might run into Old Zhang while at it. Once Old Zhang had set up his fishing gear and sat beside Li Ming, he said, Listen, little Li, about that incident last time, please don't take it to heart. I won't meddle in your affairs again. Li Ming glanced at the retired cadre, slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to apologize, but it's all right. I truly didn't take it to heart. I've been busy with some rural work lately, and we've had fewer provisions at home, which is why I only found time today. Old Zhang was delighted to hear this. As long as their friendship remained intact, he was willing to say anything. I knew you'd understand, my boy, he added, patting Li Ming's shoulder. I'll tell you this, Old Zhang, if you don't catch any fish today, I'll toss you into the water to catch some bait. Old Zhang remained silent, walking over to his secretary. Go to the car and bring me 2 of those special cigarettes they sent me a few days ago. Sure. Old Zhang returned holding 2 special cigarettes, pristine white with special supply printed on them, and waved them in front of Li Ming. Wow, old man, you're feeling generous today, Li Ming exclaimed, dropping his fishing rod to seize the 2 special cigarettes. What? You mentioned fish? Apologies, I'm not on familiar terms with them. With a grin, Li Ming clutched the cigarettes. I forgive you. Furthermore, I hope next time you remember little Li. More of these special cigarettes would be greatly appreciated. By the way, you must have some opened already. Hurry and let me have a taste. Old Zhang looked puzzled, pointing at the cigarettes in Li Ming's hand. Didn't I just give you 2? Li Ming concealed the cigarettes behind his back. Those are for home. I'm keeping these for now. Who else would I smoke if not yours? The guards and secretary chuckled, having not witnessed Old Zhang in such high spirits for quite some time. Thus, Li Ming enjoyed a delightful day of fishing, feasting on barbecued fish and crabs, and left with 2.5 boxes of special cigarettes, returning home in high spirits. Along the way, he found a secluded spot and discreetly stored the cigarettes in his space for convenience. Chapter 59, Li Ming's Evening Digestive Exercise. Mingzi, you're back from fishing. Yin Fugui, who diligently tended to his flowers and plants throughout the seasons, greeted Li Ming as he returned with the bucket. Recently, Yin Fugui had borrowed some grain from Li Ming, just about 30 pounds, which Li Ming sold him at market price, earning a small profit. In this perilous courtyard, it was essential to cultivate many friendships and minimize enemies. Once the adversaries were dealt with, he could always seek them out later. I'm back, third master. Li Ming called out as he hoisted his fishing rod. I've noticed you've been fishing less frequently lately. What prompted you to remember today? Yin Fugue inquired, setting down his work and approaching. He was quite the opportunist, often taking advantage of situations, and typically, Li Ming found little motivation to engage with him. Li Ming set down his belongings and handed a cigarette to Yin Fugue. With little else to do today, he contemplated going fishing. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man for a while, Li Ming returned home only to find that they had run out of soy sauce. He took the soy sauce container and headed to the cooperative to refill it. On his way, he fortuitously encountered Jia Dongxiu, who was known in their neighborhood for his dubious affiliations, conspiring with a few others. Intrigued, Li Ming concealed the soy sauce in his spatial pocket and approached them stealthily, using a large rock as cover to eavesdrop on their conversation. Dongxiu, are you planning to deal with that Li Ming from your courtyard? One of the street thugs casually inquired, cigarette dangling from his lips. Jia Dongxiu glanced around cautiously before nodding. Indeed, it's that brat. He tarnished my reputation not long ago. And after finally recovering for a couple of months, I need to get back at that bastard. Buddy, it's not that we don't want to help you. But you're asking us to provoke someone notorious around here for just $10. That is not going to fly, one thug replied. Gritting his teeth, Jia Dongxiu declared. I'll give you 20. Just make sure you beat him up enough that he can't get out of bed. The two thugs exchanged glances, still shaking their heads. 50. You put up 20 now, and when we're done, you can pay the rest. We can both give him a good thrashing. But whether he ends up bettered in is uncertain. Everyone knows about Li Ming's reputation. He is strong enough to fight back. All right, I'll give you 20 now. I just got my paycheck, so please get this done quickly. Jia Dongxiu, ever resourceful, immediately produced the cash to hand over to the duo. They muttered some quiet remarks that Li Ming couldn't quite catch, but he didn't bother much with that. Since these three were planning to deal with him, he resolved to take the initiative and handle them first. There was no problem with that, right? This was indeed a stroke of luck. He overheard their scheming. If he hadn't been fortunate enough to catch wind of it, who knows what might have happened? It was imperative to nip this thread in the bud. Casting a glance in Jia Dongxiu's direction, Li Ming initially thought he would be the one getting crushed in the steel factory's machinery. But it seemed that Dongxiu had come to him instead. Regardless, Jia Dongxiu would eventually meet his end. It wouldn't hurt to ensure he spent a couple of months better than first, especially since he intended for Li Ming to end up that way. Not repaying the favor would leave Li Ming feeling uneasy. With a renewed sense of determination, Li Ming returned to his courtyard, contemplating the best time to teach Jia Dongxiu a lesson about the harsh realities of society. After preparing dinner, he lit a premium cigarette, pondering how to deal with the trio. The two thugs would be easy enough to handle. He knew where they lived in the 8 great alleys and could easily pay them a visit tonight. Their residence was a standalone courtyard, making it convenient for him to take care of them. As for Jia Dongxiu, that scoundrel was either trailing Yi Zhonghai or guarding Qin Huairu at home. He would have to bide his time and find an opportunity. Li Ming resolved to keep a close watch on Jia Dongxiu from that day forward. He couldn't attack his hands. He needed to avoid injuring them, as that would hinder him from working in the future. Most importantly, if Jia Dongxiu's hands were incapacitated, he wouldn't be able to switch jobs, and that would be quite unfortunate. With his plan solidified, Li Ming felt a surge of optimism. He would proceed in 3 steps. First, the 2 street thugs must receive a good slap from him tonight. Second, he would wait for Jia Dongxiu to be alone. And third, he would break his leg. That evening, after the Li family had finished dinner prepared by Li Ming, he announced, Mom and Dad, I'm stuffed. I think I'll go out for a stroll to digest. This was a familiar excuse he had used before. All right, be back early, his mother advised. Meanwhile, his father clutched the special cigarettes gifted by his son, repeatedly extolling Li Ming's virtues and insisting that the cigarettes be saved for the new year. With that, Li Ming stepped outside, heading straight for the 8 great alleys. It seemed he had visited this place several times before, yet each visit had been for less than honorable purposes. The last time was for a brawl, and here he was again, in pursuit of another confrontation. With a cigarette in his mouth, he navigated the alleys, searching for the courtyard where the 2 thugs lived. Finally, he spotted it at the end of the alley. Knock. Knock. Li Ming, ever polite, understood that one must knock before entering another's home. It was a principle of courtesy before conflict. Who is it? A lewd voice called. And soon the door swung open. Instead of a friendly face, Li Ming was greeted by the ominous muzzle of a Colt M1860 revolver. Alarmed, the man raised his hands in surrender. Dude, are you sure you've got the right person? Li Ming grinned, tilting his head. Come on in. He then pressed the gun to the man's head. This was the first time he had drawn his weapon, and the thrill was exhilarating. This was a different kind of intimidation than relying solely on brute strength. Li Ming? The man stammered. As they moved inside, Li Ming kicked the door shut behind them. Who is it? Someone inside called out, nearly fainting at the sight of a gun-wielding intruder. Li Ming waved the gun, commanding, You too. sit down at the stone table. I've come to have a chat after my hearty meal. The thugs gulped nervously and shakily approached the stone table in the courtyard. Chapter 60. A new use for bullets. Seeing the two stand before the table without sitting, Li Ming paid it no mind. He walked behind them and tied their hands with a rope before leisurely taking a seat himself. His primary concern was that they might attempt to retaliate, and securing them seemed to alleviate that risk. Examining the rope he had used, he thought to himself that he should have learned more about binding techniques in his previous life. Now, introduce yourselves, Li Ming declared, lighting a premium cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. I must say, this is rather enjoyable. The two thugs trembled even more after being bound. One of them stuttered, Bro, I'm Wang Da, and this is my brother Wang Er. Are you here because of that bastard Jia Dongxiu? Wang Da's confidence grew as he deduced the purpose of Li Ming's visit. Li Ming nodded and placed the revolver on the table, retrieving his gun permit from his spatial pocket. Take a look. This is a real gun, complete with bullets, and I have the proper permit. I never fool around. I'm indeed here about that matter, and coincidentally, I overheard your plans while I was out getting soy sauce. I'm quite curious about how you intended to deal with me. I felt a tingle of excitement, which is why I came after dinner. Li Ming smiled amiably at them, waiting for their response. Wang Da glanced at his rather unreliable brother, realizing that he had been the one to initiate this situation. However, they hadn't known that the target of Jia Dongxiu's ire was Li Ming until they had all gathered. Bro, I'll tell you everything. The matter concerning Jia Dongxiu was orchestrated by my younger brother, Wang Er, though he was entirely oblivious to the fact that that scoundrel intended to target you. Wang Er nodded vigorously from the sidelines, uttering meaningless affirmations. It was only after we encountered Jia Dongxiu this evening that we realized his malicious intentions were directed towards you. We contemplated taking the deposit he provided and abandoning the task altogether. After all, he wouldn't dare to pursue us. And we certainly wouldn't want to bring any misfortune upon you. Who among us is unaware of your formidable capabilities? You may as well dismiss us as inconsequential. As Wang Da spoke, he was about to knock his head against the ground. Li Ming kicked a stone towards him, admonishing, Don't rush to bow your head. I have yet to finish what I need to say. You must elucidate how Jia Dongxiu plans for you to deal with me. All right, I shall explain, Wang Er interjected, finally grasping the situation. Brotherly, Jia Dongxiu instructed us to give you a thorough beating, ideally leaving you bedridden for a month or so. Is that truly all he said? Li Ming queried, his skepticism evident, recalling that they had whispered something else in conclusion. Wang Da, observing Li Ming's sudden inquiry, revealed, in the end, he mentioned that if this matter is resolved, he would invite us to the 8 great alleys for some merriment. Brother, we both concurred. Could you kindly refrain from pointing a gun at my brother's head? I'm terrified. He is my only sibling. Wang Da lamented, tears streaming down his face. Initially, he had merely sought a job, never intending to follow through, but now he found himself confronted by a ruthless gunman. Where could he possibly seek redress? After listening to the duo, Li Ming shook his head, expressing his disappointment. He had hoped to put this treasure to use, but alas, Wang Da and Wang Er, feeling an urgent need to relieve themselves, realized that their lives were indeed at stake. They exchanged glances, relief evident on their faces. Stop exchanging glances. Our business remains unresolved, Li Ming asserted, tapping the stone table. Observing these two rascals, he had a mind to enlist them for some unsavory tasks, yet he needed to assess their efficiency. Primarily, there was the matter of their intention to abscond with Jia Dongxiu's money without fulfilling their end of the bargain, which Li Ming found rather agreeable. But trust must be earned. I present you both with 2 choices. Would you care to listen and decide? Yes, indeed. Brother, please go on. First, I could shatter your limbs today, sparing this precious treasure, and then I would seek an opportunity to break Jia Dongxiu's legs, and we could consider the matter concluded. What do you think? The brothers instinctively shook their heads. They had no desire to lose their limbs. How could we possibly choose that? Very well. Let me propose the second option. Within 3 days, I expect to see you break Jia Dongxiu's legs, then report back to me. If you execute this task well, you may join me in future endeavors. If you fail, I shall repeat choice 1 upon you. The decision is yours. Li Ming reclined casually on the stone table, lighting another cigarette while observing the two. Brother, we choose option 2. Ah, you truly are brothers, Li Ming chuckled, shaking his head. All right then, within 3 days. I want to see that scoundrel Jia Dongxiu's leg broken. But it must be a leg only. No other injuries are permitted. Do not inquire as to why. Simply remember to break one of his legs. Is that clear? Understood, understood. We shall not forget. Li Ming was pleased with the compliance of the brothers and approached to untie their bonds. If you manage this task successfully, you may join me, and I shall ensure your future prospects. Even securing a factory position shall not be an issue. However, should you fail, I shall not be so lenient. Li Ming, as was his custom, delivered a firm warning followed by a sweet promise, which the brothers consumed with satisfaction. Very well, I shall take my leave. Await your good news." Li Ming waved to the two as he exited the courtyard, leaving behind the brothers who gazed at the golden bullet on the table, continuing to sweat profusely. There was no denying it. Li Ming had developed an affinity for this feeling. Sometimes, a bullet need not be fired. He found this usage rather delightful. "Brother, what of this bullet?" Wang Er swallowed hard. Wang De smacked Wang Er on the head. "Stop with the nonsense. Put it away. This is a threat directed at us. This is all your fault for dealing with Jia Dongxiu." "But brother, you didn't say that before," Wang Er retorted, though fear lingered in his voice. The brothers stashed the bullet away before turning to enter the house. "Brother, are we truly going to confront Jia Dongxiu?" Wang Er foolishly inquired. Wang De, wearing an exasperated expression, replied, "If we do not confront him, do you believe this bullet will not be lodged in our heads next time?" He displayed the bullet in his hand. "Moreover, it's not as if he hasn't provided us with a better path. If we succeed, we could work alongside him, which is certainly preferable to living as common street thugs." Chapter 61. The Good Days of Li Huaid. When the time comes, do not expect to merely become a regular factory worker. Even a temporary position would be an improvement over our current circumstances. Wang Er nodded in agreement. "If there were another way, who would willingly live as a street thug? I shall follow your lead, brother." Li Ming was indifferent to the thoughts of the Wang brothers. He merely awaited the outcome. Should they successfully complete this task, having two capable subordinates would be advantageous, even if they were older than him. After all, merit prevails. If they failed, it would simply mean Li Ming would expend a little more effort. Upon returning home, he exchanged a few words with his parents before retiring to his quarters to rest. If all went according to plan, he might have another opportunity to fish for a profit from brother Dongxiu, though he was uncertain of the value this time around. The following day, morning fishing followed by an afternoon visit to dear Uncle Li, primarily to deliver him a special supply. Soon, the future Li Huaid, the illustrious factory director, was still merely the head of logistics. In the afternoon, within Li Huaid's office. "Knock, knock, Uncle Li." Li Ming's booming voice echoed from outside. Li Huaid, engrossed in paperwork, couldn't help but smile, having anticipated that his nephew would rush to see him after their last encounter. However, he was surprised that Li Ming hadn't visited even once, leading him to believe Li Ming had forgotten about him. "Come in." Li Huaid's voice, weary yet welcoming, beckoned Li Ming inside. "Ah, Uncle Li, why does your voice sound as though you've endured a fortnight of sleepless nights?" Li Ming teased, lifting Li Huaid's spirits, as few young people dared to speak so informally to him. "You've been absent for quite some time. I thought you had forgotten your uncle," Li Huaid remarked, rising to pour Li Ming a glass of water, gesturing for him to help himself. "The cafeteria has been breathing down my neck lately. You procurement department members are truly slacking. I'm left to explain things to the cafeteria, which is quite troublesome. While I can manage to procure some unplanned rations through favors, the meat situation is genuinely distressing." Li Huaid rubbed his temples, lighting a cigarette for himself before tossing one to Li Ming. He regarded Li Ming as family, casually sharing some less significant matters. "You never think to help your uncle sniff out some good provisions. You don't even come to check on me anymore." Li Ming chuckled knowingly, fully aware that Li Huaid had begun to regard him as one of his own. "Where's the sun?" he mused. "As for whether others have been industrious, I cannot say. But I assure you, I have been working diligently. Recently, I have traversed numerous locations on behalf of our steel mill. Alas, there is a scarcity of meat available for sale." Li Ming shrugged, indicating his earnest efforts. "Just not long ago, I managed to secure 2 pigs, but it took a while to finalize the deal, and only now am I here to inform you." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Li Huaid's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially at the prospect of 2 pigs. "Are you serious?" he exclaimed, rising from behind his desk and plopping down next to Li Ming. Li Ming rolled his eyes. "Why would I deceive you? This deal was orchestrated through a contact." Li Huaid accepted this without question. As long as it was not illegal, he was more than willing to accept. The greater the storm, the higher the prices. With the current scarcity of meat, if I can procure 2 large fat pigs at this juncture, it will surely advance my standing. Li Huaid playfully slapped Li Ming on the back. "Well done, my boy. It seems my nephew has not been a poor investment. So, are you going to show your appreciation?" Li Ming pressed, unabashedly playing on the situation. Li Huaid laughed. "I fear you may be too unambitious. You've only recently been confirmed in your position. How can I promote you? Your section chief is still far from retirement. Promotion is not out of the question, but with his lazy demeanor, I suspect he plans to remain in that position until he grows old." Li Huaid vented his frustrations about the lackluster individuals in the 3rd section. "Can't you all learn from my good nephew? For heaven's sake. Each of you is slacking off, and when something happens, you scurry away faster than a mudloach. But tell me, when will those pigs arrive? Your uncle is counting on them." Li Ming had deliberately waited nearly 2 months to unveil the pigs. While it was a bit conspicuous, he believed it would not pose significant problems. If issues arose, his godfather, as the direct beneficiary, could assist in smoothing things over. After some contemplation, Li Ming decided, tomorrow night should work, but we must ensure the steel mill is devoid of personnel, as you understand. However, let us refrain from mentioning my name. It should all be credited to you. Otherwise, if someone grows envious and tries to sabotage me, what will I do? Li Huai beamed with satisfaction. Oh, it is indeed my dear nephew. No, Li Ming is now truly my blood relative. Who could question that? Subordinates capable of delivering accolades are a rare find in these times. All right, I shall be indebted to you, haha. Li Huai's spirit soared. Next year, I shall devise a means to promote you. He waved his hand grandly. Look, we are quietly completing a splendid transaction. By the way, I have something wonderful to share with you. Li Ming pointed to a black bag tossed on the sofa. What else could it be? Li Huai was taken aback. Was his nephew here specifically to warm his heart? Li Ming chuckled, pulling a cigarette from the bag, one of the two given to him by old Zhang. Li Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, I've only seen this brand at my father-in-law's place, perhaps snagged a pack during the new year. I never imagined you would bring me one today. You're giving this to me? Li Huai asked incredulously. Such a premium cigarette, when presented during a meal, would be akin to having a formidable backing. At present, Li Huai was indeed in need of such a gesture. Li Ming nodded. I brought it just for you. If you don't want it, I shall take it back. You can't say I haven't received a generous supply. Li Huai nearly drooled at the thought. 2 packs? Are you trying to tempt me? May I inquire how you acquired them? Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. A fishing buddy, presumably a retired cadre, often shares his stash with me. Last time, he gifted me 2 packs. So, as your devoted nephew, I brought you one. Haha, you rascal, I shall accept this favor. Li Huai laughed heartily. Up to this point, he had not truly aided Li Ming beyond facilitating his promotion, which had been prearranged. Now, it seemed that the uncle was reaping significant benefits from his nephew. Chapter 62, Jia Zhangshi, My Dongxiu. After the godfather-nephew duo exchanged pleasantries for a while, Li Ming took his leave, mindful that work was nearing its end. He did not wish to prolong his day, for while one might loaf at work, one must savor life after hours. Upon returning to the third section, Li Ming lit a cigarette just as the closing bell of the steel mill rang out. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, he strolled leisurely to the entrance, waiting for his father to finish work for their journey home. Let us go. Li's father greeted his colleagues before mounting his son's bicycle, departing the steel mill amid the envious gazes of his peers. That evening, after the Li family had finished dinner, they sat in the living room digesting their meal when suddenly, a piercing pig squeal shattered the calm. Dongxiu, my Dongxiu, what has happened to you? Li Ming's eyes lit up, and the rest of the family shared his excitement. Shall we go outside to see? Li's father suggested. Li's mother nodded. We overindulged tonight. Let us take a stroll in the yard to aid digestion. With a silent agreement exchanged among the four, they sought a suitable excuse. For the Li family was not one to enjoy mere spectacle. They simply wished to alleviate their bloated bellies. As they sauntered into the courtyard, they found Jia Dongxiu sprawled on the ground, his lower legs bent in an unmistakable arc. Though he did not wail in agony, it was not due to his stoicism, but rather because he had fainted from the pain. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed the street ruffians had struck quickly. Observing Dongxiu's condition, he estimated that even if he recovered, it would take some time. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were beside themselves, crying and wailing, with Jia Zhangshi cursing incessantly. Which ungrateful wretch struck so ruthlessly? My Dongxiu, how could this happen to you? Yizonghai hurriedly pushed through the crowd, urgency etched on his face. Aunt Jia, why are you still crying? Hurry and take Dongxiu to the hospital. If we delay, he might suffer lasting consequences. He then turned to He Yuzhu. Zhuzi, quickly help out. Find a cart to carry Dongxiu to the hospital. Initially, He Yuzhu had been enjoying the spectacle, but upon hearing Yizonghai's command, he felt reluctant. However, seeing Qin Huairu's tear-streaked face stirred something within him. All right, I'll go right away. Li Ming slyly tugged at his sister's sleeve, a mischievous grin on his face. Rue, go deflate the tires of our 2 bicycles. Huh. Li Rue looked bemused. It was Li's father and mother who reacted swiftly, nudging their daughter to hurry along. In the courtyard, the only bicycles belonged to the Li family. With Su Fugue absent today, the factory bicycles were certainly not in the courtyard. Now that Jia Dongxiu was in trouble, they would surely be in a hurry. If they couldn't find a cart, they would likely need to borrow a bicycle from the Li family. But therein lay the issue. The Li and Jia families were at odds. They couldn't refuse to lend it outright. They needed to concoct a reason. TSK, Jia Dongxiu must have offended someone outside. He is really taking a beating. He deserves this. During his time at the steel mill, he slacked off every day. Now he won't have to. At the very least, he'll need to rest for a few months. The onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, were largely unperturbed by the chaos. primarily because the reputation of the Jia family was notoriously dismal. Had it been any other family, the crowd would not have gathered to mock so shamelessly. One could surmise that the neighbors would have already come to lend a hand. At present, only the hapless He Yuzhu scurried about, with Jia Dongshu's adoptive father, Yi Zhonghai, lending his voice to the fray. After waiting in vain for He Yuzhu's return, Yi Zhonghai glanced around for assistance and spotted the Li family. Despite previous disagreements, seeing his adoptive son in such dire straits compelled Yi Zhonghai to muster the courage to approach them. Old Li, look at the state of this child from the Jia family. We must hurry him to the hospital. May I borrow your 2 bicycles? Yi Zhonghai's tone was notably gentle. And Old Li, ever accommodating, consented, especially since his obedient son had already made arrangements. Ah, we're all neighbors. What is the fuss? I'll take you to see him. Li's father led Yi Zhonghai to the front yard, only to discover that their bicycles had been deflated, which ignited his fury. Who did this? How could anyone let the air out of our bicycles? Jia Dongshu is waiting for them to save his life. Li's lament echoed, startling the onlookers in the courtyard, who then erupted in laughter, chattering animatedly. Li's mother and Li Ming feigned urgency as they made their way to the front yard. Haha, someone surely relishes the Jia family's misfortune. They deserve it. Even the fool's cart hasn't arrived, and now the Li family's bicycles are out of commission. Haha, let the fool carry it himself. Isn't that splendid? In the front yard, Yi Zhonghai's mind was clouded with confusion. He had never anticipated that both bicycles from the Li family would be unusable, initially suspecting they had deliberately deflated them. He quickly dismissed that notion upon observing Li Weigua's demeanor. After a moment of theatrical display, Li's father turned to Yi Zhonghai, saying, I'm truly sorry. Our bicycles have been deflated. We can't take Dongshu to the hospital now. A forced smile crept onto Yi Zhonghai's face. No worries, I'll wait for the fool's cart. If that fails, we'll find someone to carry Dongshu. Li Ming, with keen ears, caught wind of Yi Zhonghai's intent and realized that this cunning man was scheming to enlist him for the task. So he casually mentioned to his mother and strolled out of the courtyard. Li Ming was certain that if Yi Zhonghai didn't receive the cart in time, he would undoubtedly insist that he, being the strongest in the courtyard, carry Jia Dongshu to the hospital. Li Ming was decidedly unwilling. If one were to suggest he transport Jia Dongshu to the afterlife, he would not object. With Yi Zhonghai prioritizing his own well-being, he would not shy away from offending Li Ming. Moreover, given Yi Zhonghai's penchant for moral superiority, Li Ming risked being treated like a mere pawn. It would be wiser to venture to the 8 great alleys and meet his future cohorts. Those streetwise lads were quick to act, and he sensed potential in them. As Li Ming rubbed his chin, he hastened toward the alleys, treating it as a diversion. Chapter 63, Li Ming acquires followers. As Li Ming made his way to Wang De and Wang Er's residence, Yi Zhonghai, in his quest to assist his adoptive son, turned his gaze toward Li Ming. It remained uncertain whether the fool had intentionally delayed or was merely absent, but regardless, he had yet to return, and the cart was nowhere to be found. In the steel factory courtyard, Yi Zhonghai grit his teeth and addressed Li's father, Old Li, given that the fool hasn't returned, and Mingzi is the only one strong enough, could we possibly persuade him to carry Dongshu to the hospital? Li's father regarded him as if he were foolish, sharing the incredulous expressions of the rest of the Li family. Oh, uncle, Mingzi just mentioned he was going out to find the cart, so he isn't here at the moment. Li Weigua, mimicking Li Ming's nonchalant gestures, expressed his helplessness, nearly provoking laughter from Li Rui, who was watching nearby. Yi Zhonghai's face twitched in silence as he rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the central courtyard, seemingly resolved to carry his future pensioner to the hospital himself. Yi Zhonghai was truly shameless. Li's mother scoffed disdainfully at his retreating figure. Indeed, this old man has no shame, prioritizing his adoptive son Jia Dongshu over his dignity. After all the bitterness between our families, he still dares to ask us to have Mingzi carry Jia Dongshu to the hospital. Li Rui huffed. What if my brother decides to break the other leg of Jia Dongshu along the way? The Li family reveled in their merriment. It was not out of malice, but simply a sense of joy at the misfortunes of the Jia family and the come-down of Yi Zhonghai. By the way, where has our son gone? Surely he's not really off to find the cart? Li's mother inquired, noticing her elder son's absence. Li's father waved dismissively. No need to worry. He'll likely be home late today, fearing he might get drafted by Yi Zhonghai's moral coercion. As the flowers bloomed, each flourishing in its own way, Li Ming, humming a cheerful tune, arrived at the 8 great alleys and stood before the door of Wang De and Wang Er. Knock, knock. The brothers inside had just finished a brawl, particularly one that resulted in a broken leg, and were now feeling somewhat apprehensive. Hearing the knock, they exchanged glances, hesitating before finally opening the door. Li Ming smiled brightly at the 2 streetwise lads who greeted him, recalling how brazenly they had acted in front of Jia Dongshu just days prior, only to now appear quite different. What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat? Wang De and Wang Er were taken aback by Li Ming's prompt arrival, but Wang De, ever the quicker thinker, responded, "Li Gu, please come in." As he spoke, he gestured invitingly for Li Ming to enter. Once the three settled around the stone table in the courtyard, Li Ming opened the conversation. "I truly didn't expect you two to strike so swiftly." Wang De and Wang Er exchanged relieved glances upon hearing Li Ming's words. "Li Gu, the very next day, we were waiting outside for Jia Dongxiu. My brother had prepared a sack to ensnare him. We didn't target any other part, we just broke one of his legs." Wang Er felt at ease now that it seemed Li Ming was not there to cause trouble, but rather to offer them an opportunity. Wang De promptly offered Li Ming a cigarette, eagerly lighting it for him. "You boys did well. How would you like to join me in my endeavors?" Li Ming inquired, cigarette in hand, gazing at the two. Although younger, he was undeniably more formidable. Wang De and Wang Er nodded vigorously, eager to comply. "All right, tomorrow night. Assist me with the task. Upon completion, I'll arrange additional opportunities for you both. If you impress me, I'll secure you 2 temporary positions at the steel factory." Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was precisely what they had been waiting for. They understood Li Ming's capabilities, knowing that even if it took years, securing temporary positions at the steel factory was akin to stepping into a secure job, far better than remaining streetwise. "Rest assured, Li Gu, from now on, we'll stick with you." Wang Da's face lit up with a smile, eager to affirm their allegiance. Wang Er, not to be outdone, moved behind Li Ming and began to give him a friendly back rub. Li Ming was thoroughly pleased with their enthusiasm. These were the kind of followers worth nurturing. What if they proved unmanageable? In this day and age, there seems to be an abundance of street toughs. One could easily strike 2 by merely casting a brick. If they can't be nurtured, simply replace them. "Very well, tomorrow evening, you two should bring a cart and wait for me by the city moat. At that time, I will require your assistance to transport some goods to the steel mill." Initially, Comrade Li Ming had intended to arrange for a vehicle to haul pork from Li Huide, but with these 2 laborers stepping forward, it presents an excellent opportunity for them to pull the cart, allowing for a more discreet operation. "Rest assured, brotherly. No worries. Brotherly." Li Ming then pulled out 5 large black tins from his pocket and placed them on the table, declaring, "As you associate with me, I shall not let you suffer losses." He gestured toward the money on the table. "Consider this as the 50 promised to you by Jia Dongxiu. Haha. However, you must put in some effort tomorrow." The brothers were taken aback, not expecting to earn money, especially on the very first day. This job was indeed enticing. "Thank you, brotherly." Wang De was now filled with anticipation regarding working for Li Ming. "Don't blame me for not advising you. Make sure to eat well tomorrow, as the load we will carry in the evening will be quite hefty, and we must transport it to the steel mill, which will require considerable strength." Li Ming reminded them once more before departing. Understood. Having exited the Wang household, Li Ming strolled leisurely toward the courtyard, pondering that Jia Dongxiu had likely been taken to the hospital by now, making his return timely. At the Wang residence, Wang Er clutched the money Li Ming had placed on the table, inhaling its scent with rapture. Brotherly truly handles affairs with grandeur. Not only did he agree to employ us as temporary workers, but unexpectedly, we shall also be compensated for our labor. Wang De, smoking nearby, nodded in agreement after hearing his brother's words. At the very least, as long as we follow him, the 2 of us will have a promising future, and our family will not see its lineage extinguished through us. You must not speak of this matter outside, including today's visit from Jia Dongxiu and brotherly to our home. Keep it under wraps. Wang De earnestly cautioned his somewhat naive brother. "Brother, I'm foolish, not dim-witted. You needn't worry." Wang Er, delighted, fondled the money several times before reluctantly handing it over to his elder brother, then procured a cigarette from his brother's pocket and lit it with satisfaction. Back at the Li family courtyard, Li Ming exclaimed upon entering, "I'm back. Where have you been? Why return so late?" Li mother appeared displeased, having noted the darkness that had fallen and the extended duration of her son's absence. Li Ming scratched his head. "I merely wandered about a bit more. I was just trying to avoid being conscripted by that old rascal Yi Zhonghai. By the way, has that old Yi Zhonghai been looking for me?" Li Rue suddenly jumped in from the side. "He did come looking for you, brother. You guessed correctly. He said you have the best physique in our courtyard, and that carrying Jia Dongxiu to the hospital would be quicker with you. That old Yi Zhonghai, for the sake of his retirement, truly has no shame," Li father interjected, holding a tea jar as he voiced his opinion. "It's fortunate that our son is clever enough to evade him. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. Mother, was it Yi Zhonghai who took Jia Dongxiu over?" Li Ming poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. Li mother nodded. "I'm not sure if Yi Zhu did it intentionally, but Yi Zhonghai carried Jia Dongxiu away before he returned with the cart. Well, it seems that this foolish Zhu has become rather astute," Li Ming mused, stroking his chin, when suddenly he heard the system's notification in his mind. "I'm going to rest now. I've spent too long outside today and feel a bit weary." Li Ming bid farewell to his parents and headed to his room, eager to check the system's report, which he found far more interesting than discussing Jia Dongxiu. Beep. Congratulations to the host for a successful fishing endeavor. Fishing reward, 1 lottery draw. Given the host's successful fishing, a debilitating blow has been dealt to Jia Dongxiu, rewarding the host with proficiency in Baji Quan, Mastery, Level 1 and 10 large black tens. Well, it's better than nothing. The absence of new rewards would indeed be somewhat disappointing, Li Ming mused, smacking his lips in anticipation. Beep. System alert. Baji Quan can further enhance the host's physical capabilities, and continuous fishing of the same individual within a short time frame will slightly diminish the value of rewards. It appears they are concerned I might excessively exploit a single opportunity. Well then, better something than nothing. This is still commendable. It seems my dear brother Dongxu will require a bit more nurturing. During this period of idleness, I must seek other opportunities to reap a bounty. Having organized his short-term plans, Li Ming ceased his ruminations, went to bed, and fell asleep. He had hoped to find some other amusement. However, as it stood, his options for passing the time were limited to either engaging in petty mischief or spectating events. Currently, he had no wife, and the source of excitement in the courtyard was likely at the hospital, which he found unappealing. Thus, he resolved to rise early and restore his health. The next day, in the office of the steel mill's 3rd Division, the idle workers were engaged in discussions regarding the unfortunate incident involving Jia Dongxiu, prompting Li Ming to marvel at the rapid spread of gossip. That mama's boy Jia Dongxiu must have provoked someone, or else he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. I heard his leg was even chopped off. No, I heard both legs were severed. Listening to their gossip, Li Ming had no doubt that soon Jia Dongxiu would become a subject of rampant speculation. The absurdity of these tales was outrageous, and he wondered which deity had conjured such rumors. Zhou Tian, visibly impatient, interrupted the ongoing commotion among the four. Mingzi, Jia Dongxiu is from your courtyard. Why don't you enlighten us? He had just spotted Li Ming entering and seized the opportunity to inquire about the events from the previous night. Yes, please share with us. Wu Gang, interjecting from the side, added, our division chief is quite curious, but he has gone to the restroom. We'll tell him when he returns. Li Ming relayed the events leading up to his departure, though the system had deemed Jia Dongxiu to be incapacitated. The specifics of his condition remained unclear. However, he surmised it would not be severe. Had it been grave, the system would not have offered such a meager reward. And what happened afterward? Zhang Ping's curiosity was palpable, as were the interests of the other three regarding Jia Dongxiu's subsequent hospital visit. Li Ming shrugged. How would I know? I didn't accompany him to the hospital last night. However, when I came to work today, Jia Dongxiu had not yet returned. I suspect his legs are in dire straits. Had they been easily treatable, knowing the stingy nature of the Jia family, they would have brought him back last night. There's no way they would let Jia Dongxiu remain in the hospital overnight. If you're so curious, why not inquire if Yi Zhonghai has come today? It was Yi Zhonghai who carried his adopted son, Jia Dongxiu, to the hospital last night. The quartet of idle workers' eyes gleamed with excitement. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhou Ping exclaimed as he dashed out. Exactly, you made us wait for nothing. Wu Gang followed suit. Li Ming looked at the remaining two, puzzled. Aren't you two going? Zhang Ping waved dismissively. Let those two fools go. In the end, they'll return to tell us what happened. Why should I make an extra trip? Wang Jun grabbed a pack of shared cigarettes from the desk, scattering them around. Waiting here is just fine. Why not enjoy a smoke in the office? These people are truly idle. Li Ming couldn't help but smirk at their antics. By the way, did you say Su went to the restroom? Yes, it's been over an hour. Not sure what he's up to, still hasn't come out. Let us hope he hasn't fallen in, haha? Zhang Ping and Wang Jun engaged in a lively exchange, their banter revealing no hint of deference towards their superiors. Well, I suppose I shall sit for a while. After all, the three of us are quite comfortable here. This class feels almost ethereal. Li Ming remarked as he settled into a more relaxed position in his chair, a sigh escaping his lips. At 11 in the morning, Su Chong and two others returned from outside. Lao Su, did you fall into the restroom? Wang Jun inquired, raising an eyebrow. Su Chong retaliated with a swift slap. You're the one who fell into the restroom. I finished my business long ago. I merely went to gather information. Indeed, when we arrived at the Zhonghai workshop, we spotted Lao Su sharing a smoke with their workshop director. He continued. When it comes to gossip, our section chief is the go-to person. Zhang Ping urged. Stop dawdling and share the scoop with us. Distributing cigarettes among the three esteemed gentlemen, Zhang Ping eagerly awaited the tales of Jia Dongxiu, the renowned figure from the steelworks. What you wish to know pertains to the events following Jia Dongxiu's admission to the hospital last night, correct? Su Chong confirmed. Of course. We were already briefed on the circumstances leading up to his hospitalization, came the eager reply. Come on, stop stalling. If you keep this up, I'll snatch the cigarette from your mouth. Su Chong rolled his eyes, bemused by the eccentricities of his colleagues. Chapter 65. Delivering pork. All right, let me enlighten you. Su Chong began, settling into his chair. After finishing in the restroom today, I sought to uncover the details. Yazonghai did show up, but only to request leave, apparently. There's an issue with Jia Dongshu, which necessitates his presence at the hospital. I suspect Jia Dongshu was severely beaten, but the specifics elude me. Su Chong shrugged, having grown fond of this gesture since learning it from Li Ming. And what about you two? Li Ming turned to the other two slackers. We inquired just like our section chief, they replied. That's all there is to it, nothing more. Zheng Ping's expression soured. So we spent the entire morning waiting for this little tidbit? Indeed, what a waste of time, Wang Jun grumbled as he began to pack away his lunchbox. Mindful that mealtime was approaching, Li Ming followed suit, prioritizing the meal above all else. I'll return later to gather more information in the courtyard. As others in the section noticed the lack of juicy gossip, they too began to tidy their lunchboxes, eager to reach the cafeteria before the bell rang at the steelworks. Hoping to enjoy an extra helping while the crowd was thin, the 6 members of the section gathered around a table for their meal, and snippets of gossip regarding Jia Dongshu began to circulate. You know Jia Dongshu from our plant, right? He had his leg broken. I hear he is awaiting surgery now. Serves him right. That mama's boy only knows how to hide behind women. He must have stirred up trouble. Who else could inflict such harm? Do you think they can track down the assailant? Not a chance. That kid Jia Dongshu wandered into a deserted alley and got ambushed from behind. They didn't utter a word before striking. Zhou Tian chimed in. Lao Su, the information you gathered this morning pales in comparison to what we overheard while dining. Su Chong shot back, and you didn't uncover anything either. Let us eat. After lunch, it's back to the office for some rest. Su Chong declared, his tone earnest. The others quietly acquiesced, prioritizing their meal over further banter, as no one opposed the idea of returning to the office for a nap. In the courtyard of the steelworks, Li Ming and Li Weigua had returned home after their shift and were now awaiting Li Mother's culinary creations. Dad, what do you think happened to Jia Dongshu? Have you heard any news? Li Ming queried, curiosity evident on his face. Li Father shook his head. I wish I knew. But no one has informed me. I suspect we won't learn anything until tonight. I overheard gossip at the steelworks suggesting Jia Dongshu might be left incapacitated. But I can't be certain. Likely, only the Jia and Yi families are privy to the full story. I doubt they'll share much. Let us wait then. I haven't seen Yi Zhonghai return yet, so he is probably still at the hospital, Li Ming mused, glancing outside, where the hustle and bustle continued. Yet Yi Zhonghai was conspicuously absent. After the family finished their meal, Li Ming excused himself, intending to procure the pork for delivery, needing Wang De and Wang Er to transport it to the steelworks. He imagined Li Huai was likely growing impatient. At the moat, Li Ming stood beside the hefty pig he had preemptively slaughtered, waiting for Wang De and Wang Er to arrive with their cart. Checking the time, he noted it was past 6, and they should be arriving soon. Li Gu, Wang Er called as they approached, with Wang De jogging up to greet him. You're here. Is this what we're transporting today? Wang De gazed at the 2 large pigs with palpable anticipation, his mouth watering at the sight. Li Ming nodded, tossing a pack of cigarettes to each brother. Let us have a smoke first. These 2 pigs weigh about 600 pounds each, and we'll need to cover them for the journey to the steelworks. All right, Li Gu, Wang Er exclaimed joyfully, lighting up a cigarette, relishing the opportunity to indulge in premium tobacco. If today's task goes smoothly, I'll have more jobs for you too, and you'll both earn wages. Li Ming, with a grin, handed them each a sweet date, recognizing their potential as future accomplices in the black market. Let us go. He hefted one of the large pigs onto the cart, while the brothers worked together to lift the other. I'll take the lead, Wang Er volunteered, eager to enjoy the fine tobacco, a luxury he and his brother seldom experienced. The 3 took turns pulling the cart, with Li Ming kindly ensuring they didn't exhaust themselves on the journey. He wanted to avoid any potential burdens on their spirits. By 7 o'clock, they finally reached the entrance of the steelworks. Li Huai had been waiting outside, and upon spotting Li Ming approaching with the goods, he hurried over. You've done well. Haha, he exclaimed, clapping Li Ming on the shoulder. Next time, if necessary, I'll arrange a vehicle for you. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, who knows when that might be? Let us just get this cart inside. I'm nearly exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning weariness. It is said that the squeaky will gets the grease. While Li Huai promised to help Li Ming, it wouldn't hurt to maximize his gains. All right, you should head home and rest. Come to my office tomorrow, and we'll settle up, Li Huai instructed. Sure thing, Li Ming replied without further ado, signaling for the Wang brothers to leave. This haul would net him around 500 yuan, well worth the effort. You all go back and await my news. Once I have everything sorted on my end, I will reach out to you. Li Ming cautioned the Wang brothers before they dispersed. All right, brotherly, rest assured. We shall remain at home, waiting for you. Good, make haste to return. I shall do the same. Chapter 66. The unveiling of Li Mother's combat prowess in the courtyard of the steel mill. Upon Li Ming's return, he found the front courtyard deserted. Straining his ears, he discerned that a meeting was taking place in the central courtyard. He hurried inside to wash his face before making his way to the gathering. Father, when did the meeting commence? Li Ming inquired from behind his father. Comrade Li Weiguo turned to see his son, having only just started the meeting. Hasn't it been a while since we convened? Where is that old rascal Li Zhonghai? He clicked his tongue, acknowledging the man's audacity. Casting a glance at his mother, he observed her murmuring to his sister, oblivious to their conversation, just as Li Zhonghai returned from outside. Approaching the 8 immortals table, Li Zhonghai drained the teapot and wiped his mouth before speaking. Today's assembly is a result of my request to second uncle to gather everyone. I have just returned from the hospital and have something important to discuss. Everyone is aware of the situation with the Jia family's Jia Dongxiu. I spent the entire day at the hospital. Dongxiu requires surgery on his leg, but the Jia family lacks the funds. Hence, I thought we could hold a fundraising event in our courtyard. Dongxiu has grown up among us. We are all neighbors, and now that he is in trouble, I believe we should lend a hand. The Jia family is struggling. They have only one pillar of support, and now he is hospitalized. It's not easy. With a facade of insincere sympathy, Li Zhonghai began his ascent to moral high ground. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Mother. Uncle, while I agree with the idea of a fundraising event, the street office has regulations. Any fundraising event held in a courtyard must have the street office's approval and supervision. If you proceed without their consent, I will have to report it to the street office tomorrow. Li Mother recalled Li Zhonghai's previous threats against the Li family. Now, with Li Zhonghai at their mercy, she intended to use this moment to her advantage. Every household in the neighborhood faced difficulties, with grain hard to procure. None would willingly part with their money for the Jia family. Those who are not family would be foolish to contribute, as Li Mother's words echoed. Coupled with the fact that there was only one street office worker in the courtyard, the neighbors naturally agreed. Indeed, Sister Wu is correct. Exactly, Uncle. You should first report to the street office. Once you have their approval, you can discuss this matter in the courtyard. Li Zhonghai felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing Li Mother's words. He had not anticipated encountering the Li family at this juncture. Listening to the neighbors, the situation became increasingly precarious for him. Quickly donning a mask of false benevolence, he said, Sister, this is urgent. Dongxiu's surgery is tomorrow. If we do not gather the funds today, his operation will be jeopardized. Since you are from the street office, could we not collect the donations today and you report it tomorrow? Li Mother scoffed. You wish to board the train without a ticket? If your family had not offended the Li family, it might have been a different story. But now you suddenly think of us because you have someone at the street office? Where were you earlier? Did you only realize the train had to turn when it crashed into a wall? It simply cannot be done. Uncle, this matter cannot be conducted unlawfully. You must report to the street office. Only after their consent can we proceed. Li Mother was disinclined to engage further in idle conversation. The rules were clear. Whether Li Zhonghai accepted them or not was irrelevant. Even if Li Zhonghai and the Jia family reported to the street office, Wu Fang would not allow this to materialize. Typically, she refrained from exercising the power the street office afforded her, but that did not mean she lacked the means. Now that Li Zhonghai had fallen into the Li family's hands, she would ensure he experienced the maximum turmoil within the smallest confines of authority. Exactly, Sister Wu is right. Indeed, we have always been an exemplary courtyard. We cannot engage in such conduct. If word got out, we would surely be the subject of ridicule. And what then if we lose our status as an exemplary courtyard this year? Li Ming chimed in from the back. Wasn't it you, Li Zhonghai, who threatened me with this very matter? Well, I shall use your own words against you today. Li Zhonghai's face darkened. After his previous encounter with the Li family, he had resolved to minimize contact with them. Yet here he found himself entangled once more due to Jia Dongxiu's predicament. It was clear now that he would have to foot the bill for Dongxiu's surgery. Whether the Jia family had money or not was unknown to Li Zhonghai. But even if they did, Jia Zhangshi would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with it. As Dongxiu's mentor, he was fully aware of the implications. If he failed to contribute, how could he expect Dongxiu to care for him in the future? His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. At this juncture, Li Zhonghai found himself cornered and had no choice but to concede. Very well, I shall visit the street office tomorrow to apply for this matter. With that, Li Zhonghai hurriedly exited the courtyard, needing to communicate with the Jia family and inform them of the obstacles they faced. Li Ming, Li father, and Li Rue observed their matriarch's formidable display of authority, effectively silencing Li Zhonghai. Father, it must be said, my mother is truly remarkable, Li Ming proclaimed, giving his mother a thumbs up. Although this did not count as a successful fishing expedition, as long as the Yi and Jia families were at odds, Li Ming felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Comrade Li Weiguo nodded. witnessing his wife's impressive display of combativeness for the first time, gaining insight into why many sought employment at the street office. Despite everyone being workers, the disparity in power was stark. Seeing Yi Zhonghai retreat in defeat, Li mother beamed at her family, lifting her chin in triumph. The Li family harbored no fear of offending either of these families, and this matter was far from over. In the front courtyard of the Li family, Li Ming poured water, Li father received a back rub, Li mother indulged in leisure, and the sister played the dutiful handmaiden to their matriarch, enjoying a harmonious family life. Tomorrow, Yi Zhonghai's application would surely be denied. How dare he bully my son? This time, I shall ensure they remember their lesson. Li mother was evidently intent on not letting them off the hook. Furthermore, the funds for Jia Dongshu's surgery were not entirely unobtainable. They could not exploit the courtyard for their own gain. Li Ming silently mourned for Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family. It is wise not to offend women, especially those who harbor grudges. The misfortune of both families coincidentally fell upon the Li family's doorstep. After a brief period of revelry, the Li family dispersed to their respective rooms, preparing for sleep. Although it was gratifying to have dealt with Yi Zhonghai, they still had work the next day and could not afford to let this matter hinder their responsibilities. Moreover, Li Ming intended to take advantage of the following day to seek benefits from Li Huaid while subtly informing his uncle. He was no stranger to the steel mill. He had connections. Having finally caught Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family's vulnerabilities, it would be a disservice to himself not to exploit them thoroughly. Chapter 67. The advantages of Comrade Li Ming. By the way, what is the situation with Jia Dongshu's leg? Li Ming inquired, curious about his brother Dongshu's condition. While he was aware from the system's notifications that Jia Dongshu was likely facing a disability, it was important to note that disabilities vary and are classified into 7 types, each with 4 levels of severity. At this moment, Li father cleared his throat. Ah, son, I happen to know about that. After the meeting in the courtyard, Yin Fugue had a brief chat with me. I heard from the doctor that even if they manage to heal him, that scoundrel Jia Dongshu will end up a cripple. This unfortunate fate is primarily due to the delay in receiving medical attention after the beating. One could say he deserves it. The Jia family has been stepping on toes around the courtyard, and now that trouble has befallen them, no neighbors are coming to their aid. This is truly fitting. Now, Li Ming's curiosity has been satisfied. A crippled state is just what that bastard deserves for picking on him. It brings me comfort to see Jia Dongshu in such a plight. I'll get ready for bed now. Work awaits me tomorrow. Hearing their son's words, Li father and Li mother chuckled, amused by their son's penchant for holding grudges. The following day, in the office of the steel mill's 3rd section, as soon as Li Ming entered, he was surrounded by his colleagues. Mingzi, quick, tell us what you found out last night. Yes, share the details with us. I barely slept a wink. Well, why were you out chasing after half-closed doors if you wanted to sleep well? Su, the section chief, cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Tian. Li Ming placed his lunchbox down, accepted a cigarette and a cup of tea from his colleagues, and after lighting the cigarette, he slowly began to speak. Jia Dongshu is now a cripple, as confirmed by the hospital staff. Apparently, it was due to the delay in medical assistance. Zhou Tian wore a satisfied expression. Good, now I can rest easy. The Jia family's reputation for being despicable is well known here at the steel mill, especially after we promoted Jia Dongshu's name for free not long ago. If the workers discover that he is disabled, I reckon they'll be laughing about it for 2 months. Indeed, it's already unfortunate enough that he got beaten, but to end up lying in his own courtyard without anyone to help is truly pitiful. At this point, I'd suggest the Jia family relocate to the countryside. The city can no longer accommodate them. Oh, by the way, I heard that our logistics director, Li Huaid, has brought in 2 large pigs, which are currently being prepared in the cafeteria. I suspect we'll get to enjoy a delicious feast soon. Last time, I didn't get enough. Su Chong smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the last pork meal. Oh, that sounds delightful. Are they issuing meat tickets like last time? I'm not sure, but there's a fair amount of meat this time, so I doubt they'll hand out tickets. It might just be a portion for each person. Last time, many ended up with tickets but didn't get any meat. Listening to their lively chatter, Li Ming felt a warm sense of camaraderie, far superior to the company of the beasts back in the courtyard. After a while, he excused himself to the restroom and headed directly to Li Huaid's office, ready to claim his share of benefits, for he believed that, as a young man, Li Huaid would be accommodating. In Li Huaid's office, he knocked on the door. Uncle, it's me. Come in. Upon entering, Li Ming was greeted with a cheerful smile and a package of cigarettes tossed his way. You've really done me a great service, Li Ming plopped down on the sofa. No worries. Uncle, just remember to pay me. Li Huaid rolled his eyes. As if I could forget about you. Besides, it's not even my money. He tossed a small bundle of cash from his desk over to Li Ming. 700. No need to count. Your uncle is quite generous. Li Ming smirked. Just as you said, it's not your money. You rascal. Li Huai chuckled, pointing at him. By the way, uncle, when will our steel mill get to feast on the pork? Li Huai lit a cigarette for himself. Today at noon. Each person gets a portion. The earlier you arrive, the better. All right, I'll make sure to arrive early. The cafeteria's food is only decent thanks to the chef. Shaju. Oh please, you three from the third section are always the first to arrive. Li Huai retorted. Your crew's notorious behavior has even reached the mill director's ears. You've become quite infamous. If it weren't for the current scarcity of unplanned supplies, you'd be getting scolded. Li Ming burst into laughter, astonished at their notoriety. By the way, uncle, is there any other benefit for me? Li Huai rolled his eyes. Where do you keep finding so many requests? Don't worry, I have everything noted down for you. When the new year rolls around, I'll make sure to promote you at least one level. Ah, you're the best, uncle. Li Ming beamed, standing up to give Li Huai a shoulder rub. But I do have another favor to ask. Li Huai waved his hand. This is your first time asking me for help. I'll make sure to handle your request beautifully. If it's something I can't manage, I'll think of an alternative. Li Ming relished such words. It's nothing too serious, just related to Jia Dongshu. Who is Jia Dongshu? Li Huai inquired. He the mama's boy everyone's been gossiping about at the mill. The one hiding behind women's skirts? Ah, so you're aware. What a disgraceful character. Even the leadership at the steel mill knows of his antics. Li Ming recounted the misdeeds of Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai, detailing how they had provoked him. Li Huai was intrigued, as he was often too busy with work to indulge in gossip and was keen to hear more. After Li Ming shared everything, Li Huai, relieved to have a chance to help his nephew, remarked, I see what you're after. You want me to take a stand against the Jia family when they come to the steel mill for money. Simple enough. Even if that good-for-nothing were at the mill, he wouldn't dare offend my nephew. He'd be done for. Li Huai stroked his chin thoughtfully. So Yi Zhonghai is Jia Dongshu's master? He has been a nuisance to you? That can be handled. As long as he isn't an 8th level worker, I can manage him easily. Though it's tricky to confront him directly. How about this? If Yi Zhonghai steps out of line, I'll deal with him harshly. What do you think? Li Ming readily agreed, grateful for Li Huai's willingness to assist, especially since Yi Zhonghai was currently a 7th level worker, making him somewhat untouchable at this moment. Thank you, uncle. You're truly generous. Chapter 68. Yi Zhonghai's continued misfortune after securing his benefits. Li Ming spent some time praising Li Huai before bidding farewell as lunchtime approached, making his way leisurely back to the 3rd section office. Su Gu, I've got news. We can have pork today, no meat tickets needed, just get there early. Li Ming shouted as he entered the office. The previously lethargic colleagues sprang to life like springs, quickly grabbing their lunchboxes. Zhou Tian even snatched Li Ming's lunchbox and dashed out. Mingzi, don't dawdle, let us go. Though Li Ming was aware of his colleagues' tendencies, he was still taken aback by their speed. The 6 of them swiftly made their way to the cafeteria, forming an orderly line as they awaited the meal. Meanwhile, earlier that day, Yi Zhonghai was walking from the courtyard to the street office, anxious about whether he would need to cover Jia Dongshu's substantial medical expenses. After all, Jia Dongshu did not sustain his injuries at the steel mill, and the hospital beneath the mill would not provide him with free treatment. Moreover, given the nature of the Jiazhong family, it was likely that they would cause a ruckus at the steel mill, demanding compensation. But that was a matter for another day, and any compensation would not find its way to Yi Zhonghai. Therefore, today's visit to the neighborhood office was paramount and needed to be accomplished. At the neighborhood office, Li's mother informed Director Wang and her colleagues about Yi Zhonghai's actions from the previous night as soon as she arrived at work. Upon hearing that Yi Zhonghai intended to privately establish a donation fund, Director Wang could hardly suppress her laughter. This Yi Zhonghai, I can see he is nearing his end. The last time he bullied our Xiao Ming, I hadn't even found the opportunity to confront him. And yet, here he is, seeking trouble with me again. Well, I shall wait for this old man from the Sihiyuan at the neighborhood office today. I will see if he dares to show up. The smile on Director Wang's face appeared reassuring to Li's mother, though she was curious about Yi Zhonghai's reaction to it. Wu Jia, if Yi Zhonghai does come today, do not let him find me in my office. Just call me directly. I intend to have a thorough discussion with him in front of everyone at the neighborhood office. Director Wang declared before striding toward her office, leaving the other staff members to gather in small groups, discussing the situation. Today, Yi Zhonghai is in for a rough time. Can you believe he wants to set up a private donation fund and is trying to get Wu Jia to assist him with a post-event report? He truly overestimates his own significance, exclaimed a plump woman, hands on her hips. The atmosphere within the neighborhood office remained harmonious, with an exceptionally high level of camaraderie. Those who entered the office were either there for a brief visit or had no ambitions and came to retire, yet they all shared a common trait: unity. Some had notably influential backgrounds. Generally, only those lacking common sense would confront the neighborhood office directly. Individuals like Yi Zhonghai, who dared to engage in private fundraising, were indeed a rarity. Here he comes. I see Yi Zhonghai heading our way, announced the new intern, Xiao Wang, rushing back from outside. The chattering aunts and uncles collectively hushed, their gazes fixed on the entrance, as if awaiting prey. Yi Zhonghai approached with a facade of feigned benevolence, slowly making his way inside. Though he was aware that today's endeavor would be challenging, he felt compelled to give it a try. If successful, it would bolster his standing among the residents of the Sihiyuan. Greetings, young comrades. I have come to the neighborhood office to apply for a fundraising event for the entire courtyard. May I inquire which staff member is responsible for such matters? Yi Zhonghai smiled broadly, extending his hands toward Xiao Wang. However, Xiao Wang, having heard the older aunts deem Yi Zhonghai an enemy, chose to ignore him, knowing that any semblance of camaraderie with him could jeopardize his internship. Oh, just wait a moment. I'll fetch the relevant personnel for you, Xiao Wang replied curtly, his expression stern. As for Yi Zhonghai's outstretched hand, what hand? I didn't see any. Yi Zhonghai's smile faltered momentarily before he forced another grin. All right, I will wait for you. Thus, Yi Zhonghai stood in the large office of the neighborhood office, enduring the collective scrutiny of the staff members, feeling uncomfortable yet unable to show it. After more than half an hour, Director Wang finally emerged from her office alongside Xiao Wang, clearly intending to let Yi Zhonghai stew for a while. She hadn't encountered such a brazen individual in quite some time. Upon seeing Director Wang, Yi Zhonghai hurried over. Good day, Director Wang. Feigning ignorance of Yi Zhonghai, Director Wang paused for a moment before inquiring, and you are? I am Yi Zhonghai, the caretaker of the Sihiyuan at the steel mill. Oh, what is it that you need? One of our neighbors has encountered a misfortune, and their family is facing financial difficulties. I wish to organize a fundraising event to provide assistance. Isn't it true that such a fundraising event requires the neighborhood office's approval? I came here today to seek that approval. Yi Zhonghai maintained his smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. Director Wang's expression remained unchanged. I heard that you intended to privately establish a donation event last night. Is that correct? Yi Zhonghai's smile vanished entirely, and he scanned the room, seemingly searching for someone. Director Wang's temper flared. What's this? Are you looking for someone? Do you intend to threaten the staff at the neighborhood office? I will tell you directly. This matter was reported by Wu. Any staff member can report such incidents. It's the protocol. Why do I sense dissatisfaction from you? Yi Zhonghai, are you planning retaliation? Go ahead, I'm all ears. Director Wang spoke with a fierce demeanor, scrutinizing Yi Zhonghai closely. The other staff members also glared at him with disapproval. Yi Zhonghai's heart raced. He realized that today's endeavor was doomed, and he would not escape unscathed. Yi Zhonghai wished he could slap himself for foolishly seeking out Li's family in the office earlier. The problem was that his intentions had been glaringly obvious to Director Wang. He quickly shook his head in denial. No, Director Wang. I didn't mean it that way. We shouldn't go against the neighborhood office's requirements, should we? It's true that the Jia family is in a dire situation. I merely thought that since we are neighbors, we could lend a helping hand. Since Yi Zhonghai had bullied her nephew, Li Ming, he had been marked in Director Wang's mind. Moreover, he had dared to provoke the Li family again, even in front of Director Wang. This had already sparked her intense displeasure. Regardless of whether the Jia family was genuinely unable to afford the surgery, Yi Zhonghai's request to the neighborhood office would not be approved today. Director Wang took a sip of tea and said coolly, Yi Zhonghai, I remember that after old Jia passed away, the Jia family received a substantial compensation. Don't tell me they squandered it all. Furthermore, as far as I know, while they may not have meat at every meal, they are undoubtedly better off than many truly impoverished families in your courtyard. Are you trying to fool the neighborhood office into believing we are naive? Or do you think we are fools? Yi Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head repeatedly. He had anticipated that today's visit to the neighborhood office would be difficult, but he never expected it to turn into a complete debacle, alienating the office entirely. If only he were not an old bachelor. Enough, Yi Zhonghai. You need not linger here with your excuses. Instead of wasting time, why not lend money to the Jia family to expedite their surgery? Director Wang, visibly impatient, shot him a glance before taking a sip of her tea, making her intentions to dismiss him abundantly clear. Xiao Wang, upon hearing his superior's command, promptly stood and approached Yi Zhonghai, signaling that it was time for him to leave. Yi Zhonghai opened his mouth, then closed it again, reluctantly following Xiao Wang out of the office. Oh, by the way, Yi Zhonghai, do not even entertain the notion of seeking out Comrade Wu after returning to the courtyard due to today's incident. It is a thought best left unconsidered. Director Wang issued a direct threat to Yi Zhonghai, leaving him with little recourse but to endure it with a scowl. Rest assured, Director Wang, that will not happen. With a grim expression, Yi Zhonghai exited the street office. Wang had made his intentions abundantly clear. If he were to confront the Li family over this matter, he could expect no favorable outcome. However, Yi Zhonghai could not simply swallow this grievance. He resolved to head to the hospital, embellishing the events he had witnessed. And once Jia Dongshu was discharged, he would ensure the Jia family confronted the Li family. As for Yi Zhonghai covering the surgical expenses, there was little choice. He could not simply watch Jia Dongshu's fate deteriorate. Although the doctor had previously stated that even with surgery, the best outcome would be a limp, it was still preferable to being bedridden. In the courtyard of the steel mill, Li Ming and comrade Li Weigua had just returned home from work to find their mother busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. "Mother, did Yi Zhonghai visit the street office today?" Li Ming inquired. Pausing her chores, Li's mother responded, "Indeed he did, but that old rascal's application was denied." She continued, "And he still dares to seek me out under Director Wang's watchful eye. It seems he intends to stir trouble with our Li family afterward." Li's mother chuckled as she recounted the events at the street office. Li's father and sister were rather unconcerned, as in their time, people were generally sincere and straightforward. At least in their view, with Yi Zhonghai being explicitly pointed out by the street office, he would certainly refrain from causing issues for the Li family. Only Li Ming, after hearing this, chuckled twice in agreement before feigning indifference as he retreated to his bedroom for a smoke. "Damn it, people these days are far too straightforward. Yi Zhonghai dares to threaten my mother. This cannot stand." A glimmer of ferocity crossed Li Ming's face. Having traversed from a future era, his approach to matters was inherently different, yet he was gradually acclimating to this time. Nonetheless, he was resolute in upholding one principle: to retaliate against any potential threats preemptively, even if they ultimately posed no danger. If he believed someone could endanger him in the future, he would extinguish that threat before it could manifest. Don't tell me to simply avoid danger when it arises. Wouldn't it be more prudent to eliminate those who might create it? However, he could not yet eliminate Yi Zhonghai. The rift between their families was still too nascent. Should Yi Zhonghai suffer a downfall, it would surely implicate the Li family. Even if it didn't, others would speculate. And that was infuriating. As Li Ming contemplated the most suitable course of action, he discreetly perused his brother's interface. Since he could not directly eliminate Yi Zhonghai, could he instead bide his time and seek an opportunity to incapacitate him? The more he pondered, the more feasible this strategy seemed. In the original plot, Yi Zhonghai was an 8th-level worker. Thus, was there a possibility to thwart his aspirations for that position? If he could undermine Yi Zhonghai's skills, he would have stripped him of his greatest asset, making him easier to handle. Li Ming couldn't help but commend himself. Do not tell him that an 8th-level worker is a treasure. If they threaten his family's safety, even a treasure must be disposed of. "Son, dinner." Upon hearing his mother's call, Li Ming emerged from his room with a smile, ready to eat. Now that he had determined Yi Zhonghai's fate, there was no need to dwell on this troublesome matter any longer. The best time had already revealed its answer, and he only needed to navigate through the challenging period ahead. As for whether Yi Zhonghai's downfall would affect Jia Dongshu's ultimate fate, Li Ming was indifferent. Jia Dongshu was not Yi Zhonghai. Even if he remained unharmed, what could a pampered son do? At the hospital, in Jia Dongshu's ward, Yi Zhonghai had recounted the embellished events from the past few days to the 3 members of the Jia family, and the outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Although he held little hope for the Jia family's capabilities, he relished the thought of causing some trouble for the Li family. Yet, he could not shake the unsettling feeling that sent shivers down his spine as he sat in the hospital. The next day, in the office of the steel mill, a gathering of old and new workers were sharing gossip to pass the time. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Zhou Tian hurried in. "Brothers, come quickly. Let us go see the commotion. What is happening? What is going on?" The crowd clamored. Zhou Tian took a sip of water from a cup on the table and exclaimed, "Jia Dongshu's mother is causing a ruckus in our factory today. That can't be right. Jia Zhangshi shouldn't be able to enter our factory." Li Ming interjected. The steel mill was no longer the same as before. Not just anyone could enter. It was your neighbor Yi Zhonghai who brought her in, Zhou Tian clarified. "Wow, Yi Zhonghai is quite the character," Su, the section leader, remarked as he lit a cigarette, ready to comment on the unfolding drama. "Come on, let us not linger here. We should go see this spectacle. It's not every day we get to witness such entertainment." Su led the way, and soon, other procurement section members joined in. As nearly everyone in the steel mill had begun to head outside. "Where are we going?" Su paused to ask Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian rolled his eyes. "To the front entrance. Our factory manager ran into those two just now." Li Ming cast a glance and noticed many people heading toward the entrance. It seemed the altercation was still ongoing. Thankfully, he had communicated with Li Huaid yesterday, and unexpectedly, today Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai had collided. "Let us hurry. If we wait too long, we'll miss the show." At the steel mill's entrance, Li Ming and his companions arrived just in time to see Jia Zhangshi throwing a fit on the ground. The usually mild-mannered factory manager, Yang, was disheveled, a red mark visible on his face, as the security personnel surrounded Jia Zhangshi to prevent her from advancing further. "Goodness, Mingzi, your neighbor's Jia Zhangshi is quite the fighter," exclaimed one worker. "Damn, that's the factory manager." Jia Zhangshi is really something else. Another chimed in. Hey, isn't that Zhonghai? Li Ming pointed at Yi, who was being restrained by security. His face darkened, likely realizing that bringing Jia Zhangshi into the factory had backfired, leaving him in a precarious predicament. The others in the section chuckled. While they had not witnessed the confrontation between Jia Zhangshi and the factory manager, seeing both of them in distress was amusing enough. Moreover, since Li Ming was part of their section, and these two were at odds with him, they shared in the delight of witnessing their misfortune. Director Yang wore a stern expression, pointing a finger at the raucous Jia Zhangshi sprawled on the ground, demanding to know who had brought this disgrace upon them. Upon hearing his name about to be called out, Yi Zhonghai's face soured further, resembling a person who had just tasted something vile. Li Huai had arrived at the factory slightly earlier than Director Yang today, and he was thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Director, it is this individual, whom our security personnel have apprehended. I believe he goes by Yi Zhonghai, Li Huai declared, extending his chubby finger towards Yi Zhonghai. Just yesterday, his dear nephew had sought his assistance regarding this matter, and now, fate had delivered both parties right to his doorstep. It would indeed be a missed opportunity if he did not take advantage of this situation to reprimand them both. Ah, I see. The portly figure writhing on the floor is none other than Jia Dongshu's mother, is it not? Director Yang inquired. Indeed, came the confirmation. If I am not mistaken, the commotion earlier stemmed from Jia Dongshu causing trouble outside, getting into a scuffle, and then his mother coming here to demand compensation, correct? With each word, the chill in Yi Zhonghai's heart deepened. This was an absolute disaster. Had it not been for Jia Zhangshi clinging to him throughout the night, threatening him with the prospect of Jia Dongshu withholding his future support, he would never have brought this troublesome accomplice to the steel mill. Precisely, that is the situation. Li Huai interjected, acting as a corroborating witness for Director Yang. Is the head of the security department present? Although Director Yang typically exuded a friendly demeanor, he was now far from amicable. Lu, the head of the department, shuddered at being singled out. This incident bore a significant connection to his security division. And should Director Yang decide to take action against him, it would lead to his downfall. His thoughts were consumed with a desire to flay Yi Zhonghai alive. First, apprehend and detain these two, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi, until we convene for a meeting to discuss the outcome, Director Yang instructed. Casting another glance at Yi Zhonghai as if to memorize his features before leading his team back to the factory, Lu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the directive. Once the higher-ups departed, he approached Yi Zhonghai with a sinister grin. Yi Zhonghai, I dare say I have never wronged you, yet your antics today have truly surprised me. With a wry smile, Yi Zhonghai replied, Director Lu, this was never my intention. Lu waved his hand dismissively, cutting off Yi Zhonghai's protest, and instructed his men to escort the two of them toward the security department. Xiao Lu, come here. Lu called to a young man who hurried over. You've only recently joined the security department and haven't yet been confirmed in your position. Keep a close watch on these two, and gather a few others to give them a good thrashing. Just avoid their faces. Blindfold them if necessary, and let them have it, he commanded. Once you've carried out this task, I'll arrange for your confirmation. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. What a stroke of good fortune. The power of the security department was unparalleled, and punishing someone ordered to be detained by the director was indeed a simple matter. Rest assured, I will see it through, he vowed. Mingzi, did you see that Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi are in for some serious trouble? Li Ming remarked with a knowing nod. He crossed the director of the steel mill. There's no way this ends well for them. Yet, Su Chong shook his head. It's not just the director. They also offended the head of the security department. Lu is not one to take things lying down, as you saw him rally his men just now. Indeed, it seems he will have his subordinates deal with them harshly. With the uproar they caused today, Lu will surely relish the opportunity to exact his revenge on them. Su Chong gleefully recounted the security department's past glories to his colleagues, and Li Ming found himself increasingly entertained. For the misfortunes of Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi brought him immense joy. Chapter 71. Li Ming's delight as the group concluded their little drama. The entrance of the steel mill was nearly deserted, and they eagerly made their way to the office. Meanwhile, the leadership of the steel mill convened for a brief, yet efficient meeting. After all, it was a common understanding that significant matters could be discussed in small gatherings. Today, Director Yang had received an unwarranted reprimand, a serious affair indeed. Li Huai, having concluded the meeting, wore a broad smile as he headed to his office in the logistics department, having fulfilled his nephew's request. He had not anticipated that the two individuals would so readily provide him with leverage against them. It was as if they had willingly handed him their weaknesses. On his way, Li Huai casually beckoned a passerby who had just witnessed the commotion to inform Li Ming to come to the logistics office, for it was essential that his nephew be made aware of their good fortune. In the office of the steel mill's logistics department, the six individuals had only just returned when a knock echoed through the door. Is Li Ming in? Li Ming, puzzled, responded, "Yes, what is it?" "Director Lee from the logistics department is calling for you. It appears to be important," came the reply. "Thank you for the heads up," Li Ming said, tossing a cigarette to the messenger as a token of appreciation. "Guys, I'm off to see Director Lee in the logistics department. I suspect there's something going on," he informed his colleagues. The others exchanged curious glances, and Su Chong boldly asked, "You and Director Lee are on good terms?" "Yes, we have a decent rapport," Li Ming replied. "Perfect. While you're there, see if you can find out the outcome of the punishment for those two," Su Chong suggested with a grin, tossing Li Ming a pack of fine cigarettes. "No problem, leave it to me," Li Ming assured them as he made his exit, leaving his colleagues to continue their discussion. "Who would have thought Mingzi had such connections in our steel mill?" Zhou Tian remarked, envy evident on his face. "If Mingzi has such backing, who knows when we might benefit from it ourselves?" Su Chong added, clearly pleased. Having someone influential in their corner was undoubtedly advantageous, at least within their circle. Su Chong wouldn't he allow such matters to drive a wedge between them. "Absolutely, you're right," they all agreed in unison. In the office of the logistics department, Li Huai heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he called out, and Li Ming entered upon hearing the invitation. "Uncle Li, why did you call for me? Has something happened to Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi?" Li Ming asked, a smile spreading across his face as he entered, eager for news. Li Huai handed him a cigarette. "You've hit the jackpot. Just yesterday, I heard about their antics, and today, these two fools walked right into trouble. Director Yang has taken direct action against them. And you didn't come by in vain. I added some embellishments during our brief meeting to ensure their predicament became even worse." As Li Huai recounted the events of the earlier meeting, he reflected on the unprecedented unity displayed by the leadership of the steel mill. Li Ming, unceremoniously, lit his cigarette and approached Li Huai, gently massaging his shoulders. "Come on, uncle, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what is going to happen to those two." "Patience, my boy, you'll find out soon enough. They will announce the decision before the end of the workday," Li Huai replied. Li Ming's face fell. He had hoped for a quicker resolution, but found himself in for a lengthy wait. After laboring for over half an hour, Li Huai finally spoke again. "You've got quite the grip, I must say. I'll be sure to seek you out again in the future." Li Huai chuckled, glancing at his nephew. "Now, as for those two, one is Yi Zhonghai, and the other is Jia Zhangshi. Director Yang is quite irate, and Jia Dongshu has also found himself entangled in this mess." Li Ming's curiosity was palpable as he eagerly awaited Li Huai's next words. Yi Zhonghai allowed non-employees to enter the steel rolling mill, resulting in a significant safety incident that led to a demotion of the workers to level 6, along with a 2-year ban on re-examination and a deduction of 3 months' salary as a warning. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt an exhilarating sense of relief, akin to quenching his thirst with a chilled Sprite on a sweltering day. Li Huai, observing Li Ming's expression, grinned widely and remarked, "This major safety incident at the steel rolling mill was proposed by your Uncle Li. What do you think, Comrade Li Ming? Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely, Uncle Li. You're the best," Li Ming responded, not hesitating to flatter Li Huai, who had indeed assisted him, and there was no need to deceive himself over such trivial matters. "What about that old hag, Jia Zhangshi?" Li Huai stuffed a cigarette into his mouth, and Li Ming, ever perceptive, struck a match to light it for him. Jia Zhangshi, though not an employee of our steel mill, trespassed into the premises and was detained by the security department for 7 days. As for her son, Jia Dongshu, that useless leader is ignored by everyone, but our workshop director is quite astute. Barring any unexpected developments, Jia Dongshu will likely never ascend in his career." Li Huai chuckled. "This is the beauty of power. Does it even matter whether Jia Zhangshi trespassed? Not at all. What matters is that she provoked the wrong people. 7 days of detention is indeed a show of leniency from the higher-ups. As for Jia Dongshu, who cares? He has failed the junior mechanic exam multiple times. We have plenty of those in the steel mill." Li Ming laughed heartily, feeling that these two were truly unfortunate. As for Jia Dongshu being noticed by the workshop director, that was of no consequence. As long as this destined for the wall Dongshu did not get reassigned, it was of little importance. A person fated to meet their end is not worth expending much energy on. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful catch. The prompt in Li Ming's mind was never late. Once the downfall of a beast was confirmed, whether or not it became public knowledge, the system's rewards would always arrive on time. Li Ming pressed the button to mute the system's continued notifications, engaged in light banter with Li Huai for a while before departing from his office. He still needed to return and share these juicy tidbits with his colleagues in the department. The rewards from the system could wait until he got home. In the procurement department's office, Li Ming was surrounded by his colleagues, enjoying a hearty gossip session. Although the gossip was early, it was ripe and juicy. Far better than the factory's loudspeakers. Chapter 72. Yi Zhonghai gains fame at the steel mill. I say these two got what they deserved. After all, Jia Dongshu was never involved in any incident at our factory, Yet he had to come looking for trouble. Su Chong scoffed as he lit a cigarette. Indeed. I can't believe we have such people in our factory. It's truly embarrassing. Zhou Tian chimed in gleefully. That old Yi Zhonghai deserves it. Being barred from examinations for 2 years will surely infuriate him. Just the other day, after he passed level 7, I heard someone mention that Yi Zhonghai planned to take the level 8 exam next year. He might as well give up. Let him take the level 6 exam again in 2 years. The salary difference between a level 6 and a level 7 worker is considerable. Indeed, it can amount to over 10 yuan a month. Li Ming, whose father had recently achieved level 6, was well aware of the salary disparity with level 7 workers. Before long, the factory's loudspeaker blared to life, catching the workers' attention before they clocked out. Bloop, bloop. An announcement followed, stating that due to Yi Zhonghai leading outsiders into the steel mill this morning, which resulted in a major safety incident, he would be penalized with a demotion to level 6, a deduction of 3 months' wages, and a 2-year ban on participating in level examinations. The outsiders led by Yi Zhonghai would be detained by the security department for 7 days. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Fearing that the workers might not hear clearly after just one announcement, the loudspeaker repeated the message 5 times. Typically it would be 3, but these 2 had provoked the wrong individuals. So 5 times seemed hardly excessive. As the factory's broadcast concluded, the closing bell rang, and the workers left in clusters. Discussing the hottest topic of the day and vowing to share this news at home, Li Ming met up with his father, and the 2 rode their bicycles back to their courtyard with smiles on their faces. At the security department of the steel mill, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi had already received a thorough beating. The security personnel were both precise and ruthless, yet kind-hearted enough not to leave any visible marks on their faces. As for Jia Zhangshi, that figure in the corner who had grown 2 sizes larger was her. She wasn't even an employee of the steel mill, and they wouldn't see her again, so why hold back? What? You wonder if Jia Dongxiu would cause trouble? That's a laugh. Ask any man in the steel mill if they fear Jia Dongxiu, that mama's boy. If it weren't for the fact that employees weren't easily dismissed in this era, Jia Dongxiu would have been expelled from the steel mill long ago. Yi Zhonghai slumped in the dark room. Having listened to the broadcast with clarity, his face contorted in an unpleasant expression. He truly did not expect this matter to escalate so greatly. Even if Jia Zhangshi had assaulted the factory director, he hadn't laid a finger on anyone. He was merely a guide, yet he ended up taking the fall. He wondered how long it would be before he was released. And just as that thought crossed his mind, the door to the confinement room swung open. Yi Zhonghai, time to go? A burly man entered, grabbing Yi Zhonghai by the collar and dragging him out. Yi Zhonghai's face turned crimson, but he dared not resist, not after that brutal beating from the security personnel. Once outside the security department, Yi Zhonghai made a detour to the small grove, waiting until most of the factory personnel had left before stumbling toward the courtyard. Along the way, he could not escape the pointed fingers of the steel mill workers, as his stepson Jia Dongxiu had become notorious in the factory. Thus, he too had gained a certain notoriety. Back at the courtyard, Li Ming and Li Weiguo were cheerfully sharing the day's events at the steel mill with Yin Fuguei. At that moment, the father and son had no qualms about Yin Fuguei's presence. The more people who knew, the better for the Li family. Weiguo, what are you 2 up to? Li's mother and sister, Li Ruei, spotted the 2 men chatting animatedly with Yin Fuguei at the courtyard entrance, with passers-by occasionally chiming in, creating quite a lively scene. Upon seeing his mother return, Li Ming set aside his conversation with comrade Li and approached her, taking the groceries she had bought. Once home, Li Ming relayed the events to his mother. Sounds great. Let's celebrate with a nice dinner tonight. Li's mother smiled as she listened to the tale of Yi Zhonghai's misfortunes. Son, go fetch the cured meat from the cupboard. We're having a feast tonight. Before Li Ming could move, Li Ruei had already dashed to the cupboard and pulled out a piece of cured meat. Li's mother was accustomed to her daughter's impulsive nature and shook her head as she took it from her. By the way, son, you need to make another trip to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bottle of wine for your father. Given today's events, we must have a proper meal to honor the efforts of Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi. Li Ming naturally acquiesced to his mother's demands, for it is often said that women hold grudges. It was evident that his mother was on the verge of popping champagne in celebration. Ruei, is there anything you desire? Mom, could I have a bottle of soda? Li Ruei blinked her large eyes in the direction of the kitchen, where the matriarch of the Li family was busy tidying up after dinner. Son, buy a couple more bottles. Today we shall indulge in soda while your father enjoys his liquor. Are you going? Li Ming glanced at his sister. No, I can't go. I've got homework left from school. All right then, I'll go by myself. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled leisurely toward the supply and marketing cooperative outside the alley. Upon exiting the cooperative with a bottle of liquor and soda in hand, Li Ming spotted the limping Yi Zhonghai making his way back to the courtyard. Amused, he decided not to rush forward. Recognizing that Yi Zhonghai was evidently in a state of distress, likely having been dealt with by the security department, he thought it unwise to provoke Yi Zhonghai, fearing that an outburst from him would lead to the waste of the drinks he carried. Thus, he trailed behind Yi Zhonghai, entering the courtyard together. As Yi Zhonghai stepped inside, the lively chatter among the neighbors abruptly ceased. After all, Yi Zhonghai was a figure of considerable influence in the courtyard, having established his reputation over time. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around him, he stumbled toward the inner courtyard, where, presumably, only the simpleton Zhuzi could offer him any semblance of comfort. Once Yi Zhonghai passed through the flower-draped archway of the inner courtyard, the lively discussions in the front yard resumed, akin to how a classroom quiets when a teacher enters, only to erupt in noise upon their departure. "Oldly, we're headed home for dinner," Li Ming called out to his exuberant father, raising the liquor in his hand for Oldly to see. "Hey, my son has brought back some liquor. I can't chat with you all now. It's time to eat." Delighted, Oldly made his way towards Li Ming, eager for a hearty meal. At the dinner table, the Li family enjoyed a raucous feast. "By the way, what Yi Zhonghai did at your steel mill today will surely reach the street office by tomorrow. His position as a senior figure will undoubtedly be jeopardized," Li Mother remarked between bites, still preoccupied with the thought of visiting the street office the next day to ensure Yi Zhonghai faced consequences. The Li family's intentions were straightforward. Having encountered Yi Zhonghai, they felt compelled to strike decisively, lest he regain his footing and, given his hypocritical nature, subsequently target them in the future. Li Ming exchanged glances with his father, both seemingly reading the unspoken message, "Do not provoke the wrath of women." "Indeed, I stand with my mother." "So do I. By the way, dear wife, Yi Zhonghai returned limping today. You should have seen him." Li father suddenly recalled the amusing sight of Yi Zhonghai and animatedly recounted it. "Today, he managed to offend the security department at the steel mill. Our security chief is notoriously vengeful. I heard he even faced repercussions during a meeting today." Li Ming supplemented the conversation, indicating that Yi Zhonghai's future would be fraught with difficulties, unlike the grand figure he once was in the courtyard. Ever since Yi Zhonghai set his sights on the Li family, his standing had irrevocably diminished. Indeed, the steel mill even announced that Yi Zhonghai's hard-earned promotion to a level 7 worker has been revoked back to level 6. He can't even sit for the exam again for the next 2 years. "I bet he's regretting his choices immensely," Li father concluded with a satisfied grin, savoring the last bite of his meal before lighting a cigarette and reminiscing about Yi Zhonghai. In the inner courtyard at Yi Zhonghai's residence, upon returning home, he was immediately surrounded by a nosy aunt and Hiyuzhu, who bombarded him with questions. It took some time for Yi Zhonghai to clarify the situation. Although Hiyuzhu had heard of Yi Zhonghai's punishment that afternoon at the steel mill, he was taken aback to see his future father-in-law in such a state. Limping upon his return, "Damn it, I must confront the security department tomorrow. How could they treat him this way?" Hiyuzhu, full of indignation, felt a sense of loyalty to Yi Zhonghai, who had previously treated him well. "This is one of Yi Zhonghai's rare moments of joy. It's nice to see that my backup is genuinely concerned about him, which provides Yi Zhonghai with a slight respite from his woes." "Zhuzi, don't go. The security department is filled with brutes. They want to entertain reason. I've walked straight into a trap set by the treacherous Jia Zhangshi. Otherwise, why would it have come to this?" Yi Zhonghai expressed his frustration, slapping his leg in exasperation, his features contorting in pain. "Almost forgot I was injured," he muttered. "Old man, let me apply some medicine for you. Let us see what trouble you've landed yourself in this time." An anxious aunt emerged from the bedroom, iodine in hand. "All right, Zhuzi, you can head back. If you have no other commitments, you can accompany me to check on Dongshu later." Hiyuzhu nodded, understanding that Yi Zhonghai needed assistance given his current condition. After Hiyuzhu departed, Yi Zhonghai finally settled down, signaling for the aunt to come over and tend to his wounds. Ouch, these brutes really hit hard. He winced as his lips twitched in discomfort. The aunt, steady and meticulous, applied the iodine to the bruises on his body. "Weren't you the one who insisted on bringing Jia Zhangshi to the steel mill? Now you're bearing the brunt of her troubles, while you've even offended the security department chief. And that's just the tip of the iceberg." Yi Zhonghai struggled to defend himself, muttering, "But we were counting on Jia Dongshu for our retirement." "Oh please," the aunt scoffed. "Remember when the old deaf lady said Hiyuzhu was the best candidate for retirement? You didn't believe her and chose someone like Jia Dongshu. Who hasn't even managed to reach level 3? I've heard many people in the courtyard say that even a dog could pass level 3 if a level 6 worker trained it." Her words struck a nerve with Yi Zhonghai. What could he do? Before choosing Jia Dongshu, he had never anticipated such failure. Now, it seemed he might be limping for life. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. "Damn it, but I can't just abandon Jia Dongshu. The sunk cost is too significant. Anyway, I need to visit the hospital soon to inform the young couple about Jia Zhangshi. I'll be back after that." I won't stay at the hospital tonight since the surgery fee has already been paid. Once the operation is complete, I'll bring Dongshu home. As Yi Zhonghai spoke, he felt increasingly despondent, and the aunt mirrored his sentiment with a frown. You should treat Juzi better. I saw that he truly cares about us today. Rest assured. I've noticed that as well. Once this ordeal passes, I'll invite Juzi out for a meal to strengthen our bond. After applying the medicine, Yi Zhonghai summoned He Yuzhu from the main house, and the father and son set off together to visit He Yuzhu's elder brother in the hospital. As for whether He Yuzhu intended to see his brother or sister-in-law, only he truly knew. Passing through the front courtyard, they encountered Li Ming, who was wandering about, oblivious to their presence. Ah, Yi Zhonghai is taking his second son to visit the eldest. What a tangled web of relationships. Li Ming silently scoffed. Suddenly recalling the fishing reward given by Tongzi earlier that day, he quickly found a stool in the courtyard, sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on the system interface. Beep, congratulations to the host for a successful fishing trip. Fishing reward lottery chance. 1. Given the host's successful fishing, and considering that Jia Zhang's disturbance at the steel mill resulted in a 7-day detention by the security department, a special reward of a Dahe pistol, level 10, and pistol proficiency, achieved, at level 1 is granted. This time they even granted proficiency with the pistol. Could it be due to the security department's actions against Jia Zhang? Li Ming shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Whatever he received was fine as long as it was something. Better to have something than nothing at all. Chapter 74. Gratitude for Yi Zhonghai's generous gift. Beep. Congratulations to the host for a successful fishing trip. Fishing reward lottery chance. 1. In light of the host's successful fishing and Yi Zhonghai suffering minor injuries, renowned at the steel mill, a special reward of a Dahe pistol, level 10, and grasshopper stone throwing skill, level 1, is granted. What on earth is this? Li Ming pondered the grasshopper stone throwing skill that appeared on the screen. With the mastery of Bajiquan, he could understand it as a martial art, devoid of any fantasy elements. However, he recalled that this item was supposed to be a concealed weapon. System, do you consider me a fool? Beep. This system's rewards are randomly distributed each time. Oh, well then, as long as you don't explicitly label me a fool, I can accept that. The grasshopper stone throwing skill is quite useful. Occasionally striking back at adversaries can be quite satisfying. After all, my system does not possess any misfortune charms, so I must rely on my own efforts. Li Ming opened his eyes and glanced at the ground, currently too preoccupied to deal with the remaining 2 lottery opportunities, as he intended to seek suitable stones to craft for self-defense. Although the pistol was excellent, its loud noise made it unsuitable for stealth. The grasshopper stone, however, was ideal. Well then, why not search for some chicken feathers here? Tomorrow, a trip to the Jinsui River for fishing would yield plenty of small stones along the bank. Li Ming slapped his forehead, feeling that his mind had not been functioning well lately, likely due to the troubles with Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family. Damn it. Those 2 nests of beasts. System, open the personal interface. Host, Li Ming. Skills, pistol proficiency, mastery, Bajiquan, mastery, fishing, novice, weak point strike, verbal, grasshopper stone throwing skill, beginner. Lottery chances, 3. Physical template, Li Yuanba development progress 33. System items, Colt M1860 revolver, 1 box of 44-inch black powder bullets, 1 gun license, 5 small yellow fish. My physical prowess has visibly improved. Li Ming looked at the glowing screen, instinctively touching his 8-pack abs, which would surely mesmerize a multitude of girls. Haha, I still have the lottery chances from my good brother Dongshu that I haven't used. Let us draw together. Li Ming immediately turned back home, expertly washed his hands and face at the sink, then returned to his secondary bedroom, silently invoking all the deities he could remember, hoping for a bountiful draw. Tongzi, grant me a draw. Li Ming closed his eyes and randomly selected 3 cards from the 36 on the screen before finally opening his eyelids. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a complete grasshopper stone production line. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a disguise mask. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a voice modulation button. In a moment of silence, Li Ming lit a cigarette for himself but didn't smoke. Instead, he bowed towards the system screen. You're just a step away from branding me a fool, you rascal. Li Ming silently grumbled. However, all of these are quite practical. In the future, when I engage in some business and sell items on the black market, I will be enveloped in a solid sense of security. The law of what smells good seems to apply everywhere. He quietly opened the descriptions of the 3 treasures, avoiding excessive verbosity by not expanding the detailed introduction interface. The production line could be directly tossed into the breeding space, and after excavating a stone from the mountain in the breeding area, one could simply wait. Quite convenient. I love it. This way, there's no need to crouch by the riverbank picking up stones while fishing tomorrow. The mask and voice modulator are indeed valuable items. Recording the appearance and voice of others in advance will suffice. Li Ming stroked his chin, deciding that his first alter ego would be Yi Zhonghai. After all, the elder had mentioned that those in the courtyard should respect their elders, and as the younger generation, I should be cherished by the elder. Therefore, assuming the face and voice of the elder to earn a little money on the black market would undoubtedly be acceptable. Li Ming hid in his bedroom, contemplating his future path as a schemer, while the other neighbors in the courtyard eagerly indulged in the juicy gossip of Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhang's recent scandal, primarily sharing it among their families. Yinjia, Yin Fugui had been in good spirits lately, always cheerful, especially after mending relations with the Li family. This time, Yi Zhonghai had truly fallen into misfortune. He held a cup, the contents unclear whether it was wine or water, swaying slightly at the table. The third aunt chuckled at her old partner, noting that the Jia family was not in a better situation. TSK serves them right. They brought trouble upon themselves. Then went to stir chaos at the steel mill. What kind of place is that? The security department there is armed to the teeth. If they didn't shoot Jia Zhang on sight, it would be a miracle. In these times, any place with a security department or armed forces is typically equipped with automatic weapons, and some even possess mortars. Thus, Jia Zhang, that old pig, not being eliminated is already a sign of mercy from the steel mill. Don't be misled by the Jia family. They are not easy to deal with. The third aunt warned Yin Fugui. Yin Fugui merely pouted, choosing not to engage further. Lu Haizhong's household. In stark contrast to Su Damao's indifference towards Yi Zhonghai's predicament, Lu Haizhong had already been celebrating at home. No particular reason, primarily with the chaos surrounding Yi Zhonghai. It would undoubtedly reach the ears of the neighborhood committee, implying that Lu Haizhong might have a chance to glimpse the elder's throne in the courtyard. Today, the younger ones had served him his favorite eggs, and old Lu wasn't anxious or angry enough to wield a rolling pin against anyone. Moreover, with Yi Zhonghai's downfall, his employee status would now match Lu Haizhong's. If all went well, he could attempt to ascend to level 7 within 2 years, placing him above Yi Zhonghai. All right, I'm done eating. I'll go for a stroll. Lu Haizhong set down his chopsticks, feeling full, and with a round belly in tow. He clutched a pack of cigarettes as he headed outside to digest. Once Lu Haizhong exited, the unfortunate children at home began to frantically pile their plates high, stuffing their mouths to fill their stomachs as quickly as possible. Aunt Air has grown accustomed to such situations on ordinary days. She does not intervene when Lu Haizhong disciplines the children, nor does she mind when they fight over the remnants of food. Her approach is one of laissez-faire, with the sole exception being the eldest. Chapter 75, The Incompetent Fury of Jia Dongshu Hospital. Jia Dongshu's ward. Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu have just arrived, with He Yuzhu carrying dinner for Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu. Meanwhile, the children at home are under the care of Aunt Air. Uncle Yi, you're here? Qin Huairu greeted them eagerly upon seeing Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu. Why did she not acknowledge He Yuzhu? Because her incompetent and irritable mama's boy was glaring at her intently. Yes, Yuzhu has brought you dinner. Please eat first, Yi Zhonghai said, taking the food from He Yuzhu and handing it to Qin Huairu. Thank you, Uncle Yi, and thank you, Yuzhu, Qin Huairu said with a smile. Yi Zhonghai, however, barely acknowledged her, his focus entirely on Jia Dongshu. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's voice, He Yuzhu felt a pang of discomfort. After all, they were neighbors. Master. Yes, Dongshu. Just focus on your recovery, Yi Zhonghai said, watching as Jia Dongshu attempted to sit up, quickly offering support. Where's my mother? Jia Dongshu inquired, his expression faltering. Though he was reluctant to bring it up, he donned a facade of feigned concern and sighed. Your mother insisted I take her to the steel mill, but once there, she caused a scene and even assaulted the factory director. What? Both Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu were taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. They were well aware of the troublemaker that was Jia Zhangshi, but this incident seemed particularly outrageous. He Yuzhu chimed in. Jia Zhangshi wouldn't recognize the factory director. She merely saw someone in charge and charged at him, hoping to make a fuss to get her expenses covered. Yuzhu, Yi Zhonghai admonished. And He Yuzhu shrugged before exiting the ward. If not for Sister Qin, he would hardly have bothered to come. It would be better if Jia Dongshu were dead. Not to mention, Jia Zhangshi was no saint either, constantly berating He Yuzhu in the courtyard. Now that Jia Zhangshi was in trouble, He Yuzhu found it amusing. Though he pitted Sister Qin. Master, is what Silly Zhu said true? Jia Dongshu, still reeling from the news, felt as if he were cursed, as nothing good seemed to happen lately. Yi Zhonghai nodded. What Yuzhu said is accurate. But don't worry, your mother will only be confined for 7 days. According to the security department, he patted Jia Dongshu's shoulder. Your priority now is to recuperate. Jia Dongshu remained in a daze, and Yi Zhonghai, observing his apprentice's disheartened state, sighed inwardly. However, there was little to be done. He had chosen this unfortunate path and could not withdraw now. After exchanging a few words with Qin Huairu, assuring her regarding the children at home, he took He Yuzhu and headed for the courtyard. It was not until long after Yi Zhonghai had left that Jia Dongshu regained his senses, his eyes bloodshot and fists clenched in frustration. This is all Li Ming's doing. Once I get out, I will make him pay. Qin Huairu, hearing Jia Dongshu's words, remained indifferent. He was merely a useless man, unable even to contend with an 18-year-old like Li Ming, let alone think strategically. As for what Jia Dongshu had said, they could discuss it once he was discharged. For now, all she could do was care for this useless man. Fortunately, it was not a broken hand this time. Had it been, he might have been reassigned to clean toilets at the steel mill. Had Qin Huairu ever watched Walin Weizuan, she would have certainly added a long string of internal monologues to her thoughts. The following day, steel mill office. As soon as Li Ming arrived at the office, he went to the corner to grab his fishing rod and bucket, surveying the area filled with idle colleagues. Anyone want to go fishing? No. Very well, came the harmonious response, a rare display of camaraderie among the colleagues. Li Ming, feeling quite pleased, set off with his gear, eager to try using locust stones to strike fish accurately. This would not only add excitement to his fishing, but also enhance his skill proficiency. Last night, he had procured a sizable stone from his space and tossed it onto the assembly line, resulting in an abundance of locust stones in his possession. This combination with his spatial abilities was simply unbeatable. By the Jinshui River, an old familiar spot, Li Ming expertly set up his fishing rod, baited it, and cast it into the water. In his left hand, he held a smooth stone, feeling an urge to shoot something. Before long, a hapless fish bit onto the hook, and with a flick of his wrist, Li Ming sent the stone crashing onto the unfortunate fish's head, rendering it unconscious. The fish likely never anticipated that its greed would cost it its life and subject it to a beating as well. Seeing his locust stone succeed, Li Ming couldn't help but smile. Who knew this little thing packed such a punch? He estimated this had to do with his physical strength. After all, with greater force, even a brick could be launched far. Delighted, he reeled in the fish and tossed it into his bucket, adeptly rebaiting his hook for the next catch. Today, he had no intention of returning to the factory for lunch. Numerous food vendors had appeared around the Jinshui River, most of whom were also engaged in fishing, having come from the countryside to seek their fortunes in the city. This situation was understandable. When food ran scarce in the countryside, one naturally sought sustenance in the city. Today, Li Ming planned to randomly visit a small stall for lunch. Hey, Xiaoli, you're here quite early today? Isn't it a rest day? Are you sneaking off to fish again? It must be said, old Zhang had picked up quite a few trendy phrases from Li Ming and now used them with remarkable ease. Our procurement department has nothing to offer, so I might as well fish, Li Ming replied, justifying his fishing as a reasonable alternative due to the lack of food. Huh, your tongue is quite sharp. I don't manage the steel mill, and frankly, your reasoning hardly holds water, old Zhang quipped, tossing Li Ming a cigarette. Li Ming glanced at it. Special issue. All right, I'll light it up. These are the best. Smoking anything else feels harsh on my throat. To your benefit, I won't share these with you anymore. Old Zhang replied, habitually mocking as he began arranging his fishing gear for the great endeavor ahead. Chapter 76. The new task of Wang Da and Wang Air. By noon, Li Ming's bucket held 3 unfortunate fish, while old Zhang had also managed to fill his bucket with water. Not a bad haul for the old man. I'm planning to grab a bite from a small stall. What about you, old man? Li Ming asked, packing up his gear and approaching old Zhang. Without looking up, old Zhang replied, Xiaoli, go buy something to eat and bring it back. Don't delay my fishing. Wow, old Zhang, you're quite demanding. Li Gu, could you get me a portion? I'll cover the costs. Thank you. Li Ming, utterly unashamed, thought nothing of imposing on others. After all, with such scarce food options, what was the harm in indulging? It was only reasonable. Secretary Li did not refute. He was accustomed to it, and simply walked out on his own. Li Ming found a suitable tree to lean against and lit another cigarette for himself. Life is truly wonderful. If only there were no worries, and perhaps a wife to accompany me. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, the old man Zhang spat in disdain. You rascal. Have you lost your senses? The last time I introduced my granddaughter to you, you were reluctant. Your granddaughter is a treasure, while mine is just a bricklayer. We are worlds apart. Li Ming retorted, I can barely afford to support her. Xiao Xiong shrugged. Old Zhang shook his head. That is not the case. My granddaughter is not so pampered. All right. Your granddaughter is the best under heaven, Li Ming replied, uninterested in arguing with the old man, preferring to bask in the sun rather than engage in conversation. But what kind of wife are you actually looking for? Old Zhang inquired, his curiosity piqued. With brows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist like a delicate ribbon, and teeth akin to pearls. Is that too much to ask, old Zhang? Old Zhang spat in disbelief. If you intend to choose a fairy, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Haha, old Zhang, you're quite amusing. You even know about fairies. Get lost. Regardless, I must find a beautiful wife, one with an alluring figure. That would be ideal. Comrade Li Ming hoped for a future wife who was exceptional, ensuring that his journey through time was not in vain. You continue dreaming your lofty dreams. It's far more realistic for an old man like me to plan on catching a 20-pound fish. Old Zhang scoffed before returning to his spot, staring blankly at his fishing rod. Before long, Secretary Li returned with lunch, leaving a portion for both Li Ming and old Zhang, while he took the remainder to find his companions. After finishing his meal, Li Ming lingered by the river for a while, exchanging the fish he had caught with old Zhang. Then he lightened his load and headed toward the 8 great alleys. He intended to connect with his associates, Bear 1 and Bear 2, to relay some matters, and then he planned to venture into the black market that evening, selling some items and familiarizing himself with the scene. As his cultivation space had accumulated quite a few things that needed to be cleared out, he aimed to reserve enough food for his family for a year, while the surplus could be sold off to exchange for some yellow croaker or antiques to enrich his little treasury. In the 8 great alleys, the Wang brothers, Wang Da and Wang Er, respectfully invited Li Ming inside, where the 3 of them gathered around a stone table in the courtyard. Brotherly, do you have any tasks for us? Wang Da asked excitedly, feeling he might finally be of use, while his brother Wang Er's thoughts were of little concern. Yes, indeed. I need you two to investigate the current grain prices in the black market. The brothers were taken aback, although they were streetwise. They were aware of the scarcity of grain on the market. However, why would this esteemed gentleman want them to inquire about grain prices? I have a batch of grain that needs to be sold, do you understand? Then why not sell it to the steel mill? Wang Er questioned, his confusion evident. Wang Da slapped his younger brother on the head. Brotherly says what he says, stop with the nonsense. Your brother is right. If you two handle this matter well, there will be benefits for you. The first benefit is that you can participate in my grain business. As long as you do well, money won't be a problem. However, if you do poorly or try to betray me, that's your own concern. After speaking, Li Ming picked up a pebble from his space and threw it at a tree branch in front of the main house, snapping it cleanly in two. The Wang brothers froze, cold sweat beginning to bead on their backs. While a gun is effective, it makes noise. This method is, in some respects, even more effective due to its silence. Li Ming grinned at them. Do you think I'm right? Wang Da and Wang Er nodded stiffly. Yes, you are right. All right, I'll leave this matter to you two. I'll return this weekend to need a general overview of the information, understood? No problem. Rest assured, the brothers, having lived for over 20 years, had never encountered someone so formidable, not only wielding a gun, but also possessing remarkable skills. Though they understood that Li Ming was hinting at them, they could also interpret it as a threat, and what a frightening one it was. The two brothers assessed that their own resilience was no match for the strength of that tree branch. They truly could not withstand such a display. Do not worry. If you handle things well, I will not forget your rewards. After all, I also need someone to run errands for me, right? Li Ming said with a smile, patting the brothers on the shoulder before turning to leave the courtyard. Once Li Ming had departed, Wang Er hesitantly stammered, pointing at the broken branch. Brother, that thing won't come crashing down on us, will it? Wang Da, trembling as he stuffed a cigarette into his mouth, replied, it shouldn't. As long as we do our jobs honestly, we should be fine. So when shall we start our inquiries? When else? Today? Didn't you hear that this devil wants to know by the weekend? We need to find out as thoroughly as possible. All right, we'll go tonight. Exactly. Let us try to scour the black market of Sijiacheng over the next few days. You go and rip off a couple of pieces of cloth when the time comes. We'll cover our faces. Okay, brother, I'm on it. Wang Er exclaimed before rushing inside, stopping momentarily to cast a curious glance at the broken branch. Li Ming paid no mind to the brothers' discussions. As long as they completed their tasks, that was all that mattered. Moreover, he too needed to visit the black market to ascertain the current real prices of grain for himself. It was a precaution worth taking. Chapter 77. The Foolish Pillar Critiques. This threat still relies on me. Yi Zhonghai, that old fool, spends all day leveraging his reputation. Now, his standing at the steel mill is tarnished. Li Ming grumbled as he walked home, planning to take a trip to the black market today, having yet to experience it since his arrival in this era. In the courtyard of the steel mill, night fell. Li Ming quietly got out of bed, dressed, and stealthily made his way out. Instead of using the front gate, which was guarded by Yan Laoshi, who would surely cause trouble if he spotted him, Li Ming opted to climb over the wall. He had previously gathered information about his destination, which was the pigeon market near Choingmen, not far from home, convenient for back-and-forth trips, and most importantly, it was a sizable market. From a distance, he spotted a row of lanterns, their lights smaller than beans. To see anything, one had to lean in closely. As Li Ming strolled about, he inquired about prices here and there, purchasing anything suitable he came across. At this time, the pigeon market at Choingmen was the largest seller of second-hand clothes, shoes, and hats, laid out in long rows, with better clothing resting on old mats, while tattered garments were spread directly on the ground. Before his time travel, Li Ming had been quite intrigued by the ghost market of Sijiacheng, but after several visits, he found it lacking in atmosphere. Today, however, upon arrival, he felt he was in the right place. He even spotted live animals by the moat, including camels and horses, some marked with military brands, yet still for sale. The unspoken rules of the ghost market dictated that one must not inquire about the origins of the goods. If you wish to buy, ask for a price. If not, kindly take your leave. If they couldn't sell before dawn, they were obliged to return the military horses to the stables, tethering them back to the troughs. It can be considered an eye-opener. I have been all ears and have overheard quite a bit. Recently, the influx of individuals selling grain in the black market has notably increased. However, the quantities being sold remain modest, typically only a few dozen pounds displayed on small stalls. Li Ming surmises that substantial transactions are likely occurring in the shadows, not openly in the black market. At present, the prices of grain in the legitimate shops have remained relatively stable. Standard flour at 1.84 yuan, premium flour at 2.14 yuan, and cornmeal at about 1 yuan per pound. Pork, with bones and skin, is priced at 0.82 yuan, beef at 0.69 yuan, mutton at 0.71 yuan, and eggs at 0.70 yuan. Yet, the prices in the black market starkly contrast these figures. Many are aiming for round numbers. For instance, today, when Li Ming inquired about standard flour, it was quoted at 0.20 yuan, with no room for negotiation. Take it or leave it. Numerous individuals have grumbled that prices are expected to rise further. To avoid drawing attention, Li Ming discreetly acquired 2 pounds of standard flour from a vendor. This evening's excursion has been enlightening, solidifying his resolve to engage in this trade. The bulk of his goods is intended for the steel mill, which he deems precarious. Should he attract unwelcome attention, his cheap uncle would undoubtedly find it challenging to intervene. Although the black market is also fraught with danger, Li Ming believes he could evade any ill intentions should they arise. Compared to the overt complications of the steel mill, he finds the black market preferable. At least, if someone were to probe too deeply, he could simply toss the matter into the ether, an effortless task. In contrast, the steel mill is rife with constraints and incessant troubles. Content and satisfied, Li Ming left the pigeon market and headed back to the courtyard, eagerly anticipating a meeting with the Wang brothers over the weekend to reconfirm market prices and gauge their thoughts. Once everything is in order, he can commence his business endeavors. The following day, Li Ming awoke from his slumber, having returned to the courtyard close to 3 in the morning. He now needed to catch up on sleep at the factory. His father envied his employment at the mill, but Li Ming thought to himself, this hardly feels like work, it is merely indulging in life. Today, he rose later than usual and encountered Hiyuju leisurely strolling towards the steel mill with his hands behind his back. Noticing that Li Ming was not riding a bicycle, Hiyuju recalled the altercation between Li's mother and Yi Zhonghai during the courtyard meeting a few days prior. He intended to mention it to Li Ming, as Yi Zhonghai had been rather favorable towards him, and he felt compelled to extend a gesture of support. However, Hiyuju failed to consider Li Ming's perspective. He believed that both Li Ming and the Li family ought to show him some respect. Hey Mingzi, Hiyuju called out impulsively. Li Ming turned, puzzled. Brother Zhu? What is up? Hiyuju was pleased to be addressed as Brother Zhu rather than Silly Zhu. Oh, nothing much. I just thought I'd accompany you to the factory. All right, let us go together. Li Ming handed Hiyuju a cigarette. Although Hiyuju could be somewhat oblivious, as long as he wasn't provoked, they could carry on as usual. By the way, Mingzi, during the last courtyard meeting, Uncle E proposed a donation drive, but your mother blocked it. Did you know about that? Li Ming's expression faltered. No wonder you decided to join me for work today. It seems you were trying to side with me? I know. So what? Well, it's just that Jia Dongxiu is a neighbor of ours. It seems rather inappropriate to obstruct such a proposal. Hiyuju said with a smile. My mother was merely adhering to the street office's directives. Do you have any advice on this matter, Brother Zhu? Hiyuju detected the hint of hostility in Li Ming's words. Oh, not at all. I merely thought that Sister Wu could have communicated with the street office afterward. Look at the discord it has caused in our courtyard. It affects our unity, doesn't it? I was thinking you could ask Sister Wu to assist our neighbor in need. Li Ming chuckled and shook his head. Initially, he had considered helping Hiyuju out due to their family's past connections, but now he harbored no such sentiments. Instead, he contemplated how to make Hiyuju's situation even more precarious. Let us discuss this later. However, I want to make it clear to you, Brother Zhu, that we must adhere to the regulations set forth by the street office. Just like the laws of the nation, we must comply with them. Otherwise, if everyone resorted to personal connections, society would descend into chaos, wouldn't it? Li Ming flicked away the cigarette, and proceeded towards the steel mill, effectively issuing a warning. If Hiyuju intended to play dirty like Yi Zhonghai, Li Ming would have no choice but to write Hiyuju's name off entirely. If you disregard the rules, then I might as well overturn the table. I merely hope they do not turn around to lecture me about regulations later. Chapter 78. Preparing to profit. Left standing in place. Yuju's complexion fluctuated between pale and green, akin to someone who had consumed toxic mushrooms. He had not anticipated that Li Ming would show him no semblance of respect. Yuju slapped his face, chuckling wryly. Well, here we go again. He continued on his way to the steel mill. Time passed swiftly over the next few days, with little activity at the factory and life in the courtyard proceeding in a tranquil manner. The most significant event was Jia Dongxiu, the pampered son, being discharged from the hospital, not because he wished to leave, but rather the Jia family was unwilling to spend extra money. The day after Yi Zhonghai's failed donation appeal, Jia Dongxiu was out of the hospital. Today was the weekend, the sun warm and inviting, and Li Ming's spirits were high. This afternoon, he intended to visit the Wang brothers to earnestly pursue his profit-making ambitions. However, he had no intention of venturing into the black market to sell grain, not for the time being, at least. The black market remained uncertain, with frequent inspections by the authorities lately. Yet, thanks to their vigilance, grain prices had begun to rise once more. In the Wang courtyard, Li Ming sat at the table in the main room, while Wang De prepared tea and Wang Er offered cigarettes. What have you two discovered over the past few days? Li Ming inquired, tapping his fingers on the table. Brotherly, my brother and I have practically scoured the pigeon market throughout the city. The grain prices are generally consistent. However, in recent days, the black market has faced several setbacks, leading to an upward trend in grain prices. Wang De replied with a sycophantic smile. Li Ming was pleasantly surprised by their thoroughness in investigating the black market. Good, so our findings align. Let us compare the current grain prices in the black market. Upon hearing this, the Wang brothers felt a sense of anxiety. They had not expected Li Ming to be as thorough as they were. Fortunately, they had been astute enough not to attempt to deceive him. The three of them meticulously cross-verified the most recent grain prices. Once they concluded, Wang De and Wang Er exhaled in relief upon seeing Li Ming nod in satisfaction. Well done. You've performed admirably. Li Ming tossed each of them a special cigarette as a token of appreciation, allowing them to bask in their success. This is a special supply of cigarettes, generally unattainable for the average person. You two have performed splendidly today. Give it a try. The brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had only heard tales of such exclusive cigarettes, typically smoked by the elite from large estates, and they had long envied them. They could hardly believe that Li Ming possessed such a coveted item. In their minds, they conjured an elaborate background for Li Ming, a notion he secretly encouraged. Trembling with anticipation, they lit the cigarettes, inhaled deeply, and found it utterly satisfying. Brotherly, this cigarette is truly remarkable, Wang Er exclaimed, reluctantly discarding the stub after relishing its flavor. All right, now that we've enjoyed that, let us discuss our business arrangement, shall we? It's certainly a better prospect than you two merely loafing about on the streets, Li Ming remarked, a gleam of mischief in his eyes akin to that of a fisherman eyeing his catch. Brotherly, as we've mentioned before, we're here to follow your lead. Whatever you say goes. Well, it's not quite that simple. I need manpower, and you two lack funds. I will provide the capital, and you will supply the labor. Together, we can strive for greater success. Li Ming poured forth a stream of encouragement, preparing to persuade them further. I'll provide the grain, which you will sell in the black market, and I'll grant you a commission based on your sales. The more you sell, the more you earn. However, I have one stipulation. Be prudent in your dealings. Don't overreach and get caught. Can you manage that? That's absolutely doable. We're seasoned street hustlers. And even if we don't know every detail, we grasp the essentials. In these lean times, Li Ming's offer was a lifeline, ensuring that the brothers would not face starvation for at least 3 years if they accepted the deal. Wang De playfully slapped Wang Er on the back of the head, prompting a bow of respect, which made Li Ming wince. Get up. Who taught you to bow like that? Enough of that nonsense. Oh, we'll be more mindful next time, Wang De chuckled, rubbing his head sheepishly, realizing that his older brother preferred a different demeanor. Enough with the antics. I will deliver the grain to your doorstep tonight. When you hear the noise, come out and bring it in. I'm giving you 200 pounds of grain this time. Though not excessive, you must be cautious when selling it. Understood? Understood. Li Ming felt satisfied. At least there was no bowing this time. All right, I'll see you tonight with the grain. I'll come to collect the money every weekend. I trust you won't shortchange me, right? Li Ming's smile prompted the brothers to remember the consequences of being overly greedy, and they shook their heads vigorously. Rest assured, brother, I know what is appropriate. Good, then it's settled. With a wave of his hand, Li Ming departed, planning to return that evening to test the waters with the 200 pounds of coarse grain. If sold well, it could yield at least $40, quite a sum in the year 195x. In contrast, those without stable jobs might toil for a month and only earn $20 or $30. Selling 200 pounds in a month would be a breeze. And if they played their cards right, they could sell it in less than a week. As long as Li Ming had a sufficient supply of grain, he could easily create several affluent individuals in this era. Lost in thoughts of his financial schemes, he meandered toward the courtyard. It was a holiday, bustling with people, most of whom hurriedly scoured grain stores, while others ventured into the countryside for supplies. Yet, the majority flocked to Jinshui River to partake in the noble pursuit of fishing. Chapter 79. The grumbling comrade Li. That night, Li Ming navigated the courtyard with ease. This time, he had no need to worry about carts or grain. He moved swiftly, having stored everything in his space. Upon reaching the Wang brothers' yard, he retrieved the goods from his space. In no time, he arrived at his destination, surveying his surroundings to ensure no prying eyes lingered nearby. Satisfied, he conjured forth the grain. 200 pounds weren't much, and he had prepared bags in advance, placing one filled to the brim at the entrance. He also tossed a stone into the yard, and soon the Wang brothers emerged, welcoming both him and the grain inside. "Brotherly, have some water." Once inside, Wang Da hurriedly presented a steaming cup of tea to Li Ming. "This is 200 pounds of cornmeal. I want to elaborate on the black market pricing. You two can figure it out. Remember, the more you sell, the more you earn from me. I'll give you a 10% cut." Li Ming raised a finger, emphasizing that even a small percentage was substantial. The brothers needed not invest their own capital, and they felt quite content, even slightly overwhelmed. However, for Li Ming, this was a no-risk venture. Giving away a portion for his peace of mind was well worth it. "Brotherly, is this perhaps a bit too generous?" Wang Da asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Although 200 pounds appeared substantial, they estimated they could each sell a considerable amount each night, if not for the fear of being watched. Li Ming shook his head. "You're working for me. If I shortchange you, I wouldn't feel right, especially since you two are taking risks on my behalf. But heed my warning, stay vigilant and avoid attracting attention." After finishing his tea, Li Ming stood to leave. "Rest assured, brotherly." The Wang brothers respectfully saw him off before returning to their abode, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the 2 bags of flour. "Brother, we're set now," Wang Er exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, if we can find a major buyer, the profits could multiply. But brotherly is right. We must proceed cautiously, especially as we're just starting out." "Right, don't worry, brother. While I may be simple-minded, I'm not foolish. How shall we sell it? Together or separately?" Wang Da pondered. "Separately, but in the same black market. If anything goes awry, we'll have each other's backs. However, we shouldn't linger in the same market. We'll rotate locations. There are plenty of black markets in the city. We could be busy for a fortnight." "Agreed. I'll follow your lead." Wang Er mused, wondering about the sufficiency of grain on Li Ming's end. He happily lit a cigarette, dreaming of a prosperous future. "Certainly, with brotherly-esque connections, we'll do just fine. Let us focus on executing our tasks," as he instructed. Upon leaving the Wang residence, Li Ming strolled back to the courtyard, eager for rest before another day of work. He paid little mind to the brothers' discussions. He only cared that the money would flow. The next day, Li Ming awoke and began his morning routine. He had already informed his family about the situation with Hiyuzhu, which had enraged his mother, who had scolded his father for even considering a marriage between their family and Hiyushui. If that had come to pass, life at home would certainly have become rather lively. Madame Li's growing ire led her to insist that Mr. Li sleep on the couch that very evening. Following this incident, Mr. Li could be heard grumbling incessantly about Hiyuzhu, whom he referred to as a fool, remarking that it was indeed true that one could have a mistaken name, but never a misplaced nickname. "Foolish Zhu, indeed, lives up to his reputation," he muttered, still vexed by the unfortunate encounter. It was truly unlucky that he had come across that simpleton so early in the day. After returning home with breakfast, Mr. Li, having bought the morning meal for his daughter who craved stewed meat, had a run-in with Hiyuzhu. Madame Li cast a resigned glance at her husband. While he possessed many admirable qualities, he harbored a grudge and was remarkably petty, capable of grumbling for an entire year if wronged by someone he disliked. He bore no resemblance to their eldest son. "Enough, Dad, why engage with that fool? He's just a big simpleton who, relying on his meager skills, struts around as if he owns the world." Li Ming appeared equally exasperated. Although he too held grudges, he never vocalized them and would seize any opportunity to retaliate against Jia Dongxiu. "Humph, let that simple Zhu cross my path again. I shall teach him a lesson." "Mr. Li grumbled as he stuffed his mouth with stewed meat. Li Ming, chuckling, rode his bicycle with his father towards the steel mill, exchanging greetings with numerous workers along the way, with the exceptions of Yi Zhonghai and He Yuzhu from the courtyard. As for Jia Dongxiu, he was still recuperating in bed. The last time Li Ming had seen him was when Qin Huairu helped him out to bask in the sun, and he couldn't help but notice just how pale he had become. As time passed, the Li family enjoyed a period of stability until the arrival of November. During this time, several noteworthy events transpired in the courtyard, the most significant being that Jia Dongxiu had recovered from his injuries and returned to work at the steel mill. However, rumors concerning him continued to circulate, giving the impression that while time moved forward, the gossip surrounding Jia Dongshu remained ever-present. Su Daomao would frequently seek out Li Ming for a casual chat and a smoke, their public relations having improved considerably. On one occasion, as Jia Dongshu passed through the front yard, he deliberately bumped into Li Ming, who had yet to speak when Su Daomao unleashed a torrent of rebuke upon Jia Dongshu, culminating in a courtyard meeting that resolved nothing. Over the past few months, Wang De and Wang Er had helped Li Ming earn a substantial amount of money, resulting in generous dividends for the duo, amounting to over 200 yuan, a testament to Li Ming's earnings during this time frame. Nevertheless, the profits were not excessive, as the Wang brothers adhered strictly to Li Ming's guidance, pursuing stability over risk. Had they been less cautious, their earnings could have been far greater. For the Li family, the most delightful news was that Madame Li had been promoted to a level 5 clerk position, earning a salary of 23 yuan per month, totaling 49.5 yuan, a significant pillar for the family alongside comrade Li Weigua. However, the street office assigned Madame Li the responsibility of overseeing the winter vegetable stockpile for their courtyard, a task that didn't require her full attention, serving more as a nominal role. Importantly, the street office still remembered the grievances surrounding the Jia family, and many neighborhood ladies eagerly awaited the opportunity to reprimand them. Chapter 80. The Daily Life of a Salted Fish Mom. Are we stockpiling winter vegetables tomorrow for our area? Li Ming inquired, brushing his teeth and glancing at his mother, who, having recently received a promotion, seemed rejuvenated and brimming with energy. Yes, tonight they'll inform us, and representatives from the street office will come to explain everything to each courtyard, she replied. All right, as long as it's not our family making the announcement. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos might ensue in our courtyard. Li Ming rinsed his mouth, spewing water. However, it's your responsibility tomorrow, so I finally have an opportunity to catch you off guard. Madame Li fully embraced the Li family's tradition of holding grudges. None of the 4 family members were known for their forgetfulness, and their family values were commendable. Should I come help tomorrow? Li Ming asked with a smile. Sure, you and your father should get up early. I'll set aside our vegetables in advance. You two can just fetch them when you arrive. If you finish early and have time, you might as well lend a hand. Although there will be officers from the police station maintaining order, I suspect they won't have enough manpower. Every year, the crowd is too large to manage. Understood, I'll take care of it tomorrow. After finishing breakfast, Li Ming followed his father to the steel mill, knowing that the next day was a rest day and that many would be coming to stock up on winter vegetables, ensuring a busy time ahead. In previous years, the family had also participated as relatives of street office workers and would help out after collecting their own winter vegetables, a reason why the neighborhood aunties favored Li Ming. In the 1950s, the winter vegetable stockpiling season in Beijing typically occurred in the fall and winter, with the first batch usually arriving in November. As winter approached, residents would begin purchasing large quantities of winter vegetables. November marked the peak time for harvesting winter cabbages, allowing residents to buy at relatively lower prices and secure their vegetable supply for the winter. Local street offices would coordinate these efforts to facilitate procurement. As winter temperatures dropped and vegetable growth slowed, the supply decreased, necessitating the accumulation of vegetables in the fall to ensure availability throughout the long winter. During this period, citizens prepared to stockpile a winter's worth of cabbage. The government organized activities to encourage residents to purchase and store easily preserved vegetables like cabbage in the fall for winter use, which would be gradually consumed over the ensuing months. With next year anticipated to bring hardship, many families had begun to realize that food supplies in the city were dwindling, and everyone was eagerly awaiting this first wave of winter vegetables. If all went as expected, this would be the last batch before winter set in. In previous years, there had been a monthly supply, regardless of quantity. This year, however, the situation appeared uncertain. Recently, Li Ming had overheard numerous workers at the steel mill discussing their plans to stockpile as much as possible during this opportunity, knowing that prices were low and quantities plentiful, which would be crucial when food scarcity arose. Inside the steel mill's office, the atmosphere was noticeably less lethargic as everyone discussed how much they planned to buy for the winter vegetable stockpile. We need to purchase more this year. I didn't buy enough last year, Su Chong lamented, recalling his past folly while lighting a cigarette. Zhou Tian cast him a glance, replying, Then you'd better stock up this year. I suspect it will be even tougher than before. I'm planning to queue up at 4 in the morning tomorrow. One worker chimed in. Me too. Last year, I went at 5, and the line was absurdly long. Zheng Ping chimed in, sharing his frustrations about the annual winter vegetable stockpiling ritual. By the way, Mingzi, your family will need quite a bit this year, won't you? Wu Gang asked as he noticed Li Ming entering and offered him a cigarette. Li Ming nodded. Yes, there are 4 of us at home. And we also need to pickle some cabbage. We can't prepare too little, everyone loves it. My daughter is particularly fond of pickled vegetables. Huh? We always end up making a large batch. Su Guzhong brought over a tin water bottle, gesturing for Li Ming to pour himself a cup, noting that November had already turned quite chilly. In the department, no one is discussing procurement matters. Currently, it has become increasingly difficult to acquire supplies. From the factory manager to the workers, everyone is aware that the steel mill's operations are sustained solely by the fixed monthly allocations for the first and second shifts. Even the provisions within these plans are diminishing each month. It would be better for everyone to sip on warm water, smoke, and casually discuss what time to gather tomorrow or who lives nearby to keep company during these trying times. In the 1950s, in the city of Beijing, pickled cabbage was a highly favored vegetable in winter households. Due to the scarcity of fresh vegetables during this season, Napa cabbage became a staple on winter dining tables due to its excellent preservation qualities, affordability, and nutritional value. People would purchase large quantities of Napa cabbage in the autumn to pickle or turn into kimchi. The method of pickling Napa cabbage is quite simple. One typically washes the cabbage, places it in a jar, adds an appropriate amount of salt and clean water, seals the jar, and waits for the pickling process to complete. When consuming pickled cabbage in winter, it can be cut into small segments and stir-fried or stewed, offering a delightful tangy flavor. In addition to pickling, people also prepare Napa cabbage as kimchi. The process of making kimchi is similar to pickling, but additional ingredients such as chili, ginger, and garlic are added to enhance the taste and flavor. The finished kimchi can be served as a side dish or snack, boasting a deliciously spicy and sour profile, rich in nutrients. By the way, Mingzi, I heard someone mention that during the annual stockpiling of winter vegetables, the street office usually distributes them first. Is there any truth to that? Wang Jun recalled hearing something similar and asked curiously, momentarily creating an awkward silence in the department. After all, everyone knew the conditions of Li Ming's family, and Wang Jun's naive inquiry risked being misinterpreted as suggesting they were receiving special treatment. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Ming was unfazed. Chapter 81, The Little Stage in the Courtyard. Li Ming nodded generously, affirming that it indeed happens every year. If the street office personnel do not distribute the winter vegetables in advance, it would only complicate matters when it comes time to distribute to the residents. Only when the street office staff are unburdened can they attend to their duties properly. After asking, Wang Jun felt a twinge of regret, as his curiosity was purely innocent. What malice could a salted fish harbor? The atmosphere in the department resumed its liveliness once Li Ming finished speaking. Su, the section chief, playfully smacked Wang Jun on the head, advising him to be more cautious with his words. After all, Mingzi is one of their own and does not take offense. But one should be wary when speaking in front of outsiders. Wang Jun took the cue to apologize, chuckling. Hey, Mingzi, don't take it to heart. I just tend to speak without a filter. What is the big deal? Besides, what ill intentions could possibly exist within our department? Li Ming maintained a good-natured demeanor towards his colleagues, for those within his own courtyard were hardly better than what Wang Jun described. As the saying goes, one is often measured by their peers. Wang Jun's innocent curiosity paled in comparison to the commotion caused by Jia Zhang's family. In previous years, the Jia family was notorious for their lack of discretion, and this year, Li's family intended to make an example of them. It wouldn't do to let others consistently accuse them without a response. After all, one must satisfy the expectations of others. Another saying comes to mind. When others suspect you possess formidable resources, it is prudent to genuinely have them. Undoubtedly, this year, the Jia family would reap the consequences of their actions. Li Ming eagerly anticipated this, which was also why he planned to assist on-site tomorrow. If the Jia family dared to stir trouble, it would be a simple matter to send Jia Zhang to the police station for a brief vacation. After all, with the security team involved, not visiting the police station would diminish the experience. Recently, I've noticed that the food in the second cafeteria has become less appetizing. As the conversation shifted towards lunch, it was evident that the section chief was the topic of discussion. How long has it been since our cafeteria served meat? Day in and day out. We're fortunate to have what little we do. Just look at those laboring in the workshop. Zhou Tian muttered, scratching his nose. The other day, I even saw someone approaching our factory leadership to voice complaints, but ultimately, the issue never landed on our procurement department. Let us just make do with what we have. Who knows, maybe someday the cafeteria will manage to bring back a couple of pigs for an improvement. Why don't you all join me for fishing? At least fish is still a source of meat, Li Ming suggested, observing his despondent colleagues. Not a chance. I'd rather not, came the immediate response. The number of people exceeds the fish. Even when fish are plentiful, we struggle to catch them. It's even worse now that they are scarce. Li Ming looked at his colleagues, whose heads shook in unison, feeling a sense of helplessness. If one were to define salted fish, it was undoubtedly these three in his section, who spent the entire day immersed in a meaningless yet jovial atmosphere, reminiscent of retirement. With the only difference being their youth. In the courtyard of the steel mill, the Lee family had returned home from work, and the atmosphere was lively with discussions about stockpiling winter vegetables for the upcoming new year, which was of utmost importance. Lee and his mother were cooking inside, while Li Ming and Li Rui sat outside on stools, listening to the chatter. "What time are you going tomorrow? Why fret? We'll go at the time we agreed upon." "Nonsense. You said the same last year. I was there at 6 in the morning, and you strolled past me with the cart. I genuinely don't plan to go early this year. It's freezing." This conversation stemmed from last year's betrayal by a friend. "Shall we go together tomorrow?" "Sure, but don't oversleep this time. I called you for half an hour last year. Can we negotiate this year? Don't wake me at midnight. I just fell asleep." If you're not diligent about stockpiling winter vegetables, it's no wonder you can't pass the level 5 machinist exam. At least I'm better than Jia Dongshu, who can't pass level 3 in 3 years. What are you on about? If Jia Dongshu hears you, he'll cry to his mother and wife. And then Jia Zhang will come looking for you. Oh, my apologies. I'll be more careful next time. The conversation spiraled off course. Li Ming and Li Rui found this amusing, their eyelids nearly closing in laughter. "Brother, when are we going tomorrow?" Li Ming waved his hand. "What time we go is irrelevant. Our mother has already arranged everything for us. However, I must keep an eye on the Jia family tomorrow to prevent any trouble from that bunch. I'll need to leave early, around 5. Then I want to go. I'll wait until I wake up." His sister, Li Rui, pouted, wishing for a restful day, and waking up early was a bit too much. Most importantly, the Li family did not lack her strength. Li Ming was enough for 3. "Don't go. Just wake up when you feel like it." "All right, I understand. Will the ladies from the street office come to discuss matters with us later?" "They'll just remind us to be careful and such. It's the same every year. Nothing to worry about." Li Ming inhaled the aroma of the cooking food. Since they needed to rise early tomorrow, the Li family had prepared a large pot of food, complete with meat, to nourish the 2 men. "Let us eat. It's bound to be delicious." Li Ming grabbed a stool and led his sister inside, thoughtfully closing the door to spare others from the enticing aroma. Li father glanced at his 2 children, intending to call them in for dinner. "Hey, I smelled the food and knew it was ready, so we came in." Li Ming nodded in agreement while looking at the table, where each person had a large bowl, and the table was laden with buns. "Wow, and there are pickled vegetables from Lu Biju too. After all, having not experienced the trials of the later generations, my nose is still functioning well." Back then, after enduring hardships, Li Ming was unable to perceive any sense for a full 6 months. And even more unfortunate was that his sense of taste was utterly extinguished for the same duration. "Take your sister to wash her hands." Li mother shot a glance at her daughter, who was attempting to reach for the food on the table. All right. The family cheerfully washed their hands and sat down to dine. "This year, our household has indeed stockpiled quite a bit of food. Tonight's meal, old Li. You must thank your eldest son." Li mother beamed as she praised her son, recognizing that old Li, being a craftsman, needed strength for his labor. Recently, the surrounding workers appeared pale and drained, often lacking energy even while working. Yet, comrade Li Weiguo remained as vigorous as ever, evoking envy among his fellow workers, who believed that old Li's prowess had not waned with time, unaware that it was the family's good nourishment that sustained him. Chapter 82, Preparations. "Oh, why should I be modest with my own son, right, son?" Old Li provocatively glanced at Li Mu's mother, convinced that he remained the pillar of strength for the Li family. Aware of this, Li mother shot him a knowing look, suggesting he should keep quiet about their food supplies outside. "We have no grain at home, understand?" The situation was becoming increasingly dire. She feared that the winter vegetables prepared for tomorrow might not suffice. "Don't worry, my dear wife, I'm not foolish. The workers still see me as vigorous as in my youth," Li father smugly remarked, patting himself on the back. "I agree. Though I've indeed gained a bit of weight lately, no one seems to have noticed," chimed in Li Rui, raising her hand to assert her discretion. "So, how much grain do we have now?" Li father inquired, swallowing his food. "Just look at our storage cabinets. They're brimming. Your son's stockpiled grain occupies half of them. And he has even procured some smoked and cured meats from who knows where, sufficient for your needs. We've also stored a fair amount at the old house, although the vegetables are a bit scarce. However, this year, I've doubled the amount of winter vegetables in anticipation. Worst case, we can turn any that spoil into pickles or fermented vegetables. It's certainly better than having nothing at all." "That's a sound plan, but in the future, we should continue to stockpile grain. This commodity is never excessive. I've noticed that others are starting to hoard as well. The conditions are bound to worsen. By the time you realize it, it may be too late. Hurry up and eat. By around 7 or 8 tonight, the neighborhood committee will likely come to notify us. We still need to make an appearance." The family quietly ate their meal, preparing for the challenges of the morrow. "Everyone, come out, come out. The neighborhood committee members are here." Yin Fugue's voice rang out in the front courtyard, his demand for attention barely discernible unless one strained to listen. The Lee family followed the crowd into the courtyard, intending to wait for the committee members to finish their announcements before retreating indoors. As the evening had indeed turned quite chilly, and any time spent outside was unwelcome. After all, nothing could compare to the warmth of a coal stove indoors. "Comrades, everyone is present. You may commence," Lu Haizhong announced, stepping forward as he saw the crowd gathered. The committee member, a matronly figure, spotted Li mother from afar and nodded in greeting. As for Lu Haizhong, Yi Zhonghai, Yin Fugui, apologies, but who are they? I do not recognize them. As in previous years, the committee member reiterated that everyone should queue orderly tomorrow to purchase their required winter vegetables, stressing the importance of avoiding disputes and ensuring safety. These were the usual platitudes. The matron spoke with remarkable fluency, clearly articulating her message in under 2 minutes before moving on. There were many more courtyards to address. And the cold was biting. Lu Haizhong stood up again. "All right, everyone is aware of the committee's requests. Remember to stay safe and maintain your formation tomorrow." Observing Lu Haizhong preparing to lecture again, many neighbors began to withdraw, for not everyone could withstand the chill like him. It would be foolish to remain outside until Lu Haizhong finished his monologue. One might freeze solid. Just as the Li family intended to leave, Lu Haizhong called out, "Li family wife, wait a moment before you go." Lu Haizhong grinned broadly, yet Li Ming sensed a lack of the respect due from such a rotund figure. Turning to face him with curiosity about what he might say. "Uncle, what is it?" Li mother asked, equally puzzled. "Ah, it's nothing much. Aren't you part of the neighborhood committee? I thought I'd ask about the winter vegetable situation for our neighbors." His words drew the attention of several neighbors who had been planning to leave, eager to listen. "What exactly do you wish to inquire about, uncle?" "Well, you know how difficult it is to purchase grain these days. Many of us are hoping to stockpile more winter vegetables, so I thought I'd check in advance." Lu Haizhong's inquiry prompted nods of agreement from several neighbors. "Oh, this matter? The neighborhood committee has always prepared ample winter vegetables. However, if you arrive late, you certainly won't get the best selection. If anyone wants vegetables that are visually appealing and have a longer shelf life, it's best to arrive early." Li mother surveyed the surrounding neighbors, delivering an answer that was not quite an answer. It is curious how sometimes an individual can fail to articulate the responses that others seek, yet upon hearing their words, the crowd instinctively overlooks their original inquiries and redirects their thoughts elsewhere. Yes, Li family wife is correct. We should return home and rest early, aiming to rise early tomorrow to be among the first in line. Indeed, the neighborhood committee has always had a sufficient supply of winter vegetables. And even if this year's yield is less, it should still suffice. Listening to the neighbors engage in self-dialogue, Li mother smiled, satisfied with their contentment, including Lu Haizhong, who had posed the question. "You see, this unfortunate Lu Haizhong has yet to achieve any significant position. Even if he were to attain one, it would hardly last. Such matters require a modicum of intelligence, a quality our dear uncle sadly lacks." In the courtyard, only a few, like Yi Zhonghai, comprehended the subtext of Li mother's response. If one wishes to stockpile adequately, one should act swiftly. Delays would not only result in poor quality, but might lead to a complete lack of availability. If anyone were to inquire about tonight's affairs, it would only indicate their utter foolishness, plain and simple. Li Ming had a knack for dealing with fools, whether through words or sheer strength. It was quite straightforward, akin to handling Jia Dongxu with ease. The Li family returned home jovially. "Make sure to get to bed early. Tomorrow, we're relying on you two pillars to help us." As the head of the household, Li mother issued her command to the two men. "Ha, my dear wife. You needn't remind me. We shall sleep together, and whenever you rise, I shall too." Li father responded obediently. "Don't worry, mother, I will definitely wake up," Li Ming assured her. Li Ming harbored no particular thoughts. He was merely driven by a pure curiosity about whether the following day would be bustling with activity and if there would be even more excitement. For this reason alone, Comrade Xiao Li was willing to rise. Never underestimate an individual's penchant for gossip. Chapter 83, Stockpiling Winter Vegetables 1. The following day, at 3 a.m., 3 out of the 4 members of the Li family were awake, while one remained blissfully asleep. Li Ming rubbed his eyes as he gazed at his already dressed parents, still marveling at their self-discipline. "I'll be ready in a moment." With the swiftness of his life, Li Ming washed his face to invigorate himself and followed his parents outside. The courtyard was already teeming with people, clusters of 3 or 5 making their way to the designated areas set up by the neighborhood committee. At this hour, residents needed to queue to purchase winter-stored cabbage. Typically, this was done at vegetable stores or designated sales points, and one had to carry identification documents such as their household registration booklet or grain book. The government also organized activities for winter cabbage stockpiling, specifically through the neighborhood committee, sometimes coordinating with large local factories to utilize their delivery trucks to transport the winter vegetables to specified locations. In the 1950s, The primary vegetable variety residents in the capital stockpiled for winter was cabbage, although potatoes and radishes were also included. However, cabbage was predominant due to its easy storage, low price, and refreshing taste, making it ideal for winter consumption. Simultaneously, the government would arrange for the transportation of other vegetable varieties from regions like Hebei and Shandong to meet the diverse needs of residents. Cabbage could be pickled or made into kimchi, offering a tangy and delightful flavor, while potatoes were a common winter staple, suitable for boiling or mashing. Radishes were particularly favored in stews or soups for their delightful taste. Upon arriving at the designated location of the neighborhood committee, the Li family found themselves in a long queue. Every year, Li Ming observed this scene and surmised that some must have come straight from dinner to line up. Otherwise, how could this queue stretch nearly 5 meters at 3 in the morning? Here comes Sister Wu. Sister Wu is here. Many colleagues and neighborhood aunties at the committee greeted Li's mother, beckoning her over. Li Ming and his father followed closely behind. As the winter vegetables prepared by the Li family were waiting at the back, and in the dim light, who could clearly see anyone? Li Ming's father and he distributed cigarettes to the neighborhood aunties and a few gentlemen, garnering unanimous praise. From a distance, one could see the flickering lights from where the neighborhood committee members stood, serving as a beacon for the residents in line. Why don't you head back and take the winter vegetables home first? Old Li, you should work hard at home to prepare the vegetables. It would be best if you could finish before dawn. Li's father understood his wife's intention. Finishing before dawn would spare them from the incessant questions from their neighbors, akin to pesky flies, annoying but not particularly threatening. Mingzi, after you and your dad return, hurry back to help your mother and her colleagues. See who needs assistance and lend a hand. Sure, don't worry, Mom. Li Ming readily agreed. Li's mother then turned to her colleagues. My son is strong. If anyone needs help, just call him over. Absolutely. Mingzi has been robust since childhood. Several echoed in agreement. Yet none were foolish enough to truly burden Li Ming with heavy labor. They were all well aware of the nuances of human relationships. After Li Ming and his father finished their cigarettes, they made their way back, soon spotting the cart his mother had mentioned, secured with a circle of red rope. As Li Ming approached to untie it, he was astounded to see the cart stacked nearly 2 meters high. This was just the beginning, as he noticed even more piled nearby. At least enough for 2 loads. Comrade Old Li, you take the lead, and let me handle pulling the cart. We don't want you to hurt your back again. Li Ming jested, grasping the wooden cart with both hands and exerting his strength, with the physical prowess akin to that of a legendary hero. Even with only a third of his potential unlocked, he found this cartload to be more than manageable. All right, then I'll leave the front to you. Li's father chuckled. Nothing was more gratifying than seeing one's child exhibit understanding and determination. The two made their way back to the courtyard, where most people were still queuing, but a few were returning with goods. They were hardly noticeable on their journey and encountered none of the usual ruffians from the courtyard. Thus, the trip proceeded remarkably smoothly. After 3 trips back and forth, the only familiar faces they encountered were those of the Su family, with Su Fuguei and his son Su Damao, whose frail stature followed closely behind. Old Li, Su Fuguei called out upon spotting Li Weigua, stopping to greet him and offering a cigarette. Have you loaded up already? Yes. It's going quickly today, Li Weigua replied after lighting up the cigarette. Hurry along. The third pile on the left is particularly fresh. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Weigua secured a small favor from Su Fuguei, who was delighted to acquire some fresh cabbage for his household. With thanks exchanged, Su Fuguei led Su Damao towards the pile Li Weigua had mentioned. By the time Li Ming emerged from home, it was already past 4 o'clock. Initially, he had felt somewhat drowsy when he woke at 3, but after all the back and forth, he was now fully alert. At home, Li's father was busy organizing the vegetables that had been transported earlier, working fervently, as it was Li Ming who had handled the 3 cart loads. Despite his father's eagerness to take over, which Li Ming had firmly declined, upon arriving at the vegetable sales point, Li Ming entered through the back door. Entering from the front would unmistakably be seen as cutting in line and could provoke the ire of impatient patrons. See, this is the advantage of using the back door. Mom, is there anything you need me to help with? Li Ming inquired, observing his mother bustling about. Without turning her head, Li's mother instructed, go find Aunt Wang, get a red ribbon from her, and grab a stick. The neighborhood committee has prepared these specifically. Once you're equipped, go out and maintain order. These people are all riled up early in the morning. Li's mother expressed her frustration. Just be careful. While I think you should be fine, do pay attention, as it's still quite dark out. Understood. Chapter 84. Stockpiling winter vegetables. Li Ming turned and headed towards Aunt Wang to collect his gear. With the ribbon secured and the stick in hand, he was ready. After preparing himself, he lit another cigarette and began to stroll about. At this moment, the queue had formed 10 lines, and Li Ming planned to patrol from left to right. Generally, the queue would wrap up around 10 in the morning, so there was still ample time. The scene visibly grew more chaotic, with more people arriving, jostling, and clamoring to move forward. Fortunately, he encountered no incidents. Even if there were, the local police had arrived to assist. In this situation, if someone were to stir trouble in the crowd, it didn't matter who was at fault. They would be promptly pulled aside for a verbal reprimand. If they didn't comply, well, they would be sent off to the police station for a nap, simplifying matters for everyone involved. By the time Li Ming reached the third line, he finally encountered familiar faces, none other than the Su family, as pointed out by his father. Mingzi, is this your patrol duty? In the bustling crowd, Su's father spotted Li Ming, greeted him with a hearty smile, and playfully kicked his own foolish son, gesturing towards Li Ming with a nod. It was then that Su Damao emerged from his dazed state and promptly offered Li Ming a cigarette. Uncle Su, well, I suppose I've been conscripted, Li Ming replied, having no grievances with the Su family and naturally engaging in a pleasant exchange. Brother Damao, are you feeling tired? Upon hearing Li Ming respectfully address him as Brother Damao, Su Damao beamed, saying, it's just something I'm not accustomed to. It happens every year, yet I still can't get used to it. There are quite a few people here. I just walked past you, and there's still over half a line ahead of you. Just hang in there. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Li Ming continued his journey to the back of the queue. Hey, wait in line. What's the rush? Yes, you. Don't your feet feel cold? Where are your shoes, brother? Hurry and find them, or you'll freeze. As Li Ming's smooth voice melded into the crowd, he began to restore order, occasionally receiving appreciative glances from passing officials. Hey, brother, thanks for earlier. If it weren't for you, I'd have been trampled. A sturdy man in uniform with a wide-brimmed hat approached Li Ming. Upon recognizing him as the man who nearly got stepped on moments ago, Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries. I'm also here to assist the street committee. We ought to look out for one another. Right. I'm Zhou Tiniu, working at the police station across from the street committee. Shall we get acquainted? The robust man, identifying himself as Zhou Tiniu, offered Li Ming a cigarette, which he readily accepted and lit. In this day and age, people's names are quite down to earth. Li Ming had encountered the name Tiniu before, the last being with a Wang Tiniu who worked at a trust store. I'm Li Ming, employed at the steel mill in procurement. How did you come to work for the street committee? Zhou Tiniu asked, puzzled since the usual support from the steel mill consisted of truck drivers and security personnel, not procurement staff. My mother works at the street committee and got me conscripted, haha. Oh, that explains it. I didn't recall any procurement workers from previous years. The two men strolled back and forth while smoking, keeping an eye out for any disputes to intervene in, which warmed them up considerably. Before long, they noticed a commotion at the far end of the line, exchanging looks and rushing forward. Upon arrival, they found someone already maintaining order, although the situation remained tense. Zhou Tiniu attempted to advance with his baton, but was halted by Li Ming. Wait a moment, my friend. I think I just saw someone I know. Li Ming pointed towards a plump figure charging through the crowd, accompanied by a lanky individual who was currently grappling with someone, and beside them stood a rather well-proportioned woman. By heavens, isn't that the Jia family from our courtyard? What, your neighbors? Zhou Tiniu exclaimed. Then we certainly can't let them be bullied. He was about to charge in when Li Ming pulled him back. Zhou Tiniu glanced at Li Ming, who wasn't exactly frail but certainly not robust. Yet, why did he feel as light as a feather when Li Ming restrained him? Brother, don't rush in. That family is quite disliked in our courtyard. If you go in head first, they won't appreciate it and might even turn on you. What the hell? What is going on? Zhou Tiniu peered inside and saw several street committee members already restraining them. This eased his anxiety, and he winked at Li Ming, silently asking for the scoop. Li Ming chuckled, noting the universal enthusiasm for gossip. He then recounted a couple of misdeeds committed by the Jia family, causing Zhou Tiniu's eyes to widen in outrage. They're truly despicable. Want to take a look yourself? If it's their business, I'll take the opportunity to send them into a slumber. Li Ming waved his hand. Their family is nothing but trouble. I don't want to get entangled. If you're curious, go take a look. If it's indeed their doing, just let them sleep it off. But I can't go. We already have a history. And they'll definitely cause a scene if they see me. Li Ming explained with a grin, while Zhou Tiniu waved dismissively. Brother, just wait here. I'll check it out and report back. He then dashed into the fray. Li Ming remained where he was, waiting for the drama to unfold. He watched as Zhou Tiniu's expression shifted from curiosity to darkness, and eventually, he signaled to a few nearby officers to escort the Jia family out. Did they really send them to sleep it off? What the hell did they do? Li Ming exclaimed in astonishment. I was just joking, and they actually complied. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished. Well, it seems I've become like Jiang Taigong fishing. What a stroke of luck. When Zhou Tiniu emerged from the crowd with a grim countenance, Li Ming approached him to inquire. Brother, good thing I listened to you, and didn't foolishly charge in. Your neighbors truly have some issues. Seeing the opportunity, Li Ming swiftly offered a cigarette, eager to gather first-hand information. Although the system had notified him of his success, that could wait for later. For now, the priority was to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 85. The Jia family's gift pack. What is the fuss about? Well, it's just a typical case of people pushing in. That plump woman squeezed past an old man, and when he politely asked her to step back, she refused. She claimed he insulted her and demanded an apology while insisting they switch places in line. Would the old man agree to that? He refused, and in retaliation, that Jia Zhangshi slapped him. The old man, being a person of dignity, couldn't tolerate such disrespect and promptly retaliated, causing her to stumble. I happened to witness the confrontation, with Jia Zhangshi and the old man exchanging blows, while her lanky son was busy beating up the old man's son. The woman beside them, presumably his wife, was trying to claw at the man attacking her husband, creating quite a ruckus. Li Ming nodded. Indeed, Qin Huairu, the wife of Jia Dongxiu, right? She was trying to tear the man off her husband. It was quite a spectacle. Zhou Tiniu exhaled a puff of smoke, marveling at how such trivial matters could escalate. How was it resolved? They all got dragged off to sleep it off. Now Jia Zhangshi won't be able to cut in line. By the time she wakes up from the police station, I suspect the crowd will have dispersed. Zhou Tiniu pointed towards the throngs of people jostling for vegetables. Exactly. I knew the Jia family would stir up trouble. They're a family with no real skills. Yet they always seem to provoke this and that. This year, the harvest isn't great, and many are counting on this batch of vegetables. When the Jia family emerges, they'll surely be dumbfounded. They might already be in shock, haha. Li Ming chuckled, acknowledging the misfortune of the enemy while taking solace in his own position. It was essential to find some humor in the situation. The two continued to patrol around the lengthy queue, and Li Ming inquired, Brother, do you think the winter vegetables arranged by the street office this year will be available again? Li Ming shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I am aware that there is not much food left in the hands of the villagers from the 10 miles around the city. At the very least, whenever I go fishing by the Jinshui River, I can see many people from the surrounding villages coming to the city in search of a livelihood. The clarity of his statement was evident, yet he refrained from elaborating further, exhibiting a certain finesse. Zhou Tiniu lit a cigarette, followed by another. Let us wait and see what next year brings. In the meantime, make sure to gather some grains. Who knows what the future holds? If necessary, take a stroll through the pigeon market. Though it may be costly, at least there are options, right? Indeed, brother, you speak wisely. Money can always be earned again once spent, but if food is insufficient, one may succumb to hunger. Moreover, I just got married this year, and there's an additional mouth to feed at home. Upon mentioning his wife, a manly smile spread across Zhou Tiniu's face, transforming him from a boy into a man. And in that moment, Li Ming felt an inexplicable sense of competition directed towards him. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, people gradually began to disperse. And by the end of the gathering, the two had forged a friendship. Such is the nature of men. Although one remained a boy, it did not diminish the bond of camaraderie between them. Brother, feel free to reach out whenever you need anything. You can also contact me if there's a matter at hand, Zhou Tiniu said with a tinge of reluctance. Li Ming nodded with a smile and quietly added, If you truly find yourself in need of grains, don't hesitate to seek me out. After all, I am in procurement, and I have more avenues for acquiring food. Zhou Tiniu was instantly reassured by this friend's offer. In these trying times, being able to assist another was indeed a mark of capability. If one is willing to extend help, it signifies that they value your friendship. He considered himself no stickler for rules, and when faced with the prospect of starvation, who would cling to such trivialities? Resolute in his decision, he returned to the precinct to ensure that the Jia family received proper care, at the very least allowing them a comfortable return home that evening. All right, brother, I shall remember your words. Li Ming rolled his eyes. You're getting on in years. Once the gathering had completely dispersed, they parted ways, returning to their respective homes. Li Ming made his way home, while Tiniu returned to the station. In the courtyard of the steel mill, the Li family, exhausted, found that Li Rue had prepared lunch. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, you can rest well. Li Rue beamed at her father, mother, and older brother. Well, our girl has grown up. Today I tidied the cellar, and this lunch was all prepared by her. Mr. Li praised his daughter with a smile. Although fatigued, the thought of such considerate children was enough to alleviate some of the weariness. The lively Li family finished their midday meal and returned to their rooms to catch up on some much-needed rest. Li Ming, however, intended to take a look at the items sent over by the Jia family. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to relax, especially since there was no gossip at the moment. Even the sounds from the courtyard would have to wait until evening, as everyone was too tired to discuss the antics of the Jia family. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful fishing trip. You have received one lottery draw as a reward, given that you successfully sent the Jia family for a day trip to the precinct. You have also been rewarded with a Jia family gift pack. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. While he understood the principle of catching fish like Jiang Taigong, this Jia family gift pack piqued his curiosity, as it was the first time he had encountered a family-themed reward. Suddenly invigorated, he exclaimed, "System, open it for me." Ding. The host has opened the Jia family gift pack and received half the monetary sum from the Jia Zhang family's small treasury, 150 yuan, along with a silicone figurine of Jia Dongshu's physique and one of Qin Huairu. Ding. Would the host like to merge with Jia Dongshu's physique? The system warns that merging with a subpar physique may significantly impact the host's own physical condition, potentially leading to a decline in physical abilities. What the hell? Li Ming felt an overwhelming urge to drag the system out of the screen and demand an explanation for its intentions. Was this a mockery? It certainly felt like one. Moreover, what on earth was Jia Dongshu's physique? Even a hen's physique would surpass that, right? How dare it suggest that merging could diminish his own capabilities? Did it not realize the absurdity of presenting such an option? He had anticipated the Jia family gift pack to contain something of substance, but this? Just this? Chapter 86. Where did the Jia family go? Li Ming took a deep breath, trembling hands retrieving half of the small treasury from the Jia Zhang family. Surely, this must be the most valuable aspect of the gift pack. System, kindly discard Jia Dongshu's physique. I have no use for it. Ding. Discarded. Well, how considerate of you. Speaking of which, could you clarify what the silicone figurine of Qin Huairu entails? Is it the kind with paint? Ding. Yes. The system has determined this to be Qin Huairu's sole redeeming quality. Hope the host understands. TCH, look at you. If I say to discard it, it's surely a waste. But if you suggest keeping it, that feels somewhat off. Li Ming glanced through the system interface, still seeing it unclothed. TCH, just throw it away. System, I'd rather marry a beautiful wife in a couple of years than keep this nonsense. Ding. Please confirm once more. Why was there no confirmation when discarding Jia Dongshu's physique? Li Ming thought to himself, feeling a torrent of grievances welling up. Confirmed. Ding. Discarded. Thank you. With a satisfied smile, Li Ming sank into a deep slumber. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Li Ming finally awoke, stretching his limbs with cracking sounds. Is our son awake? His mother's voice resonated from the living room. Yes. Brother, come quickly. We're going to see the commotion. What commotion? The Jia family still hasn't returned, and many people in the courtyard are discussing it. What is there to discuss? I saw the Jia family being taken to the precinct for a nap this morning with my own eyes, Li Ming replied nonchalantly. Standing by the door, his parents and sister Li Rui turned to him in unison. Really? Of course. Why would I lie to you? See, I told you the Jia family got arrested. Mister, Li said as he lit a cigarette, a hint of pride in his voice. How do you know? Mrs. Li turned to her husband. Hee, I heard it from someone. Come on, let us go out and take a look. They're holding a meeting in the courtyard. Mr. Li said, following the crowd. Li Ming shrugged. What a trivial matter to hold a meeting over. Brother, didn't you say Jia Dongshu is Yi Zhonghai's adopted son? Now that Yi Zhonghai's son is missing, he must be in a frenzy. His sister, Li Rui, had transformed into a master of sarcasm, and if Yi Zhonghai heard that, he would surely be furious. Li Ming chuckled. Indeed, my sister is right. Let us go take a look, haha. Mom, are you coming? I shall not be going. Shortly, I must prepare dinner. And I have no time to indulge their frivolities. Besides, it is not my son that has gone missing, but Yi Zhonghai's. Why should I be concerned? With that remark, Li's mother turned on her heel and returned indoors, evidently preparing to cook. In the courtyard, the neighbors huddled in small groups. To be honest, the only reason they gathered for this trivial matter was that they had nothing better to do today. They were merely curious about the commotion. Had this been another time, one could hardly expect many of them to show up. This time, Yi Zhonghai spoke up before Lu Haizhong could, quickly announcing. Everyone knows that the Jia family is not back yet. Does anyone know where they have gone? They've been taken into custody. I witnessed it today. The Jia family got into a brawl. No, wait, they fell into the river, or so I heard. Nonsense. The market where we buy vegetables is at least 10 miles from the river. If they fell into a well, it would still be better than falling into the river. Oh, so they fell into a well then. Yi Zhonghai, with a furrowed brow, looked at the neighbors who were stirring up the excitement, then turned to the individual who first claimed that the Jia family had been apprehended. Did you see it? Of course. They were fighting right next to me before the big hats caught them. Do you think I would lie to you, old man? The man retorted, showing no courtesy. As everyone had just woken up and were in no mood to hold back, Yi Zhonghai understood. Fine then, I shall visit the police station, he declared and made his way outside, disregarding the remaining neighbors, who, after all, were merely there for the spectacle. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Haizhong wore a glum expression, as though someone owed him 200 yuan. What a disappointment. I thought there would be something worthwhile. I'm going home to rest. Li's father expressed his displeasure at missing the entertainment and turned to head toward the front yard. It was not until the Li family had finished dinner that they spotted Yi Zhonghai passing through the front corridor, accompanied by 3 disheveled figures, their faces smeared with dirt. What on earth happened to those 3? Li's father rubbed his eyes in disbelief. They must have been beaten up inside. Otherwise, they wouldn't look like that. This morning, I saw their family being pinned down and thrashed by the old man and his son from across the street. Li Ming remarked with a chuckle as he sipped some tea. It seems they won't have any winter vegetables this year? None at all. The street office is aware that this is the only batch, Li's mother whispered, revealing some insider information. Li Ming slapped his thigh in excitement. What a stroke of luck. They deserve it. They should have just lined up like everyone else. Jia Zhangshi must be dumbfounded. Heh. Rue, doesn't your brother look particularly mischievous right now? Li's father grinned, pointing at his son while addressing his daughter. Li Rue shook her head. The Jia family has bullied us. My brother isn't mischievous. Li's mother slapped her husband. If you can't speak wisely, then don't say anything. Go wash the dishes. All right, I'll go, Li Weiguo acknowledged. Realizing he had overstepped, and hurriedly set about cleaning the dishes in the kitchen, even from the small living room. Li Ming could hear old Li cursing at the Jia family, grumbling as he washed the plates. In the courtyard at the Jia residence, Yi Zhonghai bore an expression of exasperation as he looked at the 3 disheveled figures before him. Goodness, what in the world happened to you? If I hadn't heard from our neighbors about your whereabouts, I would still be in the dark. This time, Jia Zhangshi was keenly aware of her own culpability and, having stirred up trouble herself, the Jia family had returned empty-handed, not even managing to procure a single cabbage stalk. Chapter 87. Hiyuju's Spring Awakening. Jia Zhangshi, fully aware of her wrongdoings, chose not to speak, instead languishing on the Kong like a silent sculpture. Jia Dongshu glanced at his master and then at his mother, letting out a long sigh. Alas, master, thank you for your efforts in coming here once more. Huiru, please fetch a glass of water for my master. Jia Dongshu cast a glance at Qin Huiru, who, upon hearing his request, finally began to move. Yi Zhonghai felt a glimmer of comfort knowing that his disciple at least remembered to offer him some water. It was a small consolation. After all, one must tread the path they have chosen, even if it is fraught with tears. He handed Jia Dongshu a cigarette and lit one for himself. Well then, I shan't inquire further, but since you didn't manage to buy vegetables this time, you shall have to wait until next time. It's all right, we can wait. We still have plenty at home to last us until our next trip, Jia Dongshu replied, inhaling deeply from the cigarette before exhaling. While catching up on sleep at the police station, one certainly wouldn't be allowed to smoke, which had almost turned Jia Dongshu into a fool from the confinement. Observing the Jia family's exhausted demeanor, Yi Zhonghai did not linger long, exchanging a few words before preparing to depart. Just before leaving, he added, if you find yourselves out of food, feel free to come by my place for a bite. I'll take my leave now. Do rest early. Understood. Came Jia Dongshu's muffled response, the tone unclear whether it stemmed from fatigue or frustration from the earlier ordeal. Yi Zhonghai, hands clasped behind his back, exited the Jia residence, casting a glance at Hiyuju sitting at the door, nodding at him before heading home. In the courtyard at the Yi residence, an elderly lady approached with a curious expression. Oldie, what is going on over at the Jia house? Despite being the chosen elder for their retirement, her curiosity was unabated. What else? Does Jia Zhangshi think I wouldn't find out? It's undoubtedly her meddling that led to the entire Jia family being sent to the police station for some rest. They didn't even return with a single cabbage today. I wonder how they will manage going forward. Yi Zhonghai, feeling a surge of frustration, gulped down a mouthful of tea. While he couldn't express his anger at the Jia family earlier, returning home lifted his restraints. That Jia Zhangshi, day after day, fails to accomplish anything but creates chaos. Just look at the situation now. How can they expect to gather winter vegetables? What will they eat and drink? How will they survive this winter? The elderly lady had never seen Yi Zhonghai so agitated before. Didn't Li's wife say there would be a supply? Yi Zhonghai's eyes widened, resembling a startled donkey. Think carefully. Did Li's wife actually say that? What she mentioned was that the street office always prepares adequately, but she never claimed they would have any this year. In the courtyard, only the Jia family remained oblivious, blindly following orders without understanding the implications. Now, it seemed highly unlikely they could expect another round of winter vegetables this year. The old man was on a roll, and his words flowed without restraint. The elderly lady suddenly felt somewhat foolish, realizing she too had misunderstood, and with a frown, she lost interest in continuing the conversation. In the front yard, at the Yen residence, Yen Fugue was gleefully inspecting the cabbage and potatoes he had purchased that day. Though their appearance was less than appealing, he, Yen Fugue, was known for his silver tongue, managing to acquire a substantial quantity of less than perfect produce at bargain prices. This would serve as sustenance for his family throughout this winter and even into the spring. Yen Fugue took a swig of liquor, real liquor, undiluted. After all, it was indeed a cause for celebration, wasn't he it? Although he hadn't secured a large quantity of grain, he had certainly gathered enough vegetables. Yan's wife shot him a disdainful glance, exasperated by his incessant pacing and fussing. Will we still have enough to eat next year? Yan Fugue's eyes widened in affirmation. Indeed, there are no provisions to be found outside these days. In the villages surrounding the 49 city, it is a rarity to possess as much grain as our family does. This year's harvest has been dismal, and if things do not improve, we may well face famine next year. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Yan Fugue secured the door of his home before continuing his discourse. Can it truly be so extraordinary? Aunt Yan, clutching a tattered piece of fabric that was hardly clothing, was busily sewing and altering it, seemingly intent on crafting a small garment. We shall see. The foolish Jia family has failed to procure winter vegetables. It will not be long before they find themselves in tears. Instead of purchasing their groceries properly, they chose to squabble with others. Serves them right. At that moment, Yan Fugue stood in line beside the Jia family, witnessing the misdeeds of Jia Zhangshi with utmost clarity. In the central courtyard, He Yuzhu observed Yi Zhonghai emerging from the Jia residence. He had intended to visit, but both Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhangshi regarded him with disdain and suspicion. He had planned to see Sister Qin today, but that was no longer feasible, leaving him to sit on the threshold of his home, gazing in the direction of the Jia family. Brother, what shall we have for dinner tonight? The frail form of He Yushui appeared before He Yuzhu, interrupting his thoughts of Sister Qin. He Yuzhu hastily waved her off, instructing her to attend to her own matters, assuring her he would return shortly to prepare the meal. He Yushui cast a glance at her elder brother and then at the Jia family's direction. Her small face fell, and she trudged sullenly back indoors. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the front and back courtyards, the rear yard was a scene of chaos. Lu Haizhong was brandishing a broom, chasing his son around the yard. It was simply that time to discipline the child. Neighbors from the back courtyard had gathered to witness the spectacle. Su Fugue, puffing on a cigarette, was imparting life lessons to his own son. Did you see that? Lu Haizhong, with his demeanor, strikes his child out of sheer idleness, and for any reason at all. Such a man will never rise to prominence in life. Su Damao nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that Lu Haizhong was excessively harsh. If his own father were to discipline him in such a manner, Su Damao would have long since taken flight. From now on, you should socialize more with the Li family. It is far more advantageous than our current company. In this courtyard, alas, there is not a single promising individual. As the sole official in the backyard, Su Fugue's words held merit. Although Lu Haizhong was a level 6 worker, earning slightly more than him, when it came to family wealth, the Su family in the backyard was undoubtedly the wealthiest. After becoming a projectionist, Su Damao's ventures into the countryside, indulging in both food and favors, were likely lessons learned from his father. By the way, Dad, did the Jia family really get taken away by the police today? Su Damao suddenly recalled that the Jia family had not returned home that evening and inquired. Indeed, I witnessed them being taken away. Is there any doubt? Su Fugue replied, his confidence unwavering. But how could you have seen it from such a distance? Su Damao expressed skepticism. Oh, you wretched boy, your eyes are always wandering toward the lovely maidens nearby. How could you notice anything else? Su Damao's face flushed crimson from his father's teasing. At this age, had it not been for a certain unfortunate incident that derailed his prospects for marriage, he would have likely been cradling a wife by now, rather than being a mere spectator to Lu Haizhong's disciplining of his child.